Chapter 1, Extreme Douchebag. April was a comfortable month. It wasn't too cold, nor too hot. On this day, the weather was great, and the sun was shining brightly. However, Jiu Anran was not in a good mood. The design plan that she had submitted yesterday had been returned to her this morning without a reason. The director did not waste any extra words and simply said, "Change it." He did not tell her what exactly she needed to change and how she was supposed to change it. Jiu Anran placed down the pen and design plans in her hand, somewhat discouraged. She pressed her two hands to her temple and leaned back in the chair. At this time, the phone on the table rang. When she saw the screen flickering with an incoming call, she furrowed her forehead. She didn't want to answer this call, but she didn't have any other options. After taking a couple of breaths, Jiu Anran pressed the phone and connected the call. "Mom, tonight at the Cheng restaurant's first-floor coffee shop, Table 2, Lin Anji, male, 31 years old, undergraduate degree, civil worker, has a car and a house, height 173, no unhealthy hobbies, does not smoke, does not drink. Go and see him tonight at 7 and have dinner together," Lin Xiaofen said, all in one breath. She spoke very fast and did not pause. "Mom," Jiu Anran drew out the word. She was really about to be defeated by her mother. For an entire week, she had given her one per day without any breaks. She didn't even know where she got all of these goods. "Anran," Lin Xiaofen sighed. Nobody knew the daughter better than the mother. She knew that she was putting a lot of pressure on her. "You're already 28 years old, not 18. How many years of youth can a woman have? Right now, you can pick someone good. If we wait until next year, then it will probably be other people picking you. Mom is almost 60 years old. I want you to get married and have kids before I'm confused. If I have time, I can help you take care of the kids. If you keep dragging it out, I'll no longer be able to carry them." Also, Jiu Anran helplessly listened. She could practically recite her mother's words. Her mother said it to her multiple times a day, so it was hard for her to forget it. She interrupted her mother's unoriginal words. "Mom, it's at 7, right? I'll be there on time." "Okay. After work, go to the bathroom and retouch your makeup. Your date tonight will be introduced by your Auntie Zhang. His qualifications and personality are both good. If he is suitable, you guys can try going out," Lin Xiaofen exhorted. "All right, I got it. Mom, I still have designs to draw. Let's drop it for now. I'll arrive on time tonight. Don't worry." After she was done speaking, she quickly hung up the phone and sighed deeply. Before she finished sighing, the phone in her hand once again rang with an incoming call. Jiu Anran got scared by it. She looked at the phone number, answered it, and said in a bad tone, "Don't tell me that you also called me because you want me to go on a blind date. Anran, congratulate me. I'm getting married." Anran's best friend from college, Lin Li, announced in a loud voice through the phone. Jiu Anran was shocked. Then, she immediately responded and happily said, "Your Chengsheng is finally marrying you." Chengsheng was their classmate from college. Back then, Lin Li had been attracted to the man the second she saw him. Then, she had used a lot of effort before she was able to get him. From the time the two were annoying each other to now, it had been around 10 years. "We'll be taking wedding photos the day after tomorrow, and we'll have the wedding next month. Note down the 5th of next month and empty your schedule for the day. On that day, you are my bridesmaid." So fast, it was in less than a month. I'm pregnant. Chengsheng's family is superstitious. Next month just so happens to be April in the lunar calendar. If we don't marry in April, then we will have to wait until August in the lunar calendar. How can I wait until then? By that time, my stomach will be huge. "You're pregnant." Anran's voice suddenly became loud. "Quiet down a bit," Lin Li rebuked. She was a pregnant woman and couldn't be scared. Anran said, somewhat regretfully, "Why is it that, in the blink of an eye, you're already becoming a mom, right?" "I'm already about to become a mom, so why aren't you hurrying up? Let's not talk about marriage. You still need to find someone to date," Lin Li said. She had mentioned this to her multiple times. However, she wouldn't listen to a word and continued to remain single. From the time she graduated from college until now, how long had it been? "Are you still thinking about that heartless rat?" Anran's heart suddenly hurt. It felt stuffy and terrible, and she quickly said, I still have designs to draw. Let's end it here for now." After she was done speaking, she quickly ended the call. The man's face became clear in her mind. Occasionally, she would be reminded of the guilt and apology on his face on that day, making her want to hate him but unable to do so. With her thoughts in turmoil, she picked up the sketch and the pencil. As she fixed the sketch, the turmoil in her heart settled down. At 6:55 p.m., Anran parked her Sherry in front of the hotel. She had purchased the car with the bonus she had received from the company last year. She was an idiot when it came to machines. Everything that was mechanical was too difficult for her. Therefore, she was used to drawing all of those designs by hand and rarely used the computer. And, because of her job, if she wasn't staying in the company and drawing designs all day, then she would be visiting the construction sites. Therefore, having a car made things much more convenient for her. However, because of this, she spent a lot of time and effort to get her driver's license. Before getting out of the car, she took out a makeup mirror from her bag and looked over her makeup. Although she hated continuously going to different blind dates and eating lunch with unknown men, she would always be serious on these dates. When she entered the hotel, the host brought her to the reserved table. Her date had already arrived. He had a crew cut and wore glasses. His eyes were neither big nor small, his nose neither high nor straight, and he wasn't handsome or ugly. When he saw Anran walking over, he stood up and reached out his hands to shake hers. "Are you Miss Gu? I'm Lin Anji." "Gu Anran." Anran nodded as she retrieved her hand and sat in the other seat. Lin Anji picked up the menu. Technically, it was a drink menu. There were all sorts of coffee and teas on it, as well as alcohol. Anran ordered a cup of caramel macchiato. She was fond of sweets, as well as the taste of coffee. Therefore, she liked to drink caramel macchiato. Lin Anji asked for a cup of cappuccino and then gave the menu back to the server. Anran opened her mouth. In reality, she hadn't yet had dinner. Originally, she had wanted to order food. However, since he did not seem to have that in mind, she closed her mouth, embarrassed to ask, "What do you work as, Miss Gu?" Lin Anji said when the coffee came. "Construction. I currently work at a construction company," Anran said, and then she picked up her coffee mug and drank from it. Lin Anji nodded and said, "There are very few women who work in construction. Isn't it very tiring?" Anran smiled. "There's no other way. The expertise required in the construction industry is very high, and it is very hard to change professions," she said as she took another sip of the coffee. Because she was altering the design in the afternoon, she didn't have the time to eat. Having not eaten from morning to now, she was really hungry. Lin Anji nodded. He was quite satisfied with Anran. However, her age was a bit high. From her qualifications, she shouldn't be relying on blind dates at this age. "Miss Gu's qualifications are very good. Why is it that you still haven't married? Is it because your sights are too high?" "No. Normally because I'm too busy working. I don't have the time to care about these things. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, I find myself already at this age," Anran responded. Lin Anji smiled and nodded, taking a sip of his coffee and said, "I don't have a lot of requirements for my wife, as long as she has a steady job and can take care of the family. However, after we get married, we must live with my parents. After all, it was not easy for them to raise me through the years. Now that they are old, it should be our turn to take care of them. After we get married, I think that it is best that we hand our salaries to my mother for safekeeping. That way, we will be able to arrange it to be beneficial for the overall plan. Technically, there aren't many places that we would need to use money. We can eat and live at home. If we really need money, then we can ask my mother for it, right?" Anran smiled dryly and didn't say anything. Leaving aside how they were going to live after marriage, wasn't it too early to be discussing these things? Also, my mother has a bad leg. Therefore, you might need to do all of the housework after we get married. Technically, it's not much. Just cooking, cleaning, and washing dishes. It's not tiring. If I have time, I will also help," Lin Anji continued, not realizing that Anran was acting strangely. "Truthfully speaking, my parents, Anran interrupted his monologue and pointed to her empty cup. "Can I get a refill?" Lin Anji looked at her, nodded, and pressed the service button. The server quickly arrived by their side with a smile. "How may I help you? Can you refill her cup?" Lin Anji said, pointing to Anran's cup. My apologies, sir, but we do not refill coffee here. The server professionally smiled. Lin Anji wrinkled his eyebrows and, after a while, said to the server, then, what won't cost extra? Oh. The server paused and then responded, maintaining his smile, water is free. Upon hearing this, Lin Anji said to that person, then, give us water. Anran felt that the corner of the server's mouth was twitching. She was also a bit speechless toward him. She really had met a top-notch man this time. The two continued sitting for a while. Even after Anran was done drinking the water, Lin Anji was still talking about all of the requests he had for his future wife. Anran excused herself, saying that she needed to use the restroom. In the restroom, she called Lin Lily, asking for help, and then returned to her seat. In less than a minute, Lin Lily's call came. Anran excused herself, saying that there were matters she needed to attend to at the company. Lin Anji nodded and asked the server for the bill. If she would have known what would happen next, there was no way Anran would have waited to leave together with him after he paid the bill. She thought that that was the pinnacle of his stinginess, but she didn't think that he would take out a coffee voucher from his wallet and give it to the server. In the end, over the blind date, he only spent 5 Chinese yuan as a tip and then left the hotel under the server's heated gaze. What Anran didn't know was that in the seat behind her, there were 2 men who watched the entire process of her blind date. When they left, a playboy laughed crazily while holding his stomach and said to the man across from him, who had his head lowered, looking over a document, "Yi Cheng, I quite pity that lady." The man shot a glance at him, the corner of his mouth half ticking. He didn't say anything and continued looking over the document in his hand. He had seen that woman before. Yesterday, at another coffee shop, she had also seemed to be having a blind date. Chapter 2: The GU Parents. Anran returned home, somewhat frustrated. Her stomach, which was originally rumbling in hunger, was no longer hungry. Today, she had gained knowledge and experience. She thought that all extreme douchebags were fabricated from movies and novels. The truth was, they all came from life. When she walked through the doors, Lin Xiaofen was in the living room watching television. A couple of the accounts that she had looked through were placed on the coffee table. Anran greeted her mom in a low voice. Her scalp felt a bit numb. Recently, it was like that almost every night. She was probably going to be lectured again. The GU family was a very mundane and normal family. GU Anran's mom, Lin Xiaofen, was an accountant at a nationalized industry and was not usually busy. When she was young, Lin Xiaofen was a charming and distinguished beauty. Although she was older now, she still took care of herself. Even though she was almost 60 years old, she did not look old. Her face became simple and elegant with time. Anran's father, Jiu Hengwen, was a high school literature and language teacher. He had 30 years of teaching experience and was an excellent teacher. Many of his students had gone to famous schools, and he received love and respect from both his students and his students' families. When she saw that Anran had returned, Lin Xiaofen shut off the television and nodded at Anran. "Come over here. I need to ask you something." Anran forced herself to walk over. She placed her bag on the coffee table and then sat down beside her. She looked around and, upon not seeing her father, asked, "Where's father?" "Asleep. He is preparing lessons in the study." Lin Xiaofen looked at her, a smile on the corner of her mouth. Anran felt that there were hidden intentions behind her mother's smile tonight. Her heart felt fuzzy and unsettled. She swallowed and asked, "Mom, what do you want to ask me? How was it? Were you satisfied with that man?" Lin Xiaofen directly said, not beating around the bush, "He's not bad. However, he and Anran paused for a few moments, might not be suitable. She wasn't someone who would say bad things about someone behind their back." When she heard this, Lin Xiaofen's complexion darkened and she said, "What is there to be suitable? It's fine as long as the person is suitable." Ran, in reality, we care most about a person's personality. His wealth and his appearance aren't important. What is most important is that he is a good person. You must understand this principle. "No, Mom. He and I are really not suitable. We couldn't find anything to talk about between us. Also, he might not even like me," Thanran explained. "Stop talking nonsense. Your Auntie Zhang already called and told me that your date felt that you guys are suitable. You guys had a nice conversation. He also likes you and asked me to ask about your thoughts, Lin Xiaofen reprimanded. An Ran's eyes widened, and she thought, are all civil workers so efficient nowadays? It hadn't been very long, and he had already called and notified others to call and ask her for her opinion. Mom, he and I are really not suitable. He wants me to transfer my entire salary to his mother. Also, he only spent 5 Chinese yuan on the blind date dinner tonight. He even bought the coffee with coffee vouchers. It is impossible for me to marry a man who doesn't have his own definite opinions and is so stingy. Lin Meifen was shocked, but then she quickly reacted and said, a man is filial if he knows to listen to his parents' words. If he's stingy when it comes to money, then he knows how to conserve for his family. Do you want a man who is not only not filial to his parents but also wasteful? Mom, Anran was a bit anxious, and her voice was a lot louder than it was before. She stood up and said, do I really obstruct your vision at home so much that you must marry me away? I think that you have forgotten about that Mofir. Lin Meifen also stood up, a bit agitated, her face incredibly cold. Anran froze, as if she was jabbing at her sore spot. She bit her lip, trembling. Why are you so stubborn? I've raised you up, and yet, you're tormenting yourself over a man, and you're prepared to not marry in this lifetime for him. Are you treating your father and me fairly? Anran, a person cannot just live for herself. You must also consider your father and me. A person also cannot just live in the past. You need to face forward, Lin Xiaofen shouted. Because she was angry, her chest was moving up and down furiously. The two stood there, looking at each other. Truthfully speaking, Lin Xiaofen's heart hurt for her daughter. She had watched the entire process of her daughter's love in the past. Her daughter had always been the person she couldn't part with the most. The more she was hurt, the more distressed her heart was for her. However, a person cannot always live in the past and still needed to have a future. Her marriage had been delayed from that time until then, and couldn't be delayed any longer. Which parent wouldn't want their children to have a good life? What are you two arguing about in the middle of the night? The door of the study opened, and Jiyu Hengwen walked out. His hair was half white, and he wore a pair of spectacles and had the aura of a scholar. Lin Xiaofen angrily sat back down on the sofa. Because she was angry, her chest was moving up and down. Jiyu Hengwen looked at his wife and then at his daughter. He had somewhat overheard their argument while he was in the study. He walked toward Anran, patted her shoulder, and said, Ranran, your mom wants the best for you. Perhaps her methods are rather anxious, however, you must understand her intentions. Anran felt her eyes prickling with heat. She tried hard not to let her tears fall, and she apologized to Lin Xiaofen, choking back a sob. Then, she grabbed her bag from the coffee table and ran to her room. Her door closed with a bang. Jiyu Hengwen looked at the tightly shut door and shook his head, sighing. Then, he turned around to look at Lin Xiaofen, who was on the sofa. He sat down beside her and reached out to put his hand around her shoulder, pulling her over so that she was leaning on his shoulder, and sighed. Stop being angry. Ranran's heart is also suffering. Lin Xiaofen leaned into her husband's arms, unable to stop her tears from falling. How could I have given birth to such a stupid daughter? So stubborn, so stupid, so troublesome. I'm so angry. Jiyu Hengwen lightly laughed. He patted her shoulder and said, Ranran is like you. Her stubbornness is also like yours. Lin Xiaofen pulled herself out of her husband's arms. She looked at him and said, I'm afraid that she won't be as lucky as me and won't be able to meet a man like you. Jiyu Hengwen softly laughed, pulled his wife back into his arms, and said, in a small voice next to her ear, that won't happen. Ranran will meet one. In the room, Anran crouched on the floor, leaning on the door. Her head was in her knees as she sobbed. Her heart hurt so much. Her mom was right. It was already 6 years and she still couldn't forget that man. He was the man that had once given her a beautiful love that was pure and unadulterated, and then cruelly hurt her. She cried for a long time. After Anran felt that all of the tears that she had held in over the years had all flowed out, she stubbornly wiped her face. Mom was right. She had to let her past go. She still had her parents, and she needed to look forward. Chapter 3, Wolf's Kiss. When Anran came out of her bedroom the next morning, Lin Xiaofen had already made breakfast. When she saw her walking out, she looked at her and said, Come over and eat breakfast. Her tone was the same as usual, as if the incident from the last night had not happened. Anran walked toward the dining room with her lips pursed. She pulled out a seat and sat in front of Lin Xiaofen. Lin Xiaofen poured a bowl of porridge and gave it to her. Anran lowered her head and ate the porridge, her expression unreadable. Although the Jiyu family was not a family with a literary reputation, they still had to follow Mr. Jiyu's rigid rule: no speaking while eating. After drinking the last bit of the porridge, Anran placed down the bowl and lifted her head to look at Lin Xiaofen. "Mom, give Auntie Zhang a call." I agreed to try it out with Lin Anji. Lin Xiaofen was shocked. Even Jiyu Hengwen, who was on the side, was shocked. The two shared a glance and then simultaneously looked at Anran. Lin Xiaofen opened her mouth and said, "Ranran, I'm not trying to force you. If you don't like the man, then we can just keep looking. I was just anxious last night." "No, I've thought about it. You're right. A person must face forward and cannot live in the past. I'm no longer young, and I will have to marry sooner or later. Also, Lin Anji is not a bad partner. Therefore, I can give it a try," Anran calmly said. Lin Xiaofen didn't say anything, and she looked at her with a worried gaze. Although she wanted Anran to date and get married, however, at the end of the day, she didn't want her to be careless. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. At this time, Jiyu Hengwen opened his mouth and said, "Just know that your mom and I won't oppose anyone you date." Anran nodded. "I know. I have a meeting to attend in the morning, so I'll be heading to work." After she was done speaking, she immediately stood up, grabbed her bag, and left for work. In the house, Lin Xiaofen looked at the door that was once again shut. She placed down the utensils in her hand and helplessly sighed. Her hand, which was on the table, was engulfed by a large hand. She lifted her head and saw her husband looking at her warmly, his eyes smiling, and he said, "Don't worry, Ranran knows what she's doing." Recently, Anran had been very busy. The Green Lake Garden case kept being returned to her, and she had altered it multiple times. However, she was unable to meet the director's request. For many days, she had been running back and forth between the company and the construction site. She would stay at the company until 10 p.m. every night. However, luckily, the director had said this afternoon that the design finally passed. This meant that she would be able to return home on time tonight. She hadn't seen Lin Anji since the last time. However, they had exchanged text messages. Lin Anji was someone who took care of others well and would often give his respects to her. This made Anran feel that perhaps getting along with him wasn't so bad. Today, Anran invited Lin Anji to have dinner with her. She had decided that she would give a new relationship a try, a relationship that would have marriage as a precondition. Anran was a serious person. Once she decided to do something, she would go at it with 100% of her efforts. For example, she did not drive her car but had called a cab. She was prepared for Lin Anji to send her home. They were having dinner at a middle-quality Western restaurant. Because there was traffic, by the time Anran arrived, Lin Anji was already there and was looking over the menu with his forehead furrowed. "I apologize for being late," Anran apologized. She did not explain the reason. Late was late. She would not find an excuse to absolve her mistake. Lin Anji placed down the menu, smiled gentlemanly, and said to Anran, "It's fine. I also just arrived. Have you ordered?" Anran placed down her bag and asked, "You can order." Lin Anji handed the menu to Anran. Anran didn't think too much. She picked up the menu and called over the server. She often came to eat at this Western restaurant with her colleagues. The T-bone steak here was pretty good, and the salad was good. Most importantly, the price was reasonable, and, therefore, wouldn't be overly expensive. "Is there anything you don't eat?" Before ordering, Anran specifically asked him again if there was anything he avoided. Lin Anji shook his head and said that he was fine with whatever she ordered. Upon hearing this, Anran didn't say anything else and directly ordered foie gras, T-bone steak, mushroom soup, and a green salad from the server. She also ordered a cheesecake for dessert. Because she was taking into consideration that he needed to drive, she did not order any wine and directly ordered coffee. The two had a pleasant meal, and they each talked about their jobs, as well as their interests and hobbies. They didn't talk a lot, but at least it wasn't an awkward silence. When it was time to foot the bill, Angie suddenly had an upset stomach and went to the restroom. Anran knew that, in reality, he was avoiding the bill. She had not intended for him to treat him to tonight's meal. Even if he paid at the restaurant, she would still return the money to him outside. However, his actions at this moment were repulsive and loathsome. Anran directly paid the bill and waited for 10 minutes. However, Lin Anji still did not come out. In the end, she called him. Lin Anji did not answer, but in less than a minute, he came out of the restroom, returned to his seat, and said to Anran, "My apologies. Did you wait long?" Anran shook her head and asked, "Did you get an upset stomach? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Lin Anji quickly explained, No, there's no need. When I went to the restroom, a phone call came. It was from the leader, so we chatted for a while." Anran nodded, picked up her bag, and said to him, "Let's go, then." "Okay, I'll go get the bill." Lin Anji nodded. As he spoke, he walked in the direction of the cashier. "There's no need. I already paid." Anran stopped him. "Oh." Lin Anji pretended to be shocked and then said, "How can I let a woman pay? How much was it?" "I'll give you the money." As he spoke, he reached for his wallet to give her the money. "Next time. You can treat me next time. I treat once and you treat once." Anran smiled and said. Lin Anji did not insist. He nodded and said okay. The two left the restaurant, and Lin Anji suggested that they take a walk together. What he didn't say was that, because parking costs money, he had parked his car outside on the street. It was around a 10-minute walk from there. Lin Anji nodded. She had eaten quite a bit for dinner. She figured she could take it as a post-dinner exercise. The two walked beside each other and didn't say anything. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Anran was someone who was rather passive with emotions and had a hard time finding things to talk about when she was alone. Just as Anran was wrecking her brain, trying to find something to talk about, the two walked down a rather dark street. Suddenly, she felt a heavy force on her hand. "Oh!" Anran lifted her head in shock, unable to respond. She saw Lin Anji looking at her with determination and a strange expression. Lin Anji." Anran pulled her hand away from him as she called his name. Lin Anji looked at her and did not say anything. He swallowed and he fiercely tried to kiss Anran. Anran was scared, and she tried hard to push him away. However, she was unable to fight against his strength. In the end, she avoided his head, and Lin Anji's kiss landed on Anran's cheek. The touch of his lips made Anran feel disgusting. Let go of me." Anran was so scared that she wanted to cry as she hit Lin Anji with her hand. Since she wore high heels, Anran was similar in height to Lin Anji. However, she was helpless, because a woman's strength was naturally less than that of a man's, and she couldn't throw him off. "Let go of her." A man's cold voice suddenly came from behind, unexpectedly on this dim street. Chapter 4: The Bad Person Snitches First. The cold voice shocked Anran and Lin Anji. In the dusky lighting, Anran saw a man who was standing a couple of meters away from them. The light was too dark and he had his back to the light. Therefore, Anran could not see what he looked like. However, these things were not important. Anran very quickly realized her current situation, and she pushed Lin Anji away, retreating a couple of meters away from him. "Who are you? It's none of your business that I am being intimate with my girlfriend." Lin Anji turned around and walked toward that man, his tone vigorous. He was obviously unhappy that his happy occasion was interrupted. "I'm not his girlfriend," Anran, who was on the side, quickly explained, clearly distinguishing the relationship between her and Lin Anji. Originally, she had planned to go out with him and see where it went. However, now there was no need. The man in the dark looked at Lin Anji and said, "Did you hear?" As he spoke, he took out his phone and made the motion of calling the police. "Wait." Lin Anji thought that he was going to call the police and quickly opened his mouth to stop him. He was a civil worker and was going to be promoted to a secondary location in the second half of the year, and therefore, could not afford this type of lawsuit. Then, he turned around to look at Lin Anji before leaving quickly, cursing under his breath. When Lin Anji left, the man slowly walked toward Anran. When he walked closer, Anran saw that he had an extremely handsome face, with dark eyebrows, deep eyes, a high and straight nose, and thin lips. He was a rare, handsome man. "Are you okay?" the man asked her softly. His voice was not as cold as before. It was extremely pleasant to hear. Anran was shocked and did not respond for a while. She quickly shook her head and said, I am fine, just end now, thank you. The man softly said and shook his head, turning around to leave. However, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He turned back around and asked, do you need me to send you home? Anran was not in her right senses, and when he asked, she quickly shook her head and refused. No, there's no need. I can go home by myself. She was still scared from the big incident before. However, she was not so weak that she couldn't return home by herself. Also, she did not know him and, therefore, did not want to inconvenience him. The man took in her embarrassment and the corner of his mouth half twitched as he smiled and said, that man is not suitable for you. After he finished speaking, he turned around and exited the dim alley before Anran was able to react. Anran stood at her original spot for a while, not understanding the man's last sentence. In the end, she shook her head, walked out of the alley, and called a cab home. Lin Angie was someone who was the lowest of the low. He had used coffee vouchers for the blind date dinner, evaded paying the bill for dinner, and was even the first one to snitch on her despite being the bad person. When Anran returned home, Lin Xiaofen and Jiyu Hengwen were both sitting in the living room with ugly complex irons. Before Anran arrived home, Lin Angie had snitched on her first despite being the bad guy, to Lin Xiaofen's colleague, Auntie Zhang. He had asked her how she could introduce him to a woman like that. On their date, she went to the most expensive restaurant and picked the most expensive dishes. After dinner, they did not even hold hands, and she had said that she was going to report him for harassment. He was so angry that he even yelled at Auntie Zhang. Auntie Zhang had originally wanted to do something good and play matchmaker. Now, not only did she not do a good thing, but she had also given in her reputation for no reason and had been angrily yelled at. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, so she directly called the Jiyu family to ask Lin Xiaofen and Jiyu Hengwen. They had just ended the call right before Anran arrived home. Anran saw that her parents' complex irons weren't right. After asking, she found out just how shameless Lin Angie was. Fancy that she had thought about seriously going out with him. It seemed like the earlier they cut their interaction, the better. Ranran, what exactly happened? Your father and I won't believe that you are such an unreasonable person, Lin Xiaofen said. She knew her daughter the best, but Auntie Zhang was not the type of person who would talk nonsense to incite a quarrel. There must have been some sort of misunderstanding here. That man wanted to force a kiss on me. Luckily someone walked past by and prevented him from doing so. However, I didn't say anything and even paid for dinner, Anran said. She lifted her head to look at her mother and continued to say, Mom, call Auntie Zhang. I'll talk to her. That's preposterous. Lin Xiaofen was furious when she heard her daughter say that she was almost sexually harassed by that man. Ranran, I will call your Auntie Zhang right now. What kind of person is she introducing? Does she want to harm my daughter? As she spoke, she picked up the phone to call Auntie Zhang. Auntie Zhang is not the one to blame for this. She simply did a bad thing with a good heart. Tell her about the incident clearly. Our Ranran is not the way he says. There is something wrong with that man's moral character and way of thinking, Jiyu Hengwen, who was on the side, said. Anran looked at her father. She did not say anything as she turned around and went into her room. Anran was a bit gloomy as she laid on her bed. Just thinking about the incident made her scared. If that man hadn't suddenly appeared, she really didn't know what would have happened next. She didn't know if something like this would happen to her again in the future. In the past, she hadn't been aware that eating dinner together on a blind date would be so dangerous. However, because of her age, she didn't have any other option besides this. If there was anything to blame, then she needed to blame herself for being stupid. She had hurt for 6 years because of a scar. As she thought about it, her heart felt stuffy and uncomfortable. Right now, she really wanted to find someone to talk to. Anran picked up the phone and called Lin Li. The call connected very quickly, and Lin Li suddenly spoke some lousy Korean. Annyeong haseyo. She dragged the final syllable for a while. The tone was sweet and not suitable for her age. She always seemed to be in a good mood. Anran was a bit jealous about it, but even more than that, she admired her for it. Why are you speaking bird language? Anran angrily said. I've recently been learning Korean. I told Chengsheng that we will go to Korea for our honeymoon. There are a lot of handsome men and beautiful women in Korea, Lin-Li happily said. Screw you. Be careful that Chengsheng won't be seduced by beautiful women and then not want a faded old woman like you, Anran said, with a bad heart. Screw you. I am confident in my small Xiang. My small Xiang only has me in his heart. As she spoke, she seemed to have shouted to the person behind her. Right, small Xiang. Anran could vaguely hear Chengsheng's response, and then she heard Lin-Li ask, satisfied, how is it? Did you hear him? I heard him. You are the Grand Empress, and your Chengsheng is the eunuch by your side. Anran laughed. Screw you. You don't curse someone like this. Lin-Li laughed and cursed. Speak. Why did you call me? Anran sighed and roughly explained what had gone down with her blind date that night. After she finished listening to her, Lin-Li exploded and said, shit, what a douchebag. How can there be such a shameless person? Do you have a picture? Let me worship him. Just look at yourself. Why are you always shooting your mouth off? Pay attention to prenatal education. Don't lead my goddaughter astray. After Lin-Li's jokes, Anran's heart was much more comfortable. At the very least, it didn't feel as stuffy and bad. Screw you. How do you know that it's a daughter? I will be giving birth to a son. Lin-Li laughed and cursed. The two joked around in amusement for a while. Suddenly, Lin-Li said, seriously though, I have goods in my hand. Do you want them? What goods? Anran was mystified and did not understand. A man, Chengsheng's colleague. I've met him before. He's 2 years older than us, top quality appearance, top quality education, top quality job. He is the top notch of the top notch. How is it? Don't let one's fertile water flow into someone else's fields. Should I join your threads? Lin-Li said. Don't. I'm scared of top notch. You should go find someone normal for me. F***ck off. How can this top notch compare to your top notch? Seriously though, his qualifications are very good. Will you see him or not? If I didn't already have my small Xiang, I would definitely chase after him, Lin-Li said, fangirling. Anran blushed with shame. You caught your small Xiang by shamelessly chasing after him. It was easier to change mountains and rivers than to alter her character. What's important isn't how you start, but how you end. Although it was a lot of work for me to chase after him in the past, after so many years, who would dare say that we are not happy? Lin-Li proudly said. When she heard this, Anran thought in her heart, right. Don't care about what you had in the past. What is important is what you have now. Who would say that that's wrong? When she didn't hear a response, Lin-Li said, Anran, if you don't answer me, I'll take it as you agree. I will tell my small Xiang to contact him tomorrow. I will give you a call if there is any news. See, it was better to have someone good than someone bad. If she couldn't marry the person she wanted to marry, what difference was there? Chapter 5. His back. Lin-Li moved very quickly. Upon saying that she would introduce them, she quickly arranged a time for the two to meet. They settled on that Friday afternoon, which was the next day. Anran actually wanted to decline it. However, she was unable to endure Lin-Li's nagging and threat. Recently, she had been very busy. She had just finished the Green Lake Garden case and thought that she would be able to relax for a while. However, she didn't expect that, at this time, the company would hire an intern, who, they say, had graduated from a prestigious school, and that she had received some sort of award in the past. The director arranged for her to be supervised by Anran. This intern's name was Linglin. She is very beautiful, but, when she spoke, her voice and tone made people shiver because of its coyness. All of the men at the company were excited about her arrival. In the shadows, they said that a beautiful woman had arrived, and would keeping her in their graces. However, all of the females at the company were depressed. In the shadows, they would comment on her with jealous words and jealous tones, and, on the surface, they would purposely isolate her. On this afternoon, by the time Anran was done with all of her work, it was around 1 o'clock. She went directly to the company cafeteria. There were a couple of people inside, however, there were only leftovers left. She randomly picked a couple of dishes, picked up her plate, and went to find a seat. She still needed to go to the construction site to check on its process in the afternoon. In reality, she didn't have much time to eat. However, because she had rushed out the door this morning without eating, she was very hungry. Anne ran it very quickly. The food was a bit dry, and she almost choked. Luckily, she had previously gotten some soup. She quickly took a couple of sips from it and, with difficulty, swallowed her food. All of the food in the company cafeteria was like this. The rice was either hard or soft, the food either salty or bland. The soup was the most unified dish. It seemed to have just been some seaweed that had hot water poured over it. They didn't use any salt or MSG, and it was bland and tasteless. Anne shook her head and continued eating the leftovers. Suddenly, someone placed their lunchbox across from her and sat down. She recognized that lunchbox. It belonged to the famous and extremely expensive restaurant, Yuran Cuisine, which was located in the northern part of the city. Anne lifted her head and saw Linglin sitting in front of her, smiling at her as she sweetly said, "Sister Gu." Anne nodded and asked, "Why are you eating now? Didn't you get off work early?" "There were too many people before. I don't like places that are noisy and have a lot of people, so I waited to come," Linglin said, smiling. She opened the lunchbox in her hand. The exquisite meat and vegetables inside, as well as the Thai rice, emitted an alluring scent of the fragrance of the dish and the rice. Of course, there was a clear distinguishment between that and the dishes in Anran's plate. Anran nodded. She looked at her dish, and then at her own. The more she looked between them, the less hungry she became. However, she was quite curious as to how an intern would be able to afford such an expensive lunch, and she indirectly asked, "The delivery for this restaurant is very far. Wouldn't it save time if you directly ate there and then returned?" "My father was afraid that I wouldn't be used to the food in the company and told the family chauffeur to send it over." Linglin smiled and made the movement to pick up the sweet and sour pork chops to give to Anran, saying, "Sister Gu should try it as well. The food in this restaurant is very good." Anran quickly waved her hand and refused, saying, "There's no need. I'm full." When she heard this, Linglin placed it back into the bowl, embarrassed. As if trying to find a topic, she asked again, "If Sister Gu wants to eat something else, then I can ask my chauffeur to bring an extra one tomorrow. Truthfully speaking, I really am not used to the food in the cafeteria." Anran smiled dryly. She wanted to, but she, unfortunately, could not enjoy it. One lunch would cost her over half of her salary for the day. In a month, half of her salary would be spent on food. If it was like that, then why was she working? It would be better for her to directly go home and let Lin Xiaofen raise her. Anran looked at her watch. Just as she was about to say that she would be leaving first, the phone on the table rang. It was Lin Li again. She was probably calling to tell her not to forget about the blind date tomorrow. She nodded at Linglin and then picked up the phone, getting up to leave. She answered the call and, as she walked, she said, "Hello, Miss High and Mighty. What do you need again?" "NZ, I just..." On the other side of the phone, Lin Li was erratic, and she was strangely mumbling her words. "Huh?" Anran asked. Why did she feel like Lin Li was acting strangely today? She asked, "What happened to you just now?" Lin Li mumbled as if she was considering something. In the end, she decided to quickly say, "I just saw Mo Fear." Her words were so quick that Anran almost didn't hear what she said. However, even though her words were quick, they weren't quick enough. Anran heard and understood that she said that she had seen Mo Fear. Anran became silent. She was left speechless in the silence. She didn't even realize herself that the hand that was holding the phone subconsciously held it tighter. "NZ?" On the other side of the phone, Lin Li did not hear Anran's response, and she called her name, somewhat concerned. She regretted it. Perhaps she shouldn't have told her. "Yes, I'm here," Anran calmly answered. Lin Li, who was on the other side of the phone, did not know how hard she was grasping the phone at this moment. "NZ, are you okay?" Lin Li was still concerned. Right now, she regretted it, and in her heart, she scolded herself hundreds and thousands of times. She clearly knew how much that man had hurt her. She blamed her mouth for being unable to hide anything. "What problem can I have?" Anran dryly laughed. Even she could hear how fake her words sounded. However, she still forced herself to say, "How is it? Did you talk to him? After so many years, did he change?" "I will not speak to someone who loves money so much that he forgets about his friends. That's like humiliating myself," Lin Li angrily said. Anran smiled bitterly and did not say anything. In reality, it was good that Lin Li told her. The earth was round. In the past, he had graduated and had gone to America. Therefore, the two of them did not see each other in 6 years. However, now they were in the same city. Since he returned and bumped into Lin Li, he probably could also bump into her. Instead of not knowing what to do, she now knew, so, at the very least, she would be prepared. "Enzi, let's go drink tonight. I'll drink with you. If we don't get drunk, we won't go home," Lin Li boldly said. She was worried about her and afraid that she would let her imagination run wild. Anran smiled. It wasn't a bitter smile. This time, it was one of gratification. It felt good to have a friend who cared about her so much. The hand that was holding the phone relaxed a little, and she said, "I'm really fine. Don't say that we won't head back until we're drunk. Think about your current situation. I don't care if you don't care about yourself, but don't make my goddaughter suffer, or else, I will be mad at you. Also, tomorrow, I will be going to meet the wealthy husband that you are talking about. I really want to succeed. You must really be fine, not just saying that you're fine." On the other side of the phone, Lin Li muttered. Anran walked to the end of the hall and looked out of the window at the blue sky, and she said, after sighing, "Lin Li, in the past, I couldn't let go because I was stupid. However, I've been stupid for 6 years. That's enough. I won't let myself continue being stupid. If it isn't for myself, I still have to be smarter for my parents." On the other side of the phone, Lin Li was silent for a while. After a long time, she finally opened her mouth and she said, in an exasperated tone, "You should have learned to be smarter earlier." Chapter 6, Mofir. Anran knew that, since Mofir was back, they would meet sooner or later. However, she didn't think that they would meet so quickly and so suddenly. Although, in the afternoon, when she was on the phone with Lin Li, she had promised her that she was fine and that she could let go, and that if they met again, she could calmly face that man. However, in the end, her mind was still disordered when she saw the man standing in front of her. Her mind was so disordered that she didn't know what to do. Anran looked at Mofir, who was standing in front of her. There weren't too many changes on his face. It was still just as handsome. However, his aura changed a lot. In the past, it was that of a youthful and sunny boy. Now, it was much more mature, much more earnest, and his eyes were much deeper in a way that she did not understand. Anran knew, in her heart, that she should have pretended that she didn't know him, and then walked past him with an indifferent expression without looking at him at all. However, it was like her limbs couldn't be controlled by her brain. Her legs seemed to have been rooted to the ground. She wanted to move, but she couldn't move, and she stared at him as if she was taking in all of his changes over the past 6 years. Mofir looked at her, his lips tightly pursed, his hands tightly fisted, as if he was trying to control something. She had changed. He couldn't say where she changed, but she was different. She was no longer the Anran who would smile happily and lean into his arms. Jiang City was not big. If he had tried to find her 6 years ago, it would be extremely difficult. However, now, it was incredibly simple and would only require a single word. Within half a day, he would receive an answer. Mofir walked forward one step at a time, and then stopped in front of her. Anran? He had called this name in his heart for 6 years but did not have the opportunity to say it out loud. Anran came back to her senses, somewhat embarrassed. At the end of the day, she could not calmly face him. She turned around, preparing to leave. Anran. When he saw that she was leaving, Mofir quickly walked forward and grabbed her hand. "Have you been well?" Anran painfully shut her eyes, a smile slowly appearing at the corner of her mouth. She turned around and asked, with a cold smile, "Is it any of your business if I've been living well or not?" Mofir tightly pursed his mouth and looked at her. After a while, he said, "I'm sorry." He was 6 years late in this apology, and he had owed her this apology for 6 years. Anran's heart hurt. It was just like back then. When she saw his determined back, her heart had hurt so much, it felt as if it was ripped apart. She raised her head, forcing back her tears from falling. She was not strong, but she would not allow herself to show weakness in front of him, because he was no longer the man she could rely on. His hand was currently holding that of another woman, the woman who could give him everything he wanted. When she opened her eyes again, Anran's gaze had become cold. She nodded and said, "I accept your apology." Then, She looked at her captured hand and coldly said, "Can Mr. Mo let go now? I don't want other people to misunderstand." Mo Fear angrily released his hand and he looked at her, asking, "Over these years, have you been well?" Anran turned around, her eyes feeling hot. Her line of sight became blurry. At this time, for some reason, she wanted to cry. All of the suffering in her heart over these couple of years were exchanged for one sentence. "Over these years, have you been well?" It was funny, extremely funny. She firmly held back her tears, turned around, and said to him, "Very good." Her pride and ego did not allow her to be weak. Mo Fear nodded. He no longer said anything and simply looked at her. He couldn't let her go. Even though he had a wife, at the end of the day, he could not let Jiyu Anran go. This woman, whom he had thought about and longed for 6 years. This woman, whom he had once promised to give everything beautiful. Therefore, he returned this time. Although he knew that it was impossible, he still wanted to see her and see if she had been living well. The two looked at each other for a long time. Anran was the first to turn around. She had a smile on her face, however, the second her back was to him, her tears flowed down from her eyes and onto her face. Mo Fear looked at her back and watched her disappear around the corner. He could only stand at his original spot and watch her. He wanted to go and hug her, but he knew that he had already lost the right to hug her. Anran didn't know how she returned home. Her entire body felt faint and in a daze. She only remembered that, when she arrived home, Lin Xiaofen was making dinner and had said something to her. She did not respond and directly went into her room, locking herself inside. Afterward, Jiyu Hengwen returned home, and he knocked on her door, calling her name. She had only faintly responded, saying that she was fine, but she did not open the door. On the second day, she was back to normal, as if nothing had happened. However, Lin Xiaofen did not miss her red and swollen eyes, that could not be concealed with eye cream and concealer. She did not ask any further questions. She had called Lin Li yesterday. After had Lin Li finished listening to her, she was silent for a long time and then said one sentence, that Mo Fear had returned. Before walking out the door, Anran reminded her mother that the reservation was at 6 p.m. and that she would directly head over after work. Lin Xiaofen was still a bit worried about her emotions and said, "Ranran, why don't we eat at home? What do you want to eat? I will make it for you." Anran smiled, hugging her mother and said, "You are the birthday girl today. If someone must do it, then it should either be Dad or me. How can you personally do it? However, neither Dad nor I can do it, so we can only go outside. I don't wish for anything else. It's fine as long as the family is happy together outside." Lin Xiaofen looked at her, and she reached out her hand to brush away her hair, which had fallen onto her forehead. "Mom, it's just once a year." Anran kissed her mother and wished her a happy birthday near her ear and then picked up her bag, turned around, and walked out the door. Lin Xiaofen looked at the back that had disappeared at the door, and she inwardly sighed. Anran was a bit busy today. She went to 2 sites in the morning, and she needed to make time to get a present for her mother. The most important thing was that Lin Li had arranged for her to have a blind date with the so-called top-notch this afternoon. It wasn't strange to have a blind date during lunchtime, however, it was certainly strange for it to be during lunchtime on a workday. In the first place, Lin Li had arranged for Anran to meet him on Wednesday night. However, on that day, Anran needed to work overtime in order to finish a design and could not make time. Then, they wanted to change it to Thursday. However, Lin Li's so-called top-notch, handsome man had a prior arrangement on Thursday, so they could only drop the subject. Then, they tried Friday evening, since there was no other way. However, this was China, and in China, there was an old saying, "The road to happiness is strewn with drawbacks." This really answered the old saying. This Friday was Lin Xiaofen's birthday. A week prior, Anran had made a reservation at a restaurant and had prepared for the family to go out to eat together as a way to celebrate it. Through this repeated cycle of always changing the time of their meeting, the two that were participating in the blind date did not say anything, but Lin Li became very annoyed, and she directly made it in the afternoon in order to avoid either of them from rescheduling it again because they had something else to do. Originally, Lin Li and Chengsheng were also going to come. However, Lin Li's stomach started hurting, so the two rushed to the hospital. Since she was pregnant, no one dared to be careless. Ayn Rand specifically left half an hour early thinking that she was going to arrive early. However, when she arrived, the man was already there. From afar, Ayn Rand could only see his back. The man was currently talking on the phone. Ayn Rand tidied her clothes and took a deep breath. She had thought about it. Feelings were too hurtful. In reality, at their age, if they were here for a blind date, then they were probably not seeking love and simply looking for someone to accompany them for the rest of their life. Their goals were all very clear. Having thought clearly about it, Ayn Rand walked to the place that they had arranged to meet and then directly sat in front of the man, raising her head. Just as she was about to speak, she couldn't refrain from being shocked. She recognized this man. Wasn't this the man who had saved her in the alley last time? Chapter 7. Do you want to marry me? While Suyu Cheng was waiting for Secretary Zheng, his mother called and told him to come home for dinner. He knew that it was definitely not something as simple as dinner. She was probably going to mention the same things and say the same words. She probably wanted to force him to go on a blind date. Just as he was thinking of a way to fool her, someone sat down in front of him. He thought that Secretary Zheng had returned, so he didn't expect to see a woman when he lifted his head. He felt that this woman looked familiar. After some contemplation, he remembered that he had definitely seen this woman before, more than once. Cheng, did you hear me? On the other side of the phone, Mrs. Su did not hear her son's response for a long time and asked, somewhat unsatisfied. Suyu Cheng returned to his senses and he said into the phone, Mom, I still have some things to take care of. I'll call you back later. Stop trying to find excuses to dodge me. Are you coming back tonight? Because her son had done this too many times in the past, naturally, Mrs. Jiyu did not believe him. Although your father and grandfather don't say anything, they still miss you. Look at yourself. When you moved out, I didn't have any object irons. You should at least return once a month. You say that you are busy every day. How busy can a special assistant be? Old John seems to be very free. He is always coming back to chat with and play chess with your father and grandfather. Does he, as the municipal committee secretary, have less work than you? I think that you are just finding excuses not to come home. Suyu Cheng was really defeated by his mother. He apologetically smiled at Ayn Rand, and then he compromised into the phone. All right, I got it. I'll return at night. Is that okay? That's better. Mrs. Su was finally satisfied, and then she exhorted a couple of times before ending the call. Suyu Cheng ended the call. Just as he was about to ask Ayn Rand what she needed from him, Ayn Rand unexpectedly spoke first. I'm Jiyu Ayn Rand. Are you Mr. Mu? I'm the one Lin Li know, I should say. Your colleague, Cheng Sheng, introduced you to. Hello. As she spoke, Ayn Rand reached out her hand toward him. Lin Li had mentioned to her before that he was quite handsome and forgot to mention anything else to her. Therefore, she only knew that his name was Mu Feng and that he was Cheng Sheng's colleague and worked at a security company. She didn't know anything else about him. Suyu Cheng reached out his hand in shock and shook her hand. However, he was very confused by her words. What Jiyu Ayn Rand? What Mr. Mu? What Lin Li? What Cheng Sheng? What is this? What on earth is going on? Miss Jiyu, actually, just as he was about to open his mouth, the phone on the table once again rang. Suyu Cheng smiled at Ayn Rand apologetically, and he picked up the phone and answered it. It was from Secretary Zheng, calling to say that he was caught in the afternoon rush, and that he was caught in traffic in Siwai, and that it will probably take him around half an hour to get there. He was afraid that he would be waiting, so he called to inform him of it first. When he placed down the phone, just as he was about to speak, the phone rang again. It was from the municipal committee, calling to inform him that the meeting for the city construction development had been delayed to Monday morning. When he placed down his phone, before he opened his mouth, Ayn Rand, who was in front of him, laughed and said, "You look like you're very busy." From the time she arrived until then, his phone had not stopped ringing. Suyu Cheng smiled. He didn't want to speak too much in response to that question. I'll tell you my basic circumstances first. Ayn Rand straightened herself and said to him, I'm currently 28 years old and have a pretty good job. I am economically independent, and my parents are still alive. My father is a high school teacher, and my mother works as an accountant in a nationalized industry. I'm a single child. I am healthy and do not have any inherited illnesses. Suya Cheng now seemed to somewhat understand her words. With such an opening, she was probably here on a blind date. He leaned back in the chair, his mouth slowly turning into a faintly discernible smile. He had seen this woman 3 times. This was probably the 4th time, but it was the 3rd time he had seen her on a blind date. And the only time he had not seen her on a blind date was when she and that blind date partner were getting closer to each other. However, the result wasn't so great. But what was sorrowful this time was that she seemed to have recognized the wrong partner. He picked up the coffee mug from the table and sipped on it, continuing to listen to her talk. When she saw that he wasn't saying anything, Anran continued, "Technically speaking, at this age, for mature men and women like us, our reason for going to blind dates is very clear. We just want someone to accompany us for the rest of our lives. As for love, we have already passed the age that we can be crazy over someone. Therefore, if suitable, do you want to marry me?" She was a bit tired. She no longer wanted to wait and see if they were a match. If their conclusion at the end was marriage, then they might as well just get married. She didn't want the process any longer. Suya Cheng choked at her words and looked at her with a red face, his eyes in disbelief. Anran handed him a napkin and asked, Are you okay?" Suya Cheng took it, shook his head, and looked at her. "What did you just say?" Because he choked, his voice was somewhat weird. Anran looked at him and said, "Because I am economically independent, I don't need to rely on you to support me. I can take care of some of the chores at home, such as washing clothes and cooking. I don't need a grand ceremony. You don't even need to hold a wedding banquet. If we can register for marriage tomorrow." Suya Cheng looked at her. At first, his forehead was tightly furrowed, and then he slowly released it. He shook his head, laughing lightly, and said, "I'm not free tomorrow." Anran was shocked, but she quickly nodded in understanding. "I understand." As she spoke, she got up to leave. It made sense just thinking about it. This is the first time they had met, and she already asked the person to marry her. Who would have agreed? Miss Gu. When he saw that she was leaving, Suya Cheng also stood up and halted her, saying, "This is the first time we've met, and we don't understand each other at all. Isn't a marriage like this too careless?" Anran turned around to look at him and said, "What counts as understanding? Some people intentionally keep others in the dark. Even if it is for a couple of years or even your entire life, you might not know a person's nature or understand his temperament. Therefore, understanding someone is not a matter of time. Also, for some things, the clearer it is, the uglier it becomes. Sometimes, when you look at things when they are blurry, then they are simply hazily beautiful." The two stood there, looking at each other for a while. Suya Cheng looked at her as if considering something. Since he was not saying anything, Anran turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a somewhat magnetic voice drifted from behind her. "I'm free this afternoon." The foot that she had stepped out with suddenly froze. Anran turned around in shock and looked at his smiling, yet unsmiling eyes, and then saw him open his mouth and say, "Can you eat with me now?" After being shocked for a while, Anran finally reacted. She turned around and returned to her seat. Chapter 8, Marriage Registration. This meal was strange for Anran. Suya Cheng seemed to be really busy. Over the course of the meal, he only took a couple of bites. For the rest of the time, he was on the phone. However, his phone calls did not seem to be related to stocks, bonds, and finance. For the most part, they were things that she didn't understand. However, there was one call that she did understand. He had called his secretary and told him not to come to pick him up, but to go and get his household register from his house and then wait for him at the Bureau of Civil Affairs. After dinner, the two first went to Anran's house. Anran told him to wait downstairs for a while she ran upstairs to get her household register. While Anran was running downstairs with her household register, she paused for a while. She was going to get married just like this. Even she thought that it was somewhat unbelievable. She had thought a lot last night, from the time when she was with Mofir, as well as her last 6 years. In the past, she could not let go because she missed that love she had then, and she could not forget the man. She even subconsciously wished for him to return to find her. However, when she had seen Mofir yesterday, everything had become clear to her. He was still the Mofir that he was 6 years ago. She still could not give him the things he wanted. Therefore, the results 6 years after would be the same as the results 6 years prior. At the end of the day, they could not be together. She was now already 28 years old. To her, marriage was imminent. It wasn't only her parents who were worried about it, but even Lin Li was concerned about her. Over this period of time, she had seen all kinds of marriage partners, from tall, short, fat, thin, everything. Even if she continued looking, it would be the same, and it couldn't be ensured that she wouldn't meet a second Lin Anji. She didn't know exactly what kind of person that man named Mufeng was, however, from her intuition, she didn't think that he was a bad person. Also, from the things that she had seen in the past, she had good feelings toward him. By the time they arrived at the Bureau of Civil Affairs, Secretary Zheng had already arrived. Su Cheng told her to wait here for a while, and he went and said something to Secretary Zheng. Anran saw him look over at her with wide, disbelieving eyes. In the Bureau of Civil Affairs, the two of them each filled out a form. Anran could tell that he was a gentleman and knew how to take care of women. He took care of all the photocopying and tedious matters. She followed beside him and didn't need to do a lot of things. By the time the two got their marriage certificates, half an hour had already passed. Outside the door, Anran held her marriage certificate in a daze. Getting married was so easy. She opened the marriage certificate and looked at the picture on it. It was still a little warm. In the photo, the two people were not smiling sweetly, and they even had some distance between them. Anran lightly smiled. However, she suddenly saw the name on it, and her eyes widened into the size of almonds. That name Su Cheng was clearly written. Anran turned around to look at him, pointing to the name on the marriage registration and asking, "Why is your name Su Cheng?" Su Cheng laughed. He was laughing at this girl's slow reaction, and he somewhat scoundrelly said, "In the past, that was what my parents named me, so that's my name." Isn't your name Mufeng? Lin Li clearly told me that your name was Mufeng, Anran said. She wouldn't have remembered wrong. While she was on the way here, Lin Li had called to remind her. She clearly said that his name was Mufeng, so why was it that both his name and surname had changed? Just as Anran was in disarray, Lin Li suddenly called. She picked up the phone, and, before Anran said anything, Lin Li said, "Jiu Anran, where did you go? When I called you just a bit ago, didn't you say that you were on your way? Did you go to the Pacific Ocean or something? You still haven't gotten there even after so long. Mufeng waited for you for 2 hours." Anran was somewhat in disarray. She held the phone and stared blankly at Su Cheng, who was standing in front of her, his expression smiling, yet unsmiling, not saying anything. Then, she heard Chengsheng's voice on the other side of the phone. "Wife, don't get excited, you're pregnant. The doctor just said that your emotions can't be too big. I'll talk to Anran." "Anran, where are you? Did something happen?" "Mufeng said that you never arrived," Chengsheng asked through the phone. I went, and met someone." Anran looked at Su Cheng and said, dumbfounded. What on earth was going on right now? "Oh, so you met him. Just now," Mufeng called to say that the two of you didn't meet. "He waited there the entire time but you never arrived. Did you go to the wrong place?" Chengsheng guessed. I went to the Left Bank Coffee on Guilin Road," Anran truthfully said. Heavens! Upon hearing this, Chengsheng couldn't help but shout and then said, "Why is it Guilin Road? It should be the Left Bank Coffee on Gitshao Road." "Jiu Anran, why are you so stupid? I clearly said the Left Bank Coffee on Gitshao Road. Why did you go to Guilin Road?" On the other side, the phone seemed to have been snatched back by Lin Li, who exploded in anger. "Head over there quickly now. Go to the Left Bank Coffee on Gitshao Road. If you don't know the way, call a cab over. Mu Feng is still there. He's still waiting for you there." Lin Li Tanran softly said, "It's too late." "What the F***ck do you mean it's too late? If you head over now, you can still make it. I'm telling you, Mu Feng is really good. If you miss him, you will regret it." Lin Li was very angry. She was really about to explode from anger because of Jiu Anran. Anran looked at the man standing in front of her, and then looked at the red book in her hand and said, "Lin Li, I certified with someone." "What certify?" "I'll certify your ass." Lin Li was so angry that she was a bit muddled. Anran took a long breath, shut her eyes, and said, "I'll call you later." After she finished speaking, she turned off her phone. She understood Lin Li's personality too well. If she didn't turn off the phone after hanging up, she would definitely call her back. However, she clearly couldn't explain anything to her right now. Even she herself was very confused. Looking at Siya Cheng, who was in front of her, Anran clucked her tongue and asked, "You're not Mufeng. Why did you deceive me?" She was angry about being deceived. "I didn't mean to deceive you." Siya Cheng softly smiled. He realized that he actually liked the way she looked when she was angry. Her wide eyes were very cute. Anran stared at him, not understanding why, now that he was at the end of the rope, he was still lying with a straight face. He did not lie to her. Did he have another name or a nickname that was Mufeng? Siya Cheng shrugged and said, "First of all, I never said that I had the surname Mu. I've tried to explain a couple of times, but you never gave me the opportunity to speak. Secondly, it was you who directly came over and sat at my table without my permission. Thirdly, as for marriage, you were also the one who brought it up. I didn't force or threaten you to do anything." Anran was speechless and unable to retort quickly. It was exactly as he said. That was exactly what she did. Thinking about it now, it was definitely her who had gone to the wrong place, and then, at the first impression, thought that he was the person that Lin Li was introducing her to. However, he accepted the error and adapted to it. He clearly encouraged her to keep being wrong. Looking at the marriage certification she was tightly holding in her hand, Anran suddenly thought of a question. This man clearly knew that she recognized the wrong person, so why did he marry her? She lifted her head, looked at him, and asked, "Why did you agree to register for marriage to me?" Siya Cheng smiled. He didn't answer and asked her, "Then, did you wish for me to reject you back then?" "A normal person wouldn't agree," Anran muttered. Siya Cheng laughed. He flipped through the marriage registration in his hand and said, "I also need a wife. I think that you are suitable." Chapter 9, A Married Woman. Anran felt like she was a huge tragedy. She had made a mistake on a blind date. If anyone heard of this, they would laugh to death. She sure did well. She directly married the person. In front of the Bureau of Affairs, Anran lowered her head and looked at the red book in her hands. After a while, she looked at Siya Cheng and said, "Let's go in and get a divorce now." In the past, when she watched television and read the newspaper, she had found it inconceivable and incomprehensible when she heard about flash weddings and flash divorces. However, she didn't think that one day, she would experience the same thing. After receiving the marriage certificate, she would go in and change it again before even returning home. Siya Cheng looked at her and asked, "Do you need to marry Mufeng?" Anran was shocked, and she subconsciously shook her head. Why would she need to marry Mufeng? Then, have you met him, or do you know him? Siya Cheng asked again. Anran furrowed her forehead and once again shook her head. How could she have met Mufeng? If she had met him, then she would not have thought that he was Mufeng and caused such a big joke. Which means that, even if it isn't Mufeng who is having a blind date with you today, if you feel that it is suitable, you will also bring up getting married. It is not that you must marry that man named Mufeng, right? Siya Cheng smiled and once again asked. Anran paused and then nodded. Isn't that fine, then? You went out on a blind date with me today and then felt that I was suitable. So why can't we get married? Siya Cheng refuted. Anran was a little bit drawn in by his reasoning. She stared at him for a long time and then nodded. There definitely wasn't a difference, nor a reason they could not get married. Siya Cheng thought that her dumbfounded reaction was hilarious. He turned around and saw Secretary Zheng walk out of the car and lift his watch, indicating to him that his time was up. He looked at his watch. It really was about time. He still had a meeting to attend that evening, and therefore, he needed to return to the municipal committee. He turned around and said to Anran, "Give me your phone." Oh, Anran paused. Although she did not know what he needed her phone for, she still took it out of her bag and gave it to him. Siya Cheng took it, turned it on, and quickly pressed a couple of numbers. Elegant and mellow piano music sounded from the phone in his hand. Then, he returned the phone to Anran and said, "I've already entered my phone number. I still have matters to attend to right now and need to return to the company. When do you get off work?" 5:30, Anran instinctually responded. "Okay, I'll go pick you up tonight. Wait for my phone call." Siya Cheng nodded. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards Secretary Zheng. Anran did not come back to her senses until the car that Su Yicheng was in was only a speck in the distance. She lowered her head and looked at the marriage certificate that she was gripping. Then, she flipped through her phone and looked at his phone number and name. Then, she finally became conscious that she was married. Unfortunately, she only knew that her husband was named Su Yicheng. She did not know his occupation or his age. Before she was able to think too much about it, Lin Li's life-seeking phone call came again. Anran looked at that phone that was hooting to death and took a deep breath. There was no way she could avoid it. As expected, the second she picked up the phone, Lin Li, who was on the other side of the phone, screamed in anger. "Jiu Anran, you're going to die. You not only hung up on me, but you also turned off your phone. Why didn't you shut it off for eternity? Don't turn it back on again now. What kind of hero are you for shutting it off for 5 or 10 minutes? I didn't want to be a hero." Anran helplessly tried her best to hold the phone away from her ear. Lin Li naturally had a loud voice. Even from afar, she could still clearly hear her roar. "Don't even think about becoming a hero. You are fated to be a coward for the rest of your life." Lin Li snorted. Her voice was not only loud, but her hearing was also so good that it was scary. Even though Anran spoke quietly, and at a distance from the phone, Lin Li still heard her. Anran blushed with shame. However, because she knew that Lin Li was currently furious, she could only try her best to smile and follow along with her words. "Yes, yes, whatever you say is right." "Ha!" Lin Li coldly snorted. However, since Anran admitted defeat, her anger obviously lessened a lot. Remembering the thing she had said before ending the call, she asked, "You just said certify. Certify what? Library certificate or graduation certificate?" Anran looked at the dazzling red marriage certificate in her hand, swallowed, and said, "Not a library certificate or a graduation certificate, Lin Li. I'm married. I just registered for marriage." Suddenly, there was no other sound on the other side of the phone. The silence made Anran's heart tickle. She could practically see Lin Li blowing her head off. "Jiu Anran, where are you right now?" A roar suddenly came from the phone, so loud that it almost broke Anran's eardrum. Then, she heard Chengsheng's voice. He seemed to be consoling Lin Li, telling her to worry about the child in her stomach. Then, the phone call ended, and she could only hear the sound of it beeping. She was not worried about Lin Li because she knows that Chengsheng would take good care of her. Anran sighed and placed her phone in her bag. Then, she once again looked at the marriage certificate in her hand. She stared at it in a daze for a long while before placing it in her bag. When she returned to the company, it was almost 3 o'clock. Soon after she entered the company and sat down, the director called her, telling her to go into his office. When she exited the director's office, she was carrying a heaping load of documents and resources. He said that, recently, the city plans were to construct a large, comprehensive building. This time, they were publicly accepting bids, and, of course, the company wants to get the case. For the entire afternoon, Anran researched and looked over the buildings and design styles that the government always had. However, her heart was in chaos, and she was not able to take in the contents. She closed her eyes and leaned back onto the leather seat, her 2 hands lightly massaging her temple. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. She did not open her eyes as she reached for the phone, pressed accept, and said in a somewhat exhausted tone, "Hello. Are you off work?" On the other side of the phone was a foreign, yet familiar voice. Anran suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the phone, Su Yicheng. She was shocked for a while before she reacted, somewhat embarrassed, and asked in an unnatural tone, "Do you need something? Come home with me tonight. I want you to meet my parents," Su Yicheng said, on the other side of the phone. "Oh, today's my mom's birthday. Our family reserved a spot to eat at a restaurant," Anran responded. In reality, when she heard that she was going to go home with him to meet his parents, she was more or less unadjusted to her current identity. Most importantly, the change was too quick. Just this morning, she was a single, older, leftover woman. In the blink of an eye, she had already entered the ranks of married women. "So it's like that," Su Yicheng said, dragging out the last syllable. Anran nodded, and then she suddenly remembered that she was on the phone and quickly answered, "Yes." Suddenly, as if having thought of something, she said, are you free tomorrow? I think that we should talk. I'm going on a business trip. Let's talk tonight. I have something to do right now, so let's leave it at this for now. When you get off work, wait for me at the front. I'll go pick you up. After he finished speaking, he ended the call before Anran was able to respond. Anran stood there, dumbfounded. She couldn't help but skeptically think, pick me up? Does he know where my company is? Chapter 10, A Sudden Kiss. She didn't know if Suya Cheng knew where to pick her up. However, when Anran got off work, she still ran to the front of the company to look. Of course, she did not see a foreign car and did not see him. She turned around and was prepared to go to the company's parking lot to get her car and leave. However, after 2 steps, she sighed, took out her phone, and called him. The phone call was quickly connected. Before Anran said anything, his voice already drifted through the phone, saying, "Stand in front of the door. I'm almost there. Do you know where I work?" Anran couldn't help but doubtfully ask. On the other side of the phone, Suya Cheng did not speak. He only laughed, and then, after 10 seconds of silence, said, "I'm here." "Anran, did you come out? I don't see you." "Oh." Anran was shocked, and then she ran to the front door of the company. She saw him walking out of the car, holding his phone and smiling at her. Anran ended the call and then walked over to him, distracted. After staring at him for a long time, she asked, "How do you know where I work?" Suya Cheng smiled, reached out to brush away the hair on her forehead, and said, "You're my wife. Of course I know where you work. But I didn't tell you. That was the most important thing." She didn't say anything. She hadn't even told him what industry she worked in. How exactly did he find out? "I have my own ways." Suya Cheng faintly smiled. In reality, in his position, it was not difficult for him to investigate a person. He told Secretary Zheng her name and told him to get her data and file from the city's Human Resources Department. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for him to find out where she worked. Suya Cheng reached out and took her bag and said to Anran, "Let's go." "Where did you make the reservation for tonight?" "I'll go over there directly and look at the dishes." His movements were very natural, and his tone was proper. Anran was not able to respond quickly. After being shocked for a while, she reacted and quickly took her bag back from him, her face slightly flushed red, and said, "Oh, I have a car." Suya Cheng took in her shyness and unease. The smile on his face became even stronger, and he said, "It's fine. You don't work tomorrow, or Saturday. If you have things to do, you can drive my car, and then I can send you to work on Monday." "Oh," Anran was shocked by his words and unable to react. "Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, Monday. Does he mean that they will have to live together every day from now on? Wouldn't it be too quick?" She had not yet gone to find him to discuss how they will be living in the future. After all, their marriage was rather unique. I think that we should talk first." Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng smiled, looked at her, and asked, "Talk about what?" "Talk about how we are going to get along in the future," Anran said. Suya Cheng smiled, looked at his watch, and asked, "Where do you have a reservation tonight, and at what time?" "Yuran Cuisine. 6:30. "Why?" Anran subconsciously said. Suya Cheng pointed to his watch and said, "It is currently 5:45. It is about a 20-minute drive to get from here to Yuran Cuisine. Also, it is currently rush hour, so I cannot promise that we won't get stuck in traffic. Therefore, do you think that we have the time to be discussing how we are going to be getting along?" "Oh," Anran was shocked. She looked at her watch. As he said, she definitely did not have much time. Just as she lifted her head, wanting to ask him when he had time for them to properly sit down and talk over things, he opened the door and looked at her, smiling. "Get in the car." His smile was so amiable that it was confusing. It made people very comfortable, as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. When he saw that she was still not moving, Suya Cheng slightly furrowed his eyebrows and asked, "What is it? You are also coming?" Anran asked. She didn't know how shocked her parents would be at her flash marriage. She had wanted to test her parents' tone of speech, and then arrange for them to meet at another time. "Is there a problem?" Suya Cheng furrowed his eyebrows and asked. Anran opened her mouth. She didn't want him to come. After all, it was a family gathering, and it wasn't suitable for an outsider like him to appear. However, just as she was about to speak, Anran froze and remembered the marriage certificate in her bag. The word outsider was not appropriate when paired with that piece of paper. Also, in a situation like this, with his current status, he should definitely be present. Huh? Suya Cheng probed as he looked at her. Ayn Rand suddenly remembered that afternoon, when she was on a blind date with him, she had heard him say that he was going home at night, and she quickly said, "Why, you were on the phone this afternoon. Didn't you say that you were returning home tonight? Therefore, you shouldn't have time tonight, right?" When he heard this, Suya Cheng smiled and said, "I can distinguish between what is important and what is not. I can go home any day. Today is my mother-in-law's birthday, so of course, I must attend it. Okay, get in the car. If we keep delaying, then we will really be late." As he spoke, he half pushed and ran into the car and closed the door. Then, he walked around the car and got in on the side. He looked over at Ayn Rand. She seemed to not be in her right senses and was looking at him, dumbfounded. She was so out of it that she didn't even put on her seatbelt. Suya Cheng shook his head, unable to refrain from breaking out in laughter, and he raised up and moved over to put on her seatbelt for her. At the same time he reached over, Ayn Rand came back to her senses. She was not used to such intimacy and wanted to push him away, embarrassed. She quickly said, I can do it myself. It'll be fine if I do it myself. Don't move, Suya Cheng said beside Ayn Rand's ear, in a low voice. The two of them were very close, and Suya Cheng could smell her natural scent emitting from her body. She didn't have any perfume on. He could see the blush on her small face. He knew that it was because she was shy. However, he found her shyness very cute and alluring. Ayn Rand really didn't dare to move. She sat upright and still, holding her breath as she looked at him, hoping for him to quickly fasten the seatbelt and turn around. The way she looked, reserved and not budging, made Suya Cheng laugh. However, her actions made her even more alluring to him. His self-restraint, which he thought was good, suddenly collapsed. He leaned his body forward, and his lips landed on hers. Her lips were very soft and had a sweet taste to them. He didn't know if she had eaten candy right before, but he liked this kind of taste. The kiss did not last long. When Suya Cheng released her, Ayn Rand was a little stupefied because of the kiss. Her eyes were wide, and she had a dumbfounded expression. Suya Cheng couldn't refrain from laughing when he saw her dumbfounded look. He softly shook his head, turned around, and started the car. Chapter 11, Yuan Cuisine. Luckily, there wasn't much traffic, and when they arrived at Yuan Cuisine, it was only around 6:10. Suya Cheng parked the car. The second the car was parked, Ayn Rand, who was riding shotgun, quickly released her seatbelt. She got out of the car, her movements flowing smoothly and efficiently. Suya Cheng was shocked, and he looked at her standing next to the car with a reserved stance as she looked everywhere. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He knew that she was still shy over the kiss. Her face was red the entire way here. Ayn Rand was really shocked by the kiss. She was already shocked and had not expected him to help her put on her seatbelt so intimately. It had already made her very uncomfortable. She did not expect him to kiss her at all, especially not the kind of kiss that only happened between couples. At that time, she was so shocked that she could not react. By the time she reacted, they were already on their way to the restaurant. She had angrily turned around and asked him why he kissed her. However, he turned around to look at her and innocently said, "Isn't it right and proper for the husband to kiss his wife?" This sentence made her speechless. That's right. They were a married couple. Even if they were even more intimate, it would all be normal. When Suya Cheng got out of the car, the two walked into Yuan Cuisine. Ayn Rand looked left and right, but her gaze never landed on him. Suya Cheng was happy. He smiled and did not say anything. Ayn Rand had reserved the Accord on the second floor. She had previously been here to check out the room. The private room was laid out very well and had a windowsill. Under the windowsill was the Yuan Cuisine's small-sized garden. From this position, they would have the view of the luxuriant flowers. If they opened the window, they would be able to smell the fragrance of the flowers. Ayn Rand and Suya Cheng were led upstairs by the server. When they turned the corner and walked upstairs, before they entered their private room, they saw a bunch of people surrounding the doorway and discussing something. This room is good. Although it is somewhat small, the surroundings are good. I'm picking this one. We don't want the room from before. Let's change it to this one, Ayn Rand heard a voice say from inside the room. Before Ayn Rand went in, Another voice also said, flatteringly, since Bureau Chief Tong likes this room, I'll change it for you immediately. Go and inform the kitchen and change Bureau Chief Tong's food to this room. Yes, manager, the server inside said. Anran furrowed her eyebrows. Just as she was about to walk in, a waitress came out. Wait a minute. Anran stopped her and then turned around and went into the private room. She saw a man around the age of 60 standing at the windowsill with his back to her. On the side stood Yuan Cuisine's manager, Manager Zhang, with an apologetic smile. There was also a young man and a young woman in the room. On the head seat sat a somewhat stout married woman. When the people present saw Anran come in, they were all shocked and did not understand what she wanted to do. Anran looked at them and turned around and said to Manager Zhang, who was standing, Manager, I have already reserved this private room a week ago. That Manager Zhang was shocked. She looked at Anran and then turned around to look at the server who had arrived behind Anran. He looked at him, questioning whether or not Anran was speaking the truth. That server nodded and, with some difficulty, answered, Yes, Manager. Miss Jiu already reserved this room last week. Her reservation is 6:30 tonight. Manager Zhang nodded in understanding. Then, he turned around, smiled at Anran, and said, My apologies, Miss Jiu. This is our restaurant's carelessness. I thought that this room was not reserved and therefore just gave it to Bureau Chief Tong. How about this? I will immediately arrange another room for you, Miss Jiu. We will also take 20% off your meal tonight. Anran shook her head and said, Today is my mother's birthday. She likes flowers. I reserved this room because you can see the garden from the window. Therefore, I don't want to change rooms. This, Manager Zhang was a bit troubled. Reasonably speaking, Miss Jiu did not have any reason to change rooms. After all, she had reserved it a week ago. However, Bureau Chief Tong was the chief of the City Construction Bureau and had a good relationship with the boss. He couldn't afford to offend him. Miss, how about this? We won't trouble Manager Zhang anymore. If you give us this room, then I will take care of all of your spendings tonight. What do you think? A man who was standing to the side said. Anran turned around and looked at the man. My apologies. This is not a problem that can be solved with money. If this was any other time, I wouldn't have a problem with giving it to you guys. However, today is my mother's birthday. There aren't many things that I can give her as her daughter. Therefore, I want her to be able to happily eat a meal in a comfortable environment on her special day. That is why I cannot give you guys this room. Why is this woman so stubborn? Today, I am treating my sister and the others to this meal. She likes flowers. My mother also likes flowers. Why can't you just give it to us? We already said that we would take care of your bill tonight. What else do you want? A woman who was standing to the side said in a tone that showed that she looked down on her. Before Anran was able to open her mouth, she directly said to Manager Zhang, who was standing there, Manager Zhang, we definitely want this room. It is up to you what happens to her. Also, send up the food I just ordered in around 10 minutes. Why are you so rude and unreasonable? Anran was extremely furious. They were clearly kicking people around because of their position. That woman looked at Anran and then somewhat scoundrelly said, This is the way I am. What are you going to do to me? Anran was very angry. She wanted to talk reason into her. However, Suya Cheng, who was behind her, grabbed her hand. She turned around to look at him and saw a small smile on his face. He shook her head at her and softly said to her, I got this. Xiaoman, the man that was standing at the windowsill turned around and said to his daughter in a strict tone. Father, that woman who had the name Xiaoman went over to grab his hand and coyly said, Father, I won't change rooms. The air in this room smells very good. I like this room. That Bureau Chief Tong helplessly patted her hand and turned around, about to say something to Anran. However, he saw Suya Cheng, who was standing beside her. He was shocked and momentarily unable to react. Chapter 12. This man is our son-in-law. 1. As expected, Suya Cheng also saw him, and there was a faint, gentle smile on his face. He said, Bureau Chief Tong, such a coincidence. Special Assistant Su. Bureau Chief Tong looked at him in shock. Are you also here to eat with your family, Bureau Chief Tong? Suya Cheng said. He looked at the atmosphere in the private room and said, smiling, This room certainly is good. No wonder why you also like it. As he spoke, he turned around and said to Manager Zhang, who was standing to the side, "You should tell your boss to change the layout so that there are more private rooms with such a nice atmosphere. Perhaps, then, her business will be better." "Oh." Manager Zhang was shocked. "Yes, yes, yes. I will definitely bring it up with the boss. There's no need. I'll tell her," Su Cheng said. "Do you know President Su?" Manager Zhang was a bit shocked. "Yes, we're very familiar." Su Cheng smiled and nodded. Yuan cuisine belonged to his younger sister, Su Jiao. That girl always liked to eat and drink, and she paid particular attention to this matter. In the past, when they arranged her to work, she would quit within 3 months, saying that she liked her freedom and hated being restricted. Therefore, she directly asked their father for funds to start a business and opened Yuan cuisine. Unexpectedly, her business worked out pretty well. Tong Wengai smiled and looked at Su Cheng. "Oh, I've really embarrassed myself in front of Special Assistant Su. My daughter has been pampered since childhood and has been spoiled by us. Miss Jiu originally reserved this room, and, therefore, we naturally don't have any reason to occupy it with force." As he spoke, he turned around and said to Manager Zhang, who was on the side, "Manager Zhang, I will just stay in the room we were in. There's no need to change it. Also, count the bill in this room on my bill." "Okay, I'll go arrange it now," Manager Zhang quickly said and gave the order to the others. "There's no need. Since you and your family like this room, then we won't dampen your spirits. We will change rooms," Su Cheng said. He turned around to look at Anran and smiled at her placatingly. "We understand the principle that there is a first and a second to everything. Before, we didn't think that anyone had reserved this room. Xiaomen has been spoiled by us. Don't be offended." Special Assistant Su, Mrs. Tong, who had been sitting in the head seat this entire time, stood up and said, smiling. She was clearly a sophisticated woman. "Yes," Tong Wengai responded. He looked at Anran, who was at the side, and asked, "Special Assistant Su and Miss Jiu are?" Upon hearing this, Su Cheng turned around, reached out to pull Anran's hand into his, and said, "My wife, Jiu Anran. Special Assistant Su is married." Tong Wengai was somewhat surprised. He did not hear that there was a marriage ceremony at the old man Su's house and did not receive a wedding invitation. "Yes, we just got married." Su Cheng smiled, looked at his watch and said, "Stay here, Bureau Chief Tong. We'll change rooms." "No, there's no need. How can I let Special Assistant Su give way to me?" Tong Wengai said. How could he dare allow him to give way to him? Leaving aside the fact that his status was higher than his, even he had to give face to the snobbishness of the Su family. "That's fine." Su Cheng smiled. He turned around and said to Manager Zhang, "Manager Zhang, bring my wife to Whisper of Flowers first." "Oh, Whisper of Flowers is our President Su's. It was the room that she specifically left for family members. It was not given to outsiders." Su Cheng did not let him finish his sentence, interrupting, "I will inform your president." As he spoke, he looked at Anran, smiling. "Head over with Manager Zhang first, and then call your parents to see if they have arrived." But, Anran wanted to say something, but Su Cheng led her out and said next to her ear, "Be obedient. The atmosphere in Whisper of Flowers is good. Mom will like it." Anran looked at him. She nodded and allowed the server to bring them to Whisper of Flowers. Whisper of Flowers was next to Yuan Cuisine's garden on the first floor. The room wasn't very big, but it was decorated very cozily, and they had a large glass window that went from the ceiling to the floor. They didn't need to go out to see the scenery outside. There was a small door next to the window. It was also made from glass. On the other side of the door, there was a path paved with pebbles. There were pieces of wood on it, and it was surrounded by all kinds of flowers. It was very beautiful, and the air was filled with the scent of the flowers, the fragrance of the flowers flowing into their noses. At this moment, the lamp in the small garden was lit, and it made the colors even more gorgeous. The second Anran walked into the room, she fell in love with it. This room was incomparable to the previous room and was better than it many times over. When Anran called her mother, Lin Xiaofen, and the others were already at the front, Anran went to pick them up. When they walked into the room, Lin Xiaofen also directly fell in love with it and said that she could smell the flowers even with her eyes closed. When Su Cheng walked in, Anran was walking in the garden with Lin Xiaofen and Jiu Hengwen. The three people talked and laughed. That picture was beautiful and warm. Su Cheng stood at the door, watching them for a while before calling, Anran. At this time, the three people saw Suya Cheng, who was standing at the door. Anran was shocked. Suddenly, her small face wrinkled. She was annoyed at herself for forgetting about him, even more, vexed at the fact that she would have to introduce her parents to him later. In comparison to Anran, Mr. and Mrs. Jiyu were more curious as to this man's identity, as well as his relationship with Anran. Anran, who is he? Jiyu Hengwen spoke first. He looked at his daughter first and then looked at the man in front of him. He is. Anran was still thinking about how she should introduce him in order to not scare her parents. Anran, let mom and dad come in first. The dishes are about to be served, Suya Cheng said, smiling. The words dad and mom flowed out of him naturally, as if he had called them that thousands of times. It was not awkward or sudden at all. It wasn't awkward or sudden for him. However, the words dad and mom scared Jiyu Hengwen and Lin Xiaofen. They looked at him in shock, unable to say anything. Anran saw that the atmosphere wasn't right, and she rolled her eyes at Suya Cheng, then said to her parents, Dad, Mom, let's go in first. Jiyu Hengwen was an intellect. He looked at his daughter, and went into the room, not saying anything. When she saw her husband walking into the room, Lin Xiaofen quickly followed. Chapter 13. This man is our son-in-law, too. Anran had a bad premonition. She walked beside Suya Cheng and rolled her eyes at him, in a bad mood. Originally, she had wanted to tell them herself in a tactful way. However, she did not expect him to directly acknowledge them as mom and dad. Suya Cheng smiled and placed his arm around her shoulder. He whispered into her ear, Don't worry, it'll be fine. The two sat in front of Lin Xiaofen and Jiyu Hengwen. Anran was somewhat awkward. She smiled dryly and opened her mouth, wanting to explain. However, she was interrupted by Suya Cheng. I'll explain to mom and dad. He stood up, leaned over, and poured tea for the older generation. This is the Longjing before tomb sweeping day. It is very fragrant. Dad, mom, try it. Jiyu Hengwen did not look at the tea. He looked straight ahead and did not say anything. Suya Cheng smiled and said, My name is Suya Cheng. This afternoon, Anran and I applied to get registered for marriage, and we received our marriage certificate. What is going on, Anran? Marriage? Why have I never heard you mention it? Lin Xiaofen asked her daughter, in a somewhat panicking tone. Why didn't this child tell her that she was married? Yesterday, she was clearly, Mom, Anran wanted to explain, but she didn't know how to explain it. Anran, have you guys known each other for a long time? Jiyu Hengwen asked with a strict expression. Anran opened her mouth and said, After a while, we met this afternoon. Anran, you, Lin Xiaofen's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that Anran would marry a man that she had just met. Do you guys think that marriage is child's play? How can you guys be so careless? Jiyu Hengwen was furious, and his tone became a lot heavier. Dad, Mom, we don't think that marriage is child's play. Although we haven't known each other for a long time and do not understand each other's personalities, we are treating this marriage very seriously. We want to work hard and attentively operate it. Perhaps I can't promise that I'll be able to give Anran anything, but I will try my hardest to give Anran happiness. Perhaps we won't have a lot of money in the future, however, I believe that in 30 years, or 40 years, Anran and I will be like Dad and Mom. We will be holding hands, laughing together, and being happy together. As he spoke, Suya Cheng tenderly smiled and reached out to hold Anran's hand. Anran looked at him in shock. His words sounded like the two of them didn't get into a flash marriage, but had rather fallen in love at first sight and had regretted not meeting earlier. Lin Xiaofen and Jiyu Hengwen shared a glance, not saying anything. At this time, a knock sounded outside. Manager Zhang personally opened the door and walked in, asking, Mr. Su, shall we serve the food now? Suya Cheng looked at Lin Xiaofen and Jiyu Hengwen, not saying anything. Mr. Su? Manager Zhang did not receive a response, so he couldn't leave or stay. Suya Cheng heard him but did not answer. He didn't even turn around. He only firmly looked at Lin Xiaofen and Jiyu Hengwen, his hand tightly holding Anran's. After a while, as Manager Zhang was awkwardly standing there, not knowing what to do, Jiyu Hengwen, who was sitting there with a strict face, finally said to Manager Zhang, Bring the food. When he heard this, Manager John quickly nodded, said okay, turned around, and left. The food was served very quickly. Every dish was exquisite and delicious. Perhaps it was because they were moved by Su Yicheng's words, but Lin Xiaofen and Jiyu Hengwen's attitudes towards Su Yicheng clearly changed. Although it wasn't too friendly, it was a lot warmer than before. Afterward, they asked him some questions to get to know him, and Su Yicheng also asked questions and responded. He remembered to pour tea and place food on their plates. Jiyu Hengwen had a small smile, and Lin Meifen's change was even more obvious as she quickly got used to Su Yicheng calling her mom. Her smile was bright, and she kept nodding and agreeing. When she found out that he had specifically informed the kitchen to make these dishes, she supported him even more and found him to be even more likable. While they were talking, Su Yicheng's phone rang. It was a phone call from home. Su Yicheng apologetically smiled at the Jiyu parents and walked out. When Su Yicheng went out, Lin Xiaofen stopped smiling. She looked at Anran and said, "How did you guys meet? How dare you marry someone in one day? Although I wanted you to get married, I didn't tell you to be so careless." Anran told them, in detail, how Su Cheng had saved her last time when she was almost brutally harassed by Lin Anji, as well as how she had made a mistake in the blind date today. Then, she once again moved them by repeating the words that Su Yicheng had just said. When he heard this, Father Jiyu Hengwen, opened his mouth. He didn't say much and just asked Anran one sentence. "You don't regret it?" Anran was shocked, and then she firmly nodded and said, "I don't regret it." Jiyu Hengwen nodded and said, "Your life is your own. This is also your choice. You can choose to walk it however you want. Even if you fall, it will be an experience in your growth." Su Yicheng was on the phone for a while. After 10 minutes, he returned, and they continued to eat for a while. After having dessert, the party got up and prepared to leave. Anran said that she was going to get the bill. However, she was stopped by Su Yicheng, who said that he had already paid. The Jiyu family couple took note of all of this and smiled. When the party of people walked out of the front door of Yuan Cuisine, Tong Wengai and his family, who were just fighting over the private room with Anran, also came out. Tong Wengai saw Su Yicheng in front of him and said something to his wife in a low voice. Then, he quickly walked over, calling, "Special Assistant Su." When he heard this, Su Yicheng stopped walking and turned around to look at him. He respectfully yet distantly said, "Bureau Chief Tong, you also finished having dinner, Special Assistant Su." These two are probably. Tong Wengai saw Jiyu Hengwen and Lin Xiaofen, who were standing on the side. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, his expression changed drastically when he saw Lin Xiaofen. He couldn't help retreating several steps back as he pointed at her and said, trembling, "Xiaofen." Lin Xiaofen also recognized him. After her shock, she quickly turned her head and did not look at him. Jiyu Hengwen, who was beside her, seemed to have seen something. He looked at Tong Wengai and turned around, saying to Su Yicheng, "Yicheng, you can leave first if you are busy. Your mother-in-law is feeling unwell. Anran and I will be sending her home first." Anran looked at Tong Wengai. She didn't say nor ask anything and went to support Lin Xiaofen. "My apologies, Bureau Chief Tong. My mother-in-law isn't feeling well. We'll be leaving first," Su Yicheng said to Tong Wengai, and then he turned and quickly opened the car door for Jiyu Hengwen and Lin Xiaofen. Before she got into the car, Anran once again looked at Tong Wengai, who still had on a face of shock and astonishment. Chapter 14. My wife, your daughter-in-law. Anran told Su Yicheng her address. On the entire way home, the atmosphere in the car was strange. Lin Xiaofen leaned on Jiyu Hengwen's shoulder, her eyes shut and her mouth tightly pursed. Carefully looking at her, she seemed to be trembling a little, as if she were suppressing the emotions in her heart. On the other side, Jiyu Hengwen was expressionless, and he tightly held his wife, not saying anything. Halfway through the ride, Anran was unable to restrain herself and asked, Mom, do you know that person?" In reality, Anran already knew the answer without her responding because their actions confirmed it. Lin Xiaofen's originally shut eyes opened. After a while, she closed them again, and she said, without any energy in her tone, "No." When she saw this, Anran no longer asked anything. She turned around and looked out of the window at the streetscape that was rushing past them, her train of thoughts also flying. When they arrived at the Jiyu residence, Jiyu Hengwen supported Lin Xiaofen upstairs. Originally, Siya Cheng was prepared to go into the house as well. However, when he got out of the car, his phone once again rang with a call from home. It was a call from his mother. He had initially said that he was going to return today. However, he did not return even now. His mother was furious. Anran looked at him and said, "You can head home first if there is something you need to do. You don't need to come up." Siya Cheng looked at his phone and nodded. Before he left, he said, "If you need anything, call me." Anran nodded, indicating that she understood. She was a little worried. She had never seen her mother act like this before. Siya Cheng looked at her. He walked up to embrace her and said, "Head on up. I'll call you tomorrow." Anran looked at him in shock. She nodded and turned around to go into the house. When Anran walked up, Lin Xiaofen had already gone to bed. Anran quietly walked in and saw Jiyu Hengwen carefully tucking her in. "Dad," Anran called in a soft voice. Jiyu Hengwen turned around, reaching out his hand and making the action of telling her to be quiet. Then, he turned around and brought Anran out. In the living room, Anran looked at her father and said, "Dad, Mom knows that man, right?" Jiyu Hengwen looked at her and said, "Anran, there are some things that your mom and I don't want to tell you because those things are too painful and unhappy. Your mom and I don't want you to live in unhappiness, do you understand?" "Dad," Anran looked at him, "in the future, don't ask things like this, especially not in front of your mom. Some things are injuries. An injury does not disappear with time. If you ask her again, you are only reminding her how painful and deep her injury was at the time," Jiyu Hengwen said, patting her hand. Anran nodded and no longer asked anything else. Anran did not sleep much on this night. She knew that her father was sitting alone in the living room for the entire night. She didn't know what kind of grudges and feelings her mom had with that man. However, these things were not important. She would not ask any further questions. She would wait until her mother forgot about the injury and pain in her chest. When Siya Cheng returned to the military district compound, Qin Yun was sitting in the living room, her face incredibly ugly. Siya Cheng walked in from outside, rubbing his nose, and said, "Mom, you're still not asleep." Qin Yun didn't even look at him and said in a cold voice, "So you still know that I am your mom? I thought that you had entirely forgotten who gave birth to you." Siya Cheng smiled and did not follow her words. He knew that she was still angry and that if he added fuel to the fire, it would be a dead end. He took off his coat and sat in front of her. He picked up the military publications on the table and flipped through it, not saying anything. When she saw that he was not speaking, Qin Yun could not contain herself. She turned around and snatched the publication from his hand, saying, with residual anger, "I'm talking to you. What kind of attitude is this?" Upon hearing this, Siya Cheng sat up straight and calmly looked into her eyes. Qin Yun paused, thinking that he was going to say something. However, he didn't say anything, and, after waiting for a long time, she couldn't refrain from asking, "What are you doing?" "Ahem." Siya Cheng softly coughed and then said, in a serious attitude, humbly listening to mother's instructions. Qin Yun angrily, yet laughingly slapped her son. F***ck off. "You're not serious at all. Ha, humbling listening to my instructions. It'll be good if you really listen to me." Siya Cheng smiled and hugged his mother's shoulders, saying, "I really was planning to eat dinner at home tonight. However, something suddenly happened and I couldn't leave." "Stop dodging me. You don't even come home once a month. Which time didn't you say that you were unable to leave because something suddenly came up?" Qin Yun angrily said. Siya Cheng rubbed his nose, not saying anything. Upon careful consideration, it was certainly like that. "You can't say it, right?" Qin Yun looked at him and said, with a cold smile. Siya Cheng was in the wrong, and he quickly switched topics, asking, "Where's father and grandfather? Are they asleep?" "Your grandfather's already asleep. Your father is in the study." Originally, they were happily saying that they would wait for you to come home and have dinner together. "You sure have it well. You just called and said that you weren't returning and caused your grandfather to be unhappy throughout the entire meal," Qin Yun grumbled. Upon hearing this, Siya Cheng stood up. "I'll go see grandfather and father." As he spoke, he walked toward the study. "Hey, wait." When she saw that he was leaving, Qin Yun stopped him and said, "Sit down first. I have things to say to you." "What?" Siya Cheng asked. There was a bad premonition in his heart. The wife of the chief of staff in the military specifically came over yesterday, saying that she wanted to introduce someone to you. The woman is a researcher that she is supervising. She is beautiful and clean. When can you arrange a time to go meet the woman and have a meal with her? Chin Yun quickly asked. Siya Cheng sighed. Just as he expected. Every time he came back, his mother always had a person to introduce to him. She repeatedly did this, and it made him afraid to come back. How is it? Why don't I arrange a time for you and the woman? Chin Yun directly asked. Don't, Mom. Siya Cheng was really a bit scared of his mom. He quickly shook his head and said, don't worry about my wedding and don't keep introducing women. Tomorrow, I have to go to City S and will probably be back the day after tomorrow. How about this? The day after tomorrow is Monday. I will bring someone to meet you. If he directly brought Anran to see her, then she will no longer worry about his wedding. Person? What person? Chin Yun was momentarily unable to react. My wife. Your daughter-in-law. Siya Cheng mysteriously smiled, and he turned around to leave the study, leaving behind a shocked Chin Yun. Chapter 15. Lin Li. On Saturday morning, Lin Xiaofen woke up very early and, like normal, was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen. However, today was not like the past. Today, there was a lot of excitement in the kitchen. Jiyu Hengwen and Anran had also gotten up early and worked as assistants for Lin Xiaofen. Although breakfast wasn't plentiful, it was very healthy. Lin Xiaofen made plain porridge. Jiyu Hengwen had also gone out to buy steamed stuffed buns in the morning. Anran had also carefully fried an egg, although it didn't look good. On the breakfast table, the three had come to a mutual understanding that they would not mention what had happened last night after they had gone home. However, Lin Xiaofen and Jiyu Hengwen clearly did not forget that they had gained an additional son-in-law the night before. Ran. I forgot to ask last night. What does Yi Cheng do? Lin Xiaofen asked. She was quite satisfied with Siya Cheng. Oh. Anran paused, somewhat unable to respond. She did not know what his job was. She didn't even know what family members he had. You didn't ask him? Lin Xiaofen guessed when she saw her peculiar expression. No, he works as an assistant at a foreign enterprise. His company is quite big. I have forgotten at the moment what company it is called, Anran quickly explained. She remembered that, when that bureau chief Tong saw him, he was quite polite and had called him Special Assistant Su. His company was probably quite big, and his position was not low. Jiyu Hengwen nodded. It doesn't matter what his job is. What's important is that he has a good personality. Anran smiled and nodded. Then, she lowered her head and ate the porridge. Since you guys have already registered for marriage, when do you guys plan to hold the wedding ceremony? Lin Xiaofen asked. Anran paused. She hadn't thought about a marriage ceremony. Also, when she had asked for his hand in marriage yesterday, she had told Siya Cheng that they wouldn't have a marriage ceremony. Mom, we don't plan on holding a marriage ceremony. Not holding one. Lin Xiaofen furrowed her eyebrows and turned around to look at her husband. Jiyu Hengwen placed down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Then, he looked at Anran and asked, Anran, tell your mom and me the truth. Did you agree to marry Yi Cheng because your heart couldn't let go of Mo Fear? We've asked Lin Li. She said that Mo Fear has returned. Anran paused. After the hurt in her heart passed, her eyes flickered. No. Mo Fear and I already cut our relationship 6 years ago. After she finished speaking, she avoided her gaze and quickly ate the porridge in large gulps. Her reaction was very obvious. Everyone could tell whether or not she had let him go. Jiyu Hengwen lightly sighed and said, the road is your own. You can make the choices that you want and choose how you will walk it. Mom and I just hope that you won't regret it in the future. Anran lifted her head, looked at her father, and nodded. After breakfast, Anran returned to her room. After pondering for a long time, she called Lin Li. Anran felt that when apologizing, her attitude was very important. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Unlike normally, this time, when Lin Li picked up, her tone was cold and peculiar. Girl, let's have lunch together. Anran was not scared as she laughed and said, flatteringly, I'm not free. Lin Li coldly refused. She was still angry. Let's go together. I know that, recently, a new Western restaurant opened on Park Road. I heard that their steak is very delicious, Anran said to her, enticingly. Lin Li was famous for her love for food. Her appetite was good, but no matter much she ate, she didn't gain weight. When they were in college, they were in the same dorm. One day, they arrived late in the cafeteria. The food was almost all gone, but there was still rice left. The two remembered that there was still some food that was prepared with soy sauce in the dorm, and they decided to eat the food that was prepared with soy sauce with the rice. Their dorm was on the 5th floor and was close to the cafeteria. The two each carried a bag of rice and were prepared to go upstairs. Lin Li looked at all of the steps and said that she was starving. Anran looked at her and said, "Since you are carrying rice, you might as well walk and eat." On the way up, just as they reached the 5th floor, she heard Lin Li, who was behind her, say that she needed to go and get more rice. Anran looked at her empty hands, not understanding, and asked, "Where's your rice?" Lin Li looked at her strangely. "I ate it." After she had finished speaking, she turned back around and rushed back down, muttering to herself and wondering if there was still rice in the cafeteria. On the other side of the phone, Lin Li was silent for a long time. In the end, she coolly said, "Come to my house at noon, or else I won't go." Anran laughed. If she didn't mishear, she seemed to just have heard Lin Li swallow. However, she tactfully did not say anything and quickly responded, "Yes, Queen Mother." When Anran arrived at Lin Li's house at noon, it was Chengsheng who opened the door. Chengsheng was a refined, handsome man who had fair and clear skin. When he wore his glasses, he looked a lot like a scholar. In the past, Lin Li had been attracted to his scholarly aura and had chased after him like a fangirl for a long time. In the end, she succeeded on a dark and windy night. "You came." Chengsheng smiled at Anran warmly. "Yes. Where's your Queen Mother?" Anran asked. She was classmates with Chengsheng and Lin Li. They were the only ones she still had contact with after graduation. "She's changing her clothes." Chengsheng told her to go sit in the living room, and he went into the kitchen to pour her a glass of water. As he poured the water, he said, "You guys don't have to eat out. If you guys want to eat anything, I can make it for you." Okay. She had tried Chengsheng's cooking. It was definitely equal to that of the head chefs in the restaurant. "No way. I won't give you a chance to enslave my small Xiang." Lin Li snorted as she walked out of her room, having changed her clothes. When she saw Chengsheng pouring Anran a glass of water, she reached out and took it, lifted her head, and took a large gulp. Then, she returned the glass to Chengsheng. She looked at Anran and said, "In the future, whenever this person comes over, we do not need to serve drinks." Lin Li was also a beauty. As long as she did not speak, then she definitely met up to the standards of China's traditional beauty. She had large eyes, white skin, was tall and had inherited a carefree temperament. If she didn't speak, then she was definitely a girl from a wealthy family. However, the second she opened her mouth, she entirely lost the aura of being a girl from a wealthy family and became like a female bandit who had come from the mountaintops. Chengsheng helplessly smiled at Anran. Anran gave him a small smile in response. "Let's go." "Why are you still sitting here? Do you really think that you are a guest?" Lin Li angrily said to Anran. Anran quickly got up. All right, Queen Mother. I will go and open the door for you right now." As she spoke, she quickly went and opened the door. Lin Li nodded, satisfied. "That's more like it." She turned around, warmly smiled at Chengsheng, and said, "Hubby, I'm leaving." As she spoke, she went up and placed a kiss on Chengsheng's cheek. Lin Li would only show a woman's charm in front of Chengsheng. Anran found her charm to be disgusting. However, each time she made a face, Lin Li would shoot her threatening gazes, and, over time, she tyrannically forced Anran to become used to it. Therefore, after 10 years, Anran no longer put on a strange face whenever she saw this. Chapter 16, She is Mrs. Su. After they went downstairs, Lin Li could not find Anran's car anywhere. She could not help but turn to look at her. "Where is your car? Was it hit by another vehicle or stolen?" Anran rolled her eyes. She should have known that Lin Li's mouth was incapable of producing pleasant words. "I parked my car at the office. I did not drive home. Let us call a cab to send us there. It should be quite convenient for us to use a cab." Lin Li nodded. Her eyes glinted as she came up with an idea. She suddenly said, I'll tell you what. You drive me there with Cheng Xiang's car. After we are done with our meal, you can drive me back here right away. The corner of Anran's mouth twitched as she thought, this girl is really ordering me around, as if I am really her personal chauffeur. However, since she was here today to apologize and make it up to her, she would not be so stupid as to respond to this important friend with rude words. She needed to be on her best behavior, so she smiled. Your Royal Highness, please consider that your husband's mistress is a luxury car. Since I am such a clumsy person, I am afraid that I might leave a scratch or a dent on his car when I drive. It is an extremely bad decision to pair his car and me together. Lin Li stared at her in a pensive manner. After a while, she finally nodded. You're right. You can be quite a klutz. Peeved by Lin Li's remark, Anran whacked her. She laughed in exasperation. I gave you an inch and you took a mile. You really have no qualms about offending me at all. Hey, please mind your manners, Lin Li said with a straight face. Her expression made Anran burst out in laughter immediately. When Lin Li saw her laughing, she could not contain herself any longer. In the end, both of them were in stitches at a walkway beside the avenue. After they flagged down a cab, Anran gave the cab driver directions to their destination. Halfway through the journey, her difficult friend voiced her desire to eat steamed little yellow croquer at Yuan cuisine. With the intention to make amends with Lin Li today, and the knowledge that pregnant women were more prone to mood swings in her mind, Anran requested the cab driver to change his route without any hesitation and double back to Yuan cuisine. When they entered the restaurant, Anran did not ask for a private dining room. She decided on a table that was near a window in the main dining area. After Anran and Lin Li seated themselves, a waitress handed a menu to her with a smile. Anran asked Lin Li to order for both of them. After Lin Li took a look at the menu, the corner of her lips curved slightly. She shot Anran a slightly mischievous gaze. After the waitress poured a glass of water for her, Anran held the glass to her lips and drank from it. She had a sinking feeling in her heart when she saw Lin Li's face. She even started to grieve for her almost empty wallet. While Anran was silently mourning the impending loss of her money, her peripheral vision darkened slightly. A figure walked up to Anran and Lin Li. Before Anran could raise her head to look at him, she heard him speaking. Mrs. Su, it is a pleasure to meet you here today. PFFF. Anran choked on her water and coughed. His greeting had caught her off guard. The water that she drank earlier did not enter her oral cavity. Instead, it went into her nasal passage directly. Because of this, Anran's face was completely red. She could not stop coughing. Enzi? Lin Li was startled. She hurriedly took a napkin and handed it over to Anran. After that, she stood up quickly and went to the other side of the table. As she patted Anran's back, she said, "Are you okay? How did you manage to choke by just drinking water?" Anran continued coughing. Since some of the water had entered Anran's nasal passage, and some of the water was still stuck in her throat, she felt an unusual amount of discomfort. Mrs. Su, are you all right? Manager Zhang, who was standing at the side, gave Anran a slightly apologetic look. Earlier, he was assigning work to the staff at the main dining area when he saw them walking into the restaurant. Yesterday, when Mr. Su requested to dine in Whisper of Flowers, he phoned Chairperson Su to ask for her permission. Chairperson Su told him that Mr. Su was her older brother and instructed him to provide Mr. Su and his wife with an exceptional dining experience. This was why, when Anran was back for another meal today, he wanted to approach her to greet her personally. He never thought that he would make Anran choke with his rash decision. When Anran heard him addressing her as Mrs. Su, her cough worsened. Upon seeing this, Lin Li turned to glare at Manager Zhang. Annoyed, she said, "Did you mistake her for someone else? She is not Mrs. Su. Why would you call her Mrs. Su?" Manager Zhang, who was in charge of the restaurant, was taken aback. He was quite confused, so he pointed at Anran and said in bewilderment, "Isn't she Mrs. Su?" "She is." Lin Li was about to say something when something suddenly occurred to her. She turned to Anran immediately and asked, "Did you marry a man with the surname Su?" Anran finally managed to breathe properly and stop coughing. However, her face remained completely flushed. She nodded at Lin Li. "Mrs. Su, are you sure you're all right? Do you need help?" Manager Zhang asked in concern. Anran nodded and waved him away. She replied to him with some difficulty, I am fine." After Anran assured him, Manager Zhang nodded. Before he walked away, he did not forget to tell them, "Mrs. Su, if you need anything, please feel free to ask for me." Lin Li waited for manager Zhang to leave and Anran's coughing to finally stop with her breathing back to normal before she turned around to return to her own seat. She sat down and picked up the menu. She gazed at Anran thoughtfully without saying anything at all. Lin Li's stare made Anran's skin crawl. "If you want to say something to me, please tell me directly. If you have any questions for me, please ask me directly as well. Don't look at me like this. I feel uneasy." After a long while, Lin Li finally asked, "Anzi, what kind of person is your husband? By the look of things, he seemed like someone who is rich and powerful." Anran shook her head. "I don't know." She really did not know much about him. Yesterday night, she actually wanted to discuss things with him. Afterward, she did not manage to talk to him because her mother suddenly felt unwell. He told her that he would need to go on a business trip today, so if she wanted to have a serious conversation with him, she needed to wait for the next day. Lin Li placed the menu down at once and straightened her back, before chiding Anran solemnly, "You are such a daring person. You only met him once before you went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register your marriage with him. You have been very irresponsible with yourself. Actually, it's all the same. I go on blind dates to get married. Since we were a good match, we decided to marry each other. I am starting to feel skeptical about blind dates. If I continue to attend these blind dates, perhaps I might meet another Lin Anji," Anran said. "But you are being too impulsive with your decision. At the very least, both sides should get to know each other first. Let's say you are in a rush, you should marry him after dating for a month. Even if you got married in a week, I would not say anything to that. I cannot believe that you didn't even wait for a day. Within 2 hours of meeting him, you married him. Are you not afraid of meeting a criminal or someone with bad intentions?" Lin Li was rather cross with Anran. She was angry that Anran treated herself so carelessly. Instead of refuting Lin Li, Anran only gave her a smile. Now that she gave some thought to it, she was really reckless. Lin Li eyed her in a disgruntled manner. She drank a mouthful of water before she sighed. When she looked at Anran again, her eyes carried her guilt and self-blame. "Anzi, did you marry him because I told you about Mofir the other day?" "No," Anran denied. She took a sip of water. "I met him after that. He came to see me. F***ck, he still had the nerve to meet you." Lin Li was slightly worked up over it. "After I had a conversation with him that day, I had a realization," Anran said. "Even if he had not left the country 6 years ago, even if I had convinced him to stay, I would not have been able to make him stay with me for the rest of our lives. He was too ambitious. At that time, I could not give him what he wanted. Now that 6 years have passed, I am still incapable of giving him what he wanted. HMPH, I have zero respect for a materialistic man like him," Lin Li said furiously. She was there for Anran when Anran was dealing with her painful heartbreak, so she knew how hurt and sad Anran was at that time. She was bitter on Anran's behalf. Anran smiled faintly. She opened the menu and pushed it toward Lin Li. "Go ahead and order." "Didn't you plan to bleed my wallet dry? Or did you suddenly change your mind and decide to have mercy on me, so you would like to go home instead? In your dreams?" "I did not eat breakfast in the morning so that I could bleed your wallet dry for my lunch," Lin Li replied to her fiercely. Without even looking at the menu carefully, she waved the waitress over to place her order. Chapter 17, Suyujiao. Lin Li is so black-hearted that her heart is definitely black in color. While Anran stared at the array of food on the table, she kept bad-mouthing Lin Li in her mind. Anran watched Lin Li as Lin Li busied herself with taking a bite from every dish with her chopsticks. She tightened her grip on her purse and fumed. "Can you finish everything?" Lin Li gave her a side-eye before continuing to help herself with scrumptious food. She was in a good mood when she spoke. "I am a different person now. Although I am eating with one mouth, the food is digested by 2 people. Even if I eat like a horse, I am not afraid of getting fat at all." As she talked, she used her chopsticks to take a tender piece of fish meat and place it in Anran's bowl. She said generously, "Come, you should eat some as well. This restaurant serves the best steamed little yellow croaker in Jiang City." Anran stared at the fish meat in her bowl. She could feel her heart bleeding. She was weeping internally, her wallet was laden with grief, and her credit card was also extremely distressed. As the saying goes, one could obtain comfort by eating their way through grief. When Anran thought of how her precious money would leave her later, she came to her senses immediately and dug into the delicious food in front of her. Just as she was about to place the food into her mouth, the phone in her handbag started ringing. Her ringtone was an obscure instrumental piece with a melancholic melody. Anran rummaged through her handbag and pulled her phone out. It was a phone call from Su Yicheng. Anran threw a glance at Lin Li. After some time has passed, she still has not picked up his call. Actually, she did not know what to say to him. Although they were husband and wife, they were still not close to each other. Who is that? Why don't you answer the phone? Lin Li gave Anran a puzzled look before something clicked in her mind. She guessed, is that Mr. Su? Anran nodded. In the end, she accepted the call. Hello, are you busy right now? Am I bothering you? Su Yicheng's light, gentle voice came from the phone. It was extremely pleasing to the ears. No, I'm not. I am currently eating lunch. Anran answered him truthfully. She wanted to engage him in small talk, but she could not think of anything at all. Oh, Su Yicheng replied in acknowledgement with a slightly tired voice. He spoke again. I haven't eaten since morning. His tone was a bit pitiful, as if he was trying to win her sympathy. Why haven't you eaten yet? Are you overloaded with work? Anran voiced her concern in a timely manner. Yes, I am quite busy with work, Su Yicheng replied softly. Anran did not know what to say to that. She was a passive person, so coming up with conversation topics was never her strongest suit. Just like that, the two of them held their phones to their ears in silence for a moment. Just as Anran was about to open her mouth to end the call, her eyes caught a beautiful lady walking toward her, led by Manager Zhang. Anran was so mesmerized by the sight of that beautiful lady that she almost forgot that she was still in the middle of a call. That beautiful lady walked up to Anran before sizing her up with a slight smile on her lips. Anran had the intuition that she has seen this smiling face somewhere in the past. However, she could not recall where she had seen it. Mrs. Su, this is Chairperson Su. She is the owner of Yuan Cuisine. Manager Zhang introduced her to Anran. Intrigued, that beautiful lady dipped her head toward Anran as she said, Mrs. Su. After that, her smile became more obvious as she looked at Anran. Anran eyed the fair-skinned lady in front of her. She was tall, slim, and extremely gorgeous. Instead of giving her a mature appearance, her wavy tresses and blunt bangs made her look pretty and cute. Anran? Su Yicheng tried to bring her attention back to the call. Anran collected her thoughts and replied, here. I'm here. Are you outside? Su Yicheng asked. He heard Manager Zhang's voice earlier. Yeah, I am eating lunch with Lin Li at Yuan Cuisine, Anran answered honestly. I see. Please give your phone to Yijiao. Yijiao? Who is Yijiao? Anran did not quite follow him. She thought, who is Yijiao? I clearly told him just now that I was eating lunch with Lin Li. Sister-in-law, my older brother is referring to me. I am Yijiao. The beautiful lady, who was standing at the side, said with a sweet smile. Her words stunned Anran. Lin Li, who was sitting at the other side of the table, was shocked as well. They could not wrap their heads around the situation. Just give your phone to her. Let me have a few words with her, Su Yicheng said. Anran stared at Su Yijiao speechlessly before nodding distractedly. She had completely forgotten that Su Yicheng was on the other side of the phone, so he could not see her nodding her head at all. After that, she passed her phone to Su Yijiao. Su Yijiao accepted Anran's phone without any hesitation. She held the phone to her ear right away and said, older brother, do you possess supernatural sight or hearing? Or did you have Guanian's divination powers? It has not been long since I asked Manager Zhang to bring me to sister-in-law's table, but you already found out about this. Lin Li kicked Anran beneath the table and gave her a pointed look as if she was asking her what was going on. Anran furrowed her brows and shook her head at Lin Li. She also could not make heads or tails of the situation. She did not know what Su Yicheng said to Su Yijiao. She could only hear Su Yijiao chuckle to the phone. Don't worry, I did not intimidate her. I just dropped by the restaurant when Manager Zhang told me that the guest, who dined at Whisper of Flowers yesterday, was here today, so I came over to see her. Anyway, you act pretty fast. When I went home yesterday, our mother was rambling about finding you a life partner. Today, I have a new sister-in-law. While Anran listened in on their conversation, her small face blushed. She did not expect to get married so quickly, either. Yesterday, she was a bachelorette. Today, she was already in the ranks of married women alongside Lin Li. All right. She is my sister-in-law, so I won't do anything bad to her. You are so protective of her, Su Yijiao said, before winking at Anran. Anran was at a loss, so she smiled awkwardly. Fine, you can tell mother yourself. I will not spill the beans. As she said this, she nodded. After that, she returned the phone to Anran with a feminine smile. My older brother said that he wanted to whisper sweet nothings to sister-in-law. Since Anran was a bashful person, she turned scarlet as she took the phone from Su Yijiao. Hey, did Yijiao catch you off guard? Su Yicheng's voice was gentle and pleasant to the ears as usual. Anran looked at Su Yijiao, who was grinning from ear to ear, and shook her head. No, she is my younger sister and the owner of Yuan Cuisine. She heard that you were around, so she wanted to meet you to satisfy her curiosity. She did not mean any harm, Su Yicheng explained. Yes, I know. She heard everything that Su Yijiao told him just then. I will be back by tonight. If I come home early, I will give you a call. We can meet up and have a chat, Su Yicheng said. Sure, Anran nodded. They needed to have a proper talk about their relationship. After Anran hung up the call, she turned around to find Su Yijiao still around. Su Yijiao asked Anran with a smile, Sister-in-law, what did my older brother tell you? Did he say any affectionate words? And nothing. Anran was sweating internally, thinking, there aren't any. Forget it, you do not need to tell me about the sweet nothings between you and him, Su Yijiao said meaningfully with an ambiguous smile. I am really telling the truth, Anran asserted. She wished that she could swear on her life to prove the truthfulness of her words. Su Yijiao only smiled in response. She turned to nod at Lin Li before looking at the food on the table and saying, Sister-in-law, our kitchen is introducing a new menu today. I will ask them to cook those dishes for you to have a taste. After she finished speaking, she turned around to head to the kitchen. Chapter 18, Accident. Although Lin Li and Anran had a hearty lunch, Lin Li did not manage to bleed Anran's wallet dry. This was because both of them did not know that Su Yicheng's younger sister was the owner of Yuan Cuisine, and she ended up waiving their bill completely for the meal. Su Yijiao even told the staff of Yuan Cuisine that, when Anran visited the restaurant again in the future, all of her meals would be on the house. Anran tried to decline her generosity, stating that she would feel guilty if she accepted. Su Yijiao guffawed, before saying that she would not charge family for eating at her own restaurant. Anran responded to her with a hollow laugh. She thought to herself that she would never visit this restaurant again in the future. Lin Li and Anran originally planned to do some shopping after their lunch. However, the delicacies at Yuan Cuisine were so delicious that Lin Li overate past her limit. In the end, she called Cheng Xiang directly to fetch them. After the two of them got into Cheng Xiang's car and closed the car door, Lin Li held Anran's hand and spoke earnestly, "Anzi, you married into money." Anran gave her a look, before reclining into the seat and tilting her head upward. She muttered, I have the same feeling too. She knew that Su Yicheng was quite desirable in every aspect as a man, but it had never occurred to her that he would be so wealthy. Just a few minutes ago, Su Yijiao had told her that Yuan Cuisine was partly owned by Su Yicheng. At that time, Su Yicheng provided some of the capital needed to start the business. Anran did not probe further to find out more about Su Yicheng. She did not know why he would agree to marry her. Perhaps, it was just as he said, he needed a wife, and she just happened to be a suitable candidate at that very moment. Cheng Xiang sent Anran home first, before doubling back to his house. When Anran arrived home, the only person who was in the house was Lin Xiaofen, who was sitting on the sofa alone. Jiyu Hengwen was a teacher at a senior high school. He was currently in charge of students that would sit for their college entrance exams and graduate that year. Although it was a Saturday, he still needed to conduct classes. Anran placed her handbag on top of a cabinet and greeted her mother. However, Lin Xiaofen did not respond to her at all. Anran called out to her mother again, but there was still no reaction from her. Anran furrowed her brows slightly and walked toward Lin Xiaofen. Anran saw that her mother was staring into space with glazed eyes while holding a photograph in her hand. Mom. Anran called her mother again. This time, Lin Xiaofen heard her. She snapped out of her thoughts and looked at Anran with slight unease. She shoved the photograph behind herself hastily, afraid that Anran would catch a glimpse of it. Anran, why are you home? Lin Xiaofen said as she looked at Anran, attempting to hide her abnormal behavior. Yeah, Anran nodded as she looked at her mother worriedly. Concerned, she asked her, Mom, are you all right? I am fine. Why would there be anything wrong with me? Lin Xiaofen laughed, trying to use her laugh to conceal her emotions. She was afraid that Anran would try to get more information out of her, so she stood up hurriedly and said, Ranran, you must not have eaten yet. I will cook something for you now. Anran glanced at her watch. It was almost 2 p.m. now. She pulled her mother's hand to hold her back and said, Mom, I had lunch already. When I was about to head out this morning, I told you that I was eating lunch with Lin Li this afternoon. Have you forgotten? Lin Xiaofen was stunned for a moment, before chortling at herself. She shook her head. Oh yeah. Before you went out this morning, you told me that you would eat lunch with Lin Li. Goodness gracious, I have gotten older. My brain is failing me. Anran hugged her mother and said, Nonsense, you are as beautiful and young as you were 20 years ago. You did not age, not in the slightest. Lin Xiaofen patted her daughter before saying with a smile, You know how to make me happy. Anran grinned and embraced her mother for a long while, before releasing her from her arms. She said, Mom, let me cook some food for you. Lin Xiaofen nodded as her eyes followed her daughter to the kitchen, before lowering her head to look at the photograph in her hand. It was an old, yellowing photograph, depicting a dapper man wearing a white dress shirt and a pair of glasses. Anran kept her mother company as she ate. In the middle of Lin Xiaofen's meal, a call came from the construction site. The caller told her that there was a situation. A lump of hardening concrete fell and injured a construction worker at the construction site. They already sent him to the hospital by now. Anran grabbed her handbag and rushed out of the door. She was so rattled that her thoughts were all over the place. She went to the garage to get her car, only to recall that she parked her car at the office, so she did not drive home. Therefore, she hurried outside to the street and hailed a cab to go to the construction site directly. When she arrived at the scene where the accident occurred, she saw that director Huang Dexing was present. He came over from the company when he found out about the incident. He was a balding, middle-aged man with a beer belly. Anran thought of him as her mentor. After Anran graduated, she did her internship under his tutelage for 6 years. During these 6 years, he taught her quite a lot of things. Anran wore a safety helmet before she walked over to the director. She greeted him, Director. Huang Dexing turned to look at her. Before spinning around, they told me that the lump of hardening concrete dropped from one of the higher floors all of a sudden. At that time, that construction worker was passing by the area and crossed path with its trajectory. Anran looked up and saw a large gap in the middle of the balcony 10 meters above her, before tilting her head down to look at the ground beneath her feet. Broken pieces of concrete were scattered everywhere. She could still see traces of fresh blood on the ground. How is he doing? Anran asked. There was so much blood on the ground that it gave her chills. Huang Dexing shook his head and sighed. He did not make it. The hospital called us moments ago and told us that they did not manage to save him. He passed away before they could bring him into the operating room. Anran was dazed by his revelations. She felt an inexplicable sense of pain in her chest. Was there a problem with the architectural plan? Anran asked. She designed the architectural plan of this residential area with a garden personally. She calculated every figure on every section and every page meticulously. Logically, there should be no issues with the architectural plan. We will investigate and find out about the cause of the accident, Huang Dexing said as he turned to look at Anran. Let's go. All construction work will be suspended until we get to the bottom of what went wrong. After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze away from Anran and left immediately. Anran lingered around the construction site alone for a long time. When the sun began to set and the sky gradually darkened, she finally turned around and left the construction site. She walked aimlessly on the street, while the scene that she saw earlier kept appearing on her mind. The hole in the balcony of the apartment building and broken pieces of concrete scattered on the completely blood-stained ground. Anran eventually stopped walking. She stood on the pavement, motionless. It did not cross her mind that her architectural plan would cause a person to lose his life. In her handbag, her phone rang furiously. Anran ignored it. However, The caller seemed to be extremely patient. They kept calling again and again. When her phone rang for the third time, Anran finally answered the call. "Where are you?" A familiar voice from someone who was still a stranger to her came from her phone. It was just that this time, she could feel slight agitation in his tone. "Outside," Anran replied in a mumble. "What's the matter?" Siya Cheng asked perceptively. Anran gazed at the view in front of her dumbly, captivated by the twinkling streetlights. Jiang City was even more beautiful during the night than the day. When Siya Cheng did not hear a response from her, he spoke again. "Give me directions to your current location." Anran continued to stare at the street. After some time, she finally provided him with an address. When Siya Cheng's car appeared in front of her, half an hour had passed. At this time, he seemed slightly unkempt. His usually immaculately coiffed hair was rather disheveled, while his face looked worn. However, there was a certain light in the depth of his black eyes. "Anran?" Siya Cheng called her name softly. Anran snapped out of her thoughts. She looked at him and stood up before replying. "Hey, you're here." Siya Cheng nodded. He held her hand to guide her to his car, before thoughtfully helping her to fasten her seat belt. Anran stared out of the window with unfocused eyes. "What happened?" Siya Cheng asked worriedly. It seemed to him that she was acting strangely. They sat in silence for some time. Just as Siya Cheng thought Anran was unwilling to open up to him, she spoke. "During this afternoon, a piece of hardening concrete suddenly fell from a third-floor balcony and killed someone at the construction site. Was it because there was a problem with the architectural plan?" Siya Cheng asked. Anran shook her head and said, "I don't know." Siya Cheng did not ask her any more questions. He started the car and drove off. He did not tell her where he was heading, and Anran did not ask him. Chapter 19, Tomato Egg Noodles. Siya Cheng's car cruised into an upscale residential area before finally coming to a stop at one of the apartment's parking lots. He turned off the car engine. After he got out of the car, he went to the other side of the car and opened the door for Anran. Anran's mind only began to return to reality now. Confused, she looked at him and asked, "Where are we?" Siya Cheng smiled. He retrieved his briefcase from the back seat before leading her by the hand toward the car park exit. "Where are we going?" Since Anran did not get an answer from him, she asked him another question. Siya Cheng turned around and smiled at her. He said, "Our home." While Anran tried to wrap her head around his words, Siya Cheng brought her to the 10th floor. He unlocked the door and entered his apartment. His entire apartment was dominated by cool colors. The rooms were painted in monochromatic colors of black, white, and gray. These characteristics made the apartment exude extremely masculine vibes. However, Anran could not see any sloppiness that was associated with most men who lived alone. The whole apartment was exceptionally neat and tidy. Anran could even detect the faint smell of peppermint in the air. Siya Cheng asked Anran to sit on the sofa, before walking to the kitchen to pour a glass of fruit juice for her. After that, he turned to head to the bathroom. Today, he was out the whole day performing field inspections. He spent most of his time visiting various construction sites, so he was covered in dust from head to toe. At this very moment, Anran's brain finally started to work properly again. She was quite upset at herself for letting him bring her to his apartment. As she sat on the sofa, she suddenly began to feel uneasy from the sound of gushing water during Siya Cheng's bath. When Siya Cheng emerged from the bathroom, he already changed into loungewear. He was wearing a loose t-shirt with baggy sweatpants. When his clothes were paired with his short hair, he seemed a decade younger than he actually was, as if he was a student attending university. Siya Cheng walked into the open-concept kitchen and took a bread roll from the fridge. After that, he poured a glass of fruit juice for himself. Actually, he had a very busy schedule today for the entire day. He did not even have the time in the afternoon to eat the lunch that was prepared by the site manager. Instead, he visited every construction site tirelessly. As he was in a rush to work in the morning, he did not manage to eat breakfast. When night fell, he just wanted to go home as soon as possible. While he was on the road, he did not ask Secretary Zheng to give him some time to take a breather at all. He was really starving right now. Siya Cheng sat opposite Anran and tore the packaging of the bread roll open. He began to eat the bread roll while drinking the fruit juice between bites. Anran stared at him. She could not help but show her concern for him. "You haven't eaten?" Siya Cheng nodded, before taking another bite from the bread roll and said, "Yeah, I had a tight schedule today." On the spur of the moment, Anran reached for the bread roll in his hand. Actually, as soon as she did it, she regretted her action. However, she still put on a bold face and said, "Don't eat this anymore. If you eat this kind of cold food on an empty stomach, it can be bad for your stomach." Siya Cheng raised his brow, before asking with a smile, "Then, what should I eat?" "Eat some warm food," Anran said. She felt heat creeping up her cheeks as she blushed unconsciously. Siya Cheng looked at her in amusement and said, "I wasn't home the whole day." Anran was silent for a while before asking, "Do you have noodles in your house?" Siya Cheng nodded, "Yes." "Then, shall I cook some noodles for you?" Anran sought his opinion as she looked at him. "Sure." Siya Cheng accepted her offer with alacrity. He had a wide smile on his face. Anran gave him a sidelong glance before she walked into the kitchen with a slightly red face. When she stepped into the kitchen and saw his kitchenware, she had a realization that she was currently not in her own house, so she did not know where he stored his noodles. She turned to look at him helplessly. While Anran was not paying any attention to him, Siya Cheng had already moved his seat to the bar counter that connected the kitchen to the living room, propping his chin on his hand as he looked at her with a smile. Where do you put your noodles?" Anran asked sheepishly. "You can find them at the top left section of the pantry," Siya Cheng told her unreservedly with a smile on his face. He seemed to be in a good mood. Anran nodded and took the noodle from the pantry. She filled a pot with water. While waiting for it to boil, Anran turned to open the fridge. The only ingredients she found in the large fridge were some tomatoes and eggs. Other than that, the fridge only contained a few cans of beer and other beverages. Anran took some tomatoes and an egg from the fridge. She washed the tomatoes and cut them into small cubes. After that, she beat the egg until it became smooth. Next, she turned on the other stove and stir-fried the tomatoes and the egg together with a pan. Siya Cheng observed her every action with a smile. Watching her while she was engrossed in cooking made him experience a rather unfamiliar, inexplicable feeling. At this time, a phone that was resting on top of the coffee table rang. The phone belonged to Anran. Siya Cheng stood up and brought the phone to her. The caller was displayed as home on the screen. It was highly likely that someone from her home was calling her. "Who is that?" Anran transferred the noodles into a bowl with a chopstick. After that, she poured the tomato and egg sauce on the noodles, before turning around to ask him. "I think that it was a call from your home," Siya Cheng answered, before passing her phone to her. Anran nodded. She did not accept the call right away. She said, "Your meal is ready. Why, you can come and get it yourself." After she spoke, she brought the phone with her to the living room. "Hello, Mom." Anran pressed a button to answer the phone. She only remembered now that she was in a hurry this afternoon, so she had not informed her mother about the accident. Thinking about it now, her mother must have gotten concerned since she wasn't home at such a late hour. "Anran, did something bad happen to you? Why are you staying out so far into the night?" Lin Xiaofen asked her fretfully. "It's nothing. I am handling some work-related issues. I'll be home in a bit." Anran did not tell her that an accident had happened at the construction site. She did not want her mother to worry over her. "All right, please come home soon." Lin Xiaofen did not suspect anything. After she gave Anran some advice, she hung up the phone. Anran turned around and saw that Siya Cheng had already started eating his noodles at the bar counter. When he heard that her call had ended, he turned his head to Anran and met her eye. He smiled. "It is very delicious." Anran smiled shyly. Actually, she was well aware that her cooking was quite mediocre. The food that she cooked would taste terrible, but it would not be inedible. Since she ate at home most of the time, her mother would prepare delicious home-cooked food for her to eat after she returned home from work. Therefore, she did not have a lot of opportunities to hone her cooking skills, so her cooking was barely passable. "Take your time to eat. I will go home first," Anran told him as she took her handbag from the sofa, making a move to leave his apartment. "Hold on, Anran." Siya Cheng stopped her. He pointed at the noodles in his bowl and said, "Can you wait for me to finish these noodles? At least let me send you home." "It's all right. I don't want to trouble you." Anran declined him quickly. After all, they were still not close to each other, so she tried her best to avoid inconveniencing him. She lifted her hand and looked at her watch. It is only 8 p.m. now, so it is not that late. I can go home by myself. When Su Cheng heard her, he put his bowl and chopsticks down. He stood up and walked toward her. Anran was puzzled. She did not know what he was planning to do. You said you want to go home? Su Cheng asked Anran calmly as he looked at her. Anran nodded with a dazed expression while thinking, why wouldn't I tell you that I am going home? Su Cheng knitted his brows. He reached his hand out and said, give your phone to me. Anran was baffled. However, she still took her phone from her handbag and gave it to him. What for? Su Cheng did not tell her. He only smiled and brought up her call history. After that, he called the number from the most recent call straight away. The receiver of the call answered the phone almost immediately. The phone only rang 2 times before the call was accepted. Hello? Is this Mother? I am Yu Cheng. Su Cheng looked at Anran with a smile when the call managed to connect successfully. Chapter 20. He took this marriage seriously. Anran stared at him in slight confusion. She did not know why he had made a call to her home. On the other side of the call, Lin Xiaofen was caught off guard when she heard Su Cheng's voice. She was still getting used to accepting him as her son-in-law since her daughter married him out of the blue. After a while, it finally hit her that she was speaking to her son-in-law. She asked him immediately, so I am speaking to Yu Cheng. Are you back from your business trip? Yes, I am back from my business trip. Actually, I called because I want to tell you that Anran is with me right now. She might not go home tonight. I will drive her home tomorrow morning, Su Cheng said. Lin Xiaofen could not help herself from feeling startled by Su Cheng's words again. However, she recollected herself quicker this time and remembered that her daughter was a married woman now. She chuckled. Okay, I get it. You, young people, are in your honeymoon phase right now. Anran is being silly. There is no need for her to keep her whereabouts a secret from me. The two of you are married now, so it is only natural that you will eventually share a home. However, since both of you rushed into marriage, this did not occur to me sooner. How about this? Tomorrow, I will help Anran to pack her things so that she could move into your place right away. Seeing that she is married to you now, she should not continue living in her parents' home. If someone else caught wind of this, she would be a laughingstock. Su Cheng laughed. Yes, Mother, you are right. I will drive there tomorrow after work to pick Anran's belongings up and bring them here. Thank you so much for your help. I really appreciate it, Su Cheng said to her. It's no bother. You can come over to my home tomorrow night after you get off from work. After that, we can have dinner together as a family. By the way, did you tell your family about your marriage? Why don't you set a date for both sides of the family to meet up and have a meal together? Although Su Cheng and Anran had skipped the wedding ceremony, it was still necessary for both sides of the family to meet and get acquainted with each other. Otherwise, she would not be able to recognize her in-laws if they bumped into each other on the street. Mother, this is very thoughtful of you. I will arrange this family gathering within the next 2 days. Su Cheng agreed to her suggestion. When he saw Anran shooting daggers at him, he laughed in spite of himself. He could not resist patting her head. All right. Please inform us once you decide on the time and date, Lin Xiaofen said. After that, she chatted on for a while before ending the call. Su Cheng gave Anran's phone back to her, but Anran only glared at him fixedly without making a move to take her phone from him. He teased, "Is your head in the clouds?" Anran finally pulled herself together. Why you?" She pointed a finger at him. She was so furious that she had difficulty expressing her thoughts into words. Su Cheng smiled, and asked, "Yes, why you? How could you call my mom?" Although Anran took her time to articulate her thoughts properly, she only managed to come up with this. "Why not?" Su Cheng replied to her with another question. He had a mischievous smile on his lips. "I am the one asking you a question. How could you call my mom and say those things to her?" Anran was quite upset. She never said anything about staying over at his apartment and moving in with him. Su Cheng only smiled at her silently before returning to the bar counter to continue eating his noodles. Although the noodles were rather cold now and slightly soggy, they were still quite delicious. Su Cheng even thought to himself that this was the best bowl of noodles that he had ever eaten in his life, even though the noodles were quite tasteless on their own. "Su Cheng, Anran walked up to him and scowled at him. She was so angry at him that her face turned completely red. Suya Cheng finished his noodles in a few bites and even polished off the sauce. He stood up, placed his bowl and chopsticks in the sink, and even turned on the faucet to wash them. After that, he turned around to look at Anran. He asked her solemnly, "Where are we?" "Your home," Anran answered him with a stiff face to make the fact that she was mad at him evident to him. "Then who am I to you?" Suya Cheng asked again. "You are my," Anran faltered. She still could not bring herself to call him her husband. "Who am I to you?" Suya Cheng pressed with the same exceptionally earnest expression. Anran stared at him for a long time. In the end, she did not say it. She turned around in a fit of pique, refusing to meet his eyes. Suya Cheng sighed before reaching for her hand. Anran was sulking, so she tried to pull her hand away from his grasp. However, he gripped her hand tightly. Suya Cheng led her to the living room and sat down with her. He made her face him and spoke. "Anran, do you know what the current status of our relationship is?" Anran nodded, refusing to look at him. She fixed her gaze on the coffee table, which was beside her. "We are married to each other. From the moment we registered our marriage, this was not only my home but also yours. Your mother is not only your mother but also my mother-in-law. Therefore, I need to address her as my mother as well. Am I right?" Anran nodded. She knew all of this. It was just that she was still unaccustomed to him at this time. "Anran." Suya Cheng called her name softly, before holding her chin gently and saying, "Lift your head and look at me." Anran felt slightly tense at the thought of such an intimate pose. However, she still obliged him by raising her head and looking at him. His penetrating gaze seemed to convey many things that eluded her. Suya Cheng met her eyes and said with sincerity and conviction, "I take this marriage seriously." Anran stared at him, enthralled. She was captivated by him, so much so that she responded to him without thinking. When Anran finally collected her thoughts, he already kissed her, brushing his lips softly against hers. Anran was dazed. She did not know how to react to him, so she stared at his face so close to her own with wide eyes. When he closed his eyes, his long eyelashes even grazed her skin. Suya Cheng opened his eyes to a dumbfounded Anran. When he looked at her bewildered expression, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He bit her lips playfully. His bite was just enough to make her feel pain, but not enough to break her skin. The sharp pain brought Anran's attention back to him. Embarrassment flitted past her eyes. She attempted to push him away. She was still not used to such intimacy. Suya Cheng held her close before pressing his lips to hers again. He coaxed her with a husky voice, "Don't move. Close your eyes." "I am MPH, MMPH," Anran spoke, intending to refuse him when he took the opportunity to deepen the kiss. He parted his lips and slipped his long tongue into her mouth, exploring it unhesitatingly. Suya Cheng continued kissing her, his tongue engaging hers in a dance. Her lips were very soft and sweet, similar to the taste from when he had kissed her yesterday. He could not help but feel addicted to it, craving for more from her. To Anran, kissing was something foreign to her. Even though she dated Mo Fear for 3 years, they were young and innocent, so the furthest they went in their relationship was to hold hands while walking on the street. Even if there was a kiss, it was only a light peck on the cheek. Even if this was the case, the two of them would turn crimson for half a day. Anran did not know whether Suya Cheng was a skilled kisser. However, she felt slightly lightheaded from his kiss. Her rationality slowly left her mind, while her hands dropped to the side when she gradually lost the will to resist him. Chapter 21: Affection, Confusion. Anran felt a sense of unfamiliarity and was stunned for a moment. Then, feeling a rush of adrenaline and overcome by a great force, she forcefully pushed away Suya Cheng, who lost his balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Anran sat up quickly while clutching her clothes tightly and stared straight at him with her big, terrified eyes. She was panting, but she didn't know whether it was out of anxiety or fear. The fall gave Suya Cheng immense pain yet also jolted him back to his senses. The lust in his eyes slowly dwindled, and he gradually regained his sensibility. Even he himself felt that it was ridiculous, and laughed in spite of himself while shaking his head. He hadn't acted so recklessly for years. Anran looked at him, and although she did feel a little apologetic, she had no regrets about what she had just done. She felt apologetic because he was her husband, after all, and because she knew that it was only natural to experience sexual desire and lust. However, their situation was somewhat different, so she was mentally unprepared. "I'm sorry." After leaving him with an apology, Anran got up and was about to leave. She was walking on fire and stone, and if she stayed any further, it would simply be too awkward. Suya Cheng stood up, and when she passed him, he grabbed her hands and held them tightly. Then, he asked, "Where are you going?" I will be returning for the time being," Anran said a little sheepishly and didn't turn her head. Her intention for meeting with him today was to discuss their future together, but she never thought that things would turn out like this. Suya Cheng sighed slightly, turned around, and hugged Anran from behind. Anran stiffened and struggled to escape his embrace. "Don't move." Suya Cheng hugged her even tighter, and their bodies were pressed together tightly, so much so that Anran could feel stiffness against her buttocks, and she was so stunned that, for a moment, she forgot how to act or breathe. Suya Cheng hugged her tightly and rested his head against her shoulders. It hurt a bit, and pressing his mouth against her ears, he asked, "Did I scare you?" Anran dared not breathe, and, without speaking, she merely shook her head, then nodded again. She was really stunned by what had just happened, and now she had no idea how to react. Suya Cheng smirked and continued holding on to her for a while before he whispered in her ear, "I'm sorry, I must have scared you." Anran did not speak, but she allowed him to hold on to her stiff body. Suya Cheng sighed, let go of her, and turned her body around to face him. Then he looked at her while asking, "Anran?" Anran seemed like she was suddenly snapped back to reality, and she hurriedly said while averting her gaze, I will be returning for the time being." She prepared to leave as she said this. "Stay." Suya Cheng refused to let go of her. Anran looked at him with a panicked expression on her face, and her eyes grew red. "Suya Cheng, I am really not ready yet." Suya Cheng couldn't help but feel bitter inside. It seemed that all these years of Spartan self-control were instantly undone by his moment of weakness. Perhaps from henceforth, she would see him as a dirty pervert. "I know." Suya Cheng tried to save his last shred of dignity in front of her. "So, knowing that, you still..." Anran was really agitated now and looked at him with red eyes. She truly thought that he was a gentleman, but she never expected that there were few exceptions to stereotypes and that most men were indeed lustful perverts. Suya Cheng broke out into laughter, embraced her, and refused to let go of her, no matter how much she struggled. He whispered into her ear, "Stay here, I promise I won't do anything to you." "Really?" "No, I want to go home," Lanran said in a crying voice. "This is your home," Suya Cheng said. Anran paused for a moment, but quickly spoke again and said, "Well then, I'm going back to my mother's house." "No, father-in-law and mother-in-law will be worried. I just told them that you won't be returning for the night, so if you suddenly go back now, all you will do is make them worry." Suya Cheng tried reasoning with her. Anran stopped talking and simply stared at him with red eyes. Suya Cheng was a little tired. He sighed and said, "Anran, will you please just stay? I just returned home after driving for 6 hours straight. I'm really tired. I honestly don't have the energy to drive you back again." Anran looked at him and saw the exhaustion on his face, but nevertheless she muttered obstinately, "I can go back by myself." Suya Cheng did not speak and merely stared at her. The two of them stayed silent like this for a while before Anran finally waved the white flag and gave in by asking, "Do you have another room?" "There is a study," Suya Cheng said. "Then I will go." Anran wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Suya Cheng before she had a chance to finish her words. "I will go to the study. If you get tired, take a bath and go to bed early. The clothes are in the closet, but I don't have women's pajamas, so you'll have to suck it up and wear my t-shirts for the time being," Suya Cheng said. Anran stared at him for a while before finally nodding. Suya Cheng nodded, and, without further commenting, he turned around and walked out of the room. Chapter 22. Suddenly, Anran watched his figure disappear behind the door, and her heart, which was in her throat, finally subsided. She turned around and took a look at the room. The white walls were unadorned and had no wallpaper whatsoever. The large 1.8-meter bed was covered with grey sheets. The cabinets all had sharp corners. The balcony of the room was equipped with a small coffee table and rattan chairs. The whole room had an overwhelmingly masculine vibe to it. Anne ran opened the black and white wardrobe, in which monochromatic shirts and suits hung neatly in a row. Anne ran found casual loungewear in another cabinet, although the color appeared rather plain to her. She took out a black t-shirt and put it to her chest for measurement. It was more than a size larger than what she was used to wearing. In fact, Suya Cheng was very fit and was neither too thin nor overweight. However, he was very tall, at a height of 180 centimeters. Compared to Anne Ran's height of 167, he was naturally more than a full head taller than her. Anne Ran continued rummaging, but she discovered that all the t-shirts were practically the same size, so it was unlikely that she would find a t-shirt of her size. In the end, she decided that any random t-shirt would suffice for the moment. The bathroom in the room was not particularly large, and there was no bathtub. There was only a small shower room. The countertop outside the shower room was cleaned and tidy, and only a toothbrush, toothcup, and men's facial cleanser were placed on top of it. There was nothing remotely feminine in sight. Anne Ran took a quick shower and put on Suya Cheng's t-shirt. The t-shirt was so wide that she could have worn it as a dress, but wearing it was more comfortable than she had expected. In fact, Anne Ran was a bit tired today. She had barely slept the night before, and along with what had happened at the construction site that afternoon, she was overwhelmed with sleepiness due to fatigue and exhaustion even though it wasn't late in the day yet. She lifted the covers and laid on the bed. The covers had a minty scent, which smelled nice and refreshing to her. Anne Ran closed her eyes and soon fell asleep. In the study, Suya Cheng was still dealing with various official documents, and the densely packed text on the documents gave him mental exhaustion at first. But since he had come to where he was today, step by step, he had already amassed the ability to take in 10 lines at a glance. The cell phone on the desk rang with a call from the compound. He didn't even need to answer to know that the call was from that old lady at the compound. "Hey, Mom." Suya Cheng picked up the cell phone and leaned on the chair with fatigue. His hands pinched his brows. "Yi Cheng, I heard Yi Jiao talking about some sister-in-law. Do you really have a suitress?" Qin Yun asked straightforwardly on the phone. Only yesterday she had thought he was joking. After all, he hadn't dated anyone since that incident. He barely even socialized with his female friends. He was always procrastinating about his marriage, and no matter how much she tried using various ways to introduce him to women, he obstinately refused to reciprocate. By now, she was literally dying of anxiety. Suya Cheng sighed. He knew he shouldn't have expected Yi Jiao to keep any secrets. She had just promised him at noon that she wouldn't tell a soul, yet barely half a day had passed before she sold him out. Fortunately, he hadn't planned on keeping it a secret for long either. "Yeah, I have a woman in mind, so you don't need to keep stressing over my marriage anymore, Mom," Suya Cheng said. Qin Yun was overjoyed to hear this, and asked eagerly, "Oh, so the rumor is true, indeed. What family is the girl from? How old is she? What is her occupation? Is she pretty, Mom?" Suya Cheng broke out in laughter, shook his head, and simply said, "Just a girl from an ordinary family. She's a nice girl. If she's from an ordinary family, then so be it. There's nothing wrong with being from an ordinary family. What truly matters is that her family should have a clean reputation, and she should be a high-minded individual," Qin Yun told him. "Yes, I know." Suya Cheng nodded. "Ah Cheng, have you returned yet? How about you bring that girl home with you so I can get a look at her?" Qin Yun really could barely contain her anticipation. She had been hoping for a daughter-in-law for years, especially since while other families' sons of similar age already had school-aged children, she still had to worry about her son's marriage prospects. "Mom." Suya Cheng really did not know how to deal with his mom's capriciousness. "Mom, look at what time it is. I have been overexerting myself today, and I just came back. Besides, Anne Ran is tired as well and has just fallen asleep. How about tomorrow? I'll bring Anne Ran home then." Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he retorted, I actually have events to attend tomorrow night, so I'll bring her home to see you, Dad and Grandpa the day after tomorrow. Rest assured, this time I'll..." Wait. Qin Yun seemed to hear something wrong and interrupted Suya Cheng before he could finish. She asked, "You said she was tired. Is she asleep right now?" After hearing this, Suya Cheng immediately knew what she was really trying to ask and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How come he never knew that his mother had become so incognizant with young people's trains of thought and had become such a progressive thinker? He asked with a grin, "Mom, aren't you overthinking this a little too much?" "Oh, I wasn't overthinking anything. You said it yourself." Chin-Yoon burst out laughing while defending herself and asked, "Son, do you mean that the girl is in your house right now?" "Yes, but it's not what you think. Although they nearly went there, it didn't work out in the end." "Okay, Mom knows now. I didn't think too much about it," Chin-Yoon said while giggling, and she felt ecstatic. "All right then, it's getting late. I'm going to bed now, and you should go to bed early as well. Don't overexert yourself too much." The corners of Soo Ye-cheng's mouth twitched, especially when he heard his mother saying don't overexert yourself too much. If only she knew how much he wished he actually could. After he hung up the phone, he was no longer in the mood to continue looking at the documents again. He couldn't help but start pondering over the ambivalent words his mother used, and then recall how soft and tender she felt in his arms. He felt deeply agitated inside. Damn it! Soo Ye-cheng cursed under his breath, placed down the document in his hand, and headed directly toward the bathroom outside in order to calm himself. After returning to the bedroom again after taking a shower, he pushed open the door to see Anran lying on her side, fast asleep and taking long, even breaths. Soo Ye-cheng lifted the covers on the other side of the bed, raised her head slightly, stretched his arms over his neck to let her rest on him, then wrapped his hands around her waist to pull her into his embrace. Anran seemed really tired and was sleeping very soundly. Even after Soo Ye-cheng had moved her around quite a bit, she still didn't show the slightest signs of awakening. In the darkness, Soo Ye-cheng curled the corners of his mouth. Bending his head, he planted a kiss on her head. Then, sniffing the scent of her hair, he closed his eyes to sleep beside her. He slept peacefully that night without dreaming or waking up in between. But being awakened by someone during a deep sleep was a terrible thing. The alarm clock started blaring loudly and was intermixed with the sound of knocking. Anran shot up from the bed. She was still drowsy, but nonetheless she lifted the covers and prepared to get out of bed. Suddenly, a force behind her pulled her back and whispered in her ear, "You continue sleeping. I'll open the door." All of her drowsiness vanished the instant she heard the voice beside her ears, and her pupils dilated in alarm. Looking at the man in front of her with a faint smile on his face, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and exclaim, "Soo Ye-cheng, what are you doing here?" Chapter 23, First Meeting with Mother-in-Law. "Soo Ye-cheng, what are you doing here?" She glared at him. Her wakefulness was slowly returning to her, and all the memories of last night's events were as fresh as new. Her face was slightly flushed, and she pulled the covers tightly to her chest. She clearly remembered that he said he would be sleeping in the study last night, so why would he appear here now? "This is my room. Why would I not be here?" Soo Ye-cheng inquired with an innocent expression on his face. You said you were going to sleep in the study," Anran exclaimed. If he hadn't declared that he would spend the night in the study, she wouldn't have slept so peacefully here. Soo Ye-cheng nodded without refuting her and merely said, "Well, I did say I was going to the study." "Then, how come you came back in the middle of the night?" Anran glared at him resentfully and thought about how she had trusted that he was a gentleman, only for him to turn out to be a villain. "I went to the study because there was still some work to be done, but I never said that I would actually be sleeping in the study," Soo Ye-cheng confessed, and truthfully, he didn't consider himself to be lying either. Anran was so enraged that she merely glared at him but was unable to spit out another word in her own defense. Soo Ye-cheng shook his head with a smile, lifted the covers, and got out of bed from the other side. "Then," he said, "you change clothes first, and then I'll open the door." He opened the door to the room and then walked out. Anran glared at the door for a while, then quickly took her clothes from yesterday and put them on. Soo Ye-cheng opened the door to see Chin-Yoon with a huge smile on her face. She looked her son up and down and then stretched her neck to peek in the direction of the room as if searching for something. "Mom, what are you looking for and why did you come this early in the morning?" Soo Ye-cheng looked at his mother with his arms crossed around his chest. He knew she was anxious to meet Anran, but he never expected her to be so anxious that she actually came barging through his door so early in the morning. It was only 7 o'clock at that time, and it takes at least an hour to drive from the military area compound to this place. "How early did she get up?" Chin-Yoon smiled, turned around, and whispered to her son's ears, Cheng, did Mom come too early? What do you think? Did you do morning exercises with Dad today since you got up so early? Cheng asked. Heck no. I got up even earlier than your dad today, Yoon said proudly, then turned to look at the closed door again and asked, that girl is still not up yet. Cheng glanced at her mother, shook his head with a helpless smile, then walked toward the kitchen. Without answering her question, he asked directly, do you want juice or water? Why would I want to drink juice when I just bought breakfast at the entrance of your neighborhood? I bought freshly ground soy milk and freshly baked buns. Hurry up and ask her to come out for breakfast or else the food will get cold. After she finished, Yoon headed straight toward the kitchen and started placing the food in bowls. Mom, you will scare her if you act like this, he thought. This is too sudden. That girl is not prepared to meet you yet. Yoon gave her son a nasty look and said, why would she be scared? Your mother is not like those so-called evil mothers-in-law, no way. As they were speaking, the door of the room suddenly flew open. Anran had finished changing her clothes and came out of the room. When she saw Yoon standing in the kitchen, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she nodded at her to acknowledge her. Seeing her finally come out, Yoon was so elated that she shoved the breakfast in her hands directly into Cheng's hands, got out of the kitchen, and looked at Anran with a kind smile on her face. She stepped forward, and, holding Anran's hand, Yoon sized Anran up and down carefully. She couldn't help exclaiming, gorgeous, you are certainly a stunning girl. Anran was still a little confused and blushed as she glanced over at Cheng. Cheng seemed to have understood that Anran was signaling her distress to him. He came toward them, pulled Anran's hands away from his mother's, and said, Mom, let me sit in the living room. Yoon seemed even more ecstatic at the sight of them holding hands, and by now she was grinning from ear to ear. She nodded her head and said, yes. Cheng, will you introduce your mother to this girl? Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Yoon stared at Anran as she asked Cheng. Anran, this is my mom. Mom, this is Anran. Cheng gave a brief introduction. Anran blushed, smiled at Yoon, and whispered, Mom. To be honest, she was still caught off guard by having to meet her mother-in-law for the first time in such a manner, and she certainly was not ready yet. Now it was Yoon's turn to be caught off guard at being called Mom during their first meeting, and, frankly, it startled her a little. She turned to look at her son for guidance. Cheng. Cheng touched his nose, coughed, and said, Mom, Anran and I have already gotten married last week. Yoon was astonished yet again and found herself unable to react at the moment. She looked at Anran, then turned back to look at her son. Then, she asked incredulously, really, really? Cheng nodded solemnly and contemplated whether or not he should show his mother the marriage certificate in order to convince her that he wasn't lying to her. After a moment of silence, Yoon started to complain. How can you do such a thing, keeping such an important thing like marriage a secret from your family? Now, what should I tell our relatives and friends? Cheng smiled and said nonchalantly, you can notify them now, one by one. Goodness, there are so many things we need to do to prepare for this marriage, and you didn't even feel the need to tell me beforehand. Yoon shot daggers at her son, then stood up and said, now, I have to hurry back and tell your dad about this, and he will probably be shocked as well. Then, she turned to look at Anran again but with a cheerful smile on her face and said in a much softer tone, Anran, why don't you come home with Cheng and dine with us tonight? Anran merely looked at Cheng and smiled awkwardly without saying a word. I actually promised my father-in-law and mother-in-law that Anran and I would go over to dine with them tonight, Cheng confessed. Oh, I see how it is. Yoon nodded and said, then, tomorrow. You two can come tomorrow. I will call Jiao as well so we can all dine together. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she asked Cheng, you arrange a time for us all to have dinner with your in-laws. Then, we will discuss the wedding together. Okay, will do. Cheng nodded. The two of them saw Yoon out and waited for her to enter the elevator before they returned to the room. Anran looked at him, and her face was still flushed. She pulled her hands away from his hands, and there was a slight awkwardness in the air. Cheng looked at her calmly with a faint smile and said, let's have breakfast. My mother just brought it here. I will bring you back home to change clothes after we finish eating. Anran nodded without expressing disagreement, but then she suddenly thought of something and looked at him while trying to say something with difficulty. That, huh? Suya Cheng turned his head and looked at her inquiringly. That wedding, can we not hold the wedding? Anran looked at him and asked. She had dreamed of a fairy tale wedding ever since she had been a child. She had dreamed that one day, her very own Prince Charming would greet her with flowers in hand. 6 years ago, her prince had been Mofir. When she had fallen in love with him, she anxiously awaited the day he would propose to her with flowers in hand. Yet that day never came, and they parted ways after a 3-year romantic relationship. In fact, her marriage with Suya Cheng can only be considered a compromise to reality. She has reached the age of marriage, and he has also reached the age at which he should be having a nuclear family as well. This marriage, in fact, was basically a mutually beneficial compromise between the two of them. She would benefit, and so would he. Weddings should be sacred and holy, but a wedding without love. She felt that she might not be able to utter those 3 blessed words against what her heart truly felt. Suya Cheng looked at her and asked solemnly, "Why don't you want a wedding?" I am afraid of trouble. Anran turned her head to avoid making eye contact with him. After a moment of silence, Suya Cheng nodded and said, "Okay," then said nothing further. Chapter 24, Sugar Daddy. After finishing breakfast, Suya Cheng drove to Anran directly back to the Jiyu family's residence, and the two of them went up together. Jiyu's father, Jiyu Hengwen, was the one who opened the door. When he saw that the two of them had come back together, he grinned from ear to ear and hurriedly ushered them in. Lin Xiaofen was busy preparing breakfast. She had made porridge and steamed buns. When she saw that they had returned, she poked her head out of the kitchen and told them to wait for a while. The buns were still a few minutes away from being ready. Anran said that she had already eaten at Suya Cheng's place and told her mother to stop fretting. Then, she headed toward her own room and prepared to leave right after she changed her clothes. She expected to have a meeting this morning, and she was also anxious to find out the reason behind the incident at the construction site yesterday. When Anran came out again, she saw Suya Cheng and her parents sitting at the table, chatting away amicably as they drank the porridge and bit into the buns. When Suya Cheng saw her come out, he smiled at her and said, "Anran, come and eat some. The buns that your mother made are much more delicious than the ones bought from the store." "Yes, Anran, come and eat together with us," Lin Xiaofen also said. Anran looked at the time, then shook her head and said, "No, you guys eat. I will be heading to the company." Then, she grabbed her bag from the sofa and started to head out the door. Seeing this, Suya Cheng also put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands and smiled as he stood up, saying to the parents of the Jiyu family, "Then, I'll send Anran to the company first. How about if mother kept the buns for me so I could come over and eat them tonight?" Lin Xiaofen was overjoyed upon hearing this and said happily, "If Yi Cheng likes it, I can make it for you every day." She was really satisfied with her son-in-law. He was good to Anran and knew what to say to make people happy. He was certainly a pleaser. The old Jiyu couple watched them leave and enter the elevator before finally closing the door. Lin Xiaofen looked at her husband and said, "I am really satisfied with this Suya Cheng." Jiyu Hengwen held his wife's shoulders as they walked back in. He didn't speak, but from the smile on his face, it was apparent that he agreed with his wife. Sitting in the car, Anran took a thorough look at the car this time. She wasn't looking for anything in particular. Anran stared straight at the car logo on the steering wheel and was a little dumbfounded. It was not her first time inside this car, but it was the first time she had the chance to get a thorough look at it. She didn't know that many car brands besides the very well-known brands, such as BMW, Mercedes, and Audi, in addition to Porsche and Bentley. Yet she still couldn't believe that she was actually sitting in a Porsche. Suya Cheng turned to look at her and saw her staring at the steering wheel with amazement, so he asked with bewilderment, "What's wrong?" "Lin Li was right," Anran muttered. Suya Cheng smiled and asked, "What did she say?" After hearing her bring this name up all the time, he began to feel curious about what type of person this was. "She said that I have found myself a sugar daddy," Anran confessed and thought to herself that Lin Li had really hit a bullseye in this regard. Suya Cheng couldn't help but burst out laughing and said, "You mean my car?" Anran looked at him without replying and continued asking, "Why did you agree to marry me?" With his qualifications, as long as his heart desired, he probably could have any woman and as many women as he wanted. Yet he agreed to marry a plain Jane that didn't have much to bring to the table. And now that she thought about it, it felt a little too good to be true. "Why did you decide to marry me?" Suya Cheng asked, instead of replying. Ayn Rand pondered over it and stared at him for a long time, then finally said, "We're suitable for each other." At first, she had only thought that he had fit all her criteria for a good husband. She had never thought that she could have misjudged him by this much. "Same for me, as well." Suya Cheng chuckled, turned the steering wheel, and parked the car in front of Ayn Rand's company. Still in the car, Ayn Rand shot him a final look before she finally thanked him and got out of the car. Suya Cheng originally had intended to get out of the car as well, but the cell phone in his pocket started to ring at this time. The call was from Secretary Jen, and Suya Cheng surmised that he had just returned from City S and had something work-related to report to him. Ayn Rand got out of the car and looked at Suya Cheng, who was still in the car. She nodded, then turned around and headed toward the office building. She stood in front of the elevator with a briefcase in her hands as she waited for the elevator and contemplated the "same for me" as well comment he had made to her before getting out of the car. "Hey, Ayn Rand." The sensation of someone tapping on her shoulders snapped her back to reality, and she discovered that her colleague, Xiao Xiao, had snuck up on her without her noticing. "What were you thinking about, so absorbed that you took so long to respond?" Xiao Xiao asked, and as she spoke, she stretched out her hands to twirl her wavy hair with her fingers. Although she was 2 years younger than her, somehow she appeared even more feminine than her. "Nothing." Ayn Rand smiled and shook her head. Even though Xiao Xiao was younger than her, nonetheless Xiao Xiao came to the company around the same time she did. Not only was she not an architecture major, but she also hadn't even graduated from college when she came. She started out doing odd errands and worked her way up, step by step, to her position as a designer in the present. She put in far more effort than others had. At least, according to Ayn Rand, besides the director, she was always the last one to leave the office. Xiao Xiao turned her head and looked outside. She saw the Porsche doing a graceful U-turn before speeding away. Turning around, she winked at Ayn Rand teasingly and asked, "A big boss just sent you over here?" Ayn Rand froze and then realized that she was talking about Suya Cheng. She must have seen her getting out of Suya Cheng's car. She blushed and turned her head away, then said in denial, "What utter nonsense." Ding! The elevator arrived at this time, and the two went in along with the crowd. Since it was the time the majority of the employees arrived to check in for work, the elevator was crowded with people. Xiao Xiao obstinately refused to give up, and she whispered into Ayn Rand's ears, "Well, where did you meet him? What company is he from? It's not what you think." Ayn Rand glared at her furiously. Regarding her marriage, she thought that it was a private matter between two people. Her relatives and friends were the only people that needed to know, and she didn't plan to get a wedding. Since that pretty much cut out any romantic aspect to it, she didn't want it to be publicized. Xiao Xiao was a little dissatisfied that she didn't coax any gossip out of her and turned around with disinterest. She pursed her lips with displeasure and complained, "Why are you so uptight? Are you afraid that I'll compete with you for him or something?" Ayn Rand didn't comment any further and quietly waited for the elevator to arrive. After entering the office along with Xiao Xiao, Ayn Rand clearly felt that there was a weird vibe, and only after asking the student at the front desk did she find out that the family of the deceased, who had been smashed to death in the accident yesterday, came to the company. Several burly and muscular men were waiting in the conference room, and they demanded that the company address the accident. Ayn Rand's heart sank, and, carrying her bag, she headed inside the office. The moment she stepped foot inside, a man rushed out of the meeting room and pointed at her while shouting, "It was her, this woman." The foreman said that she was the designer of that building, and the accident occurred because the building she designed was not up to standards. He lunged toward Ayn Rand as he said this. Then, after hearing the commotion, the two other burly men in the conference room also made a beeline toward her in rage. Her male colleagues at the scene noticed the severe situation and rushed over to stop them. "Brothers, let us all calm down and take it easy. We don't know whose fault it is at this stage, and it isn't necessarily because there was a problem with the designer's designs," a male colleague explained to them. "Not her. Even if it isn't her fault, it is still your company's fault. Now our brother is dead, and there are elders and children in the family, so no matter what, today you guys must give us a statement, one of the burly men declared fiercely. Chapter 25, Being Suspected. Only after Juan Dexing personally came out to assure them that they would receive results addressing the accident within a week did those burly men finally nod and reluctantly agree to withdraw for the time being. After they left, Juan Dexing called the project's general manager, Hu Zhengwen, and Anran into the office. In the office, Anran and the person in charge of the project's construction sat in front of Juan Dexing's desk. On the desk, the drawing for the architectural design of the current project was spread out. Juan Dexing leaned back on his black, leather, swivel chair with a solemn expression on his face. He said coldly, concerning the accident at the construction site, since they came all the way to the company to cause such a ruckus, I want to hear what you guys have to say. The person in charge glanced at Anran, then turned around to look at Juan Dexing and said, my construction was done in accordance with the architectural designs. If you don't believe me, the company can send someone for verification. It was clear what he was insinuating, that the issue was with the design, and since all he did was ensure that the construction went according to the drawing design, it wasn't his fault. Juan Dexing looked at him, then turned to look at Anran and asked, Anran, what do you think? Does the issue lie with the design? Anran pressed her throbbing temple, and simply said, my opinion is that the family of the deceased deserves an explanation. Explanation? The person in charge of the construction glared at her and said coldly, before you give them an explanation, don't we have to determine whose fault it is? Otherwise, how would we give them an explanation in the first place? Anran took a deep breath. She didn't want to quarrel with him, nor did she want to shirk her responsibilities, but she was truly annoyed that he was declaring with such certainty and aggressiveness that her drawings were the issue. She turned her head to look at Zheng Wenwen and said, if it is my responsibility, then I definitely will not shirk responsibility. I will be prepared to explain myself accordingly, apologize, and make any necessary reparations all on my own accord without burdening the company. I can tell you with certainty, the location and strength of the balcony were all the result of the meticulous calculation I had done. I believe that, with your construction experience spanning more than 20 years, you know more than I do that there is nothing wrong with this design. Hu Zhengwen didn't look at her and continued to deny it. I don't know. All I did was construct it according to your drawing designs. As to whether there were any problems with them, I have no idea. Now, an accident has already occurred, and if it wasn't because of her drawing designs, then it meant that the problem occurred during the construction process. He didn't want to bear that responsibility. Anran didn't look at him and turned to Juan Dexing. Director, I request that an expert investigate this accident. If the final result is that my design truly is the issue, then I will bear the responsibility for this accident alone without bringing trouble to the company or anyone else. After saying this, she turned around and left the office. After leaving Juan Dexing's office, Anran headed toward the bathroom with annoyance, turned on the faucet on the countertop, and started patting the water directly onto her face in order to calm herself down. It seemed like someone was already in the bathroom, and, after a flushing sound, Xiao's voice sounded behind Anran. Trouble over the accident, the voice asked as a paper towel was handed to her. Anran looked up, turned off the faucet, took the paper towel she was handed, then wiped off the water on her face without saying anything. Xiao pouted while applying lipstick in front of the mirror and said, you have really run out of luck this time, and the person in charge is also very famous in our company for his tendency to shirk responsibility. This is the first time you have worked with him, right? Then, she put the lipstick back in her bag and flipped her wavy hair in front of the mirror, striking flirtatious poses. Anran didn't say anything. She threw the paper towel directly into the basket, then turned around and headed out of the bathroom. Xiao watched her figure disappear behind the door, and the corners of her mouth twisted into a nasty snarl as she sneered, supercilious phony. Anran returned directly to the office and sat in her chair as she stared at the pile of documents on her desk, but she remained still without moving. Knock, knock, knock. Anran did not respond and still sat there motionlessly. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door sounded again, with a sense of rhythm to it. Anran finally snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, then raised her head and yelled at the door, "Come in." Anran's intuition told her it was Ling Lin, but unexpectedly she saw Huan Dexing, instead. She stood up a little awkwardly. "Director." Huan Dexing raised his hand and motioned for her to sit down. He sat down in front of her and said, "This Hu Zhengwen really is too quarrelsome, don't let him get to you." Anran merely shook her head without saying anything. Concerning this accident, the company will definitely investigate the cause and the specific responsibilities, and afterward, not only will the victim's family be given an explanation, but you will also be given an explanation as well, Huan Dexing continued. Anran was caught off guard, then held his gaze steadily and asked, "So, Director, you mean to say that there weren't any issues with my drawing designs? I have checked your drawing designs, and the proportions and calculations were all correct, but I won't know the specifics concerning the liability for the accident and the results until after the investigation. I came to you mainly because I didn't want you to neglect your work at hand, or for this accident to affect the progress of your other work." Huan Dexing looked at her and said. Anran nodded and understood that he was referring to the bid for the government building. "I know. I will not let myself be distracted, and I will hand over the design to you this weekend." Huan Dexing nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, but in terms of this design, the company intends to hold a friendly contest with all you young designers as participants, and each of you will submit drawing designs for this project. Not only will this make our company's drawing designs more competitive during the bid, but this contest will also be a great way to stir up enthusiasm within the company. What do you think? Competition is a great thing, so I have no objections." Anran was well aware of the evolutionary theory of survival of the fittest, so she wasn't averse to competition, and she knew that comparisons were necessary to differentiate the good from the bad. Huan Dexing nodded with satisfaction and stood up to leave. "Then, you continue on with your work, and the company will investigate the accident. The most important thing for you is to focus on your task at hand." Anran nodded and said, "I understand." Then, she got up to send him out. Su Cheng's phone call came half an hour before work ended. He told her that he was going to pick her up because they had to go back to Anran's house for dinner in the evening and to use this as a chance to move Anran's things into Su Cheng's apartment. "No, I will drive back by myself. My car has already been parked here for many days," Anran refused. In reality, when she initially decided to get a marriage certificate with him, all she wanted was to find a suitable person to complete marriage with as a task. She thought they, nonetheless, would still be strangers, merely tied together by a piece of paper, and didn't think it would have much impact on her daily life. She would still go about her ordinary life, and, although she wouldn't shirk her responsibilities as a wife, she had never thought about bothering anyone else, even if that person was technically her husband. "You can drive tomorrow, since I may not have time to pick you up tomorrow," Su Cheng said over the phone. "I really don't." "Anran, wait for a moment." Anran wanted to say something just then but was interrupted by Su Cheng before she had the chance. She overheard him talking to someone next to him but couldn't clearly discern their words. She waited for a minute or two, and after a while, Su Cheng said on the other side, "I still have some unfinished work at the moment. You wait for me at the door after work. I'll pick you up afterward." Then, he hung up the phone without giving a chance for Anran to respond. Anran looked at the shiny phone and shook her head helplessly. Her husband seemed to be far worse than she imagined, and things seemed to have completely spun out of her control. She felt lost and wondered, did I really make the right choice in agreeing to this marriage? Although she didn't want to be simply chauffeured around by Su Cheng like this, due to the previous phone call, Anran nevertheless obediently waited by the company's gate after work at the promised time, yet she didn't see his flashy car. Anran looked up into the sky and wondered whether tonight was the night she would have a heartfelt talk with him. As she was contemplating, a black Mercedes parked at the curb of the road. A handsome man stepped out of the car, looked at her, and called out, "Anran." Anran was snapped back to reality and looked at Mofir, who was standing in front of her. For a moment, she was too stunned to react. Chapter 26, Reunited. Mofir walked toward her and looked into the face that had haunted him for 6 years and appeared in his dreams every night for 2,000 days. At the moment, his feelings inside were nowhere as calm as he appeared on the outside. He wanted to run toward her wildly and passionately embrace her, but he didn't dare, because he couldn't. Anran had calmed down and turned away from him. At that moment, she only hoped that Su Yucheng could appear sooner, but it seemed that the odds were not in her favor. Su Yucheng was running late. Anran. Mo Fear stood before her and called out her name, which had been on his mind for the past 6 years. Standing in front of her again, he even regretted his original decision. Perhaps she should have stayed. What a coincidence. Anran tried to behave as unperturbed as possible, yet her tightly clenched hands exposed the anxiety she was feeling inside at the moment. Mo Fear held her gaze and said steadily, "No, I'm specifically here for you." "For me?" Anran was amused by his reply. "What are you doing here looking for me?" Was there anything to talk about between the two of them? Anran, Mo Fear opened his mouth to speak but was interrupted by Xiao Xiao coming from behind Anran. Anran turned her head and saw Xiao Xiao heading toward them in 7-centimeter high heels with her lion's mane of wavy hair. She looked Mo Fear up and down, then walked toward Anran and asked with a smile, "Anran, is this handsome guy your friend?" "Just a classmate," Anran replied coldly. "Hello, I'm Anran's colleague. My name is Xiao Xiao." Xiao Xiao extended her hands out to Mo Fear. Mo Fear ignored Xiao Xiao and simply stared straight ahead at Anran. There was a wounded expression on his face, and he seemed somewhat hurt by Anran's words. Anran averted her gaze and avoided eye contact with him. She raised her hand to look at her watch and held her phone tightly in her hands. She pondered over whether or not to give Su Yucheng a call. If he was too busy at the moment to drive her back, then she would just drive back herself. Mo Fear's disregard and indifference toward her made Xiao Xiao feel embarrassed and indignant. She knew she was attractive, and many men desired her and attempted to get closer to her. She had never been treated like this. Such treatment made her feel flustered. Although she was boiling with rage inside, due to her family's situation, Xiao Xiao had entered society very early on. Therefore, she had already learned how to observe the reaction of others and react accordingly, while hiding her true feelings. So even if she was extremely displeased with Mo Fear at the moment, she still had a dazzling smile plastered on her face as she teased him. A gentleman wouldn't let a woman hold out her hand for this long without reciprocating. Only then did Mo Fear snap back to reality, and he shook her hand solemnly without emotion, while his eyes never left Anran. Xiao Xiao froze and stood there a bit awkwardly, then her eyes slowly turned cold, and she slowly retracted her hands. Anran knew that Mo Fear had been staring at her. The feeling of being stared at made her feel a little uncomfortable. She glanced at her watch and discovered that it was already 17:42. Su Yucheng still hadn't arrived yet. She took a deep breath and turned around to head toward the parking lot. She was done with waiting. Just as Anran turned around, a black Volkswagen Bora slowly pulled up the curb and parked in front of Mo Fear's black Mercedes. The door to the back seat opened, and a man gracefully stepped out of the car and shouted toward Anran, who had turned around to leave. "Anran?" Anran turned around and saw Su Yucheng holding the car door open and smiling at her. When he saw her turn her head around, he closed the door and headed toward her. When Anran saw him coming, she hurriedly picked up her bag, ran down the stairs, and actually started jogging toward him anxiously. For some inexplicable reason, she didn't want Su Yucheng to meet Mo Fear like this, and if someone had asked her the reason, even she wouldn't be able to explain herself. She just simply didn't want them to meet. Mo Fear watched Anran run toward the man, and he clenched the fists hanging by his sides together tightly. When he had come back and heard that she was not yet married, for a moment, he had been secretly ecstatic over the news that she was still unmarried at such an age. He wondered if it was because she had not yet forgotten him, and like him, she hadn't yet given up on their relationship. But at this moment, he watched her run toward another man right in front of him, a man that had a striking appearance. He suddenly lost faith in his previous notions that she still had feelings for him. Anran walked briskly in order to escape Mo Fear's watchful eyes. Although she had said she wanted to move on, at the moment, she still found it difficult to face him like any other ordinary person. Since she was so anxious and distracted, she didn't pay attention to the ground in front of her, and she lost her balance after tripping over something. Fortunately, Siya Cheng caught sight of this before she crashed to the ground. He strode forward to catch her and caught her in his arms in an embrace. "Are you okay?" Siya Cheng asked with concern. Anran shook her head, pulled away from his arms, and looked at her feet. There was no sprain, but she was a little bit worried. "Don't be in such a hurry next time, take your time. Or just stand there and wait for me. I'll walk over to you," Siya Cheng said while looking at her, but inside, he was secretly thinking that, although she looked like a 28-year-old, she lacked the maturity and steadiness of her age. Anran simply looked at him after hearing him speak before finally nodding. Siya Cheng nodded as well and looked up to see Mo Fei and Xiao Xiao, who were both standing at the gate of the company. He asked Anran, "Are they your colleagues? Would you like me to say hello?" Anran didn't even turn her head around. She shook her head and replied, no. Her tone was urgent and anxious, and her refusal was terse. Siya Cheng shot her a strange look. Realizing that she had overreacted, Anran reflexively touched her hair and explained, just now, my mother called me to ask us when we will be returning, so we should head back home now." "All right, then," Siya Cheng replied. Then, he looked up, nodded and smiled at Mo Fei and Xiao Xiao, who were standing in the distance. Then, he turned around and reached out to Anran. Anran froze and put her hands into his palm, albeit a little embarrassingly. The corners of Siya Cheng's mouth curled up with satisfaction. He held her hand and said, "Let's go." Mo Fei's fists hanging on his sides were clenched together tightly, so much so that his nails cut into his flesh, but he felt no pain. His eyes were fixated upon Anran and that man holding their hands together, and he watched as the man thoughtfully opened the door for Anran to enter the car, closed the door, went around the car again to get in from the other side, and then started the engine to leave. In the end, only the unseen hubbub remained in the air. Xiao Xiao watched their car disappear into the rush hour traffic flow, then turned around to look at this extraordinarily attractive man in front of her. With the corners of her mouth tilted, she asked, "You're more than simply an old classmate of hers, right?" From the expression on his face, he was likely an ex-boyfriend or something of the sort. However, Jiu Anran has really been acting out lately. Despite the accident at the construction site, she had been arriving at work in flashy cars, and her chauffeurs are all such striking men. What did she ever do to deserve such good luck? Mo Fei shot her a look without saying a word, then simply turned around and headed straight toward his parked black Mercedes. Seeing that he was about to leave, Xiao Xiao quickly followed him. When he reached out to open the door, she slipped in between him and the car and blocked his way. She winked at him flirtatiously and said, "I'm heading to Xinhua Road. How about you give me a ride there?" Mo Fei looked at her coldly. He had come into contact with all sorts of people over the years, and he could tell at a glance what this woman was up to. Mo Fei said without any emotion, "I'm not passing there along the way." After he said this, he opened the car door, got in, then started the car and drove away. Xiao Xiao stood on the side of the road, and her face was flushed with anger. She muttered under her breath, "HMPH, who do you think you are?" Chapter 27, Health Products. In the car, Siya Cheng turned up the music and played a soothing piano song. The disc was given to him by Yijiao. Yuan Cuisine always changed the music after a little while, so there were a lot of spare discs that Yijiao would then give to him. He usually rarely listened to music, but seeing that someone seemed to be in a particularly bad mood today, he decided to play some music to lighten up the mood. Anran. Si Ying focused on driving while whispering to her. Anran turned her head, looked at him, and waited for him to continue speaking. Siya Cheng didn't continue immediately and parked the car in front of a nutrition store. He turned off the engine, then turned to Anran and said, "Let's go and buy something." "Buy what?" Anran was confused. Siya Cheng didn't answer. He opened the door and got out of the car, then walked around to open the door on Anran's side and smiled at her with his hands extended toward her. Anran's face turned slightly red, and she thought about how, from the moment she met him till now, although it had only been a short while, she had already ridden in this car many times already. Yet he always opened the door for her whenever she got in or got out of the car, and this made her feel a little embarrassed. Although she was embarrassed, nonetheless, Anran blushed and placed her hands in his palm. Looking up at the store in front of them, she turned her head and asked him, "Do you plan on buying nutritional products?" Siya Cheng nodded and smiled. Tonight is my first official visit to your house, so how can I go empty-handed? Actually, my parents don't care about stuff like that. What they cared about most was whether or not she was happy. This was something she had always known. Well, I know your parents aren't that kind of people, but there are some things I should do as common courtesy, and I do want to make the best impression on them as well. Siya Cheng took her hand and walked in while saying, actually, I bought these because I want the two of them to be in their best health. Perhaps they were just your parents before, but now they are also my parents, so I also need to express concern over their health and care for them as well. Anran was a little moved and turned her head to look at his side profile. This man's dedication put her to shame. She was suddenly grateful that he was the one she married, not Lin Anji from before, or the star-crossed Mu Feng. She didn't know whether or not they would marry in the future, or how he would treat her in the future, but she was grateful that he could respect and care about her parents. Siya Cheng noticed her gaze, so he stopped and turned around to look at her. He asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Anran shook her head, then smiled as she turned around without looking at him and said, "My mother's blood sugar is a little high, and my dad has high blood pressure." Siya Cheng smirked, "Then I know what to buy." He held her hands as he reached for the store shelves to grab a few boxes of products for blood sugar and hypertension and took 2 of each. Then, he went to another shelf to grab more products that treated diabetes and he took those to the cashier. Anran looked at the big box and small box in his hand and said quickly, "Why do you plan on buying so much? One is enough. And this one, I watched TV commercials that said this product treated diabetes. My parents don't have diabetes, so don't use this." "Yes, I know. This one is for Grandpa," Siya Cheng answered with a smile. "Grandpa," Anran reacted slowly, and it took her quite a while to understand that the grandpa he was referring to was her own grandpa. She blushed slightly and stretched out her hand to grab the stuff from his hands, saying, "Then, I'll pay for this." If he had to be filial, then so did she, and, according to etiquette, she should be the one paying. Siya Cheng simply laughed and let her carry it without saying a word. When she arrived at the cash register, the cashier asked if she wanted both of their purchases to be counted together. Before she had the chance to reply, Siya Cheng had already grabbed the healthcare products from her hands, handed the cash register his card, and nodded. "Count them together." After putting the healthcare products in the back seat of the car, then returning to the driver's seat, Siya Cheng started the engine and was preparing to leave. Anran took out a few wads of cash from her wallet, then handed them to him. She stared straight at him without speaking. Siya Cheng raised his eyebrows in amusement and asked, "Why?" "We agreed that I will be buying mine." She was referring to the supplements that were bought for his parents and grandpa. Siya Cheng looked at the stubborn look on her face, and the smile on the corner of his mouth widened. He reached out, but instead of receiving the wads of cash in her hand, he wrapped her little hands tightly inside his, then put her hands on his lap and looked her in the eye while asking, "Anran, do you always have to draw such clear lines with others?" Anran didn't quite understand the meaning of his words and simply frowned at him. Siya Cheng chuckled, played with her little hands, then looked up and asked, "Anran, what is our relationship?" Anran blushed slightly, but this time she didn't avoid the topic, keeping her eyes downcast as she replied in a low voice, "Married couple." "Yes, you are my wife and I am your husband, so why does there need to be such clear lines between us?" Siya Cheng asked again. "But I also want to express filial piety toward my in-laws. Otherwise, what will I be, then?" Anran said, and her tone and expression conveyed her uneasiness. She was an appreciative and grateful person. If he treated her parents so well, she would naturally return the favor to his loved ones. Filial piety is not determined by who buys the things or who pays for them. The important thing that matters is the desire. The desire to convey filial piety is the most significant aspect. Materialistic things have no emotion. Humans are the ones with feelings. As long as you have the desire to convey filial piety, my parents and the other will naturally sense it. So then Anran wanted to say something but was interrupted by him before she got the chance to finish. "We are husband and wife. I am your husband. It is only natural for me to be the one spending money and supporting the family. There shouldn't be such clear distinctions between you and I now, should there?" Anran stared at him for a long time, but in the end, she had nothing to say. He had effectively blocked out all of her excuses, so what else could she say? Furthermore, she knew that she was no match against his silver tongue, so all she could do was put the money back into her wallet. Although she was dissatisfied, all she could do was simply mutter aloud, "It's basically patriarchy." Upon hearing this, Su Chen burst out laughing, but said nothing further in his own defense and drove the car in the direction of the Jiyu family's residence. Chapter 28, Stray Birds. When Anran and Su Cheng arrived, Lin Xiaofen and Jiyu Hengwen were still busy in the kitchen. Seeing them return, Lin Xiaofen sent Jiyu Hengwen to go out and sit with Su Cheng, while Anran volunteered to help her mother in the kitchen. Of course, they would be having a private mother and daughter conversation in the meantime. After seeing that Jiyu Hengwen and Su Cheng were busy doing something on the sofa, Lin Xiaofen closed the kitchen door and asked her daughter in a whisper, "Anran, does he treat you well?" As a mother, her number one concern was not whether her daughter married up the social ladder. Instead, the most important thing was how her son-in-law treated her daughter. The only way to ascertain whether or not this marriage was the right choice was how he treated her. Otherwise, no matter how good a family he was from, the marriage wouldn't be a happy one if he didn't care about her. Anran nodded. "He treats me well." She wasn't just saying so to comfort her mother. In terms of their interactions over those past few days, Su Cheng had really done nothing wrong. That's good, that's good." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofen nodded with relief. In those years, she had watched her daughter get heartbroken over Mofir, and she was afraid that history would repeat itself. However, it seemed like Hengwen was right. Since she had been able to meet a man like Jiyu Hengwen, who cared for her so deeply, naturally Anran would also be able to meet a man who knew how to treat her well. "Mom, what kind of soup are you making in the stewpot? It smells so good." Anran reached out to open the lid to see, but Lin Xiaofen blocked her with her hands. "It's not ready yet, so don't open the lid." "Black chicken soup with yam, it's your favorite soup." Then Lin Xiaofen pushed her aside. "You go out now, there's too much smoke here. You aren't of much help anyway, so go out and keep Su Cheng company." Anran stuck out her tongue and said, "Let Dad keep him company. Women shouldn't participate in their man-to-man conversation." In reality, the true reason she didn't want to go out was that she had no idea what to talk about with him. Although they were technically a couple, they weren't that close. "Then go to your room. I have packed your things already, so check and see if there is anything I left out." Lin Xiaofen opened the lid and looked at the soup. It would take about 10 more minutes. Anran hugged her mother from behind and put her chin against her mother's shoulder like a child, then muttered in her ear, "Mom, I don't want to move." Lin Xiaofen patted her hand scornfully and scolded her teasingly. "Still acting like a child at this age? You are already married now, so if not now, then when do you plan on moving in?" "I don't want to move, so why don't you let me live at home for a lifetime?" Anran replied cheekily. Go, go, go. Staying at home for 28 years is way too long. Not enough. I want to stay for a lifetime." "Well, it might not be enough for you, but I'm tired of seeing you, so I couldn't wait for you to get married and move out quickly," Lin Xiaofen said with a good-natured smile. "Now quit acting so childish. Go and see if there is anything left to pack. Dinner will be served in a moment." Anran nodded and retreated from the kitchen. Su Cheng and Jiyu Hengwen chatted as they sat in the living room. When Jiyu Hengwen found out that Su Cheng also practiced Chinese calligraphy, he took him directly to the study and said he would like to take a look at his characters. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Su Cheng no longer tried to shirk it out of modesty and wrote the character Ran on the blank rice paper. "Yi Cheng, how long have you been practicing this character?" Jiyu Hengwen looked at the character on the table and couldn't help but nod again and again. Su Cheng's calligraphy was really outstanding, and even though Jiyu Hengwen had been practicing calligraphy for more than 30 years, he couldn't say with confidence that his skills were much better than Su Cheng's. "Father mustn't laugh at me. Although I have been practicing calligraphy since elementary school, I still haven't gotten any better at it over the years," Su Cheng said modestly. No, your characters are well written, your brush strokes are strong and steady, and every stroke is perfectly in place," Jiyu Hengwen praised, and he felt even more satisfied with his son-in-law. Lin Xiaofen pushed open the door, looked at them with a smile on her face, and said, "Dinner is ready. You all can continue discussing calligraphy after dinner." "Yes, yes, let's go eat," Jiyu Hengwen said with a good-natured smile. The three of them came out of the study, while Anran was still in her room. Lin Xiaofen shouted toward Anran's room, "Anran, come out to eat." Even after the three of them had sat down, Anran still hadn't come out. What is that child doing in her room? It's time to eat already, yet she still hasn't come out. Lin Xiaofen stood up and was about to call Anran over, but Si Yicheng stopped her. "Mom, let me go." Instead, Lin Xiaofen and Jiyu Hengwen exchanged glances with each other, then nodded mirthfully. "All right, you go then. Anran's room is the first on the left." Si Yicheng nodded, then stood up and walked toward Anran's room. He stood in front of the door and knocked. Since there was no response, he simply pushed open the door and entered. He saw Anran sitting on her bed with a stupefied expression on her face while she held a book in her hand. However, she wasn't actually reading the book and seemed to be daydreaming. Instead, she was in such a daze that she wasn't even aware that Su Yicheng had entered the room. Su Yicheng came toward her and picked up the book in her hands. The book was Tagore's Stray Birds. Only after the book in her hand had been taken away did Anran finally snap back to reality. She looked at Su Yicheng, who was standing in front of her, and wondered how she didn't realize that he had entered. Su Yicheng flipped the pages of the book and said, "I read this collection of poems when I was in high school, and I haven't touched it for many years. I guess it probably got lost in my old man's study." Anran stood up and grabbed the poem collection from his hand without answering him. She asked instead, "How did you get in?" Su Yicheng smiled and turned his head to look around Anran's room. The room's layout was simple yet elegant. Plain, white wallpaper was paired with a small wardrobe in the same color scheme. The quilted covers were pink, and instead of the usual vanity set, there was a small desk near the balcony. There were some books on architecture, as well as paper and large rulers for drawing. There was a little table lamp on the nightstand beside the bed, as well as a small picture frame. In the photo, Anran had long, shoulder-length hair, wore a bachelor's gown, and had a dazzling smile on her face. Su Yicheng bent over to pick up the picture frame and stared at the Anran in the photo. Then he said, "You should smile more. You look beautiful when you smile." Anran blushed and snatched the picture frame from his hands. She had been thin-skinned ever since she was a child and couldn't bear to be praised or laughed at. Su Yicheng smiled, took the book and picture frame from her hands and placed them back on the nightstand. Then, he held her hand and led her out of the room as he said, "Your mother sent me to tell you that the food is ready and it's time to eat." Lin Xiaofen and Jiyu Hengwen caught sight of them holding hands, and saw that Anran was blushing profusely. They exchanged glances with each other and smiled ambivalently. Chapter 29, Wife of a Government Official. After leaving the Jiyu family's residence, it was nearly 21 o'clock when they finally returned to Su Yicheng's apartment. The two elderly Jiyu parents were concerned that they would have to spend a long time unpacking after they returned, so they didn't keep them there for too long and let them leave promptly. Furthermore, as the elderly Jiyu parents saw them out the door, they reminded Su Yicheng to arrange an official meeting between them and his own parents. Su Yicheng nodded to comply, then carried Anran's clothes into the car. Only after getting into the car did Anran discover that the car Su Yicheng was driving this evening was different from the one he had driven in the morning. He had been clearly driving a Porsche in the morning, but now he was driving a Volkswagen. "Ah, did you change your car?" She hadn't noticed when she was on her way here, but now she could see that the car's logo had changed as well as the layout of the car. Su Yicheng smiled and started driving the car steadily on the road as he explained, "No, it's just that, after hearing what you said in the morning, I also thought that the car was too conspicuous and was attracting unwanted attention. This car was provided by the company and is usually driven by Secretary Zheng." Don't you have an assistant? Why does your company provide secretaries and cars? Do you work for a large company?" Speaking of it, Anran realized that she had never asked him anything about his job, like what field he worked in or the name of his company. Su Yicheng looked her in the eyes and smiled mysteriously. "Oh my unit is very large, indeed. Fortune 500, Anran asked reflexively, and then, in her mind, she quickly went over the names of the Fortune 500 companies that she knew of in Jiang City. Su Chen burst out laughing, then said, "Didn't I tell you before? I work for the government." "Ah, the government. There are special assistants in the government." For a moment, Anran was unable to react. She rarely paid attention to matters irrelevant to her daily life, so she was unfamiliar with what civil servants did for a living, not to mention the fact that she still had no idea what the rank of a section chief was. Su Cheng simply smiled without speaking, and he seemed to be in a particularly good mood. He smiled as he drove the car into the garage underneath his apartment, then he opened the trunk and started retrieving Anran's stuff from the car's trunk. Anran was carrying a few boxes of healthcare products that she bought on the road, and she planned on presenting them to her in-laws at dinner the following day. As Su Chen passed by Anran while carrying her stuff, he smiled and whispered into her ear, "I'm special assistant to the mayor." Anran was instantly stunned. She stared at him with astonishment and was unable to react. Special assistant to the mayor? He just said he was special assistant to the mayor. Su Chen walked to the entrance of the corridor but saw that Anran was still standing where she was with a dumbfounded expression on her face. He couldn't help but shake his head a little in amusement. He turned around to take her free hand, then led her out of the basement and into the elevator. Anran still stared at him in disbelief as she waited for Su Chen to open the door with the key. Su Chen suddenly felt somewhat like a failure. Was his image that different from what she imagined a special assistant to the mayor to be like? Just when Su Chen considered explaining himself, Anran suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "Are you a government official?" The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched, and he simply said, "In a sense, yes." Anran simply felt astounded. She had become the wife of a government official without even realizing it in the process. Seeing her react like this, Su Chen surmised that she would probably stay in this state of astonishment for quite a while. His thoughts then went to how he had eaten a lot that night and was now feeling really thirsty. He turned to the kitchen and poured a glass of water for himself. Then he said to Anran, "Anran, come and drink some juice." Anran came over but simply stared straight at him without accepting the juice he handed over. Su Chen was somewhat dismayed. Regarding his job, did she really find it that hard to believe? After drinking a sip of water, he opened his mouth again to explain himself, but he was at a loss of words when he heard what she uttered next. "So you aren't a sugar daddy, but a high-ranking government official," Anran murmured, then as if she suddenly thought of something, she stared at him and asked, "That luxury car in the morning, did someone bribe you for it?" He choked on the water in his throat, and he was so uncomfortable that he couldn't stop coughing. Only then did Anran come back to her senses, and she handed him a paper towel. You are okay, right?" Su Chen coughed for a long while before he finally stopped. However, his handsome face was flushed deeply from choking. Seeing that he had finally stopped coughing, Anran then said a little sheepishly, "Sorry, I asked too presumptuously." But in reality, she believed that all government officials must have resorted to bribery or embezzlement at some point in their career to climb to such a high position, and their main goal was always money. Otherwise, with the meager monthly salary of civil servants, how would they be able to afford to live in luxurious mansions and own sports cars? Su Chen could guess what she was thinking simply from the expression on her face, and it really made him feel a bit defeated inside. He always thought that he had an image of righteousness and high moral standards. Yet, in her eyes, it seemed as if he was the very embodiment of corruption. If the word were to spread to the military area compound, he wouldn't be surprised if his old man disowned him. Su Chen stopped sipping on the water. He went around the counter, took the juice from her hand, and set it aside, then took her hand. "Come, let me show you something." Since he had been choking just a little while ago, his voice had lost its usual gentleness and sounded much more hoarse. "What?" Anran was mystified, but she nonetheless allowed him to lead her into the study. Su Chen led her behind the large desk in the study room, turned on the computer, then opened the stock trading software on the desktop and entered the account number and password. He pulled Anran in front of the monitor and said, "I never embezzled. I bought the car with money earned from my stocks and funds, not from bribing others. Furthermore, Yi Jiao borrowed a lot of money from me to open the restaurant Yuan Cuisine. Although the business started going well, she offered to give me some shares, but, considering my position, I let her hold on to my share for the time being. Every year she still sends me dividends from Yuan Cuisine. Ayn Rand stared at the stocks and balances of his fund account that was displayed on the computer monitor but was still unable to react. Linley was only half right. Now it seems that she didn't just get a sugar daddy, but actually, a sugar daddy that was also a high-ranking government official. If she remembered correctly, the position of special assistant to the mayor was practically a stepping stone to the position of mayor itself. Therefore, Su Chen was a man of affluence as well as power. Ayn Rand, you still don't believe me? Seeing that she still wasn't responding, Su Chen thought that it was because she was still incredulous. Ayn Rand shook her head. She wasn't incredulous, but merely confused. Your background and qualifications are so outstanding. Why did you agree to marry me? Su Chen turned her body around, looked into her eyes, and said, you are the right one. Chapter 30. How did you hurt yourself? Of course, it was because they both felt that they were right for each other, that they decided to have a flash marriage. Ayn Rand didn't ask any more questions. In fact, their current situation was much better than she had imagined. Most of the surprises concerned his identity, and even then it was because she had underestimated him instead of the opposite. Fortunately, his mother didn't seem particularly snobby or condescending toward her because of her background, so she was truly in luck. Ayn Rand had just mustered up the courage to initiate a discussion with him concerning their future, but before she could open her mouth, his phone started to ring. Apparently the call was from the section chief of some unit and concerned the approval of certain documents. Ayn Rand left the study, returned to the master bedroom, opened the luggage that she had just brought back from home, and started to unpack. Opening the not-so-large, floor-to-ceiling wardrobe, she saw his clothes hanging neatly on the racks. Ayn Rand stared at the row of suits and white shirts in a state of wonder. From then forward, her wardrobe would no longer solely consist of her clothes. The other half of her wardrobe will belong to the man she will spend her future with. Instead of fancy dresses and suits, there would be dull-appearing suits and white shirts, she thought with a sense of awe. Of course, this was a drastic change, but she told herself it was a change she must adapt to. Ayn Rand pushed his clothes aside and hung the suits and dresses she usually wore to work next to his clothes. She had already prepared a small storage box for her underwear beforehand, and she found that it was indeed the perfect place to put them. Finally, she placed her shoes in the shoe cabinet by the entrance. After she finished unpacking everything, Ayn Rand saw that there was still a bag on the ground filled with her reference books and drawings. She looked around the room with a little frustration and contemplated whether or not she should discuss with Su Chen the matter of setting up a writing desk for her. This would make it much easier for her to do her drawing designs later on. With her mind on this thought, Ayn Rand pushed open the door and walked toward the study. She saw him holding the phone with one hand as he quickly rummaged through the documents while muttering something into the phone. Seeing this, Ayn Rand understood that, as someone of his position, he was probably busy, so she left instead of bothering him. She returned to the master bedroom again, then glanced around the room and stared hard at the double bed for a long time. She finally let out a tiny sigh, then turned around and took out a set of pajamas from the closet and headed straight into the bathroom. Since she was afraid that Su Chen would return to the bedroom, Ayn Rand dared not shower for too long, so she took a quick shower before changing into her pajamas. Yet it seemed like fate was always playing tricks on her. The more you avoid something, the more likely it is to happen. As soon as she stepped out of the shower, she encountered Su Chen entering the room. Their eyes met, and they stared at each other awkwardly. Ayn Rand's pajamas were very conservative, and neither her thighs nor her chest was showing. Besides the fact that her bare shoulders were showing, it really was a non-revealing, plain set of pajamas. Ayn Rand snapped out of it and started blushing. Then, she strode across the room, quickly lifted the quilted covers, and wrapped herself in them tightly. She then said, "I'm going to sleep now." After that, she lay down without making another peep. Only then did Su Chen come back to his senses. He didn't expect himself to become so distracted over her. He wasn't enthralled by her pajamas since they weren't particularly sexy, but the instant she stepped out of the shower, he was allured by the breathtaking flush of red on her cheeks, and he felt his heart throbbing. Su Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing at the sight of her tightly wrapped in blankets. Although she was 28, occasionally, her cute, funny, and childish behavior made her seem more like a 17 or 18-year-old. Looking at the time, he discovered that it was almost 11 o'clock. He had been wrapped up in the affairs of the Deputy Bureau in the City Bureau of Construction for nearly an hour. Then afterward he sorted out the information that needed to be used for the meeting the next day. Before he realized it, the time had flown by. He took off his watch and placed it on the nightstand. Then, he turned around to open the closet with the intention of taking out his pajamas to change into after taking a bath. But when he opened the closet, he had a blank stare on his face at first. Then he turned toward Anran, who was sleeping peacefully on the bed. Anran wanted to sleep because then she wouldn't need to bear the awkwardness. However, the more she tried to fall asleep, the more wakeful she was. She could even hear the sound of water running in the bathroom. Even though it wasn't loud, nonetheless, she could still hear it very clearly. The sound of water running in the bathroom suddenly stopped. Siya Cheng seemed to have finished taking a shower. Anran quickly turned her back so she was facing away from the direction of the bathroom, but accidentally smashed her hand into the corner of the nightstand because of her overly vigorous movements. Although she was in so much pain that her teeth were clenched, and she had to cover her wounded hand with her other hand, she dared not make a peep. When Siya Cheng came out again, he had already changed into his pajamas, and he stood at the door of the bathroom as he watched Anran lying on the bed in a fetal position. The covers were even trembling because of her nervousness. Siya Cheng couldn't help but feel a little faint-hearted. He was an average guy with a normal libido, but he also considered himself a gentleman. If she objected, he certainly would not force her. Siya Cheng lifted the covers and turned off the lamp on the nightstand. In the dark, Siya Cheng moved his body closer to Anran. Even before his hand touched her, he could already sense the stiffness of her body, and her entire person was tensed up. Siya Cheng reached out, embraced her from behind, and placed her body into his arms. Now he could clearly feel that her body was as rigid as an iron block and extremely stiff. With a sigh, Siya Cheng whispered a little helplessly in her ear, "Anran, if you move toward the edge any further, you'll fall off the bed." Anran didn't speak. Her eyes were tightly closed and she dared not even let out her breath. The back of her hands hurt so badly that she thought it was probably swollen, but now she couldn't focus on that. All she wanted was for Siya Cheng to think that she had fallen asleep so she could evade him for the night. Although she knew that the day would eventually come sooner or later, she really wasn't ready today, so she needed at least a few more days of mental preparation. Seeing that she still remained silent, Siya Cheng asked again, "Am I really that frightening?" He touched her hand, but as soon as he touched it, he suddenly heard her suck in a breath as if in tremendous pain. Siya Cheng frowned, and suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He grabbed her hand and hadn't even exerted much force before he heard her hiss in pain. So now he knew that there was definitely something wrong. Siya Cheng let go of her, then sat up and turned on the bedroom light. He watched the figure on the bed with her back turned away from him in a fetal position, and he frowned. He said coldly, "Anran, turn around." Anran remained motionless and continued to play dead. Seeing this, Siya Cheng no longer bothered opening his mouth and simply reached out to turn her body toward him. There was a frightened expression in Anran's eyes, and after his hand dug into the quilted covers to pull her hand out, Siya Cheng finally saw the large red welt on the back of her hand. His brows furrowed even further, and he asked with an impassive expression, "How did you hurt yourself?" Chapter 31. Simply hold on to you. How did you hurt yourself? Siya Cheng asked with an impassive expression. His face no longer had its usual warmth. Instead, a sense of austerity took its place, and this frightened Anran somewhat. Anran yanked her hand away, stood up, and looked at him as she replied somewhat sheepishly, "I accidentally bumped it." She didn't have the guts to tell him that she had been afraid that he would do something to her, so she pretended to be asleep, and that she received the bruises and welts on her hand when she'd bumped her hand against the nightstand in the process of feigning sleep to avoid him. Siya Cheng stared at her and didn't speak for a long time. Just when Anran was starting to feel a little uncomfortable with being stared at for so long and wanted to open her mouth to say something, he suddenly turned around and hopped off the bed. Anran was thus left sitting there alone and wondering what had just happened. When Siya Cheng came back again, he had a tube of ointment in his hands, yet he still had the same blank expression on his face. He pulled over a chair from across the room and sat down on her side of the bed. He pulled her hand toward him, then gently applied the ointment to the bruises on the back of her hand. Perhaps he didn't control the amount of force he used well enough, because even though Su Yicheng was already applying it very gently, Anran still felt a painful sensation, and her hand trembled involuntarily. Kai. She clenched her jaw tightly. Su Yicheng frowned and asked, "Am I hurting you?" Anran shook her head vigorously, and her face flushed slightly. Su Yicheng retracted his gaze and squeezed some more ointment onto his fingers. This time, his movements were even lighter, and his expression grew even more solemn. As she gazed at the serious expression on his face, Anran suddenly felt her field of vision grow fuzzy, and the scene in front of her at the moment suddenly overlapped with a memory in her mind. She remembered that, 6 years ago, there had once been a boy who also applied ointment onto her in a similarly meticulous manner, but at that time, she hadn't been clenching her teeth tightly to avoid crying out in pain as she did now. Instead, she had cried out to the boy coquettishly to tell him how painful and pitiful it was, and in return, she would receive sympathetic looks from the boy. Then, she would secretly call him a fool inside for being deceived so easily. After Su Yicheng finished applying the ointment, he put the lid back on and placed it aside. Then, he turned back to see Anran staring at her own hands with a dumbfounded expression on her face and a distant look in her eyes as if she was in deep contemplation. "Anran?" Su Yicheng whispered but saw that she still maintained the same posture and didn't seem to hear him. "Anran?" Su Yicheng looked at her and whispered again. This time, Anran heard him. She suddenly lifted her head and stared at him blankly with tears in her eyes. "How is it going?" Su Yicheng was frightened by her expression. He felt that his movements had already been as light and gentle as possible. Did he hurt her again? Anran came back to her senses and raised her hands to wipe her eyes. She shook her head. "It's nothing, thank you." Su Yicheng guessed that she probably had something on her mind, and it was probably something that struck a deep chord within her. Yet he didn't want to probe if she didn't feel like bringing it up, because he knew very well that some wounds needed time in order to gradually heal. He sat down properly, looked straight at her, and, after a long while, Su Yicheng finally spat out, "Anran, let's talk." Anran looked at him and asked, "What do you want to talk about?" "Anran, what I want to tell you is that I am also an average guy, and it is normal for me to have some impulses as well. Do you understand that?" Su Yicheng looked into her eyes and said. Anran's face turned bright red. Of course she understood what he meant by impulses, and she knew that, as his wife, she had obligations, and his requests weren't unreasonable. Now that he had brought the issue out into the open, she no longer had any valid reason to refuse, but she really wasn't ready yet. As she thought of this, Anran's body leaned back reflexively. Su Yicheng stared at her tomato-red face and felt offended yet amused at the same time. How terrible his image must appear to her for him to inspire such tremendous fear and terror. He sighed helplessly and suddenly felt that he had no idea how to continue this conversation. Despite the fact that dialogue was something he was frequently exposed to at work, at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps he really should reach out to his political commissar father and ask him to teach him some conversational skills. He looked at her and finally shook his head in defeat. "Forget it, it's nothing." He got up to put the chair back in place, then went around to the other side of the bed and lifted the quilted covers to go to bed. Anran watched him as he did this and couldn't help but feel a little guilty inside. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. In the end, she decided to make a resolute decision to make up her mind. Next time, if he wanted it next time, then regardless of whether she was ready or not, she would not refuse or evade him. "Sleep," Su Yicheng said lightly, then he turned off the lamp and lay down. Anran nodded and laid down by his side. In the darkness, the two of them slept on separate sides of the bed and left a large gap in the middle. Anran grabbed the blanket and laid on the edge of the bed with her eyes wide open. She couldn't fall asleep. Sleeping in the same bed as a stranger still made her nervous. Of course, the day before was an exception because she had fallen asleep and was, therefore, unaware. As she heard the breathing of the man beside her on the other side of the bed gradually stabilize, the anxiety inside Anran gradually started to ease up as well. Then, along with increasing drowsiness, her eyes started to close, and her breathing started to grow slow and steady. Yet, just when Anran was about to fall asleep, Su Yicheng suddenly turned around, gently placed his hands upon her waist, then wrapped his other hand around her neck and placed her head on his arms. Due to this series of movements, Anran's body tensed up reflexively, and all her previous drowsiness vanished in an instant. Her entire person was now wide awake, but she dared not make a peep, and her eyes remained closed. She was prepared to sacrifice himself, but then she felt his warm breath on her ears, and his mellow voice sounded in her ears. Anran, if you don't want me to, I won't force it. I just want to hold on to you as I sleep, so rest assured. In the darkness, Anran opened her eyes and was somewhat stupefied because his words moved her somewhat, yet they also made her feel all the more guilty. After a while, she simply said, "Sorry, I'm not ready yet." Suya Cheng nodded and hugged her body tighter. I know, don't worry, I won't force you. Just tell me when you're ready, it's all right." Anran replied, and little by little, her body relaxed in his arms. Suya Cheng held her in his arms and simply whispered, "Sleep now." Sleepiness soon overtook her, and it didn't take long for Anran to fall asleep in his arms. Chapter 32, he insisted. The next day, by the time Anran had woken up, Suya Cheng had left already, and the other side of the bed was empty. Anran lay on the bed, and, looking at the pillow on the other side, her face began to flush slightly. She thought that she would find it hard to get used to sleeping in the arms of an unfamiliar man, but now it seems that this wasn't the case at all. After all, she didn't despise his embrace. In fact, being embraced by him brought her a sense of peace and tranquility that she had never experienced before. After Anran finished her morning routine and opened the bedroom door, she smelled food cooking. She turned her head to look toward the kitchen and saw Suya Cheng frying something with a pan while wearing an apron. Meanwhile, 2 slices of slightly burnt toast popped up from the toaster next to him. Anran stared at it, and without thinking, she walked toward the kitchen. Then, she saw that 2 poached eggs that appeared half-cooked were already placed on the counter. The egg yolk and the egg whites were clearly discernible from each other. While Anran was still fixated by the eggs, Suya Cheng turned around with the saucepan in his hands and made eye contact with Anran. The corner of his mouth was curled up into a smile as he stated, "I see you have woken up just in time for breakfast." Then, he poured the ham in the saucepan directly onto the plate. Anran looked at him and opened her mouth to say something but didn't know what to say. "Do you want milk or juice?" Suya Cheng asked as he turned to take out the beverage from the refrigerator. Then he said, "How about milk, then? It's better to drink milk in the morning." Then, he turned around and caught Anran still staring at him. He asked in bewilderment, "What's wrong?" Anran shook her head, went around the kitchen wall, then sat down in front of the counter. Suya Cheng passed her the warm milk, poured a glass of juice for himself, then sat across from her and handed the breakfast over to her while saying, "Taste it and see whether or not you like it." Anran nodded upon hearing him say this and bit into the poached egg. Then, she flashed a smile at him. "It's delicious." Suya Cheng smiled as he took a piece of bread, bit into it, and washed it down with a mouthful of juice. "I'll bring you to work after eating. Today I'm going to Cheongsantan and I probably won't be able to make it back by tonight. You'll be fine driving yourself back at night, right?" Anran shot him a look and muttered with displeasure, "I'm not a kid." She was 28 this year, and she had been heading to work by herself for more than 6 years, not to mention going home by herself. Suya Cheng glanced at her, smiled, and took the keys out of his pocket, placing them on the counter. "This is the key to our home. I had it made yesterday, but I forgot to give it to you." Anran nodded, then took the key and put it into her pocket. Having had eaten breakfast, Suya Cheng insisted on sending Anran to work. Anran couldn't dissuade him, so she had no choice but to let him send her there. However, she made him drop her off when they were still a corner away from the company. She didn't want to bump into anyone from the company because, if they were all as gossipy as Xiao, she would never hear the end of it. What Anran didn't expect was that Mo Fear would be standing there, waiting for her by the door of the company building. With his handsome face, perfect body ratio, and leaning slightly on his luxury car, Mo Fear captivated the attention of many young girls there, some from Anran's company and some from other companies in the same building. Anran always knew that Mo Fear was a handsome man. That was clear from the moment she had first entered college. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been known as T University's schoolboy for 4 consecutive years, and Lin Li's Cheng Xiang wouldn't be lowered to the rank of second place. Ayn Rand admitted that she had also been infatuated with his handsome face for a long time, but this was also the very face that hurt her the most. Ayn Rand took a deep breath. Meeting him, again and again, made her initial excitement change into feigned calmness, then to the current indifference that she felt for him. She had convinced herself that she had moved on from the man that she loved so deeply for 4 years, agonized over for 6 years, and had obsessed over for 10 years in total. Now she started to see how problematic it was to stay friends with an ex after a breakup. She couldn't see Mo Fear the same way she saw Lin Li, nor could she treat him like her colleague in the company. In the end, she had no choice but to treat him like a total stranger. She took a deep breath and walked forward while keeping her eyes looking straight ahead. Her eyes didn't land on him for a moment, not even 0.01 seconds. Since they couldn't become the most beloved people to each other, nor did they want to become the most despised people to each other, perhaps becoming strangers was the best option for broken-up couples. Mo Fear watched her pass in front of him without even glancing at him, and he felt his heart shatter into pieces like glass and fall to the ground. Ayn Rand. He was unable to suppress the urge to reach out and grab her hand tightly as she passed by. Ayn Rand didn't turn around nor did she look at him, merely saying, "Please let go of me." It was a tone reserved for strangers, and he couldn't detect any ambivalent emotions from her tone. "Ayn Rand, let's talk. I have something to tell you." He grabbed her hand even tighter now. He didn't dare to let go of it. Although he knew he no longer had any right to hold her hand, he knew that if he let go of it at this moment, he would never be able to catch her again. The man yesterday appeared so outstanding that he made Mo Fear feel threatened. Ayn Rand closed her eyes. She really had no intention for things to get too ugly. She took a deep breath, turned around, and tried to remain calm as she made eye contact with him, merely saying, "If you really have something to say, then say it out here, but please let go of my hand first." Mo Fear didn't let go and looked at her earnestly, then said, "Let's talk at another place." He had something to tell her, but obviously this was not the right place since people came and went about. "Sorry, but it's time for me to start work," Ayn Rand said without any expression and was about to snatch her hands away, but his grasp was too tight, and she couldn't pull her hands out of his grasp. Ayn Rand was a little enraged now and looked at him furiously as she asked sharply, "What exactly do you want to do?" "I just want to talk to you." Mo Fear looked her straight in the eye without letting go. "Sister Gu." Behind her, Ling Lin wore a new Chanel suit and carried a pink bag from the same collection. She looked at Ayn Rand and Mo Fear then smiled ambiguously. "Sister Gu, your boyfriend is so handsome." She didn't wait for Ayn Rand to confirm or deny it and turned her head to say hello to Mo Fear. "Hello, my name is Ling Ling, and I'm the intern for Sister Gu." Mo Fear simply smiled at her but didn't feel the need to explain. His hands still grasped Ayn Rand's tightly. Today, he must clarify things with her, otherwise, he was afraid he would forever lose the chance. "Ling Lin, please help me ask the director for an hour-long break." After finishing talking to Ling Lin, Ayn Rand turned to Mo Fear and simply said, "The cafe across the road. I only have an hour." Chapter 33, A Stranger Like Him. At this time, there were barely any people in the cafe. Most of the people who did come were only here for takeout, while Ayn Rand and Mo Fear were the only ones who actually sat down to drink. Ayn Rand sat down by the window and turned her head to look at the pedestrians on the street. Some of them roamed the streets leisurely, while others had brisk and swift strides. Each person had a different expression on his or her face. "May I ask if you are ready to order now?" The waitress came with the menu and brought 2 glasses of boiled water. Mo Fear nodded, ordered black coffee, then ordered royal milk tea for Ayn Rand. The waiter wrote the order down on a list and was just about to take away the menu when Ayn Rand called out to her, "Wait a minute." The waiter, wearing a white blouse, black wrap skirt, and a big smiley badge on her chest turned her head around with a smile on her face, then asked, "Do you need anything else?" "Replace royal milk tea with a latte," Ayn Rand said. "All right." The waitress nodded with a smile, then she repeated the list, "So, a cup of black coffee and a cup of hot latte." Ayn Rand nodded to confirm. "I'll send them right away." The waiter left with a smile. Anran turned her head toward the outside without looking at him. Royal milk tea used to be your favorite. You used to complain about how bitter coffee was and how no amount of sugar or milk could mask the bitter taste. Mofir looked at her and said slowly. Anran turned her head, looked at him, and simply said, no person or thing will remain where they are forever, just like at work. Over time, they will be promoted, and in terms of taste, it evolves over time as well. Just because I liked something in the past doesn't necessarily mean that I still cherish it in the present, and in terms of romance, love should fade over time. Mofir felt his heart ache so painfully that he couldn't breathe. He knew what she meant, but he didn't want to believe it. Looking into her eyes, he said solemnly, some things will never change and will remain the same as they were in the past. Anran avoided eye contact with him and lowered her head, then raised the cup on the table to her mouth to start sipping the coffee. So what if there were still some lingering feelings? They couldn't withstand the harsh reality, and this took her 6 years to finally understand. So now, she had learned to let it go, and even if it was difficult to move on right away, she could at least let the memory fade, little by little. The waiter with the perfect smile brought the coffee to them, then left with the same smile. Mofir took a sip of coffee and felt like the bitterness reflected how his heart felt at the moment. He knew that his initial decision had hurt her, but what she didn't know was how he had endured the past 6 years, and how he agonized over her every night. The silence made Anran feel somewhat uneasy. She looked at her watch, then said impatiently, if you have something to say, spill it. I still have to get back to work. He stared straight at her, then suddenly reached out to grab her hand and held it tightly. You let go of me. She tried to withdraw her hand, but his grasp was too tight. Anran was now a little annoyed. Mofir, you let go of my hand this instant. Mofir ignored her and instead tightened his grasp on her hands, leaned in slightly, then said, Anran, give me half a year. Just give me half a year's time. You let go of me. Anran continued to struggle. Anran, I love you. You will be the only one I will ever love, really. As long as you give me another half year, just another half year will be enough. And then let us start over again, all right? Mofir pleaded with her as he held her hand. He hadn't planned on confessing to her this early, but the man he saw yesterday made him a little scared. He was scared that if he didn't say it now, it would be too late for him. Anran stared at him blankly, and asked, what do you mean? What did he mean by half a year, or start over again? Did he forget that he had a wife at home? Don't worry, I believe that you still have feelings for me. So just wait another 6 months and we can be together again, just like 6 years ago. Be together again. Anran sneered and felt that she didn't even truly know the man in front of her. In what position? Did you forget that you still have a wife at home? Do you want me to be your mistress, then? No, he denied that he planned on letting her become his mistress. She was the only woman he ever loved in his life. How could he bear to debase her to such a nefarious status? No, well then do you plan on divorcing Tong Xiaoji, and I will be the mistress between you two? Anran glared at him icily, and there was no warmth in her tone. Anran, don't speak of yourself so pitifully. You must know that you were never a mistress for even an instant. At that time, they only had eyes for each other, and if there was a third party, indeed, it was someone else, never her. Oh, Anran sneered, you are the one that made me seem so pitiful. Anran, I have an agreement with her, and the agreement will expire in half a year, so then I will be able to divorce her, Mofir said. Anran stared at the man in front of her coldly. When they were together before, he always seemed so perfect. Yet encountering him again after not seeing him for 6 years merely made him seem like a stranger, and there no longer seemed to be any trace of the man from before. She yanked her hand away from his grasp. Mofir, you are truly selfish. What right do you have to make me wait for you? Anran, you still love me, right? You haven't forgotten our history together over the years, have you? He already checked. She hadn't been in a relationship for the past 6 years, and she was a workaholic. He knew that she still had feelings for him and would never give up on him. Even so, did that give him the right to hurt her like that back in the day? If so, then she was truly disheartened over the relationship she once regarded as love. Seeing her remain silent, Mofir thought that he guessed correctly, so he reached out to clasp her hands again and said calmly yet persuasively, Anran, wait for half a year. Just half a year. All right? Ayn Rand closed her eyes, and the corner of her mouth curled up in a sneer. When she opened her eyes again, there was harsh resolution in her eyes, and she thrust away his hands in fury. I won't wait for you. From the moment you told me that you were married to Tong Xiaoji 6 years ago, things ended between us. I don't care about any agreement between you two, nor do I care about whether or not you will divorce her after half a year. It all has nothing to do with me. She stood up, picked up her bag from the chair, then said, Please, do not come looking for me anymore. I'm already married, and you are giving me trouble by doing this. I don't want my husband to have any misunderstandings. After that, she turned around to leave. You are married? Mo Fear stood in front of her and blocked her way while staring at her in disbelief. The documents given to him by the private detective clearly stated that she was unmarried, nor was she dating anyone. Yes, Ayn Rand nodded. Mo Fear shook his head. I don't believe you. He was certain she was lying to him. It's up to you. Whether he believed it or not was up to him. She had no control over his thoughts. She walked around him to bypass him, but he instantly grabbed her hand. Is he the man from yesterday? A low voice sounded in her ears. Yes, Ayn Rand replied curtly without hesitation. Mo Fear made no further comment and merely tightened his grasp on her hand. Ayn Rand was hurting now, and she took a deep breath then said coldly, Mo Fear, don't make me start despising you. Mo Fear shut his eyes in agony and finally let go of her hand. Ayn Rand retracted her hands, then headed straight toward the door to leave without looking back. Chapter 34 Lin Li's Fury. Before leaving work, Ayn Rand received a call from Lin Li, asking Ayn Rand to accompany her to dinner that night. She sounded like she was in a bad mood. Ayn Rand originally planned on refusing. Recently, she had spoken to Huan Dexing, but, regarding the drawing design of the government hall, she hadn't even come up with an original sketch yet. She must spend these few nights catching up on work. Yet, before Ayn Rand could even refuse, her Empress Lin Li had finished speaking and refused to listen any further. In the end, Ayn Rand was forced to swallow her excuses. After graduating from university, Lin Li got employed by a real estate company and focused on sales. She wasn't particularly ambitious, and since Cheng Xiang's income was decent enough, Lin Li had never really put her heart into her work, and she ended up working for that company for 6 years. People who entered the company at the same time she did had now risen to department managerial positions, and only she alone remained a small saleswoman. Her usual sales performance was only enough to meet the monthly bare minimum. After she got off work, Ayn Rand received a text message from Lin Li, saying that she was already waiting for her downstairs at her company's gates and telling her to come down quickly. Ayn Rand didn't know what had happened. She could only guess that Lin Li probably had an argument with Cheng Xiang. Yet, from Lin Li's tone and behavior, things seemed to be more serious than she imagined. As she thought of this, Ayn Rand quickly packed her belongings into her bag, then headed out without even bothering to close the office door. After Ayn Rand drove out of the garage, she caught sight of Lin Li standing at the door of the company gates. She had a poor complexion, and there was a box by her feet. Ayn Rand pulled down the car's window and called out to her. As soon as she saw Ayn Rand, Lin Li picked up the box and walked toward her. She pulled open the car's trunk, threw the box in, then went around the car in a fury to open the car door. Then she said with a blank expression, "Drive." Sensing that something was wrong from her expression, Ayn Rand started the car and left without asking anything. After the car had been on the road for a while, Ayn Rand finally asked Lin Li, "Empress, where are we heading?" "Yuan cuisine," Lin Li said resentfully. Ayn Rand almost choked on her own spit and turned to Lin Li to say, Why don't we go somewhere else? No matter how delicious the food is, it won't taste as good if we keep eating it over and over again." Lin turned her head, glared at her, and said, "What do you mean go somewhere else? Where else can we eat without paying?" Ayn Rand was speechless. So she was in the mood for free food. When they arrived at Yuan cuisine, Ayn Rand asked for a seat in the corner. Lin Li seemed to be overcome with rage. She grabbed the menu and ordered pretty much everything on the menu. The waiter standing beside them looked a little dumbfounded, then asked Ayn Rand if more people were coming and suggested that they use one of the private dining rooms upstairs if more people were coming. Ayn Rand shook her head a little awkwardly, grabbed the menu from Lin Li's hand, and handed it back to the waiter. She told the waiter that would be it for them and requested that their order arrive quickly. The waiter nodded profusely, took away the menu, and delivered the tea. Anran looked at Linley's unsightly expression and asked as nonchalantly as she could, "What's the matter? Did the slave do something to displease you, Empress?" HMPH, some people are really shameless. Who does he think he is? Did he really think that I would want to work for him? He should get a good look at himself first. Using a woman as his stepping stone to climb up the social ladder. How utterly shameless, Linley said disdainfully. Anran was totally clueless and couldn't understand a thing Linley was saying. "What's the situation? Come on, you can tell me." Linlin turned her head, looked at Anran, then said, "Anran, you truly made the right decision to leave him because he is such a bastard. Are you talking about Mofir?" Anran asked tentatively. Who else could it be? The more Linley thought about it, the angrier she got. She had no idea that the company's new boss was Mofir and that as soon as he came, he would send a letter to her stating that, due to her repeatedly slacking off at work, the company would terminate her employment. What on earth is going on? Anran was a little confused and couldn't understand how Mofir had gotten entangled with Linley, not to mention a work-related clash. Linley took a sip of water. Not long ago, Linley's company was acquired by a large American construction company. Today was the first day since the new boss took over. Linley had never expected that the boss would be Mofir himself, and she condemned him as a hypocrite on the spot in front of everyone present. Linley was a bold and saucy individual who saw things in black and white. To her, good was good, and bad was bad. At the time, she glared at him without holding back or feeling intimidated. Mofir didn't have an outbreak on the spot and merely shot her a look before leaving the scene. Linley turned around and returned to her seat to start typing her resignation letter, but someone was faster. Barely 10 minutes had passed after Mofir had left the scene before she was called in by the personnel department. Therefore, Linley was only able to finish half of her resignation letter before she had to head toward the personnel department. Yet, as soon as she entered, a letter of dismissal was flung at her. It stated that she was a slacker that had no enthusiasm for work and was therefore dismissed from her position effective immediately. Linley didn't say a word and simply grabbed the letter of dismissal, then headed to the president's office to cause a ruckus. She pushed open the door and condemned Mofir, then flung the dismissal letter toward his desk. Yet she didn't expect him to be even more ruthless, so much so that he called in the security guards to chase her out and watch her pack her belongings to ascertain that she didn't take anything that didn't belong to her away from the company. Only then was she permitted to leave the company's premises. Linley had never been treated so indignantly, and she was fuming with rage inside. After that, she called Anran, then called a car to take her to the gates of Anran's company. A hypocrite, a true villain, a shameless thing, and nobody, Linley uttered indignantly, and her hands were busy as well. She lifted up the chopsticks and sent a large piece of sweet and sour pork ribs into her mouth. Yet she didn't forget to reiterate, thank God you made the decision to leave him back in the day." Anran simply looked at her without refuting, nor did she bring up how, back in the day, Linley used to gush about how Mofir and Cheng Xiang were hands down the hottest guys at T University, and how they had impeccable looks, perfect grades, and outstanding characters. In the past, she probably would have also found it hard to believe that Mofir would be so ruthless, but after what happened this morning, she began to realize that everything changed over time, especially people. No matter how intimately acquainted you were with someone, after the passage of time, only unfamiliarity remained when you reunite with them. Linley drank a glass of water to wash down the food in her mouth, then reached out with her chopsticks to grab some of the kung pao prawns as she said, "From my point of view, your current husband is great, at least much better than him." Anran froze, then looked at her in bewilderment. "Have you met Suyu Cheng already?" She certainly did not remember formally introducing them to each other. Suyu Cheng? Who is Suyu Cheng? Linley seemed distracted with getting food with her chopsticks. Anran rolled her eyes and felt defeated. Seeing her reaction, Linley quickly responded, "Oh, you mean your husband? I haven't met him yet. Have you introduced us before?" Anran felt sheepish and gulped down a large mouthful of water before asking, "How can you say that he is great when you haven't even met him yet?" Linley stared at the table full of dishes, then said blankly, How can he not be great when we get to have such a big feast without even paying for it because of him? Anran was speechless. As she looked at the huge feast on the table, she found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 35, Wedding Present. Linley really had a huge appetite, and even more so after her pregnancy. Anran had barely eaten anything, yet the table full of dishes had nearly been devoured by Linley alone. Before she left, Anran excused herself by saying that she was going to the bathroom, but instead, she quietly seized the chance to head to the counter to pay the bill. Although Suyijiao had said that henceforth she would get to eat for free, she still felt somewhat ill at ease to actually do so. When she returned to the table, Linley was on the phone with Cheng Xiang. She had a bashful expression on her face, which made Anran remember that, despite Linley's fiery personality, she was also girlish and endearing at heart. When she saw Anran coming, Linley said a few more words to Cheng Xiang before finally hanging up. She said to Anran, "Little Anzi, my little Xiangzi needs to entertain his clients tonight, so tonight you will be in charge of keeping her empress over here entertained." "Well, we've already feasted, so where does her empress want to go next?" Anran asked her in compliance. Linley's large, dark eyes rolled around as she pondered it over, then said, "Let's go to the mall. We need to walk around to digest all the food we just ate. Cheng Xiang said he will bring us back some sticky rice chicken." Anran rolled her eyes and scowled teasingly. "Control yourself before you get stuffed from all that food." "Yeah, right. My son's digestive system is as strong as mine." Linley glanced at her as she declared proudly. Anran smiled scornfully, and the two of them left Yuan cuisine together. Inside the car, Anran put on a gentle piano song. Linley pulled down the window halfway, which allowed the night wind to blow into the car as the car moved forward. "By the way, did you get your marriage certificate with Suyicheng? When do you plan on holding the wedding?" Linley asked nonchalantly as if the thought had just popped into her mind. "We don't plan on having a wedding," Anran replied casually, staring intently at the road straight ahead. "Why? He doesn't want to hold one?" Linley looked at her strangely. In her opinion, although the wedding was only ceremonial, it was much more important than that certificate. A marriage without a wedding was a marriage without blessings and made it seem like a dirty secret to hide. Anran shook her head. "No, I was the one who decided not to hold a wedding. It's too burdensome. Anzi, this concerns a woman's entire future, and no matter how burdensome the process might be, you have to at least give yourself one day in your life where you put on a beautiful wedding dress, accept everyone's blessings, and let your father walk you up the aisle to the man of your dreams," Linley said. Anran looked at her eyes and said with a bitter smile, "Linley, I'm different from you. My relationship with Suyicheng isn't like how it is between you and Cheng Xiang." "Anran, you are way too irresponsible toward yourself," Linley looked at her and said with a solemn and earnest expression. Anran glanced at her then smiled. "If one day my relationship with Suyicheng becomes like your relationship with Cheng Xiang, then I will certainly ask him to make up for the wedding for me. But will there be such a day?" Nobody knew. Linley was silent for a while, and the car arrived at the mall. Just before getting out of the car, she said, "Anzi, find a time to arrange a meeting with me and Suyicheng." Anran was her best friend, so she had to see for herself what type of man Suyicheng was. If he wasn't right for her, she certainly wouldn't let him bully Anran. Anran parked the car in the parking lot on the side of the road, then turned around to flash a smile at Linley and said, "All right." Linlin also smiled and said, "Anzi, come with the Empress, and she'll see if there are any suitable wedding presents for you." "Ha, then I must thank the Empress for always spending money on me," Anran said good-naturedly. "It's all right. When I marry Cheng Xiang, just remember to send a gift as well. Nothing too expensive, just something in the price range between 5 and 6 figured," Linley said bluntly. "Goodness, are you trying to bankrupt me?" Anran originally hadn't planned on buying anything, but remembering that she might be visiting Suyicheng's parents the day after tomorrow, she decided to buy 2 silk scarves. One was classy and timeless, while the other one was more colorful and vibrant. Linley looked at the 2 bags that Anran was carrying and nodded. "Aha, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is the most difficult to tackle, so you have to put more effort. I also have to buy something for my mother-in-law some other time to please her." After hearing this, Anran turned her head and looked at Lin Li's belly, then said with a smile, "I don't think you need to buy anything. All you need to do is focus on the baby. You don't need to work anymore, so you can seize the chance to rest at home and prepare for your marriage and the arrival of the baby." Having said that, the two of them walked into a lingerie store. Anran thought about how some of her bras were misshapen, so she headed to the counter to pick out some bras, while Lin Li asked the waiter something at the counter. Anran picked a few bras in the style that she often wore. They were simple in style, and she took them to the counter to pay for them without trying them on. When she arrived at the counter, there were already 2 paper bags. Lin Li seemed to have bought something already. Seeing her head over, she took out a nightgown from one of the paper bags, then put it in front of her body. "How does it look? Does it look good?" The style wasn't particularly revealing. It was an ordinary silk camisole, but the flowers on the chest were exquisitely beautiful. Anran nodded and said, "Very nice." Lin Li nodded with satisfaction, put the nightgown in the bag, gave her the other one, and said, "Just looking at it, you can tell it's nice. Here, I bought one for you as well." Anran reached out and took a look at the bag. It was the same rose-red camisole. She looked at Lin Li mirthfully and said, "Lin Li, you are so stingy. You give me a camisole, yet ask me to buy you a 5 or 6-figure present. Ha ha, now that you have a sugar daddy, you don't need to compare to the likes of us peasants. Besides, don't underestimate the potential effects of this nightgown." Then, she turned to the lady at the counter and asked, "Don't you think so?" "Yes." The lady at the counter smiled at Anran meaningfully and nodded. Anran didn't think too much of it and paid the lady at the counter for the bra, then headed out with the bags. The two of them shopped a little more in the mall, and Lin Li bought a shirt for Cheng Xiang. Seeing that the time was getting late, they got ready to return home. After putting their things in the back seat, Anran got ready to send the Empress, Lin Li, back home. While on the road, Anran glanced at Lin Li, who was looking at the nightgown joyfully, and suddenly a question flashed in her mind. With a sheepish smile on her face, Anran blushed with a little embarrassment, then she opened her mouth and said, Lin Li. "Huh?" Lin Li answered without turning her head. Her eyes were still fixated on the nightgown in her hands, and she stared intently at the exquisite flowers on the chest. Anran had her mouth open for a long time but found herself at a loss for words at the moment. Seeing Anran remain silent, Lin Li grew somewhat impatient and looked up to ask, "What's the matter?" Anran looked at her and finally asked while blushing profusely, "Did it hurt the first time you did it?" She had no experience, but she heard that it was very painful. Since she had no idea, she wanted to ask Lin Li. After all, she was highly experienced. "What first time? What hurts?" Lin Li's always had a dulled reaction, yet this time her slow reaction irked Anran. That thing, you know, did it hurt when you and Cheng Xiang did it for the first time?" Her face was burning with embarrassment now. Anran felt like dying and digging a pit to bury herself in out of shame. Lin Li had a blank expression on her face for a long time, then she suddenly burst. "Geez, you guys still haven't done it yet." Anran felt her face grow even hotter. Perhaps she shouldn't have asked Lin Li this question at all. Of course it hurt the first time. Both Cheng Xiang and I were virgins at the time and had no previous experience. It hurt so much that it took my breath away, Lin Li recalled. It was like a bloody battle, and she had amassed her experience from blood and tears. Anran was a little wary when she heard this and asked timidly, "So, if it is with a man of experience, then it wouldn't be so painful?" Suya Cheng is 32 years old this year. Although she didn't know how many women he had been with before, he was probably much more experienced than her. Lin Li glared at her, then rolled her eyes and said, "How would I know? I've never tried before." Chapter 36, Erotic Lingerie. By April, the weather has begun to grow warm. Spring's footsteps grew more distant, little by little, while summer started approaching quietly. By the time she returned to Suya Cheng's apartment after sending Lin Li back home, it was already past 10 o'clock. She opened the door and entered the dark living room. Then, she turned on the light and carried the things in her hands toward the master bedroom. After spending a night out shopping with Lin Li, Anran felt a little uncomfortable at the moment and didn't bother sorting out what she had just bought. She opened the closet to take out her pajamas and prepared to head toward the bathroom. But the moment Anran stepped into the bathroom, the door opened, and Su Cheng stepped in with a briefcase in his hands. His hair was a little disheveled, and his clothes were slightly wrinkled. "You'll be back." Anran stared at him blankly. She remembered him saying in the morning that he might not return tonight. Su Chengai nodded and placed the briefcase in his hand on top of the closet. Things went smoothly. Seeing her dressed in a suit, he asked, "You just returned?" Anran nodded and confessed, "I had dinner with Lin Li, and then we did a little shopping along the way." Seeing him take off his coat and clothes, Anran hurriedly stepped away from the bathroom to make room for him and said, "Are you going to take a shower? Why you wash first?" Su Cheng smiled at her, took out his pajamas from the closet, and said, "No, you can go in and wash first. I'll use the bathroom outside." As he said this, he took his change of clothes and headed straight out. Anran stared at the door blankly for a moment, then snapped back to reality and turned around to head into the bathroom. After Su Cheng had finished taking a shower and returned to the master bedroom, Anran hadn't come out yet. He saw the 2 paper bags on the bed and, out of curiosity, took one of them and peeked inside. When he saw what was inside, his face turned slightly red, and he immediately placed the bag back in its original position. But there was still a flustered expression on his face. Su Cheng didn't expect the bag to contain Anran's bra, and he felt strange holding it. "Ah!" Suddenly, Anran let out a yelp in the bathroom. Su Cheng turned toward the bathroom, knocked on the bathroom door as he stood outside, and asked, "Anran, what happened?" "Ah, nothing. It's okay." Anran's voice rang from the bathroom, and from her tone it sounded like nothing was wrong, indeed. However, the scream just now was real. Su Cheng felt a little uneasy. "Anran, open the door." Wait, I am not ready yet." In the bathroom, Anran wrapped herself in a towel and glared at her wet pajamas helplessly. She didn't know when she accidentally knocked over the pajamas hanging on the shelf, and only after stepping out of the shower did she see that her pajamas had fallen to the ground, but by then they were already soaked. Obviously, she could no longer wear these pajamas, but what would she wear tonight? Suddenly, she thought of the wedding gift Lin Li had just bought for her in the shopping mall. At that moment, Anran was truly impressed and grateful for Lin Li's foresight. The camisole nightgown was slightly sexier and more revealing but nonetheless was still relatively conservative. But it was outside of the bathroom, so the problem was how to bring it inside so she could change into it. "Anran?" Su Cheng's voice came from the door again. Wrapping her body in the towel tightly, Anran opened her mouth and muttered, Su Cheng, could you bring me the nightgown on my bed? I accidentally dropped my pajamas into the water." "All right." Su Cheng was relieved when he heard that she was really okay. He ignored the bag with the bra, picked up the other one, and reached for the clothing inside. As he took the clothing out of the bag, something fell out of the clothing and dropped beside his feet. He bent over and picked up the box, but when he saw the words written on that box, his eyes widened. The box had the word Jispin written on it. Turning his head toward the closed bathroom door, Su Cheng felt uneasy. He unfolded the nightgown in his hand, but as soon as he saw its form, Su Cheng suddenly felt as if his entire person was on fire, as if a warm current was circulating throughout his body. He started experiencing shortness of breath, and, as he pictured Anran stepping out of the bathroom in this nightgown, his body grew hotter. Anran clutched the towel tightly and leaned against the door of the bathroom. She waited and waited, but there still wasn't any movement outside. She thought it was because he couldn't find the nightgown, so she yelled, Su Cheng, are you having trouble finding it? It really didn't make much sense for him to have trouble finding it because it was right there on the bed and should have been easily spottable. Outside the door, Su Cheng came back to his senses and coughed a little. He clutched the nightgown tightly and walked toward the bathroom. Here, I've found it. Then, please pass it to me. Anran grasped the towel tightly with one hand and gently opened the bathroom door with the other hand, and she stretched out her hand from the tiny crack she left open. Su Cheng handed the sheer nightgown to her, but he didn't immediately release his hands. He asked in a hoarse voice, are you sure you want to wear this? He spoke very slowly. Anran grabbed the nightgown and stared at him blankly, and she couldn't quite understand the meaning of his question, so she said a bit sheepishly, I just dropped my pajamas into the water, and they're soaked. Su Cheng stared into her innocent eyes. After taking a shower, her face appeared pink and fresh, like freshly picked peaches. At the moment, she appeared especially seductive. He felt somewhere on his body grow stiff, and he let go of the nightgown, then turned his back sharply. Anran didn't think much of it and grabbed the nightgown, then shut the bathroom door tightly. As Anran unfolded out the nightgown and prepared to change into it, she was instantly dumbstruck when she got a closer look. This nightgown was completely different from the one Lin Li had shown her. Besides the color, this nightgown had nothing in common with Lin Li's slip. It had thin straps, a soft tulle underneath, and was loose and sheer. The matching set was not pajama pants. It had a thin thread that passed through two sheer cloths, and could barely cover any of her body parts. At that moment, she suddenly understood what Suyu Cheng meant when he asked her that question. Her face burned, and Anran felt overwhelmed with embarrassment. By God! Anran could barely suppress the urge to dig a hole to hide him from shame. She had no idea how to face him. In the bathroom, Anran secretly cursed Lin Li and wondered what she did to deserve such treatment from her, especially since she spent all evening tending to her by inviting her to eat and drink and chauffeuring her around town. That mischievous girl has really given her trouble this time. Looking at the erotic lingerie in her hands, and then at the wet pajamas lying on the ground, Anran felt like weeping but couldn't shed a tear. Chapter 37. The night was enchanting. 10 minutes passed since he had sent that peculiar nightgown into the bathroom, a full 10 minutes, yet the bathroom door remained closed. Suyu Cheng stood outside the bathroom door. His desires didn't subside, but rather strengthened. He couldn't stop picturing Anran in that erotic lingerie and imagined her appearing, breathtaking and entrancing. As he thought of this, the urges in his body became even more fierce. Anran, Suyu Cheng called, his voice sounding extremely hoarse. At this moment, he was impulsive, and he even had the urge to push open the door and hold her tightly in his arms. After a long while, the bathroom door finally opened with a click, and Anran came out, tightly wrapped in the small towel. The tightly wrapped towel showed off her feminine curves but revealed her long, slender legs. When she saw Suyu Cheng standing outside the door, her face turned bright red like a ripened red apple, but her reaction made her appear all the more alluring in Suyu Cheng's eyes. Suyu Cheng stared at her intently without blinking as if he was beholding some sort of rare treasure, and he would miss something if he blinked. Anran felt awkward being stared at and avoided eye contact with him. At the same time, she again secretly cursed Lin Li, along with her ancestors, for putting her in such an awkward situation. Actually, this nightgown isn't mine, she frantically explained as she clutched the towel tightly. Anran tried to explain and defend herself, but was interrupted by him before she even got a chance. She stopped speaking, looked up, and stared at him blankly. Suyu Cheng looked straight at her, then approached her, and, after staring at her for a while, he finally reached out to embrace her. He held her tightly in her arms and whispered into her ear, "Anran, are you ready yet?" His voice sounded extremely hoarse yet magnetic due to the burning passion and desire inside of him. At that moment, the seductiveness of his voice made Anran forget how to react for the time being, and, in her entranced state, she allowed him to hold onto her. Suyu Cheng hugged her and tightly held onto her soft and tender body. His reasoning seemed to have vanished completely and entirely the moment she stepped out of the bathroom. His breathing went from shallow to deep, then finally, he started breathing rapidly. Anran was startled by the heat of his body. He held onto her so tightly, and their bodies were pressed together so closely, that there were practically no gaps between them. "Anran," his hoarse voice rang in her ear. She was a little scared because she had an inkling of what was going to happen next, and she wanted to push him away, but she no longer had the strength to resist. Suyu Cheng kissed her ear and left a light, red mark on her delicate, porcelain neck. That was the mark he has bequeathed her. Anran had been ready before she even stepped out of the bathroom. She knew that, sooner or later, this inevitable day would come. That night could only be interpreted as fate playing tricks on her. At that point, it would merely be unreasonable on her end to keep pushing him away. Although she was still a little nervous and somewhat worried, Anran had been forcing herself to adapt and accept it. As Anran thought of this, she closed her eyes and tried to block out all her fear and anxiety. "He is my husband, the one who will stay by my side in the years to come," She slowly wrapped her hands around his neck and started kissing him back. Sensing that she had started to reciprocate, Suya Cheng felt immensely encouraged and invigorated. Suya Cheng held on to her even tighter and kissed her even more passionately and intensely. Although Anran couldn't keep up with his pace, she tried her best to reciprocate. The bath towel that she had been wrapped in had fallen off at some point, revealing the sexy and erotic lingerie that she was wearing underneath. The lingerie accentuated the delicate fairness of her skin, and the rose-red hue of the lingerie made her seem all the more seductive and irresistible. Suya Cheng stared at her in a daze, and he couldn't move his eyes away. Wearing the lingerie, she seemed even more beautiful than he had pictured and appeared 100 times more enticing. A slightly cold sensation jolted and ran back to her senses. She opened her eyes to see Suya Cheng's burning eyes fixated on her, and she looked down sharply to discover that the bath towel she had been wrapped in had already slipped to her feet without her noticing. At that moment, all she was wearing was the so-called wedding gift from Lin Li. She quickly used her hands to cover her chest and glared at him anxiously with her big eyes. Her small face turned bright red, and she felt uneasiness from the sensation of his burning eyes upon her. After a while, she started to get frustrated, and her uneasiness turned into fury as she yelled, "Don't look at me." Suya Cheng paid no attention to her enraged pleas. He was completely enraptured by the sheer beauty in front of him. Men were indeed impulsive creatures that had trouble suppressing their urges, especially the lower half of their bodies. Anran covered the top of her body but then discovered that she couldn't cover the bottom if she did so. Then, as a last resort out of desperation, she covered Suyajan's eyes tightly with her hands, and said, "Don't look at me." With his eyes covered, Suya Cheng slowly broke into a smile. He had already pictured how she would look in the lingerie, so what was the point of covering his eyes? He stretched out his hands and held her in his arms again. Her plump figure was pressed against his chest, while his lips brushed against her ears, and she felt his warm breath on her ears. Anran couldn't help but tremble, and her heart beat wildly. "Anran," Suya Cheng whispered, and his low magnetic voice rang in her ears. "Are you trying to seduce me?" he asked in a slightly provocative tone. Anran shook her head profusely and desperately attempted to explain, I wasn't. Lin Li was the one that bought the nightgown. I didn't even." Then she couldn't speak anymore. Suya Cheng's insatiable lips passionately mashed into her red lips. Panting slightly, his fiery tongue stuck into her mouth, hooked her little tongue, and slid over her teeth as it implored her mouth. She whimpered and panted a little as she clutched his pajamas tightly. Suya Cheng," she whispered, and her voice sounded more melodious than he had ever imagined. Suya Cheng held on to her as the both of them fell toward the big bed behind them. The temperature in the room rose, little by little, and there seemed to be burning heat in the air. A woman's soft whimpering and a man's low moaning slowly faded into the night. The entire room seemed to be illuminated by spring. Outside the window, the night was enchanting. Chapter 38, Early Morning. The sun came out, the morning light shone through the curtains, the morning breeze blew in from the open window, and the milky white curtains fluttered slowly with the wind. Anran slowly awoke, and there was a hazy expression on her face as she glanced at the man next to her that held onto her as he slept. Then, she started to blush. Everything that had happened the night before was like a dream and seemed too surreal to be reality. Her experience proved that losing her virginity to an experienced man really did lessen the pain. Although it was still painful nonetheless, it was nowhere as painful as Lin Li had described it. Anran stared at the sleeping man beside her and felt emboldened to get a closer look at him. This was the first time she had the chance to look at him clearly. He was certainly handsome, with his thick eyebrows and defined nose bridge. Only now did Anran discover how his eyelashes were long and voluminous like a woman's, but the difference was that, although his eyelashes were long, they weren't curled, so it didn't make him seem feminine. Anran stared at him, then suddenly, a desire for mischief overcame her, and she gently touched his long lashes. She saw Suya Cheng's eyelids flicker slightly, yet he didn't awaken immediately. She was so amused and preoccupied with poking at his eyes repeatedly that she didn't even notice that the corners of his mouth had curled up in a beautiful smile. Since she was afraid of waking him, so she merely stuck out her tongue without doing much else. After what had gone down the last night, she was too thin-skinned to bear the awkwardness of making eye contact with him, so she decided to leave his arms. She tried to gently pry away the hand that was resting on her waistline and tried to sit up as lightly as possible, but in an instant, the man behind her gently pulled her back into his arms and put his chin against her forehead as he asked, "Where are you going?" Suya Cheng's embrace didn't quite match up with his appearance. He appeared gentle on the outside, yet embraced her with a strong possessiveness. He held her with one hand and placed his other hand on her waist and hip, while his palm was dangerously close to her buttocks. He was pressed against her so tightly that it seemed as if he wanted to absorb her into his body. Their body contact made Anran flush and turn bright red. "The sun has come out," Anran stammered. Suya Cheng responded softly while stroking her smooth, bare back with his big palm. "It's still early, sleep some more." Yet how could Anran fall asleep at such a time? She felt embarrassed, angry, and she didn't even know exactly what she was feeling at the moment. Glancing at him again, she saw that he still had his eyes closed, and suspected that he was only half awake before. "I'll go and make breakfast." Suya Cheng's eyes flew open upon hearing this, and his eyes bumped into hers. Anran blushed and looked down to avoid eye contact. She still vividly remembered everything from the prior night, and those shameful scenes made her feel embarrassed. The corners of Suya Cheng's mouth curled up in a smirk, and he found the sight of her blushing irresistibly cute. He lowered his head to plant a kiss on her forehead, then asked with a smile, "Are you hungry?" She wasn't in the mood to worry about her appetite. Anran simply wanted to hurry up and leave this room, and leave this man. She nodded quickly and said, "Aha, let me up. I'm really hungry." Suya Cheng responded nonchalantly, and holding onto her back with his palm, he pulled her back into his arms without leaving any gap. Then, that low magnetic voice sounded in her ears as he said, "All right, I'm hungry as well." Anran's body tensed up, and she became so stiff that she didn't make another move. At that moment, she could clearly feel something erect between her legs, and instinctively a bad feeling arose inside of her. The smile on her face seemed forced. "I'll get up and make breakfast for you." Suya Cheng smiled at her without any trace of drowsiness and stared fixedly at Anran. Under the quilted covers, she felt his body lean toward her, and he held her body tightly so that she could fully experience his morning glory. He twitched the corners of his mouth naughtily as he laughed and said, "There's no need. There is already ready-made breakfast right here." Where is it?" Anran pretended to be confused and smiled awkwardly at him as she started moving backward and away from him. Suya Cheng chuckled without loosening his tight grasp on her and exclaimed, "You." Anran was now panicking, and she said hurriedly, "Suya Cheng, it's already morning, we woo." Anran didn't have a chance to speak again because Suya Cheng turned his body over so he was on top of her, and then he began to enjoy his delicious breakfast. When Anran woke up again, the sky was already bright. The weather that day was very nice, and the bright sun lit up the room. Suya Cheng was no longer there. Anran held onto the bed as support but discovered that her entire body was aching as if she had been rolled over by something and she had no strength left. She began cursing Lin Li inside again. But this time, Suya Cheng didn't escape her wrath as well. She reached out and retrieved the phone on the nightstand to look at the time, 9:50. After seeing the time, she put the phone down weakly, closed her eyes, and lay back down on the bed to soothe her aching body. Yet, merely a second after closing her eyes, Anran's big eyes flew open again, and her body shot up like a bullet. She retrieved her phone again. 9:50. Goodness, she had a meeting that morning. She didn't have spare time for anything else. She hurriedly got out of bed and, still wrapped in the quilted covers, took her clothes from the closet and headed into the bathroom. She hurriedly washed her face and put on some light makeup. As she was preparing to go to work, she suddenly caught sight of the red marks on her neck. She froze, then started blushing profusely and grabbed the concealer to start applying it to her neck while she cursed Suya Cheng under her breath. Even the best powder couldn't conceal the kiss marks that served as remnants of their passionate lovemaking. As a last resort, Anran had to use the silk scarf that she had initially bought the day before with the intention of giving it to Suya Jiao as a greeting gift. She was now forced to hide the kiss marks with. Fortunately, the weather wasn't particularly cold or humid, so the scarf wouldn't seem too out of place. After she was done getting ready, she grabbed her bag and hurried out the door. She was in so much of a rush that she didn't see the microwave-ready sandwich on the kitchen counter or the note with a message written on it. Chapter 39, Xiao Xiao. By the time Anran arrived at the company, the meeting had already ended. Xiao Xiao came out of the conference room, but when she saw Anran, she seemed a little startled. Then, she regained her composure and asked with a smile, "Anran, didn't you request a leave of absence?" Anran froze and didn't know how to react. Request a leave of absence? When did she call to request a leave of absence? While Anran was still in her daze, Ling Ling came out of the conference room with documents in her hands, and beside her were two young men that were responsible for drawings. They were busy discussing something, but when she saw Anran, she rushed forward and expressed in concern, "Sister Jiyu, are you feeling okay?" Anran was baffled by her question and felt like she had no idea what was going on. Huan Dexing finally came out, and, seeing Anran surrounded by everyone, he said, "You all don't need to work anymore." Everyone spread out after hearing this. Anran looked at Huan Dexing a little sheepishly and was just about to speak, but he interrupted her first. "Anran, come to my office." Huan Dexing shot her a look, then turned and walked toward his office. Anran followed him to the director's office. Huan Dexing put the materials in his hands on the table and sat down in the large, black, leather swivel chair. He motioned for Anran to sit opposite him. Huan Dexing brought the teacup on the side to his mouth and sipped it, then said, "Anran, have you been letting your emotions affect your work ethic lately?" No. Anran denied, saying, in the morning, I had something that came up at the last minute, so I came in late. I'm sorry, I will be more careful next time." Anran apologized for coming in late, but in terms of the real reason she came in late, it was too shameful for her to tell. Huan Dexing nodded. "We have been investigating the cause of the accident, and the results should come out within a few days. To be honest, I think that your drawing design is reasonable, but I can't really say anything with certainty before the investigation results come out. I hope you understand that." Anran nodded and said, "I understand." In reality, she did understand the difficult position he was in. Of course, she had also been waiting for reports on the results of the investigation. If the fault really lay with her drawing design, then no matter the consequences, she would accept them. "Yes," Huan Dexing responded, and then asked, "How is your drawing design for the government building proceeding? If you have any questions, you can ask me directly. In a sense, I'm basically your teacher as well." "Thank you, Director." Anran smiled and thanked him. "The drawings will be finished in a few days." "Well, I have always had high hopes for you, and you have great talent in terms of designing. I hope you won't let me down this time." Anran nodded with a smile. She felt that Huan Dexing was acting a little strange today. He almost never praised anyone, and she has been with him for more than 6 years. Her drawing designs were almost always rejected, so hearing him praise her today gave her a strange sensation. "Do you need anything else, Director? If not, I'll be heading out," Anran asked. She really needed to catch up on the drawing design for that government building. She has only made a rough sketch so far, so she would need to work overtime for these few days. Huan Dexing nodded. Anran stood up and walked toward the door, but just as she grabbed the doorknob and prepared to head out, Huan Dexing suddenly stopped her. "Wait a moment, Anran." Anran turned back and looked at him with a somewhat puzzled expression, asking, "Director, is there anything else?" Huan Dexing suddenly remembered the morning call, and that the number came from the leader of the Municipal Party Committee. He couldn't help asking, "Do you know people from the Municipal Party Committee?" Anran froze, and shook her head reflexively. "I don't know any of them." She seemed to have completely forgotten that the man who caused her tardiness that morning was a government official, forgotten that she was now married, and thrown to the back of her mind that she was now the wife of a high-ranking government official. Huan Wenxing murmured in a low voice, "Is that so? So am I wrong, then?" Director, what did you say?" He muttered in too low a voice, and Anran didn't hear him clearly. "Oh, it's nothing. You can head out now." Huan Dexing regained his attention and smiled at Anran. Perhaps he really was wrong. Anran didn't probe any further and turned around to head out of the director's office. When Anran returned to his office, Xiao was leaning against the wall with her arms crossed and a smirk on her face. Anran glanced at her. Do you need anything? She grabbed the keys and opened the door. Xiao followed her in, closed the door, and played with her lion's mane of wavy hair, then sat down on the chair before Anran's desk and said, "The silk scarf you're wearing today looks pretty nice. I don't remember ever seeing you wear it before. How come you're wearing it today?" Anran froze and she blushed slightly. She opened her bag and placed it on the side of the desk, then opened her computer. Avoiding the topic, she asked, "What do you want with me?" Xiao didn't let go of her silk scarf. She only used the silk scarf as an icebreaker. What she said next was the important topic. She knew that Anran didn't like people beating around the bush, so she went straight to the point and asked, "I have to ask you something. Who was that guy waiting for you at the door the day before yesterday? The one driving the Mercedes?" Anran's fingers paused on the document, and she frowned slightly, then looked at her and said, "Why do you ask?" Xiao frowned and played with her curls a little, then decided not to hide it and confessed frankly, "I'm interested in him and want to take a shot." Hearing this, Anran frowned slightly, then said, "You're too late. He already has a wife." "So what if he has a wife? Divorces are common now," Xiao said indifferently. Anran looked at her. Although she had heard some rumors about her in the industry and knew what others said about her, but as her colleague, she knew how much effort she put into her work, and always felt that those comments about her from outsiders were unfair to her. But now, she wasn't so sure about her previous notions anymore. When she saw that Anran didn't say anything, Xiao smiled and said, "What? Are you interested in him as well? From what I saw that day, it certainly seemed like he was interested in you." Anran averted her gaze to avoid eye contact. "I can't help you with this. You can find someone else." Even though she refused to say, Xiao wasn't upset and asked instead, "Anran, is he your ex-boyfriend? Don't tell me he is the reason you haven't dated anyone for these past few years. What are you talking about?" Anran was somewhat irritated and looked at her as she said, Xiao, you should give up, because don't think for a second that he would fall for you, nor would he divorce his wife for you. Since he had broken up with her for money and power back in the day, how could he give up all he dreamed for just for a mere woman? He was a selfish man, and he had never loved anyone besides himself. "How do you know he won't fall for me?" Xiao looked at her. "I can see that he is interested in you, and I don't think that I am worse than you. I'm confident that he will fall for me one day, sooner or later." Anran stared at her for a while but said nothing in the end. Xiao still had a smile on her face as she stood up and said, "By the way, the man you left with the other day seemed pretty handsome as well, but he seems to be a little lacking in terms of his background." Then, she turned around and left with a smile on her face. Chapter 40, Preparation for Meeting with the In-Laws. At noon, Anran ran to the company's canteen practically right when mealtime started. She hurriedly ordered some food, then sat down and started wolfing the food down. The night prior, she had barely eaten while with Lin Li, and then she had been tangled up with Su Yicheng for the remainder of the night. Then, she had overslept because of that morning exercise she did with Su Yicheng, so she hadn't had any time for breakfast. By now, she was so hungry that she felt a little dizzy. She had planned on sketching the design in her office, but her stomach started rumbling so furiously that she couldn't focus on anything else. When people are hungry, almost everything seems delicious. She used to think that the food in the cafeteria was bland and tasteless, yet it tasted surprisingly delicious on this day. A call from Su Yicheng came in at this time. Anran continued eating and picked up the phone without checking the caller ID. "Hello, who is it? Why aren't you at home? I just called the home phone and no one answered," Su Yicheng asked with a smile on the other side of the phone. Anran froze and glanced at the caller ID displayed on the phone screen to confirm that it was him. Anran's face turned bright red as she remembered the last night and that morning's events. I needed to go to work today, since it's not the weekend. Didn't I leave you a note?" Su Yicheng asked. "Note?" Anran was confused. What note was he talking about? Where did the note come from? Su Yicheng sighed on the other end of the phone and understood that she hadn't seen the note he had left for her on the counter, then asked, "Did you eat breakfast after getting up in the morning?" As she ate the food on her plate with chopsticks, Anran muttered, I woke up later than 10 o'clock. How could I have had time to eat breakfast? Her face was flushed, and her tone was a little resentful. Suya Chen burst out laughing over the phone. He was in a great mood. Anran was a little embarrassed and offended by being laughed at. All she wanted was to hang up the phone, so she asked somewhat awkwardly, Do you still have anything to say? If not, then I'm going to continue eating. Suya Cheng smiled as he thought of the last night and that morning. He was certainly a little too ravenous and demanding of her, considering that she was a virgin and it was her first time. As he thought of this, he felt guilty inside, and he apologized. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Next time I will be more careful so you won't get so worn out. I am going to eat now. Anran felt embarrassed and desperately wanted to hang up. Ha ha, wait. Suya Cheng called out to her before she hung up the phone and said, Wait for me at the company gates after work. We will return to the compound at night. My parents and my grandfather all want to see you. I am fine going there by myself. I drove over here today, Anran refused. After the last night and that morning, she didn't know how to face him. Merely thinking about it made her feel embarrassed. Do you know where it is? Suya Cheng asked with amusement. Anran froze, then remembered that Suya Cheng didn't live with his parents, so she didn't know where the Su family's residence was. Just wait for me by the company gates in the evening. I still have some unfinished business here, so I'm hanging up. After he said this, he didn't wait for Anran to answer. He sounded like he was talking to the people next to him, then he hung up the phone. Special Assistant Su, we need you to sign this document. Secretary Zheng placed a document in front of her. Suya Cheng put his phone in his pocket and looked over the document Secretary Zheng had handed to her. It was about the construction plan for the city government's building and was approved by the Municipal Party Committee last week. This project was being temporarily managed by him. Did Special Assistant Su just finish talking to his madam on the phone? Secretary Zheng asked in a somewhat gossipy tone. A few days prior, he had been shocked when Suya Cheng had told him that he had gotten married. It was all too sudden. He had been by Suya Cheng's side for almost 2 years, yet he had never seen him show interest in any woman, and he barely had any phone dates either. So when Suya Cheng had suddenly dropped the bomb that day and said that he was married, he was startled. He had seen that woman before, and she wasn't particularly pretty, but she was elegant and classy. Suya Cheng glanced at him, nodded, and said, Yes. When do you plan on holding the wedding? I can inform everyone to prepare the red envelopes in advance, Secretary Zheng said with a smile. Suya Cheng took out a pen and signed his signature boldly, then handed the document back to Secretary Zheng and merely said, We are not planning on holding a wedding for the time being. Secretary Zheng looked at him strangely. With his family background, how could there not be a wedding? Suya Cheng looked at the documents on the table and asked, What time is the city committee's meeting in the afternoon? 2:30. Suya Cheng nodded. This meeting was probably going to be about the opening and construction of Tech City. After looking at his watch, Suya Cheng stood up. Mayor Wei just called him and asked him to head over there. He probably wanted to discuss the afternoon meeting. Anran was still a little nervous because she was going to see Su family's parents for the first time in the evening. When she went to the bathroom after lunch and she saw that the silk scarf was still around her neck, she froze. Then, she remembered that she originally intended to give it to Su Yujiao as a present. Thinking about this, Anran quickly headed to the shopping mall again during her lunch break. At noon, Lin Li called and asked for the phone number of a former classmate. They hadn't set up a reunion for so long after graduation, so she wanted to open one this year. Lin Li's phone call didn't come in at the right time, and it reminded Anran of that erotic lingerie. Anran felt so resentful that she wanted to kill Lin Li. Lin Li, how could you treat me like this after I fed you and chauffeured you around? Is this how you thank me? Anran gritted her teeth as she spoke into the phone. Lin froze for a moment, then said innocently, I'm just asking for Zhang Qianqian's phone. How could I hurt you? Anran grabbed the phone, looked at the people around the mall, then lowered his voice and said, What did you buy last night? Lin Li froze over the phone, then asked with excitement, Did you wear it last night? How was it? Did Mr. Su transform into a werewolf? Why you keep your voice down? Anran practically roared and had almost ruptured Lin Li's eardrums. Since she was afraid that others would hear, Anran rushed to the bathroom in the mall in front of her. I really want to kill you for doing this to me. You have no idea how awkward it was last night. My pajamas fell into the water, and I even asked him to bring this in. You don't know how much I want to die right there. You can pretty much guess what happened next. Ha ha, Anzi, you have to thank me. I helped you make such a huge step forward in your sexual relationship, Lin Li said proudly over the phone. Get outta here. I'm not talking nonsense. I'll be shopping for a present, but the next time I see you, you're dead, Anran said mockingly. Didn't you buy a gift yesterday already? Lin Li remembered that Anran had bought 2 scarves last night and said they were a meeting gift for her mother-in-law and her auntie. Anran said resentfully, it's all your fault. It seems like you had a wild last night. Lin Li burst out laughing. You just wait for me to deal with you. Anran blushed as she said this over the phone, then hung up the phone. As she turned around and tried to leave, she accidentally bumped into someone who came from behind. Sorry. Anran apologized reflexively. Chapter 41, Military Area Compound. I'm sorry, Anran quickly apologized. When she looked up, she saw a beautiful woman with long flowing hair, porcelain skin, and a classical vibe to her. The beautiful woman smiled at Anran and shook her head, then passed Anran and headed into the bathroom. Anran didn't think too much of it. She left the bathroom and walked toward the counter that she had been at the day before. When Suyu Cheng came over to pick up Anran was still apprehensive about the imminent dinner with her in-laws. Her anxiety made her temporarily forget the awkwardness between the two of them after what had happened the night before and that morning. The two of them returned to the apartment and brought out the health supplements and silk scarves that Anran had bought yesterday. In the bathroom, Anran applied some simple makeup to herself and stared at herself in the mirror for a while. Suyu Cheng waited in the living room. After a while, he started to grow impatient and pushed open the door to check in on her, only to see her staring at her reflection in the mirror in a daze while frowning. What's wrong? Suyu Cheng asked. Anran turned to look at Suyu Cheng as she murmured, do you think I should change my clothes? Also, does my hair look messy? She regretted not having her hair done at noon, but she had already spent her entire lunch break going to the mall, so even if she had wanted to get her hair done at that time, she didn't have any time. Suyu Cheng smiled, held her hands, then lowered his head and planted a kiss on her lips. Then, he stuck his tongue into her mouth before Anran could even react. She was caught off guard for a moment, but then she came back to her senses. She stretched out her arms to push him away, but by then Suyu Cheng had already let go of her. Anran covered her mouth and blushed as she avoided eye contact with him. Suyu Cheng smiled at her coquettish reaction, then held her hand without saying anything further, and they left, hand in hand. In the car, Anran was still a little anxious about the meeting but was afraid of making eye contact with Suyu Cheng because of the kiss, so all she did was hold onto his hands tightly and turn her head to look out the window. The car had been driving for more than half an hour now, but they still hadn't arrived. Anran couldn't help but turn toward him and ask, do your parents live far away? Your parents? Suyu Cheng raised an eyebrow, then turned his head and asked, what did you just say? We've been on the road for so long already, do your parents live far away? Anran asked again. Suyu Cheng looked at her with amusement and asked, is it just my parents? Anran blushed, spit out her tongue, and said somewhat sheepishly, I'll take some time getting used to it. Suyu Cheng nodded, and he didn't blame her but simply reminded, but when we arrive home later, remember not to use the wrong term. Anran nodded profusely. This was her obligation, and she would put effort into playing her role. Suyu Cheng turned his head to smile at her, then turned back toward the front to focus on driving and said, Grandpa was originally an old commander from the military region, but he has now retired. Dad is currently a political commissar of the military region, so they all live in the compound in the military region. The compound is a little far from the city. There's still about 20 more minutes till we arrive. If you're tired, get some rest, and I'll tell you when we arrive. Anran found it difficult to absorb all he said in an instant and stared at him for a long time, then murmured, I never knew your family background was so prominent. She had no idea that her husband was from a family of gentry that had been prominent for generations. Suyu Cheng could tell what she was thinking and joked, you married me without asking, so now it's too late to regret it. Anran looked at him without answering him. Instead, she asked, Su Cheng, doesn't your family care about pedigree? Su Cheng glanced at her and saw all the worry and anxiety written all over her face. He stopped the car by the side of the road, looked into her eyes earnestly, and asked, Anran, what are you worried about? Anran stared at him blankly without saying a word. Although she was a civilian, she knew how much the upper class cared about pedigree. In terms of pedigree, she was unsuitable for Su Cheng, so what would she do if the Su family valued pedigree? Get a divorce? Anran didn't know, but deep inside she couldn't help but feel regretful that she had married someone so recklessly. Is my mother a person who cares about pedigree? Su Cheng asked. Anran froze, then immediately shook his head, and only then did she remember that she had already met Qin Yun, and from the enthusiasm and kindness she displayed, she didn't seem like someone who cared that much about pedigree. What else is there to worry about? Su Cheng couldn't help but feel amused by this girl in front of him who was always worrying about trivial things. In the past, his mother might have cared somewhat about pedigree, but by this point, she was simply happy to have any daughter-in-law at all, and as long as she came from a family with an untarnished reputation, his mother really couldn't care less about pedigree. She really doesn't mind? Anran still asked a bit uneasily. She wasn't asking for herself, but she was worried about her parents being looked down upon because of pedigree, so she merely wanted a heads up before the parents of the two families officially met. Su Cheng touched her head endearingly, then started the car engine again to continue on the road. She would see for herself later whether or not his family judged people by pedigree. His grandfather and parents were not those sorts of snobby people. Instead of pedigree, his family put a greater emphasis on morals. The car slowly drove into a large and formidable gatehouse. The guards in front of the gatehouse stood upright with guns in their heads and stared straight ahead. They recognized Su Cheng's car because he frequented the place several times a month. Due to the frequency that he visited the place, they had become familiar with his car, and therefore he didn't need to register or be subject to an examination. Anran clutched the hem of her clothes tightly. She gazed at the erect, blue, brick buildings among the trees and the servicemen standing upright in front of each red wooden door. There was a despondent feeling inside of Anran, and it was the same feeling she got when she had done something wrong when she was little and as punishment was ordered to stand outside the classroom by the teacher. Su Cheng parked the car in front of a mahogany gate, and the serviceman standing at the door joyfully approached them and opened the door. When he saw Su Cheng, he shouted, "Brother Ah Cheng," and when he caught sight of Anran getting off from the other side of the car, he beamed and called out, "Sister-in-law, little Zhang." Su Jin smiled and nodded to greet him. The serviceman stared straight at Anran and thought, wow, Brother Ah Cheng's wife is really attractive. She looks fresh and arresting. The thing that the army in this military region lacks the most is women. As a serviceman in this compound, he was more fortunate since he at least had the opportunity to see women. The truly unfortunate ones were his comrades that stayed in the army. Years went by without them ever seeing a single woman. However, even in this compound, the women who came in and about were all wives of the senior officials and all of them were getting old. Yijiao returned most often besides the wives, but by then they had pretty much gotten used to seeing her. Yet Brother Ah Cheng's wife was not the same as Miss Yijiao. Anran froze a little and felt a little uncomfortable being stared at so intently. She simply smiled awkwardly at the serviceman without having any idea what to say. Seeing Anran's awkward state, Su Cheng was about to open his mouth to say something, but before he had the chance, Qin Yun's voice sounded from inside. Ah Cheng and Anran have returned, right? Chapter 42, Meeting the In-Laws. Qin Yun came out of the yard with a smile on her face, and she stared straight at Anran. She nodded her head. The more she looked at Anran, the more she liked her. Anran glanced at Su Cheng, then turned toward Qin Yun slightly and called out somewhat shyly, "Mom." Qin Yun was overjoyed upon hearing Anran call her mother. For so many years, she had been eagerly anticipating the day her daughter-in-law would call her by this. That day had finally arrived. She was grinning from ear to ear as she nodded. Good girl, good girl." Anran was a little embarrassed. After graduating from elementary school, none of her teachers nor did her parents had ever called her a good girl to praise her for obedience, so she couldn't describe how she felt at the moment. She felt awkward yet didn't know how to ease the awkwardness, so all she could do was stand there with a dry smile plastered on her face. Chin Yoon held her hand joyfully and fixed some stray strands of hair in front of her forehead. She asked with concern, "You have been in the car for so long. Are you tired?" "No, I'm not tired." Anran shook her head quickly and had an earnest expression on her face. Seeing this, Chin Yoon couldn't help but notice how modest and honest this girl was. Although her son's marriage was abrupt, fortunately, he made the right choice in choosing his bride. Suya Cheng took out the health products from the back seat and the gifts Anran had bought. There was a smile on his face as he looked at Anran and his mother. "Mom, did my brother and my sister-in-law just return?" Suya Jiao had her hair up in a ponytail and was wearing some light makeup on her fresh and youthful face as she came out from behind the red, wooden door. She was in t-shirt and jeans, so she appeared less glamorous and much younger than she had seemed the other day. Seeing Anran and her mother standing at the door, she asked with a smile, "Mom, why are you standing at the door with sister-in-law? Come on in." Of course, of course." Chin Yoon came back to her senses and mocked herself, "Look at me getting all worked up. Come here Anran, come on in with me. Your dad and grandfather are waiting." As she said this, she dragged and ran away toward the yard. Suya Cheng carried stuff in his hands as he followed them, and as he passed by the door, Suya Jiao, who was standing by the door, slapped his shoulders. With her eyes on Anran and their mother, who were walking in front of them, she whispered into his ears, "Well done." Suya Cheng patted her back scornfully. "You're too cheeky." Suya Jiao naughtily stuck her tongue out at him, ran forward quickly, and entered along with her mother and Anran. The courtyard had the vibe of an old Beijing Saiheiwan and had a small garden in the middle with various flowers and plants planted in it. Anran was unfamiliar with botany and therefore could only recognize a few of the flower varieties. Several rooms, such as the study, living room, kitchen, and bedrooms surrounded the garden. The living room faced the garden. At that moment, Su Wenqing and Su Hanian were sitting on the sofa in the living room. When they saw Suya Cheng, Anran, and the others coming in, they smiled at them. Anran felt a little uneasy because, due to lack of experience, she didn't know what to do at the moment. She turned her head and looked at Suya Cheng helplessly. There was a pleading look in her eyes. Suya Cheng looked at her in amusement, then came forward and clutched her hand tightly. With her hands in his, Anran's flustered and anxious heart also settled down, and she held onto his hand tightly as well. Suya Cheng glanced at her with tender affection, then turned to look at Su Hanian and Su Wenqing to say, "Grandpa, Dad, this is my wife, Jiyu Anran." Then, he turned to Anran and said, "Anran, greet them." Anran nodded quickly, then greeted them solemnly one by one, "Grandpa, Father, Mother, Yujiao, greetings everyone." Due to her nervousness, she tightened her grasp on Suya Cheng's hands. Suya Cheng looked at her mirthfully, and, rubbing her hand with his thumb, he seemed to be telling her that everything was going to be okay as long as he was there, so she need not worry. Grandpa Su, whose name was Su Hanian, smiled and nodded at Anran, but his expression seemed somewhat unnatural. As a man of military background, he had a certain toughness and austerity to him, so his gentle and soft expression seemed somewhat out of character. Although Su Hanian was already in his 70s, as a man of military background, even though he had already retired, he still insisted on doing military exercises with everyone in the morning, so his entire person appeared energetic and lively. On the side, Su Wenqing, who wore glasses and had a graceful air to him, nodded at Anran with a smile. Suya Cheng resembled Su Wenqing and also had the same air of gracefulness. Suya Cheng passed the items in his hands to Anran and motioned her to give them to everyone. Anran abided quickly and gave Su Hanian the diabetic medication according to what Suya Cheng had told her before and said, "My father's blood sugar and blood lipids are also a bit high. This was effective for him, so you should try it as well. If it's effective, then I'll bring you 2 more boxes next time." Upon hearing this, Su Hanian broke out into a smile on his stern face and couldn't help but feel pleased with his granddaughter-in-law. He was impressed with Ah Cheng's choice of his bride and considered her far better than the previous ones his mother had introduced him to. He stretched out his hand to present the red envelope he had prepared earlier and handed it to Anran. "Good girl. Best wishes for your future together with Ah Cheng." Anran froze. She couldn't quite understand the situation, so she turned to look at Suya Cheng. Su Cheng smiled and nodded at her. Grandpa gave it to you, so take it. Thank you, Grandpa, Anran said as she accepted it with both hands. After putting away the red envelope from Grandpa Su, Anran gave medication for lowering blood pressure to Father Su and said, Dad, I heard Yu Cheng say that your blood pressure is a little high. This medication is very effective at lowering blood pressure. Try it. Anran is really filial. Suhanian nodded with a gentle smile, then took the health supplements from her hands and passed her the red envelope he had prepared for her. We are all family now, so don't treat us like strangers. Anran nodded and said, Will do. Thank you, Dad. Then she gave Qinyun and Su Yijiao the 2 silk scarves that she bought yesterday. I didn't know what to buy. I asked my friends and everyone said that silk scarves looked nice this season, so I went and bought one for Mom and one for Yijiao. But I don't know whether you two will like it or not. Ha ha, we like it. Of course we like it. Oh my, I was just talking about how great my daughter-in-law is, unlike Yijiao, who is always upsetting me, Qinyun said as she held Anran's hand and grinned from ear to ear. In her eyes, the more she looked at her daughter-in-law, the more pleased she was. Mom, since it's pretty obvious that, from now on, your daughter-in-law will take the place of your daughter in your heart, then I won't be coming back anymore. Su Yijiao pretended to be offended. Qinyun scolded her playfully, well then, don't come back before you find yourself a husband, so I won't get annoyed when you come back. Oh, Dad, look at Mom. Look at how she is thinking of ways to kick me out every day. Su Yijiao held Su Wenqing's arm childishly and turned to Suhanian to say, Grandpa, you make the decision. I want to spend more time with you, but how can I do so when Mom is always thinking of new ways to kick me out? You naughty little girl. Suhanian patted his granddaughter's forehead. There was a rare smile on his usually stern face. His beloved granddaughter was the only one who could fill him with such joy. Su Wenqing glanced at her daughter, then turned to Qinyun to say, all right, now, since everyone is here, let's start dining. Chapter 43, The Piece of Broken Chapter. The dinner was not as ceremonious as Anran imagined. As if sensing her nervousness, Su Yijiao's mouth never stopped talking, and the atmosphere was light and relaxing. Qinyun kept putting vegetables on her plate as if she were afraid that she wouldn't have enough to eat or she would hold back from eating. Su Wenqing and Suhanian also asked about Anran's family background. When Su Wenqing found out that Jiyu Hengwen was a high school teacher that had a passion for calligraphy, Su Wenqing was itching to discuss calligraphy with Jiyu Hengwen. Suhanian was usually stern and serious due to his military upbringing but appeared much more easygoing today, perhaps out of concern that his seriousness would scare off his granddaughter-in-law. In the evening, the entire family was in high spirits and started to drink some wine. Although Anran wasn't a heavy drinker, she also drank a little to mark the occasion. Then, under Qinyun's insistence, Su Yicheng and Anran decided to stay in the compound for the night. After finishing dinner, Grandpa Su called Su Yicheng over for a round of chess, while Father Su went into the study and started practicing calligraphy as part of his routine. Meanwhile, Qinyun was busy in the kitchen helping the maid clean up. Su Yijiao had initially planned on giving Anran a more thorough tour of the compound, but before she had the chance, she received a phone call from Yuan Cuisine, saying that someone was causing trouble there, so she had to rush back to deal with it. In the end, Anran was left alone standing in Su Yicheng's former bedroom. Su Yicheng's room had a simple layout and practically had the same layout as his apartment in the city, except for the fact that there was a bookshelf in the room here in the compound. It was an old bamboo bookshelf that wasn't particularly large, yet it was full of books. The books he read seemed to be diversified and ranged from literary novels to autobiographies, ancient Chinese classics to foreign best-selling novels, and from mundane military magazines to trendy fashion magazines. They were basically all forms and all genres of reading material. Anran randomly picked up a collection of poems and flipped through it. It was Tsujimo's The Night of Jadeite Cold Jade. After flipping through it randomly, she reached out to put the book back in place, but as she did so, a note unexpectedly fell from the book. Anran stooped to pick it up, and discovered that it was a small poem by Anne Gillen's Broken Chapter. You stand on the bridge and watch the scenery. The person watching the scenery looks down at you from above. The bright moon decorates your window. You decorated someone else's dream. The handwriting was neat, and the words were tiny, so it was probably the handwriting of a woman. As Anran was reading it, the door was pushed open, and Chin Yoon entered the room with a smile. She put down what was in her hand and greeted her with a smile. Mom. Anran was actually still feeling quite nervous as she made eye contact with her, but compared to when she had first arrived, her anxiety had subsided considerably. Come, the two of us should sit down and talk. Chin Yoon pulled Anran over toward her so they sat side by side on Suya Cheng's bed. As she patted Anran's hand, Chin Yoon asked, "Talk to your mother. How did you and our Cheng meet?" Anran froze and found herself at a loss for words. There was no way Anran could confess to her that they met on a blind date, and then the two of them mindlessly headed to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get married. Chin Yoon misinterpreted the expression on her face as bashfulness, so she simply smiled and said, "I'm sorry." Anran simply blushed and smiled. Chin Yoon did not force it out of her since she was only asking casually anyway. After all, today was her first official meeting with her daughter-in-law, so she couldn't scare her off by probing intrusively. She smiled good-naturedly as she took out a delicate brocade box from her pocket and handed it to Anran. "Here, open it and take a look." Anran received it with a blank expression, then obediently opened the brocade box, which contained an exquisite jade bracelet. It was iridescent and lustrous, and she could instantly tell that it was of the highest quality. "Mom, what do you mean by this?" Anran looked at her hesitantly and was not quite sure of her intention. Chin Yoon smiled, reached out to take out the jade bracelet, then put it on Anran's hand and said, "This jade bracelet was given to me by my mother-in-law, who is Cheng's grandma, when I married into this family. Now that Cheng is married, this bracelet should be passed on to you." Frankly, her fair and delicate little hand really did look well with the emerald jade bracelet on. Upon hearing this, Anran immediately wanted to take off the jade bracelet. "Mom, this is too heavy a gift. I can't ask for it." This bracelet was passed down from generation to generation, just like a family heirloom. How could she afford the burden of something like this? "Wear it," Chin Yoon said solemnly yet earnestly. "Why not? This is for the Su family's bride. Aren't you the Su family's bride?" Anran was speechless. Technically, she was indeed the Su family's bride at the moment. But in the future, she couldn't be sure. After all, her marriage with Suya Cheng wasn't the byproduct of a typical romantic relationship. Anran's speechlessness greatly amused Chin Yoon, who took her hand and said with a small smile, "You two live in the city, so you will have to take care of Cheng in the future. Of course, if Cheng doesn't treat you well, with whatever grievances you have, you can come to me and I will sort it out for you." Anran listened and nodded. Although it was a conversation between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Chin Yoon did most of the speaking while Anran simply smiled and nodded. In order to please her new daughter-in-law, Chin Yoon told her a lot of Suya Cheng's embarrassing childhood stories, and Anran was surprised to find out that Suya Cheng, who appeared like such a gentleman now, had such a naughty childhood. Apparently, he climbed trees and fences when he was little and was frequently punished by his father for disobedience as well. As the two of them chatted away animatedly, the door opened. Suya Cheng glanced at his mother and wife with a smile and said, "What are you talking about? I could hear you two from outside the door." Private conversation between mother and daughter-in-law. "I won't tell you," Chin Yoon said as she stood up and was ready to leave. "All right then, the time is getting late, and since you two have to go to work again tomorrow morning, get some early rest." After she said this, she turned around and left. Suya Cheng closed the door, then turned around to see Anran grabbing her right hand with her left hand and standing there with an anxious look on her face. Suya Cheng raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's wrong?" Anran looked at him, shook her head, then said, I am going to take a shower." Now that there were only the two of them, Anran suddenly remembered the last night's event, and all the self-consciousness and awkwardness returned to her, making her feel too anxious to face him. Suya Cheng was still staring at her with a smile plastered on his face, only for Anran to stop dead in her tracks when she had already reached the bathroom door, then suddenly turn around and say, "I changed my mind. You take a shower first." Instead. Suya Cheng raised his eyebrows, then approached her and asked, "Why?" Averting her gaze to avoid eye contact, Anran simply said, I don't feel like taking a shower today." Then she headed toward the not-so-large bed. There was no way she was actually going to tell him that the reason was that she didn't have any pajamas. At this point, she was practically phobic about pajamas. Suya Cheng looked at her in amusement and instantly saw through her worries. He turned around and took a white shirt out of the closet in the room. He always came back and stayed for a few nights every month, so he kept a few sets of clothing in the room. He turned around and handed the white shirt to Anran, then said, "Go now." Anran stared at him blankly, then looked down at the shirt in his hand. It took her a while to take the shirt from his hands as she blushed profusely, then she headed straight into the bathroom without looking back. Chapter 44, Kiss Mark on the Neck. When Anran finished taking a shower and came out wearing his white shirt, Suya Cheng was standing in front of the bookshelf and reading a book. When he heard the bathroom door open, he turned his head, then saw Anran wearing his white shirt, which showed off her slender and shapely legs, her face still flushed from the heat. Suya Cheng couldn't help but stare with a stupefied expression on his face. He had once heard that women were the sexiest when they were wearing men's white shirts, and now he had his own personal experience to confirm that it wasn't just a rumor. It was indeed true. Anran felt somewhat bashful from being stared at, but she dared not make eye contact with him and merely said, "I'm done. You can take a shower now." Then, she hopped onto the bed, pulled the quilted covers over herself, then wrapped herself tightly in them, only allowing a pair of flashing eyes to peek out from the covers. Suya Cheng was both amused and offended by her actions. Is she trying to defend herself against a perv? Seeing him stare straight at her, Anran swallowed a little nervously and said, I am a bit tired, so I'll go to bed first. Good night." After that, she wrapped her entire body with the covers. Suya Cheng shook his head with mirth, then turned around and took his pajamas from the closet. Then, he headed straight into the bathroom. Anran covered her head with the covers and started counting sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. The bathroom door flung open when she had counted to the 325th sheep. Suya Cheng shuffled out the door, yet, at that time, Anran still hadn't fallen asleep. She didn't feel sleepy in the slightest, and her eyes were wide open. Suya Cheng stared at the figure in the fetal position on the bed and couldn't help feeling amused yet helpless. They were now husband and wife. After the night before, did they really need to repeat the entire process over again? He lifted the quilted covers to see the person beside him lying motionlessly. Suya Cheng shook his head mirthfully, then turned off the lamp on the nightstand and laid down beside her. In the darkness, under the quilt, Suya Cheng reached out and pulled her gently into his arms. Anran's body stiffened slightly, yet her eyes remained tightly closed as she feigned sleep. Suya Cheng suppressed his laughter and lay down while holding her in his arms. Yet, when he looked at her again, he began feeling a little fed up with her playing dead, so he decided to pull a prank as a sense of mischief overcame him. His hands started tickling her, and he could clearly feel her entire body tense up at his touch. Seeing that she was still playing dead, Suya Cheng's mischievous hand continued to travel up and down her body. Although he had only intended to play a prank on her initially, as his hands touched her smooth and supple skin, he felt desire rise up inside him, and he could feel his body started to respond accordingly. Then, he remembered the events of the night prior, and his breathing quickened. Anran still had her eyes closed tightly, yet she couldn't stop her body from trembling. She also remembered everything from the night before, like the heat of his arms, and how her entire person had been so burning hot that she felt on fire. Anran, Suya Cheng's hoarse voice sounded behind her. He was no longer able to be satisfied with merely touching her, and he planted a gentle kiss behind her ear as he whispered softly into her ear, "Are you tempting me?" No. Anran shook her head reflexively. Tempt him? How could she be capable of such a thing? Yet she had forgotten that she was in the process of feigning sleep and therefore had fallen right into his trap. Suya Cheng let out a low laugh as he kissed her ears lightly while still feeling her up and down with his hands and asked, "Aren't you supposed to be asleep?" Anran froze, and only then did she realize that she had fallen into his trap. She said sheepishly, I was asleep, but you awoke me." Suya Cheng smirked, and couldn't get over how cute and endearing she was as he held her in his arms. Suddenly, he turned his body over so he was on top and she was underneath. His dark eyes stared at her intently in the dark, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a seductive smile as he asked, "Well, since you're awake, do you want to do some exercises together?" Of course, Anran wasn't that naive and knew what he meant by exercises. Her heart tensed up, then she shook her head vigorously and said, "I'm a little tired." Suya Cheng grinned as he looked at her, then lowered his head to her ear and whispered, "Then you don't need to." "I will. IMPHHH. Suya Cheng didn't give her a chance to speak again and quickly blocked her mouth with his own by using the most primitive method. Being awakened while in deep sleep is one of the most horrible experiences people can have. The military area compound cast morning exercises every day. The bell rang at 5 in the morning, and every corner of the courtyard could clearly hear the bell ringing. Anran felt that she had just closed her eyes when the bell began blaring. She felt as if she was a kid again because her school bell had been just as loud and annoying, and it gave her the same zestful feeling. She didn't know when she had fallen asleep that night. All she knew was she was too tired to move and let Suya Cheng hold on to her during the night. She was so sleepy and lethargic that she didn't even need to continue counting sheep. Awakened by the blaring bell, Anran shot up from the bed confusedly. Her eyes weren't even completely open as she asked in a stupor, what happened? What happened?" Suya Cheng stretched out his hands, pulled her back into his arms, and said gently into her ears, "It's okay, you can continue sleeping. It's still early." Anran was feeling really lethargic, so she actually did fall back asleep. Suya Cheng looked at her drowsy countenance and lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. Then, he got out of bed, took out a training suit from his closet, put it on, and then headed straight out the door. When Anran woke up again, it was exactly 7 o'clock, and she heard drills being shouted outside the house. Looking at the other side of the bed, she found that it was no longer warm. She only vaguely remembered him telling her it was still early and had no memory of the following. She stared at the ceiling light fixture, and only then did she remember that she was no longer in Suya Cheng's downtown apartment. She grabbed her phone from the nightstand to check the time. It was exactly 7 o'clock. She still had to go to the construction site in the morning, and, at the moment, she was about an hour away from the city area. Considering this, she didn't have much time left for grooming. Anran quickly got off the bed to wash her face. Yet as soon as she got off the bed, her intense body ache reminded her of their wild night, and her face turned bright red. Damn Suya Cheng. She cursed him resentfully while dragging her aching body to change her clothes. When she came out of the bedroom and into the living room, the maid was placing tableware on the table, while Chin Yoon was making breakfast in the kitchen. Seeing this, Anran came forward to help and retrieved the side dishes from the kitchen to place on the table. At first, Chin Yoon thought that the maid had entered the kitchen, so she asked her to bring the pot of white porridge to the dining table as well. Anran promptly agreed and was just about to take away the porridge when Chin Yoon suddenly discerned that the voice was different, then turned around to see Anran standing there smiling. "Anran, why are you up so early?" Chin Yoon held her hand as she said, You aren't accustomed to the compound yet and the noisy morning exercises outside woke you up, right?" Anran shook her head. "No, I have to go to work in the morning, so I must get up early." Chin Yoon nodded, then, suddenly catching sight of the faint red mark on her neck, she started smiling ambiguously. Chapter 45, Kiss Mark on the Neck, 2. It was only today that Anran learned that Suya Cheng had the habit of getting up early to do morning exercises. This habit was entirely the result of his military upbringing since childhood. Since he had been born in a military family, ever since he had been a child, Suya Cheng had been doing morning exercises and training with his grandpa and father. Therefore, many years later, even after his father had stopped making the exercises mandatory, out of habit, he still continued to do them every morning. Since it was a workday, after finishing breakfast, Suya Cheng drove Anran toward the city. In the car, Anran kept thinking about how, during breakfast, everybody kept staring strangely at her and seemed as if they were on the verge of bursting out laughing. Suya Cheng glanced at the side of the car and watched her contemplating. When he caught sight of the red kiss mark he had left on her delicate neck from the last night's lovemaking, the corners of his lips curled up even more mirthfully. She seemed to notice his gaze, and she turned around. When she caught sight of his mirthful expression, she asked, "What are you laughing at?" As she asked this, she touched her face but didn't find anything on it. Suya Cheng just laughed, then turned his head toward the front to focus on driving and merely said, "If you're sleepy, sleep for a little while. I'll wake you when I get there." Hearing this, Anran realized that she was indeed a little sleepy. They had been messing around all night yesterday, and therefore she hadn't had much time to sleep last night. Then, she thought about how it was an hour-long journey, so she might as well sleep rather than deal with the awkwardness of staying awake with him alone. With her thoughts on this, Anran leaned back and closed his eyes slowly. The car slowly came to a stop at the gates of Anran's company building, and, looking at the figure napping beside him, he felt inexplicably satisfied inside. Glancing down at his watch, he saw that it was 8:50, and he knew that she would be late if he didn't wake her up. Seeing her fast asleep, Suya Cheng suddenly felt a little guilty. Perhaps he had overdone it. 2 nights in a row really was too exhausting for her. Yet he simply found her too irresistible and had difficulty resisting the temptation. He didn't consider himself a gentleman in the sense that he was able to suppress all desires, but he had always believed that he was disciplined enough not to be so easily controlled by his urges. Yet, whenever he embraced her, the burning desire he felt inside was so urgent and overwhelming that he felt as if he had been transformed back into a young boy, driven by passion and impulse alone. As he thought of this, Suya Cheng couldn't help but burst out laughing. His laughter awakened Anran from her sleep, and she opened her eyes drowsily. She looked out the window at the familiar building outside, then yawned and asked, "Are we there yet?" Suya Cheng smiled as he nodded and couldn't help but notice how adorable she seemed when she had just woken up. Anran nodded, and, rubbing her slightly sore eyes, she said, "Then, I'll be going." Then, she reached out to open the door and get out of the car. Anran, just as she held the doorknob and was ready to open the door to get out of the car, Suya Cheng called out suddenly. Anran turned around in confusion, only to see him lean over and mash his lips into hers. An intoxicating and passionate kiss followed, and it all happened so fast that Anran didn't even have a chance to react. She didn't know how long had passed when Suya Cheng finally let go of her. By that time, she was a little out of breath, and he held on to her gently. Anran panted slightly in his arms, but also enjoyed the comfort and security his arms provided. Anran, Suya Cheng embraced her and held on to her with one hand while he rubbed her white neck with his other hand. Anran responded. Her neck was actually starting to itch because of his rubbing, and she couldn't help but laugh a little. "I feel itchy." Suya Cheng also laughed, but he didn't immediately let go of her and asked instead, "Is the scarf from yesterday still here?" "Ah, in the bag." Anran paused. She didn't know why he was asking but told him anyway. Suya Cheng let go of her, opened her bag, and took out the scarf from yesterday. Then, he folded it on her lap and leaned over to wrap the scarf around her porcelain neck. The scarf wasn't tied very well, and, after staring at it for a while, he finally nodded and said, "Now you can't see it." Anran froze and didn't quite understand his words at first, but as realization dawned upon her, her eyes widened. You mean that there are kiss marks on my neck?" Suya Cheng stared at her mirthfully without speaking. "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier?" Anran blushed, and then realized why her mother-in-law had given her that ambiguous look in the morning. It was probably because she saw the kiss marks. As she thought of this, she couldn't help but complain resentfully, "This is your fault. Now everyone has seen it. It's all right, they're all family. They won't laugh at you." Suya Cheng smiled and said, "They already have," Anran murmured angrily, then took out a makeup mirror from her bag. She stretched out her hands and was about to untie the silk scarf to see how it looked. Suya Cheng stopped her, raised the watch she was wearing, and said, "Don't fret over it anymore. It's already 8:58. Head up now or you'll be late." "Ah!" Anran screamed. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Then, she grabbed her bag and dashed out of the car. In the car, Suya Cheng stared at her back for a while as he shook his head in amusement. He seemed to have gotten more mischievous since he actually liked seeing her go crazy. Just when Suya Cheng started the car to leave, the phone in his pocket started to ring at this time. It was a call from Yi Zaiwen, who had flown to Europe for a vacation last week. Since he was calling, it seems like he had returned from his vacation. "Hey, Yi Cheng, I'm heading over to your place tonight for a couple of drinks," Yi Zaiwen said over the phone. "No," Suya Cheng refused curtly. Unlike the past, Yi Cheng would be at home at night. Yi Zaiwen seemed to be caught off guard, and couldn't react for a moment. Due to his status and position, It wasn't convenient for him to show his face at nightclubs or bars, so it was common for them to share drinks at Su Yicheng's house. Why? It's inconvenient, Su Yicheng said succinctly. Special circumstances. Yu Ziwen seemed to detect something from his words. Yeah, Su Yicheng confessed truthfully without denying. Really? Bring her out for you buddy to see, Yu Ziwen said while laughing. After Bai Yang, he had never heard Su Yicheng mention anything regarding his relationships. If it hadn't been for the fact that he had known him since they were both children, and they practically grew up together, he probably would have suspected that his sexual orientation had changed due to the trauma from that incident. Some other day. I have to ask her first, Su Yicheng laughed. Ah, the more you act like this, the more curious I am about this woman. It would be immoral to leave such a cliffhanger. Su Yicheng simply laughed, then as if he suddenly thought of something, he said, by the way, Ziwen, help me do a reconstruction design for my property in Jingyuan, the sooner the better. Their residence was too small, and, due to the nature of Anran's job, he had to get her a studio. Ah Cheng, has it really been only half a month since I went to Europe? Yu Ziwen couldn't help but wonder if he had left for too long, and he wondered how things could change so fast. Ha, okay, let's talk about it another day. I have to rush to the municipal party committee now as there will be a meeting this morning. Then, Su Yicheng hung up and started the car engine to leave. Knock, knock. The car window was suddenly being knocked on. Su Yicheng turned his head to see a middle-aged man standing outside. If he remembered correctly, this man was the creative director of Integrity Construction, and Anran's direct supervisor, Huang Dexing. Chapter 46. What does he want to do? Su Yicheng opened the door to get out of the car and greeted Huang Dexing with a smile. Creative Director Huang. Ah, so it really is Special Assistant Su. I thought I was seeing things. Huang Dexing also laughed. When he passed by, the license plate seemed a little familiar to him, and he couldn't help taking a closer look at it. He thought that the person in the car looked familiar, but he didn't expect the person to actually be Su Yicheng. What made him even more surprised was that, despite the fact that he and Su Yicheng had only met once before at a real estate summit, Su Yicheng remembered his name. That was truly unexpected. Special Assistant Su is here for business? Huang Dexing asked with a smile. Oh no, just passing by, Su Yicheng said with a relaxed expression on his face. Special Assistant Su, I've recently heard that the Municipal Party Committee is planning to build a new tech city. Has the business partner for the collaboration been confirmed yet? Huang Dexing asked inquisitively. The construction of the new tech city was a huge project. If they could secure it, then they wouldn't have the need to do any other projects for years. Su Yicheng raised his eyebrows, knowing what he wanted to ask. He had been in such situations countless times and knew various ways of dealing with it. We have not received any information regarding this, so I'm not quite sure I know what Director Huang is referring to. May I inquire where Director Huang got word of this? No, it's just hearsay. Huang Dexing smiled awkwardly. Su Yicheng had no intention of furthering the conversation. He looked up at his watch and said, there is still a meeting at the city committee this morning that I need to get to, so I'll be heading over there. Oh, you go. Perhaps I'll have the chance to invite Special Assistant Su out for a meal together someday. Huang Dexing asked tentatively. Su Yicheng raised his eyebrows and simply smiled as he got into the car without saying yes or no and left with an air of mystery. Huang Dexing watched him start the car engine to leave and began contemplating the meaning behind his ambivalent smile. Director Xiao had crept up behind him at some time without him noticing. She was in a tight suit that showed off her exquisite curves. Her voluminous mane of wavy hair framed her perfectly made-up face, and she appeared irresistible and glamorous. Director, who was that person just now? Xiao asked. The man seemed to be the same man who had picked up Anran that day, but she didn't understand why an old guy like Huang Dexing would be kissing up to him. Huang Dexing glanced at her with an impassive expression, and, instead of answering her question, he merely said coldly, the investigation results of the accident came out. Oh, really? Was there a problem with Anran's drawing design, or was it because Hu Zhengwen didn't follow proper construction protocol? Xiao was gloating a little. She despised both of them, so no matter whose fault it was, she felt malignant pleasure at their downfall. None of them, actually. The result might disappoint you, Huang Dexing sneered. Ah, what do you mean by that? Xiao didn't quite understand. Your uncle was responsible for the supply of the cement this time, right? The reason the stones on the balcony collapsed was not due to flaws in design or construction errors. It is entirely because the supplied cement was not up to standard. So I think you'd better inform your uncle so he is well prepared. The company will definitely take legal action regarding this, but, fortunately, the progress of this project has been moving slowly, otherwise more lives could have been claimed. After that, Huang Dexing didn't bother looking at her face to see how pale her face had turned. He turned around and walked toward the company's building. At that moment, Xiao couldn't care about anything else, and she hurriedly took out her phone from her bag to call her uncle. She had originally arranged for him to cut some corners to make some money, but she never imagined that he would make such a big mess and cause so much trouble for her. She was truly enraged. Back in the office, Anran stared at the drawing design submitted by Ling Lin, and she started to get a little headache. This was the third time this month. She really couldn't help but wonder if this Ling Lin had really graduated from a prestigious school and won several national awards. Why was her design so amateurish, so much so that she even got the simplest proportions wrong? She shook her head helplessly, threw the drawings onto the table, then stood up and headed toward Huang Dexing's office. She knocked on his door. "Come in," a voice called out from inside. Anran pushed open the door and started speaking. "Director, I don't think I have the ability to mentor Ling Lin, so I would like to request that you find her another designer to intern for." Only after she had finished speaking did she notice that there was another man standing beside Huang Dexing in the office, and the two of them seemed to be discussing something. When Anran got a clear look at the man sitting on the sofa, her face turned ghastly pale and her hands clenched together tightly. She didn't expect that man to be Mo Fear. "Anran, you came just at the right time. This is Mr. Mo from Chengkai. We were just talking about you. How surprising it is that you and Mr. Mo were classmates." Huang Dexing beamed at Anran as he said this. Anran stared at Mo Fear and was unable to understand why he was here. She had thought that, after their last encounter, they would never see each other again. Mo Fear stood up and walked toward her with a smile. Then, he stretched out his hands, and, in the manner of two people who hadn't seen each other for a long time, he said with a smile, "Anran, it's been a long time." Anran gazed at him without taking his hand. She didn't understand what he planned on doing and frankly didn't want to know either, because no matter what he planned on doing, none of it had to do with her. Her eyes went directly to the Huang Dexing behind him, and she said, "Since Director Huang has a guest here, I won't bother you any further." Then, she turned around and prepared to leave. "Anran, hold on. Mr. Mo and I were just discussing a collaboration project, so why don't you stay and listen as well?" Huang Dexing requested. Anran fished for an excuse. "No, thank you. I still have to go to the construction site." Wei Gong called and said that there were some aspects of the design sketch that weren't clear, so I have to head over there to personally look over it. After she finished saying this, she left the director's office without looking back. Mo Fear watched her figure disappear at the door and tightly clenched his hands by his sides. "Anran, this time I will not give up." Huang Dexing seemed to have got the impression of what was going on and asked tentatively while smiling, "Is Mr. Mo intimate with designer Jiyu?" Mo Fear turned his head to smile at Huang Dexing but didn't answer. Seeing that Mo Fear had no intention of divulging, Huang Dexing refrained from further intrusive probing. He had been in this industry for a long time to get to where he was now. He had seen all sorts of people, so if Mo Fear didn't want to spit it out, there was no point in forcing him to. Huang Dexing decided to change the topic, and he asked, "Is President Mo's information source stating the city's intention to invest in the construction of a tech city reliable?" "As far as I know, the documents haven't even come down yet. So at this point, we're not even sure if it's true or not." Mo Fear laughed, then replied nonchalantly, "Director Huang seems to have forgotten that my father-in-law is the chief of the Urban Construction Bureau." Huang Dexing stared at him blankly, then started laughing and said, "In terms of the collaboration, I will report to the board of directors. If everything goes well accordingly, then we will be happy to join hands for a collaboration." Chapter 47, An Affectionate Liking. The pen in her hand swiftly glided across the paper, and that long line surpassed the scope specified in the drawing. Since she had used too much force, the tip of the pen made a large dent in the paper. Ayn Rand sighed, put the pencil in her hand on the desk, and leaned back on the swivel chair and closed her eyes. Those past memories kept flashing in front of her eyes, joy, as well as tears. She still remembered their first date. They walked side by side on the little round lakeside on campus. He smiled as he told her about his future dreams and goals. He smiled as he told her about his plans to start a construction company, then to build many skyscrapers. They talked about their aspirations and ambitions, and as they talked, they got closer and closer. It wasn't clear whose hand touched the other's first, but under the sunset, his hands intertwined with hers, and their fingers crossed. Under the sunset and in the reflection of that little round lake, his lips brushed against hers. At that time, both of them were naive and innocent. Having their lips pressed together was enough to make both of their faces turn as red as ripened apples, and their hearts had pounded rapidly. Not wanting to be controlled by her memories, Ayn Rand's eyes suddenly flew open. She crumpled up the sketch on the desk into a ball, then forcefully threw it into the basket near her feet. There were 7 or 8 crumpled up paper balls in that basket, and they were all the result of Ayn Rand's struggles that night. The door of the study flung open. Suya Cheng, wearing a neat suit and holding a briefcase in his hands, entered. Seeing this, Ayn Rand quickly stood up. Why are you back? Do you want to use the study? I will go out immediately. Then, she stood up and gathered her drawing designs and prepared to leave. Ayn Rand, Suya Cheng called out to her and shook his head, then said, I don't need to use the study. I already completed all my work in the office. If you have to use the study, then use it. We are now husband and wife, and you are the female head of this family, so you can't always be this polite and distant. Ayn Rand was speechless and simply stood there watching him. She just wasn't used to it. Suya Cheng smiled at her as he set his briefcase aside and loosened the tie on his neck. I'll take a shower first, he said, then left the study. Ayn Rand sat down again. She grabbed the drawing, spread it on the large office desk, and started carefully drawing with a ruler and a paintbrush. But her mind was distracted with what had happened in Huang Dexing's office in the afternoon. She didn't know what Mo Fear planned on doing, and she had never thought he would be such an obstinate and persistent person. If he could end their relationship so heartlessly and without hesitation or looking back, then why must they be so entangled with each other now? Either he had too much confidence in himself, or he had too much condescension for her, because did he really think that she would be foolish enough to accept him wholeheartedly again? Didn't he know that there were some relationships that, once you let it slip through your fingers like time, things could never go back to the way they were again? Letting out a deep sigh, Ayn Rand put down the pen in her hand. It seemed like she wouldn't be able to continue sketching anymore that night since she was too distracted and distressed. She put down the paintbrush and put away the sketches, along with the reference books. As she went to put her things back in the master bedroom, she bumped into Suya Cheng, who had just finished taking a bath and had come out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Their eyes met, and Ayn Rand's face instantly turned bright red. Although they had already been intimate before, seeing his naked upper body still unconsciously made Ayn Rand feel bashful. She avoided his eyes and placed her things aside. Finding it somewhat awkward for the two of them to stay together in the same room like this, she looked up without making eye contact with him and asked, Have you eaten dinner yet? Would you like me to make some noodles for you? Suya Cheng saw the discomfort on her face. In reality, he had already eaten dinner with a few of his grassroots cadres, but he felt a little nostalgia over the memory of how she had looked the other day when she had been making noodles for him, and his heart stirred. He nodded. Okay, tomato noodles like last time. Ayn Rand nodded and went out to the kitchen. There was barely anything she could cook besides tomato noodles. Of course, she wasn't good at making that either. After Suya Cheng changed into his home clothes and came out of the room, he leaned on the counter as he watched her get busy for him, and he felt an inexplicable sense of tranquility inside of him. As he watched Ayn Rand busy stir-frying in the wok, he remembered how there also used to be a woman who did all this for him. He used to believe that she would be the one he would spend the rest of his life with, yet he had never expected things to turn out as they did. He used to think he would never get married in this life, yet he didn't expect himself to be so impulsive as to agree to a flash marriage. He had once put the ring on the finger of his most beloved, yet he was betrayed in the cruelest way. After that, he began to reject relationships, even friendships, not to mention marriage. Only after meeting Anran did he realize that marriage could be extremely simple. Love wasn't necessary. Suitability was the most important thing. Even the wedding and the wedding ring weren't necessary. As he thought of this, Su Cheng had entered the kitchen at some point without realizing it. He embraced her from behind with his chin against her shoulder, and, as his warm breath spilled into her ear, he could feel her body start to stiffen in his arms as he held onto her. Seeing her face slowly redden, he couldn't help but laugh. The woman was so thin-skinned that she couldn't even stand being teased in the slightest. Now that he thought about it, it was truly unbelievable that this was the same woman that had asked him to marry her on their first official date. He wondered where she got the courage to do something so bold at that time. The end noodles are almost ready. Why you can sit there. You will be able to eat soon. She started stammering anxiously as he held onto her from behind and was dying from nervousness inside. Su Cheng answered but didn't let go of her. He started sniffing her skin. Her body had the same fragrance as the body milk that he used and smelled fresh and crisp. Anran turned off the fire a little stiffly, then took out a bowl and started placing the noodles from the pot into the bowl. The bowl with the noodles nearly slipped from her hands. Where was he putting his hands? Su Cheng. Anran called out in a reprimanding tone to remind him of the inappropriateness of his hands. Su Cheng didn't speak but held onto her as his hands traveled up and down her body. He could care less about the noodles at the moment. He had a much better supper at hand, and it was guaranteed to be delicious. Anran had asked him repeatedly why he agreed to her absurd marriage proposal. In reality, he had asked himself the same question repeatedly as well. Every time, his answer was the same as hers, because they were suitable for each other. But, in reality, was she really the only one that fit that criterion? Perhaps, he took an immediate liking to her the first time he saw her, an affectionate liking. Not love, but affection. It was already midnight by the time the bowl of tomato noodles was devoured, and by that time, Anran was so exhausted that she was already fast asleep on the bed. Chapter 48 Investigation Results. In the large conference room of Integrity Construction, Huan Dexing was sitting in the first place. Anran and Xiao Xiao were sitting on his left side and right side respectively, while the rest of the company sat at the table along Anran and Xiao Xiao. Huan Dexing raised his teacup on the table and started sipping his tea. Then he said, "Today, we have called this special meeting to discuss two things." Anran was holding a pen and using it to draw back and forth on the paper. She didn't know Huan Dexing's purpose for calling the meeting today, but she had a feeling that it concerned the accident at the construction site. She didn't know how the investigation had turned out, but judging from the smug expression on Hu Zhengwen's face, who was sitting opposite her, she guessed it had nothing to do with him. The company has finished investigating the cause of the accidental collapse at the Green Lake Garden construction site, Huan Dexing said, and as he said this, he glanced at Anran, then at Hu Zhengwen, and finally looked to Xiao Xiao on his left. My construction was based on designer Jiu's drawing designs. Even if there really was a problem, it certainly wasn't my fault, Hu Zhengwen said in a provocative tone as he glared at Anran coldly. Anran glanced at him without speaking and started circling with a pen. If it was indeed her responsibility, then she had nothing to say. Huan Dexing looked at Hu Zhengwen and said directly, Anran's drawing designs weren't the problem. The company invited experts to conduct a detailed analysis of the drawing designs. The measurements were reasonably calculated and shouldn't have caused any accidents. Hu Zhengwen's eyes widened. I was merely following the drawing designs. If nothing was wrong with the drawing designs, then nothing is wrong with my construction, either. Old Hu, can't you just let people finish their words before you get all worked up? When did I say that the problem lies with your construction? Huan Dexing looked at him and said jokingly. Hu Zhengwen touched his nose and murmured, as long as it's not my responsibility. Huan Dexing looked at Xiao Xiao again and then said, this cause of this accident wasn't due to erroneous design or construction, but rather because the quality of the batch of cement did not meet the standards. The expansion card used this time was 32.5, Yet the measured value of the compressive strength of composite Portland cement was only 4.8, 4.3 MPa, which is 6.8 and 7.6 times the standard value of 32.5 MPa. Such composite Portland cement has lost its usefulness and effectiveness. This was the main cause of the collapse that caused the accident. Anran looked up when she heard the unexpected result. The matter of cement strength meeting the standard determined whether or not the house could be safely built, whether or not it had the risk of collapsing, and whether it was low-quality construction that cut corners. Basically, this would affect the lives of hundreds of thousands of residents in the future. The other people started talking about it as well. In terms of architecture, such a circumstance was architecture's biggest fears. If the proportions of the design were miscalculated, or the construction process wasn't being conducted correctly, they could all be changed before irrevocable damage was done. Yet if people were cutting corners and cutting costs, not only would it lower the quality of the constructed architectural building, but it also concerned the lives of the future residents. Fortunately this time, the root of the problem was discovered relatively early on before further damage could be done, or else, the balcony wouldn't have been the only thing collapsing, and the number of casualties would have been larger. Juan Dexing waved his hand to motion for everyone to be quiet, and said, "All right then, the company will negotiate with the supplier on how to solve the issue concerning cement quality. We will now put this accident behind us, and don't let this accident cause any conflict between fellow colleagues. It's good that things have been cleared up now. I have no further objections," Hu Zhengwen muttered. "If there is a problem with the raw materials, no matter how good the design is or how well the construction is done, everything will be useless. I personally think that, considering the circumstances of this accident, our company needs to bring the supplier to court for legal sanctions. After all, we are dealing with buildings, and this time it was houses built for people to live in, so we really can't afford to take that much risk," Anran said objectively. Juan Dexing nodded, glanced at Xiao, and simply said, "This company will deal with it. We will not let it blow over." Anran nodded, but as she turned her head, she met Xiao's gaze and saw that she also was smiling at her, vindictiveness flashing through her eyes. Anran frowned, then looked up at her again, only to see that Xiao had already turned away and was smiling as she discussed something with Juan Dexing. Juan Dexing nodded and said, "In addition, the bid for the city government building is about to begin in a few days. Our company's design has not yet been determined, but I plan on holding a public contest at the company next Wednesday. Several designers will submit their designs, and everyone will vote on the designs publicly. Whoever has the most votes will have their design used by the company. Of course, this time, interns can also participate if they are interested. This serves as a great learning opportunity." Thinking about the drawing designs gave Anran a headache. She didn't even know what she had been busy doing these past few days. She had only completed a rough, large sketch for the city government building and still hadn't finished working on the details. She initially planned on catching up on work for these few nights, but Siyu Cheng has been persistently pestering her, night and day. She honestly had no idea how he had so much energy. As she thought of this, Anran couldn't help feeling embarrassed and bashful, and her face reddened. "Anran?" Juan Dexing frowned slightly and called out to her in a low voice. Only then did Anran snap back to reality. She stared at him blankly, then looked to everyone else. She had completely zoned out and had no idea what they were all discussing. "What are you thinking about? Your face is blushing. The director called you several times, and you did not answer," Xiao asked her coldly, with her mouth pursed. Anran reflexively touched her hot cheeks, then nodded to Juan Dexing apologetically. "Sorry, I just got a little distracted." Juan Dexing looked at her and simply said, "I have dinner booked with the director of the Urban Construction Bureau at night. Don't leave after work. You and Xiao will help me entertain him." Anran nodded quickly, "All right then." Entertaining clients and business partners was actually quite common in the industry. Although she didn't like it very much, she couldn't possibly refuse. Juan Dexing nodded, then collected the documents on the table and stood up to say, "Well, that is it for today's meeting. Let's all head back to work now." Anran sighed softly. She leaned back against the chair and didn't get up for a while. Her eyelids felt heavy while her body was sore and aching. She felt that she needed to have a talk with Su Cheng concerning their future daily activities, or else she risked having him suck the life out of her. Congratulations, you truly are in luck. Just as Anran was contemplating how to start that conversation with Su Cheng, an icy voice sounded over her head. Her tone was cold and hostile. Anran looked up to see Xiao Xiao looking down at her with a smile plastered on her face, yet there wasn't the slightest sign of mirth in her eyes. What do you mean? Anran frowned in confusion and didn't quite understand her meaning. Congratulations. Where did that come from? Xiao Xiao had an uncanny smile on her face as she held Anran's gaze. Then, she turned around and left the conference room without another word. Chapter 49, Business Entertainment. In the office, Anran started meticulously sketching the design for the city government building. After spending an entire afternoon, although there was still only a rough sketch, everything was starting to come into place. Anran carefully examined the sketch with a paintbrush in her hand, then suddenly took the eraser to wipe away the newly painted sketch. After using the ruler to remeasure the proportions for a while, she finally nodded in satisfaction. As Anran prepared to draw the next item, there was the sound of knocking on the office door, and she looked up to see Xiao Xiao's perfectly made-up face, framed by voluminous waves, and she was wearing a different suit than the one she had worn during the morning meeting. Anran frankly couldn't understand how, despite the fact that they both worked at the same place, both had the same position, and both had the same job responsibilities, somehow Xiao Xiao had much more time for grooming. She had different outfits, different makeup styles, and different handbags for each occasion. Xiao Xiao was particular about her appearance, yet Anran couldn't help but feel a little exhausted for all the effort she put into her appearance. Are you done yet? The director asked me to tell you that it's almost time, Xiao Xiao said at the door, with the corners of her mouth curled so slightly that Anran couldn't tell whether she was smiling or not. Anran looked at the time on the computer monitor, then turned to look at the dark sky outside the window. She sighed in rumination about how fast time had passed. Anran nodded at Xiao Xiao as she packed up the things on the table. All right then, I'll head out this instant. Did the director tell you the address? I'll drive over there myself. Xiao Xiao shot her a look, then simply smiled and asked, don't you want to head to the bathroom first to reapply your makeup? Only then did she realize that she had been preoccupied with sketching designs the entire afternoon, and since she had a habit of scratching her head, she could only imagine how messy her hair looked at that moment. She looked at the time again, then instead of continuing to put away her stuff, she grabbed her makeup pouch and dashed toward the bathroom. As she passed Xiao Xiao, she didn't forget to say, give me the address. I'll drive there by myself. Xiao Xiao raised her eyebrows, then replied, Yuan cuisine. Anran froze and secretly cried out bitterly inside. Why did it have to be Yuan cuisine? Why couldn't they find another place to eat? Looking at Anran wrinkle her brows slightly, Xiao Xiao asked disdainfully, why, you don't like that place? No, Anran smiled as she shook her head, and prayed that she wouldn't encounter Su Yijiao there. Xiao Xiao didn't make any further comments and merely raised her eyebrows as she watched Anran. Anran avoided eye contact and simply said, don't wait for me, I'll drive over there by myself. Then she headed directly toward the bathroom. Xiao Xiao watched her figure disappear at the corner of the bathroom, then turned back around to look at the sketch on her desk, and she raised her eyebrows slightly while her eyes gleamed. While in the bathroom, Anran combed her hair with her hands then put on some light makeup. When she returned to the office, Xiao Xiao had already left. After she finished packing her things, she grabbed her briefcase and the phone on the desk, then headed straight out the office door. While she rushed downstairs from the office to the company's parking lot, Anran stared at the phone in her hand and couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, but she didn't know exactly what was wrong. After she sat in the car, only then did she remember that Su Cheng hadn't called her that day, nor did he tell her when he would pick her up. As she started the car engine to leave, she then remembered that, when Su Cheng handed her breakfast in the morning, he told her that he would be doing inspections that day and would be returning home later than usual. Therefore, he had no time to pick her up from work, so she had to drive herself back home. The car shook as the engine started, and Anran stared at her phone in a daze for a while, but then the phone in her hand suddenly started to ring. The call was from Xiao Xiao. Initially startled, Anran quickly picked it up, but before she even had the chance to open her mouth, Xiao Xiao asked, "Anran, have you headed out yet? The director and I are already on the road. We will be in room 208 on the second floor. Chief Tong will be arriving momentarily, so don't be late." "Will do," Anran replied and hung up. Then, looking at the phone in her hand, she shook her head and laughed in spite of herself. It hadn't even been that long yet, but it seems that she had already grown accustomed to that man's daily calls, and had also grown accustomed to him thoughtfully chauffeuring her around. Growing accustomed to something is truly frightening. When Anran had finally arrived, she bumped into Manager Zhang in the lobby. Due to Su Yijiao's previous instructions, Manager Zhang greeted Anran with extreme enthusiasm and was all smiles as he asked her if she had a reservation or if she was with any friends. Anran felt overwhelmed, so she hastily replied that she was there for work and that she was there with her boss to entertain their business partners. She explained herself briefly, then hurried up the stairs. After knocking on the door and entering, she saw Xiao Xiao and Huang Dexing sitting next to each other. Xiao Xiao's huge waves were a little messy, her face was a little flushed, and the lip gloss she was wearing was a little smudged. Huang Dexing, who was sitting beside her, was staring at his phone with an impassive expression. When he saw Anran come in, he nodded with a smile but didn't say much. Xiao Xiao suddenly stood up to say that she had a stomachache, then grabbed her bag and headed toward the bathroom. Anran sensed that there was something going on between the two of them but refrained from saying anything since she considered it their business and didn't think it wise to intervene. She simply stared at the exquisitely crafted tablecloth. Chief Tong, who had been invited by Huang Dexing, entered the room before Xiao Xiao returned. To Anran's surprise, the alleged Chief Tong was none other than the person she had met here last time, and he had seemed to be acquainted with her mother. Tong Wengai also recognized Anran. The first reason he had such a strong impression of Anran was due to her status as Su Yicheng's wife, while the second reason was due to her being Lin Xiaofen's daughter. Both of these identities made her someone he couldn't ignore. "You." Tong Wengai opened his mouth to speak but was interrupted by Huang Dexing, who stood up behind him. "Chief Tong, long time no see, you are still as charming as ever." Huang Dexing smiled and approached Tong Wengai. Tong Wenhai snapped back to reality, then glanced at Huang Dexing and simply smiled. "Director Huang flatters me too much." "How so?" "Chief Tong is too modest," Huang Dexing joked, then he turned toward Anran beside him to say, "Anran, this is Director Tong, the newly appointed director of the Urban Construction Bureau. You should give him a toast to show your respect." Anran smiled, then nodded at Chief Tong as she said, "Greetings, Director Tong." Tong Wengai nodded, yet there was a slightly conflicted look in his eyes. At that time, the door behind them was pushed open as Xiao Xiao chatted animatedly with someone beside her as they entered the room. When Anran got a good look at the person beside Xiao Xiao, her eyes widened, and there was a startled and frightened expression on her face. Chapter 50. On the drinking table. The person that Xiao Xiao had been chatting animatedly with was none other than Mo Fear. Mo Fear's lips curled up in a half-smile as he watched the color drain out of Anran's face. This time, he wouldn't let go of her. Even if he had to force her, he would keep her by his side, no matter what. Practically everyone in the room could sense the tension between Anran and Mo Fear. Xiao Xiao smirked, then pretended to be surprised as she asked, "Anran, do you and Mo Fear know each other?" Anran came back to her senses and glanced at Xiao Xiao without speaking. Tong Wengai looked at Anran, then at Mo Fear and asked, "Mo Fear, do you two know each other?" Mo Fear broke his stare, and turned his head to smile at his father-in-law, then said, "Dad, Anran and I were classmates. We haven't seen each other for years, and I didn't expect to meet her here." "Oh, I see." Tong Wengai nodded with understanding. Huang Dexing, who had been standing by watching, raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled knowingly without uttering a word. Mo Fear turned around, extended his hand to Anran, and said with a smile, "Anran, long time no see." Anran took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. She plastered a fake smile on her face and reached out to shake his hand, then said a little awkwardly, "It's been a long time." Mo Fear held her hand, and his fingers rubbed the back of her hand without the others noticing. Anran instantly yanked her hands away in alarm and glared at him with wide eyes. The man in front of her felt like a stranger to her, and there was no sign of the man that she had once known 6 years ago. Tong Wengai was slightly confused by Anran's overly violent reaction and asked, "What's wrong?" Mo Fei retracted his hand, then stared at Anran with a faint smile and simply said, "I'm not sure. Perhaps Anran didn't want to shake my hand." Tong Wengai looked at Anran inquisitively, as if trying to gauge the truthfulness of Mo Fei's words. "How could that be, right Anran? Mo Fei is so handsome. If it was me, I would be dying to shake hands with him," Xiao said mockingly. Seeing the situation, Anran smiled awkwardly and defended herself. No, that's not how it is at all. Mr. Mo accidentally shocked me. Ha, it seems that Mo Fei's good looks have electrified you, but unfortunately for Xiao and Anran, he is no longer available. Mr. Mo already has a wife, who is Chief Tong's daughter, and they are very much in love. A few years ago, Miss Tong went to the United States to further her studies, and Mr. Mo stayed by her side the entire time. They have just returned recently, Huan Dexing said jokingly. What they didn't notice was that Mo Fei's expression had changed noticeably compared to a moment ago. Although he was still smiling, his smile had stiffened a little. His change in expression didn't escape the perceptive eyes of Anran, who had been with him for 4 years. Anran avoided eye contact with him and said, "Let's sit down, talk, and discuss matters while eating. I'll go ask the waiter to serve us." Yes, let's all sit down. Why are we still standing?" Huan Dexing echoed. Upon hearing this, everyone sat down, one by one, while Anran left the room to find the waiter. Everyone took a deep breath to ease the tension in the room. After regaining her composure outside the room, Anran entered with a smile on her face and tried not to make eye contact with Mo Fei. After 3 rounds of drinks, they finally went into the topic of discussion. Huan Dexing asked Tong Wengai with a sly smile, "I heard that the city was planning the construction of a tech city. I don't know if this news is true or not." Tong Wengai glanced at Mo Fei, then turned to look at Huan Dexing and simply said, "Before the final documents are drawn, we can't say anything for sure. Nothing has been determined yet, so it's hard to say anything with certainty." Then, he used the chopsticks to pluck some bamboo shoots to put in his mouth and started slowly chewing. "Oh well, as long as there is already a proposal, then it's probably nearing fruition, and when that time comes, we implore Chief Tongs to look after us." Huan Dexing smiled and poured a glass of matai to toast Tong Wengai with. Tong Wengai blocked the glass that was raised to him and excused himself. "My blood pressure and blood lipids are a little high lately, and the doctor specifically advised me to avoid alcohol as much as possible." Huan Dexing froze and seemed to be caught off guard. The glass of wine in the hand was already raised, so he didn't quite know what to do. He looked to Mo Fei for guidance. Mo Fei glanced at him, then raised his own glass and said with a smile, "My father-in-law really can't drink at the moment. If Director Huang doesn't mind, I'll drink this glass on behalf of my father-in-law." By saying this, he was basically giving Huan Dexing an out. Naturally, Huan Dexing was shrewd enough to realize this. After all, he had been doing this for 20-30 years, so he was already well acquainted with its unspoken rules. He toasted Mo Fei with his wine of glass, then said, well obliged. Anran sat in her seat absent-mindedly, and all she wanted was for this to end so she could leave as soon as possible. She didn't know what Mo Fei planned on doing, but she made a mental note to herself to avoid such events in the future. Just as Anran was contemplating how she could be excused earlier, someone suddenly placed a piece of fish on her plate. She looked up to see Tong Wengai smiling at her and saying, "The salmon here is really good. Try it." Tong Wengai's action startled everyone. They stared at him blankly and were unable to react for the moment. Xiao looked a little bit puzzled, while Huan Dexing raised his eyebrow and smiled meaningfully. Mo Fei frowned a little at his father-in-law's unexpected move, and his hand holding the glass of wine unconsciously tightened. "Why don't you try it for yourself?" Seeing her remain motionless, Tong Wengai smiled and said to her again, "Ah, thank you, Chief Tong." Anran was overwhelmed by the unexpectedness of it and nodded a little as she put the fish in her mouth. Tong Wengai nodded, then turned around and resumed chatting with the rest of them, as if the scene from moments before hadn't happened at all. Mo Fei watched as Anran munched on the vegetables with tiny bites, and his eyebrows drew closer. After they finished their meal, they chatted for a little while longer, then they finally stood up to get ready to leave. As they headed out, Tong Wen'ai deliberately slowed his footsteps so he could walk side by side with Anran, and he said, "I am truly sorry about what happened last time. I asked them to change rooms because I thought there was no one in that suite. I was unaware that you had already booked it." Anran shook her head with a smile and told him that it was all right. As Tong Wen'ai looked at her side profile, he couldn't help but notice how similar her face was to that woman in his memory. That woman had been in his heart for nearly 30 years, yet he never expected to meet her again. He finally couldn't suppress the urge to ask what has been on his mind all this time. "How is your mother doing? Is she still in good health?" Anran froze, then turned to him and asked, "You know my mother?" Tong Wen'ai smiled and nodded. "Ha ha, I haven't seen her for years." Anran nodded and simply said, "My mother is doing fine. She's in great health, and all is well." "That's good to hear, that's good." Tong Wen'ai nodded. He was relieved to find out that she was doing well. Chapter 51, Bottom Line. Since everyone had drunk, naturally, it was inconvenient to drive, so they called a taxi at the entrance of Yuan Cuisine. Huan Dexing politely asked Tong Wen'ai and Mo Fear to go in first. Tong Wen'ai got into the car, but just as the driver was about to drive, he suddenly rolled down the window to ask Anran, "Anran, where do you live? You can ride with us if it's along the way." Upon hearing this, Huan Dexing and Xiao Xiao, who was standing beside Anran, all turned to stare at her. Anran responded quickly and waved her hands. No, I'll just take a taxi home. Let's go together, it's not safe for a girl to go back alone," Tong Wen'ai insisted. Just as Anran opened her mouth to say something, the phone in her bag started ringing. It was a call from Suya Cheng. "Are you still outside?" Suya Cheng's voice sounded a little tired. Anran nodded and asked, "Yes, have you returned?" "Me? I just got back and saw that you weren't home yet. I had to do some business entertainment for the company today." "Has it ended yet? Did you drink? Should I go pick you up?" Suya Cheng asked. "Yeah, I drank a little, so I'm afraid I can't drive." Anran smiled lightly. "Where is it?" "I'll go pick you up," Suya Cheng asked. Anran even heard the sound of his hands reaching for the keys, and he seemed to be heading out at that moment. "No, I'll take a taxi home," Anran said quickly, not wanting to bother him. "Address?" Suya Cheng demanded in a firm tone. I'm at Yuan Cuisine," Anran answered reflexively. As soon as he heard this, he hung up the phone without saying anything further. Anran hung up the phone and turned to see that Tong Wen'ai's car still hadn't left yet. She told him, "Thank you for your kind offer, Chief Tong, but you really don't have to worry about me. My friend is coming to pick me up." Tong Wen'ai nodded, then turned to tell the driver to drive away. "Don't tell me that Chief Tong is actually interested in you," Xiao Xiao said icily, and her tone was mean and bitter. "What did you say?" Anran glanced at her a little irritatedly. She was offended by Xiao Xiao. She could tell that Tong Wen'ai was taking special care of her, but that was only because of her mother. Although Anran didn't know the exact history between him and her mother, her intuition told her that the two of them must have been more than mere acquaintances. At this time, Huan Dexing's phone started to ring. It was a call from his wife, telling him to go home. After he hung up the phone, he asked Anran and Xiao Xiao as a courtesy, "Are any of you going the same way as me? If so, do you want to hitch a ride with me? My friend is coming to pick me up." Anran shook her head and said, "I'll ride with Anran. We're going the same way," Xiao Xiao said. Huan Dexing nodded without saying anything further, then got in a taxi and left. After watching Huan Dexing leave, Xiao Xiao asked, "Is the handsome guy who came to pick you up that day coming today as well?" Anran smiled and nodded. To be honest, she really didn't want to trouble Suya Cheng, but he insisted on picking her up. She was actually a little touched. It was nice to feel prioritized like this. Xiao Xiao played with her wavy hair, then said somewhat bitterly, "You seem to have lucked out lately. Weren't you busy with setting yourself up for blind dates before the break? How did you two fall in love?" Anran frowned. She didn't like Xiao Xiao's tone. She watched the neon lights on the street without answering Xiao Xiao. Seeing that she didn't plan on answering, Xiao Xiao lost interest and said mirthfully, "Why don't we go in and wait? By the way, you don't mind me hitching a ride with you, right? If you do, Then I'll take a taxi and leave. No, we're going the same way anyway, Anran said indifferently, then turned into the hall and sat down by the window, so she could get a bird's eye view of when Suyi Cheng's car arrived. Xiao leaned on the seat opposite Anran, and she had an aloof expression on her face. After sipping on the tea the waiter had served them, she said nonchalantly, "Don't tell me that you can't tell that Chief Tong is interested in you." Upon hearing this, Anran was enraged, and she turned her head to look at her straight in the eye, then said, Xiao, I don't like the way you are talking about this. Everyone has a bottom line. Please don't cross my line. There are some things that you simply can't say, and just because I don't say anything doesn't mean I'm not offended. Xiao froze, then started laughing. Why be such a bore? I'm just kindly reminding you, that's all. It's up to you whether or not you want to listen. Thank you, but I think you're overthinking it. It's not as complicated as you think, Anran replied icily. Xiao shrugged indifferently and said, I hope. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she said mirthfully, but that Mo Fear is definitely interested in you. I saw him touching your hands. Anran blushed, then turned her head away. I have no idea what you're talking about. Really? Xiao smiled as she watched her, yet what Anran didn't notice was the jealousy and disdainfulness hidden in that smile. Anran looked outside. The night was misty, and the streets flashed with neon lights. Jiang City was even busier at night than during the day. Xiao also turned her head to look outside. With her hands on her chin, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled, she appeared especially seductive. When Suyi Cheng got off the taxi, he immediately caught sight of Anran sitting by the window. She appeared to be in deep contemplation. Although her eyes were looking toward his direction, she seemed to look right past him without noticing him at all. Suyi Cheng smiled as he shook his head, then stepped forward and walked toward Yuan Cuisine. Xiao saw him the instant he got out of his car. He was truly an eye-catching man. With his extraordinarily good looks and irresistible aura, it was difficult not to notice him. His only Achilles heel was his status, otherwise, he would have been worthy prey. Suyi Cheng approached them, and only then did he notice Xiao sitting opposite Anran. He had a vague impression of her. He remembered encountering her at Anran's company gates that day and remembered that she was Anran's colleague. He smiled and nodded toward her courteously. Xiao, raising her eyebrows slightly, stood up gracefully while flipping her hair. She gazed at him seductively, then stretched out her hand and said with a smile, Xiao. Suyi Cheng. Suyi Cheng reached out and held her hand briefly out of courtesy, then quickly retracted his hand. Paying no further attention to Xiao, he turned to look at the woman sitting by the window daydreaming, and he shook his head in amusement. Xiao glared at that man with disbelief. Her beauty had always been her number one pride. There had never been any man capable of ignoring her except for Mo Fear. He was the only other one. Jiyu Anran, are you still daydreaming? Suyi Cheng said with amusement. Upon hearing this, Anran suddenly came back to her senses to see that Suyi Cheng was standing behind her at that moment and watching her with amusement. She shot up and exclaimed, You're here. Anran felt inexplicably yet pleasantly surprised at his arrival. Suyi Cheng tucked away the stray hair on her forehead and said with a smile, Yeah, I've come to pick up my wife to return home. Anran smiled bashfully and blushed. Although she was still not quite used to it, the way he called her his wife was sweet and endearing in her eyes. Suyi Cheng grabbed her bag from her seat and said, Give me the car keys. I'll drive. Wait for me at the door. Anran nodded and passed the car keys to him. After watching Suyi Cheng's erect figure walk out first, Xiao turned her head to see the sweet look on Anran's face, and an inexplicable sense of jealousy rose up inside of her. There was not even the slightest hint of a smile on her face as she asked, You two are living together? Anran glanced at her with her cheeks flushed, then she nodded without speaking. Since they were already married, it was natural for them to live together. Anran didn't feel like explaining anything to her, and she didn't care what Xiao thought about it either. That's some fast progress, Xiao said in a disdainful and contemptuous tone. Anran shot her a look, yet instead of answering her, she simply said, Let's go. We'll take you home first. No need, I'll take a taxi back home. Xiao refused curtly, then grabbed her bag and turned around to leave. Anran watched her leave and couldn't help but feel befuddled by Xiao's unfathomable rage. Chapter 52. No one will stay right where they are just to wait for you. Anran had just stepped foot outside Yuan Cuisine and was standing at the entrance waiting for Su Yicheng while she watched Xiao flag down a taxi, yet when that taxi suddenly came to a halt, Mo Fear unexpectedly got off. Then, as if he didn't see Xiao, he made a beeline for Anran. By the time she realized what was going on, he had already approached her, and she struggled to free her hand from his grasp as she shouted, "Mo Fear, what do you want? Let go of me. Didn't he already leave? What was doing back here again?" Mo Fear didn't speak, and the displeasure and fury on his face were evident. "Mo Fear, you let me go, do you hear me?" Aaron yelled. She was truly enraged. What does he mean by this, and what gave him the right to touch her and drag her around however he pleased since they were strangers now? Anran's screams and shouts attracted a crowd of passers-by. Everyone crowded over to watch, and even Yuan Cuisine's staff gathered at the entrance out of curiosity. Xiao stood aside with a smirk on her face, yet jealousy in her eyes, and had no intention of stepping forward to help. Anran continued to struggle to break free from his grasp. "You let go of me, what do you want?" Mo Fear stared at her with a somber expression, then closed his eyes. After a while, he finally said, "Follow me, I have something to tell you." "I have nothing to say to you. Let me go," Anran said firmly with a resolute expression on her face. Mo Fear simply looked at her without speaking and started dragging her away. Yet, as soon as Mo Fear turned his head around, he bumped right into Su Yicheng, who was standing in front of him. When he caught sight of Anran's hands tightly in Mo Fear's grasp, Su Yicheng frowned slightly, then said with displeasure, "Sir, please let go of my wife." Mo Fear froze and stared blankly at the man in front of him. He remembered him. He was the man who had picked up Anran at the company gates the last time. Wei Yicheng. Anran was relieved to finally see him, but as she let down her guard, sorrow overwhelmed her. Her nose started to twitch, and tears started to well up in her eyes. Su Yicheng smiled at her, then stepped toward her and forcefully grabbed Mo Fear's hand to make him let go of Anran. Then, he pulled Anran into his arms and patted her as he whispered into her ear, "It's okay now." Mo Fear looked at the place Su Yicheng had pinched and discovered that it had become red and swollen. This man was not as gentle and non-violent as he appeared. At least from the strength he used to grab him, Mo Fear knew that if he initiated a fight, he would not be his opponent. But seeing him hold Anran in his arms like that pained him deeply, since, once upon a time, he had also held on to her with such tenderness as they blissfully discussed their future together. Sure, he had once hurt her in the past, yet that was a necessary sacrifice he needed to make to achieve greater success. He wanted to give her a better life, to secure a better future for the two of them. He didn't want her to suffer along with him while he worked hard to make that dream happen. After he returned to the country and had someone investigate her, when he found out that no man had appeared by her side for these 6 years, words couldn't describe how ecstatic he was over this news, because he knew that she had been waiting for him all along. However, in the mere span of a few days, this man had appeared beside her. He called himself her husband, yet Mo Fear had been waiting for more than 2,100 days and nights for her. He was unwilling to admit defeat over something that had happened over the span of a few days. "You let go of her." Mo Fear looked at Su Yiying fiercely, and the hands hanging on both his sides clenched together tightly. Su Yicheng glanced at him for only a split second. Then, he looked down at Anran in his arms, hugged her, and whispered in her ear softly, "It's all right now. I've driven the car over. Let's go home." Anran nodded in his arms. She was deeply grateful for his perfect timing and for not having asked anything at the moment. Su Yicheng held onto her as he turned to leave, but Mo Fear came up from behind and grabbed him. Su Yicheng turned around to see Mo Fear with a savage expression on his reddened face. "I said let go of her." Mo Fear glared at Su Yiying fiercely while he spat his words out slowly, word by word. Su Yicheng frowned, but just as he was about to speak, Anran suddenly shot up in his arms while glaring at Mo Fear, then took a deep breath and said, "Mo Fear, what right do you have to tell him to let go? He is my husband, while you are, to put it bluntly, now we are merely classmates, not even friends. If you want to go further, you are merely my ex-boyfriend, and one from 6 years ago. You abandoned me without even looking back, so why won't you leave me alone now?" Do you really think that I would naively wait for someone who betrayed me so cruelly without moving on? Or were you just so selfish that you hoped that was the case? I will tell you now, Mofir, that no one will stay right where they are just to wait for you. Everything evolves and changes over time. Can't you see how much Jiang City alone has changed since 6 years ago? Time is moving forward, cities are developing, so what makes you think that feelings remain the same? From the moment you stepped away from our relationship 6 years ago, things between us ended forever. Anran finished her long speech without even pausing. Suya Cheng hugged her and could even feel her body slightly trembling because of her rage. He knew that whatever he said now would be superfluous, and all he could do was to embrace her tightly, let her rely on him, and give her strength. Mofir gazed at her with a stunned expression. She was telling the truth, and he couldn't refute a single word she said. But how could he bear to simply let go of her like this? He loved her. She was the only person he had ever loved, right from the beginning. Anran paid no further attention to him and turned to Suya Cheng to say, "Let's go back." Suya Cheng nodded at her with a smile, then turned around with her in his arms. "Anran, don't leave." Mofir grabbed her hand the instant Anran turned around. Suya Cheng turned his head and said in an icy tone, "Mr. Mo, please maintain a sense of dignity." After he said this, he yanked Anran's hand away and headed straight toward the car parked on the side. Mofir stared at that man entering the car with Anran in his arms, then watched as their car left and disappeared into the city traffic of the bustling night. The onlookers also gradually dissipated with Anran and Suya Cheng's departure, while Mofir turned around and came eye to eye with Xiao Xiao, who gazed at him mirthfully. He didn't bother maintaining eye contact, and he shuffled into a taxi parked on the curb, then left. Xiao Xiao smirked as she held the phone in her hands while watching the taxi that carried Mofir disappear around the corner of the street. Then she glanced down at her phone to check the photos that she had just taken, and her smirk widened. Chapter 53. This night, Anran stared out the window the entire way with a blank and vacant expression in her eyes. Suya Cheng glanced at her without speaking, then freed a hand to hold onto her hand tightly. Tonight's situation surprised him a little, but it also made him understand one thing. In terms of marriage, it wasn't that she didn't have anyone suitable around her, but instead, she had been waiting for that special person in her heart for 6 years, and he reappeared right when she finally decided to give up. He thought, if it hadn't been for the fact that she had found the wrong address that day, and had mistaken him for another man, perhaps she would already be another man's wife now. With his thoughts on this, Suya Cheng felt a dull aching pain inside and had an inexplicable feeling within him. His grip on her hands strengthened without him realizing. Anran cried out in pain and turned her head to look at him. Realizing that he was hurting her, Suya Cheng was surprised by his momentary loss of control and smiled at her apologetically as he rubbed her little hand with his big palm. With a faint smile on his lips, he said, "Sleep for a little while. I'll you when we get there." Anran stared at him for a while before nodding, then she leaned back against her seat and slowly closed her eyes. Suya Cheng adjusted her seat to make her feel more comfortable lying there. The car drove steadily, and Anran laid on her back while covered with Suya Cheng's suit blazer. Her breathing was peaceful and tranquil. The car slowly drove into the community parking garage. Suya Cheng switched off the car engine and stared at Anran lying against the back of the chair with her eyes closed. He knew she was actually awake. Although her breathing was slow and even, the slight tremble of her eyelashes sold her out. Suya Cheng stared at her quietly for a while. Then, instead of waking her up, he opened the door to get out of the car, then went around the car to her side. He carried her out of the car and into the house, then finally entered the bedroom and laid her down on the bed. Anran feigned sleep the entire way, but Suya Cheng didn't expose her and treated her as if she had really fallen asleep. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he stretched out his hand to brush away the fringes of hair on her forehead to reveal her beautiful eyebrows, and started rubbing it gently to smooth out the wrinkles from her frown. Then, he got up and went into the bathroom. When Suya Cheng came out of the bathroom while twisting a hot towel, he saw Anran lying in bed with her eyes still closed, yet now there were tears at the corner of her eye. As he stared at the streak of tears at the corner of her eyes, he felt something inexplicable inside him. As he watched the tears stream down her face, Suya Cheng finally realized that the inexplicable feeling inside of him was heartache and sorrow. He still didn't wake her up and used the towel to wipe away the tears in the corner of her eyes, and the dust and fatigue on the face. He went into the bathroom again to rinse the towel, then came out again, grabbed her hand, and started wiping her fingers, one by one. Anran's eyelashes quivered, and her hands even jerked slightly. Suya Cheng looked up at her face and stared for a while but saw that still, she didn't open her eyes. Without saying anything, he pulled over her other hand and started to wipe each finger again in the same manner. As Suya Cheng stood up to place the towel back into the bathroom, his phone started to ring at that time. After turning his head to have one final look at her, Suya Cheng took his phone and headed out of the bedroom. Anran opened her eyes as he went out and stared at his back as he walked out of the door and closed the door as he passed by, but he didn't use enough strength, so the door didn't close completely. She could clearly hear him talking on the phone and guessed that it was probably Su Yijiao who had called. From the words he was saying, she could also guess the purpose of Su Yijiao's phone call. It must have been about that farce at Yuan Cuisine's entrance that night. Anran didn't know how Suya Cheng answered Su Yijiao because he deliberately lowered his voice and walked further away from the door with his phone. Anran lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling with her eyes wide open. Tonight, Mo Fei seemed like a total stranger, and she was completely unable to match him with the person from her memory 6 years ago. He used to be so gentle and cheery. He would always smile when he saw her. He never appeared sullen or sulky. Even when he turned his back on her on that fateful day, he still had a smile at the corner of his mouth, despite the fact that it was a guilty smile. The Mo Fei she had seen today had no trace of the warmth and gentleness from 6 years ago but appeared much more frightening. Furthermore, there was a streak of ruthlessness in him that she had never seen before. Time really changes everything and peels off the facades to reveal the true colors of people. When they met again years later, he was already beyond recognition and had not the slightest hint of familiarity. Yet what surprised her most was Suya Cheng not asking anything. She really couldn't fathom that man's mind, but she was grateful that he didn't pry. Tonight was truly a farce. Even if he had asked, she wouldn't know where to start. Some scars wouldn't stop hurting even after they healed. Hearing the sound of his footsteps, Anran slowly closed her eyes and turned her back to the door. Suya Cheng stared at the figure with her back to him and quietly watched her for a while without speaking. Then, he took his pajamas from the closet and went into the bathroom. When Suya Cheng stepped out of the bathroom after taking a shower, Anran still maintained the same position as before and lay there motionless. After wiping his damp hair, Suya Cheng put the towel aside and lay down beside her, then switched off the lamp. As usual, in the dark, he reached out to bring her into his arms so her back was on his chest. Then, his hand went over her waist to grab her hand, and he clasped her fingers together. He heard her slightly irregular breathing and felt how unnaturally stiff her body was. In the dark, Suya Cheng moved her body closer to his and lowered his head to plant a kiss on the center of her head. Then, his low magnetic voice sounded above her head in a whisper, "Sleep." Turning her back to him in the dark, Anran opened her eyes, clutched his hands more firmly, then slowly closed her eyes again. Not long after, in the room illuminated by the moonlight, only long and steady breathing was heard. Suya Cheng held Anran in his arms with a faint smile on his face. This time, he was certain that she was really asleep and no longer merely pretending. Then, holding onto her tender and soft body, Suya Cheng slowly closed his eyes as well and slept with her. Soon, their slow and steady breathing overlapped and combined to create an interesting rhythm in the night. Chapter 54, Breakfast. In her semi-conscious state, Anran felt the warmth leave her and heard some slight rustling that, although not loud, awakened her. She opened her eyes slightly to see that the light in the room was still very dim. Only a fraction of morning light shone through the curtains, though it wasn't illuminating enough. Turning her head slowly, she saw that Suya Cheng had gotten out of bed and was standing in front of the closet as he changed into his sportswear. Then, he turned his head, and his eyes locked with Anran's sleepy eyes. He froze, then burst out laughing. "Did I wake you up?" Seeing that she didn't answer, Suya Cheng approached her, stooped down in front of the bed, then felt her forehead. After confirming that she didn't have a fever, he stared into her eyes as he stroked her face and asked with a faint smile, "What's wrong? Not feeling well?" Anran looked at him steadily and shook her head. She put her hands on his palms and was overcome by a strange sensation. Habit really was a frightening thing. It hadn't even been that long since they met, yet she has already grown used to his warmth and the feeling of his touch. She has grown accustomed to everything this man has given her. Suyu Cheng smiled, lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead, then said, "It's still early. Sleep for a little while longer." "Where are you going?" Anran stammered and stared straight at him. Suyu Cheng chuckled as he stood up, then said, "I'm going for a morning run." "You should sleep for a little while longer." He was accustomed to doing morning exercises with his grandfather every day in the compound. This habit of his had been ingrained in him since childhood, and even though he no longer lived in the compound, it seemed that getting up early and doing morning exercises had become an essential part of his life. Anran nodded and watched him turn around to head out. Lying down on the bed again without his embrace or warmth, Anran discovered that it was difficult to fall asleep again. She lay in bed for half an hour with her eyes wide open. The morning light outside the window shone brighter, and the initially dim room gradually began to light up as the sun illuminated it. Anran flipped her body over and hopped out of bed. She fell asleep without taking a shower yesterday. Although Suyu Cheng used the hot towel to help her clean her body, she still felt a little ill at ease. She took out her change of clothes from the closet and headed straight into the bathroom. It was still only 6:30 after Anran finished taking a shower, but it was already bright outside. Anran pushed away the curtains, opened the windows, and stood on the balcony with her eyes closed to feel the morning breeze on her face. She felt pampered like this and felt her body and mind freshened as if she could forget about all her sorrows. She continued standing with her eyes closed, and her heart was at peace as she felt a deep sense of tranquility inside. That revitalizing feeling made her feel relaxed and at ease, and it gave her peace of mind. When Suyu Cheng returned, he saw that Anran was busy in the kitchen with a spatula in her hand and appeared to be frying something in the pan. 2 pieces of toast were in the toaster on the side, and there was already a plate placed on the marble counter with a few slices of slightly burnt toast on it. As he watched her from behind, she accidentally burned herself and started rubbing herself to soothe the pain. Suyu Cheng stared at her dazedly and unconsciously leaned toward the entrance of the kitchen as the corners of his mouth curled up in a smile. Anran finally took the crispy bacon out of the pan and placed it onto the plate, which already had fried eggs placed on it. Anran nodded with satisfaction, but as soon as she turned around to bring the breakfast to the table, she came face to face with Suyu Cheng's smug face. "Why you? When did you come in?" He came in like a ghost. She hadn't noticed him at all. Suyu Cheng chuckled as he approached her, then he glanced at the breakfast in her hands and broke into a huge grin. "It looks delicious." Then, he stretched out his hands without caring if it was hot and placed a piece of bacon into his mouth as he said, "It's delicious." Anran stared blankly at his slightly childish moves and couldn't react for a moment. Then, she finally snapped back to her senses and stammered, "You didn't wash your hands." At first, Suyu Cheng was caught off guard for a moment. Then he couldn't help but feel amused by her innocent earnestness. With his thoughts on her, he swooped down to brush his oily lips against her half-open mouth, then used his tongue to pry open her teeth and started sticking his tongue into her mouth. Anran froze and passively allowed him to kiss her. His mouth had the faint taste of bacon, and she could smell the sweat from his body after exercising. All of this just seemed so surreal to her. It took a while for Suyu Cheng to let go of her, and his smile widened when he saw her blushing profusely from the kiss. He lowered his head and pecked her on the mouth several times before he finally said, "I'll go take a shower first." Then, he turned around and went into the master bedroom. Anran stood there with a stupefied expression on her face as she held the plate. It took her a while to finally snap back to her senses. By that time, Suyu Cheng had already entered the bedroom, took his changes of clothes, and headed into the bathroom. She stared at the plate in her hands, and when she thought back to that passionate kiss again, her cheeks flushed, and she couldn't help but break out into a dazzling smile. By the time Suyu Cheng finished taking a shower and came out again, Anran had already set breakfast on the counter and had poured a glass of milk for him. Suyu Cheng sat down on the high chair and looked at the plate in front of him. There was a poached egg, 3 slices of bacon, 2 slices of slightly burnt toast, and a glass of warm milk. Then, from the corner of his eyes, he saw that she only had poached eggs and toast on her plate. There was no bacon on her plate. He frowned slightly, then asked, You gave me all the bacon. I want to lose weight, Anran said as she lowered her head to bite into the toast, and then drank some of the milk. His frown deepened, and his face grew stern and serious. You're already thin enough as it is. Then, he took out all 3 slices of bacon from his own plate and placed all of them onto Anran's plate. Anran stared at the plate full of bacon in front of him, then looked at him again and secretly scolded him inside. Fool, I gave it to you because you like eating it. Seeing her remain motionless, Suya Cheng bit into the toast in one large bite, then urged her, hurry up and finish eating, then I'll take you somewhere. Ji go where? Anran asked, then added, as if she had suddenly just thought of it, I have to go to work. Suya Cheng patted her head in amusement, then said, silly thing, it's Saturday today. What work could you possibly have on a Saturday? Chapter 55, Luoxia Town, 1. After having breakfast, Anran changed into a comfortable yet casual outfit and headed out with Suya Cheng. Instead of his usual business attire, today, Suya Cheng was wearing a casual trench coat, khaki trousers, and with his slightly ruffled hair, he appeared somewhat like a Korean male idol. Anran stared at him dazedly before they headed out, and for a while, she couldn't move or speak. Seeing her reaction, Suya Cheng asked, what's the matter? Is there something wrong? Anran shook her head, then finally uttered in awe, it turns out that my husband is really handsome, indeed. She said this with a serious and solemn expression on her face, without the slightest hint of joking or teasing. Suya Cheng was amused by her serious tone and expression. He lowered his head and kissed her seductive red lips for a while. Then, he finally let go of Anran when he thought she was about to lose her breath. Embracing her gently with his hands on her back, he moved his mouth close to her ear and whispered, I, on the other hand, have always known how beautiful my wife is. Anran blushed upon hearing his loving words and felt an inexplicable sensation of sweetness inside herself. The weather that day was great. The sun was shining, yet the temperature wasn't too warm. There was a slight breeze, and the feeling of wind blowing on their faces felt soothing. Suya Cheng didn't drive and simply walked along the street while holding Anran's hand. Anran held onto his hand but had no idea where he was going to take her. She turned to ask him, where are we going? Suya Cheng smiled but didn't speak. Their apartment was in central downtown and wasn't that far from the passenger terminal. Only when Suya Cheng led her into the passenger station did Anran realize that they were going on a long journey today. Is it far away? Anran whispered as she looked at the long line in front of them. Suya Cheng shook his head, not far. After the person in front of them in line left, he stooped down to say into the ticket window, 2 tickets to Luoxia Town, please. Luoxia Town was a small town affiliated with Jiang City. The sunset there was particularly beautiful, so it was named Luoxia Town. In its earliest days, Luoxia Town was known for its particularly developed marine industry. Due to its proximity to the sea, the sun slowly rose above sea level every day, then slowly set again. The evening sky was always red and mixed with golden light to produce sublime scenery. A freelance photography enthusiast had once used a camera to take a photograph of Luoxia Town's beautiful sunset, and allegedly that photograph won a national competition, which led tourism to flourish in a previously unprosperous area. Many people in the nation travel thousands of miles just to see the blazing sun slowly set against the sea's horizon. The journey wasn't that long and was only about a 2-hour-long driving distance. Anran and Suya Cheng sat in the back, and since she hadn't gotten a good night's sleep and had gotten up early in the morning, not long after they boarded, Anran quickly fell asleep with her head leaning against Suya Cheng. Suya Cheng shook his head slightly as he looked at her, then he adjusted his position to allow her to sleep more comfortably. In her semi-conscious state of stupor, Anran could hear someone beside her murmuring in a low voice, and she opened her eyes slightly to see Suya Cheng on the phone with someone. From the content of the phone call, she guessed that it was a work-related phone call. Seeing that she had woken up, Suya Cheng smiled at her, then said a few more words to Secretary Zheng over the phone and hung up. Did I wake you up? Suya Cheng reached out to tuck away from messy strands of hair on her forehead. You have work today. She had just overheard him talking to Secretary Zheng about some documents concerning land development, and she knew that, due to the nature of his work, to him, there was no such thing as weekend breaks. No. Suya Cheng shook his head firmly, then looked out the window and said, why don't you sleep a little while longer? There's still another half an hour. Anran shook her head and stared at him with a little guilt. She knew that he was taking time off for her sake because of what had happened last night. As she thought of this, she lowered her head and said, "To be honest, you don't have to purposely take time off to stay by my side." Then, looking up at him, she smiled and said, "I'm fine now." Suya Cheng nodded, "I know, but I simply wanted to go out today, and I wanted you to accompany me. Secretary Jen told me earlier that the morning glow and dusk here are breathtaking. He took some photos here with his girlfriend before, and it really did seem beautiful. Before, I simply didn't have time or anyone to go with. Now that I finally have the time, and since you are also free, this is the perfect opportunity." Anran watched him as he explained this to her in a matter-of-fact way with an innocent expression on his face, and she couldn't help but giggle. But then, she started to worry and asked to confirm, "Are you sure that everything is all right with your work?" "I'm not an Iron Man, of course I need to rest," Suya Cheng said matter-of-factly. They arrived at Luoxia town at exactly 10 o'clock. Since it was the first time here for both of them, they weren't familiar with their surroundings. Anran said that she wanted to go to the beach, but since they weren't familiar with the area, the two of them paid 5 yuan for a ride in a coach. They had just stepped onto the coach when it turned around a corner and they caught sight of a large, golden beach, then discovered that they had arrived already. The two of them sat in the coach and simply couldn't react for the moment. The coachman thought they weren't planning on giving him money, so he undid 2 of the buttons on his shirt dramatically to expose his tanned body and toned muscles for intimidation purposes. "You guys are the ones that said you were willing to pay the full price. We're here now. Get out and give me my money, I'm a busy man." Suya Cheng looked at him and couldn't help laughing. He raised his hand and motioned him to calm down. Then, he took out a 5 yuan bill from his wallet and handed it to him. "Thank you, brother." Then, he held Anran's hand as she got off the coach, and the two of them walked toward the golden beach. Anran stared at him with a smile on her lips the entire way and couldn't help but tease him a little by saying, "Why does it feel incredible to be scammed for the first time?" Suya Cheng shot her a look, then held her hand tightly and joked as well. $5 taught me a lesson. From now on, no matter where I go in the future, I won't ask any drivers for directions." Anran stared at him in amusement, then turned and ran toward the vast sea. The last time she was on a beach had been many years ago. At that time, she was in college and had come with her classmates. After she entered the workforce, she had been working day after day. It seemed as if she hadn't been to the beach for a long time. Anran ran toward the expansive sea, put her hands to her mouth, then shouted, "Ah, the sea." Then she turned around and waved at Suya Cheng cheerfully. Suya Cheng stared at the figure with her back against the sunlight. Her ponytail swayed in the wind, and with the dazzling smile on her face, Anran appeared breathtakingly irresistible in Suya Cheng's eyes, and he couldn't help but be mesmerized by the sight. Chapter 56, Luoxia Town, 2. Although it wasn't a holiday, since it was still the weekend, the large beach did not have a shortage of tourists. Of course, the crowd mostly consisted of young people. A group of urban, white-collar workers from the neighboring town took advantage of the weekend to relax and relieve work stress. The two didn't play in the water wildly. Instead, they simply walked along the beach, and, from time to time, they stood on the beach to feel the waves on their feet. The tide that day wasn't particularly big or tall. For those looking for a thrill, it might not have been exciting enough, but for Suya Cheng and Anran, the gentle breeze and the tides were just right and were very soothing. At noon, the two of them ate at the nearby seafood restaurant, which had the freshest seafood in the local area. The chef's cooking skills were superb. Perhaps it was because the restaurant had close access to fresh seafood. Having eaten lunch, the two of them sailed the sea on a small speedboat. The boat wasn't going particularly fast, and frankly, there wasn't much to look at. They simply sat on the speedboat while feeling the sea breeze and the aura of the sea. The two of them sat side by side without talking and occasionally smiled at each other wordlessly. While the speedboat was heading back to shore, a girl on the same boat suddenly approached them, and, looking straight at Suya Cheng, she took a deep breath as if to muster the courage, then asked sheepishly, "See, can I take a picture with you?" Anran and Suya Cheng both stared at her blankly, then turned to each other in confusion, and finally turned around to look at the girl quizzically. Seeing their confusion, the girl explained quickly, "Don't misinterpret me. It's just that I thought you looked really similar to a Korean male star, so I wanted to take a picture with you. That's all." Another girl came up behind as well and said, Yeah, he looks like Jeon Dongjian from the side. We are all fans of Jeon Dongjian, so we would like to take a picture with his look-alike." Then, she turned to Anran and asked, "Do you mind, sister?" Anran was caught off guard by the question and was even more embarrassed at being called sister. Women really were sensitive about age, especially when it came to women younger than themselves. She turned around to see Su Yicheng with a smirk on his face. Seeing that he didn't seem to care about having his picture taken and actually appeared to enjoy the attention, somewhat frustrated Anran. She glared at him mockingly and seemed to be teasing him about his popularity with women. Seeing that Anran didn't utter a single word, the girl standing aside asked again, "Sister won't be so stingy, right? Since it's really nothing, just a simple picture." Anran turned her head to look at her, then smiled as she shook her head and said, "Of course I won't mind. It's just a picture. Besides, I'm happy that my brother is so popular with women. He's not your boyfriend. He's not your boyfriend." The two girls standing aside gasped in unison. To be honest, they had noticed this man as soon as they got on the boat because he was so extraordinarily handsome, not just his appearance, but the vibe he gave off, as well. His outstanding qualities made him instantly noticeable among the crowd. While they were on the boat, they were watching the two of them, and the girls couldn't help but revere over how the two of them seemed to be made for each other. The man was handsome, while the woman was beautiful. They also noticed how that the man and woman were walking hand in hand, so even though there weren't many public displays of affection between the two of them, it was obvious to anyone watching that they were a couple. Yet what did this woman just say? Brother? They were not lovers, but actually brother and sister. "You two are brother and sister." Although she herself said so, the girls still couldn't help feeling a little incredulous. After all, what siblings were so intimate with each other that they actually held hands? Upon hearing this, Anran turned to see Su Yicheng's reaction and saw that his eyebrows frowned a little, and he stared at her with discontent, appearing somewhat resentful. Seeing his reaction somehow triggered the mischief within her. Anran smiled at him coquettishly, then turned her head toward the two girls and said naughtily, "Yeah, he's my brother. I actually do have a boyfriend, who is much more handsome than him." Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she pretended to exclaim, "By the way, my boyfriend also looks like a famous Korean star, Song Cheng-shaun. Do you two know Song Cheng-shaun? Everyone says my boyfriend looks like Song Cheng-shaun." "Really? Really?" they exclaimed in unison again, and Anran couldn't help but think that, from how impressionable and gullible these two girls appeared, they were probably barely out of college. Suppressing her laughter, Anran nodded firmly. "Of course, it's true." The two girls gaped at her with a mixture of envy, jealousy, and awe. "I'm so envious of you. I'm a fan of Song Cheng-shaun as well." "Oh, I am a fan of him too." Anran stared at the two impressionable girls, and by now she could barely suppress the overwhelming urge to burst out laughing. Yet, just as she was about to lose control and start laughing, suddenly Su Yicheng swung her into his arms. Then, before she even had the chance to react, he planted a deep and passionate kiss on her red lips. Yet this kiss wasn't as soft and tender as his usual kisses and was actually much more aggressive, forceful, and intense than usual, as if he was trying to punish her. Su Yicheng bit into her soft and tender lips resentfully, then, with his mouth pressed tightly against her lips, he asked, "When did I become your brother?" "Huh?" Now Anran knew what getting a taste of one's own medicine felt like, and since she couldn't defend or excuse herself, she tried to push him away, but her strength was no match against his. Just as she opened her mouth in an attempt to explain, he seized the chance to press his lips against hers again to block out all of her excuses. To Anran, the kiss felt like it lasted half a century long. Just as she was about to suffocate from lack of air, Su Yicheng finally let go of her. Although Su Yicheng's own chest was heaving up and down as well, he didn't forget to threaten her as he panted heavily, "Do you dare talk such nonsense and next time?" Yet he didn't need to threaten her with what would happen next time, because she was already regretting it from sheer embarrassment and was so ashamed that she buried her face into his chest for fear of making eye contact with anyone on the boat. At that moment, she was truly grateful that she didn't know anyone in this town, or else 10 holes wouldn't be enough for her to bury herself in due to shame. The two girls that were standing there had witnessed the entire scene and were too stunned to react for the moment. The two girls simply stared at them blankly with their eyes wide open. Suyu Cheng glanced at Anran in his arms with amusement and resentment, then looked up toward the two girls standing aside and smiled as he nodded at them. "Sorry, my wife really likes to joke around. I hope you two don't mind. In addition, as for the pictures, I would actually like to decline. My wife is really prone to jealousy, and I don't want to sleep on the sofa when I get home." With her head still buried in Suyu Cheng's chest, Anran muttered in a low voice, "I'm not jealous." Chapter 57, A Walk After a Meal. In the end, Anran and Suyu Cheng didn't end up staying in Luoxia town to watch the sunset. One reason was that Anran simply felt too embarrassed to linger on the boat anymore after that episode, and another reason was that, as the speedboat approached the shore, Suyu Cheng received a call from Lin Xiaofen, telling them to come over for dinner since it was the weekend. What she didn't say was that she was actually afraid that Anran couldn't cook, and since a man like Suyu Cheng probably couldn't cook either, she was worried that they were harming their health by eating out every day. Therefore, although they had originally planned on catching the last bus out of Luoxia town after they had seen the sunset, they had to cut their plans short and leave the beautiful beach earlier than planned. After 2 hours on the road, they were once again back in Jiang City. The two of them didn't make a detour to the apartment again since they hadn't seen their parents for more than a week. Anran thought she should have visited, but since she had been busy these few days, even though she wanted to, she was simply too exhausted to do so. Out of common courtesy, Suyu Cheng insisted on bringing fruits as presents despite Anran's objections, and, in the end, the two of them carried the fruits into the Jiyu family's residence. When Anran and Suyu Cheng arrived, Lin Xiaofen was in the kitchen and in the process of preparing the dishes to be cooked at night, while Jiyu Hengwen was in the study practicing calligraphy at the moment. Seeing them return, Lin Xiaofen and Jiyu Hengwen were all smiles, and the four of them sat and chatted for a long while. They didn't talk about anything too serious, other than some simple daily affairs. Of course, besides wanting to cook a good meal for them, Lin Xiaofen had called them back today for another purpose. Although the two of them had stated that they had no plans for a wedding at the moment, the Jiyu parents still thought it necessary for the parents of the two families to meet each other formally. Suyu Cheng nodded and said that the arrangement would be made according to Jiyu Hengwen's schedule, so they didn't need to worry about anything else. Lin Xiaofen and Jiyu Hengwen were also well versed in etiquette and said that they had already chosen the luckiest date. The 28th day of the lunar calendar, which would be the next Friday, was a lucky day, and, despite the fact they weren't planning on holding a wedding, nevertheless, it would be a good day for the two families to meet. However, if for some reason that day was inconvenient, they were more than happy to choose another day to accommodate. After she finished speaking and glanced at the time, Lin Xiaofen stood up first and said that it was almost time for dinner. Anran raised her hand to volunteer herself for help in the kitchen. Lin Xiaofen hesitated a little but then agreed only under the condition that Anran would be of actual help. Meanwhile, Suyu Cheng chatted with Jiyu Hengwen in the living room and kept him entertained. Despite the age difference, there was no awkwardness between the two of them, and they had much to discuss. They talked about social issues, current affairs, and politics. Jiyu Hengwen used his years of life experience to comment on the current situation in society and evaluated the pros and cons objectively. Jiyu Hengwen's advice, comments, and worldviews unexpectedly served as insight for Suyu Cheng and made him gain a new sense of understanding, along with wisdom. On the other hand, Anran and Lin Xiaofen were busy preparing that night's dishes in the kitchen. Lin Xiaofen was the chef, while Anran served as her helper. Sitting on the small bench, Anran picked away the rotten parts of the green vegetables, then put the fresh parts into a basket. Lin Xiaofen was standing in front of the counter while handling the small yellow croaker. She sliced a knife across the middle of the fish's belly, scraped off the internal organs, then started washing it with water and finally sliced the fish on its back with a knife. Then, she cut some thin slices of ginger and onion, poured some dated rice wine, and marinated the fish on the plate with the mixture. The aromatic scent of the wine evaporated into the air. How does he treat you? Does he treat you well? Mothers were always worrying about their children non-stop. Although she already knew what the answer would be inside, she still wanted to hear it from her daughter's own mouth since it was more convincing that way. Mom, Suya Cheng is very kind to me. Really, you can rest assured. Suya Cheng really treated her well and helped her out in all aspects, and besides one tiny issue, he was practically flawless. Lin Xiaofen nodded, then said, "That's good to hear. I think he is really good for you as well. By the way, have you met his parents? How are they? Are they nice to you?" "Yes, I've met them already." Anran truthfully told her what happened that day she met Suya Cheng's family. They were all exceedingly kind to her, and, despite their prominence and affluence, they treated her without the slightest hint of condescension. They treated her like family, and she couldn't help but feel truly in luck. "So according to you, the Su family is a family of high standing, so that would make Suya Cheng the son of a senior cadre. Are you sure they don't care about pedigree?" She had always thought that Anran had merely married a man of average background and never imagined that Anran had married so high up. Yet this also made her worry because with such a prominent family comes etiquette and tradition. So what if Anran had trouble getting accustomed to them? "Mom." Anran got up and went to her mother's side. She naturally knew what her mother was worried about. Everyone in the Su family was very kind. In terms of pedigree, it's not that they don't care. They had asked about meeting you and Dad that day, but they aren't the type of snobby and pretentious people that you are probably imagining them to be. "Really?" Lin Xiaofen asked a little doubtfully. She had personally experienced it, so she knew more about these senior cadres than she let on. The so-called senior cadre is more of an attitude than a rank, an attitude that suggests superiority. "Really, it's absolutely true. You will understand when you meet them. My mother-in-law is really not the kind you think she is," Anran asserted. Hearing Anran say so with such certainty, Lin Xiaofen nodded and decided to believe her. When the two of them came out of the Jiyu family's residence again, it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening, and they were quite full after eating so much. After dinner, Anran and Suya Cheng ate some of the fruits they had bought, so their stomachs were even more full. The two of them didn't drive when they came over, but, since they were stuffed, they didn't call a taxi to return home. Instead, they walked slowly along the street toward their apartment. The night sky wasn't particularly beautiful that night. There was no moonlight, not even a few stars. There were only a few large, dark clouds, which made the night sky appear even bleaker and hauntingly expansive. At around 8 to 9 o'clock, nightlife began in Jiang City. Neon lights flashed and the streets were filled with pedestrians, but most of them were young people, and most of them were holding hands like Anran and Suya Cheng were at the moment. Anran didn't feel any discomfort with her tiny hands in the tight grasp of his large palms, as if everything was natural and this was how things should be. It still hadn't been that long since they had first met each other, and barely half a month had passed since their marriage. Everything had progressed so quickly, yet to them, it didn't feel that abrupt. Anran passively allowed him to hold onto her hands while her eyes stared at the road ahead with a faint smile on her lips. In terms of this marriage, all she could think about was how lucky she was. Chapter 58, Strange Phone Call. For some people, a walk after a meal was actually a joyful thing that made the tedious time fly by faster. The two of them weren't walking that briskly. The original half-hour journey took them 50 minutes. However, since it was the two of them, it didn't seem that long. Suya Cheng unlocked the door and went in, while Anran twisted her neck around as she entered as well. Only when she arrived home did it dawn on her that she was really exhausted, so she took off her shoes, flung her bag onto the sofa, and just wanted to collapse onto the sofa. Yet before she could even do so, she was swooped up from behind. "What?" Anran reflexively let out a yelp, then instinctively reached out to hold Suya Cheng's neck and stared at him blankly. Why are you doing?" Suya Cheng smiled devilishly, put his mouth to her ears, and said in a low voice, "I think I should do more to let you remember that I am your husband, not your brother." Anran had a bad feeling and started to get apprehensive. She used her hands as a blockade between the two of them and smiled sheepishly. I always knew that you were my husband, my dashingly handsome husband." Suya Cheng stared at her as he shook his head, then said with a serious face, "You think Song Chengshan is more handsome?" No, no, actually, I think Jan Dongjian is more handsome, Anran blurted out immediately to show her preference. Suya Cheng smiled. Is that so? I thought that, in your eyes, I would be more handsome than both of them. Anran couldn't help but think that his smile at that moment appeared somewhat unnatural and much too sinister, so she pursed her lips, then asked tentatively, well then, can I change what I just said? Suya Cheng smiled at her mischievously, then lowered his head to kiss her lips and said with his mouth on her lips, it's too late. Anran was tossed around the entire night until she finally managed to convince Suya Cheng that, inside her heart, there was no other man more dashing and charming than him, and only then did she satisfy him enough to forgive her. Then, she was finally able to close her eyes and go to sleep. When Anran woke up again at noon the next day, Suya Cheng was already long gone, and his side of the bed was no longer warm. Every time this happened, Anran couldn't help but vent out against the injustice concerning the difference in bodily strength and energy between men and women. After a night of tossing and turning, how come he could still get up as early and energetic as always, when she was the one doing most of the work? Anran lay on the bed with her eyes wide open for another 5 minutes, until her stomach started to growl in protest, and only then did she realize that it was already noon. She remembered that she had only finished a rough sketch, and she used her hand as a prop to sit up, but the movement caused such immense aching pain that made her feel like she had been run over that she collapsed back into the bed. Anran stared at the ceiling helplessly and scolded Suya Cheng repeatedly inside. She dragged her aching body into the bathroom to take a shower. Then, Anran changed her clothes. Just as she was heading out, she heard the phone ring in the room, and she picked up the phone. Hello, who is it? The person on the other end didn't answer, but someone was definitely there because Anran could hear the other person's breathing, which sounded a little rapid, which suggested emotional instability to Anran. Seeing that the other party wasn't answering, Anran asked again, hello, who is it? Anran heard the person on the other end of the phone take a long breath, then heard a soft female voice. I'm looking for Suya Cheng. Is he there? Suya Cheng went to work. Why don't you? Anran had just opened her mouth to tell her Suya Cheng's mobile phone number, then suddenly remembered his identity and realized the potential inconvenience and trouble she could bring to him, so she changed her response by asking, why are you asking for him? Is there something you need? If it's convenient, perhaps I can deliver the message to him. The person on the other end was silent for a while, then she chuckled and said nonchalantly, my surname is Ling. Please help me deliver the message that I'm back. Upon hearing this, Anran froze a little and quickly nodded, but then realized that she was holding the phone at the moment, so the other person couldn't see her. She said quickly, all right, is there anything else you want me to tell him? The person on the other end was silent for a while, then she said, just tell him that I want to see him. Upon hearing this, Anran found her words a little strange, and an inexplicable feeling rose up inside of her. But nevertheless, she still nodded in response to her and said, all right, will do. Even after she had hung up the phone, Anran still sat on the bed with a stupefied expression on her face. She didn't know who that woman was, but listening to her tone, it didn't seem like her relationship with Suya Cheng was that simple. Perhaps she was his ex-girlfriend. Just as she had thought of this, her phone started ringing from the bag in the living room. Anran rushed out to take out her cell phone. Suya Cheng was calling, so she pressed it to answer. Already up? Suya Cheng asked over the phone with a smile. Being asked this made Anran blush profusely, yet also reminded her of how resentful she had felt toward him moments before. It's all your fault. All she did was play a little joke on him to tease him a little, yet plus, his morning exercises seemed to be astonishingly effective since they were providing him with so much energy and vigor. Perhaps she should join him in doing his morning exercises, so she could have more bodily strength as well and wouldn't be so exhausted. Suya Cheng chuckled over the phone but didn't forget the purpose of his call, so he asked with concern, have you eaten yet? I made a sandwich for you and it's in the refrigerator. Remember to eat it hot. After hearing that, Anran headed toward the kitchen, then opened the refrigerator to see a simple sandwich in it, and an indescribable sensation of warmth and sweetness arose inside her. Were you calling someone just now? He had dialed the home phone earlier, but, unexpectedly, the line was occupied. By the way, a woman just called and told me to relay a message for you. Speaking of this made Anran suddenly remember the call she'd just received. Woman? What message? His friends usually called his cell phone and rarely called the home phone. If it wasn't his friend, then who else would know his home phone? She said her surname is Ling, and she told me to tell you that she's back. She also wanted to meet with you. Anran relayed her message to Suyu Cheng, thus completing her job as the messenger. Suyu Cheng suddenly went silent on the phone and didn't respond for a long time. Suyu Cheng? Anran called out tentatively, are you still there? Suyu Cheng's reaction confirmed Anran's suspicions. It appeared that this woman that went by the surname Ling indeed had a special relationship with Suyu Cheng, just as Anran had suspected. Yes, Suyu Cheng said over the phone. I'm aware now. I called to tell you that I might have dinner out tonight, so I don't think I will be able to come back so early. You should remember to make something for yourself tonight, and don't wait for me. Anran nodded. I got it. But inside, she couldn't help feeling a little suspicious due to his silence moments before. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Anran. Suyu Cheng called out to her. Yes, she was a friend of mine from a long time ago, but for certain reasons, we haven't been in contact for a long time, Suyu Cheng confessed, giving her an explanation. Anran froze, then muttered, what are you telling me this? With her head down, she stared at the slippers she was wearing. Suyu Cheng had bought them for her the day after she moved in. They had a pink girly vibe and had plush Hello Kitty figures on them. Suyu Cheng chuckled over the phone. I'm just afraid that your imagination will run wild. I'm not that bored. Anran wouldn't admit that she had been secretly condemning him inside, but his words made her feel as if her deepest secrets were being peeked at, so she quickly defended herself. I am going to eat the sandwich now, and I have work to get to afterwards, so I have to hang up now. Suyu Cheng chuckled silently over the phone, but then remembered what Anran had relayed to him, and that figure from his imagination slowly started to appear more clearly in front of his eyes. He frowned slightly. He didn't think there was a need for the two of them to meet. Chapter 59, The Midnight Call. By the time Suyu Cheng finally returned, it was almost 12 o'clock. In the evening, he had dinner with a few people from the municipal party committee, along with a few entrepreneurs from Jiang City. Each and every one of them were regulars. As they ate and drank, there were countless topics for them to discuss with each other, such as the economy and the current state of affairs. Sometimes they even discussed women. This way, time flew by quickly, and by the time the drinking ended, it was already midnight. Suyu Cheng reeked with alcohol as he opened the door to find that the entrance was dimly lit. The corners of his mouth lifted. He usually came home to complete darkness, so coming home with the room lit up dimly gave him the feeling that someone was waiting for his return. This feeling made him feel good inside. He placed his briefcase on the sofa in the living room, then opened a crack in the bedroom door. Yet the room was dark, and he didn't see the woman that he expected to be asleep on the bed. He frowned slightly, then left the room. Since the door of the study room wasn't tightly closed, Suyu Cheng saw a beam of light coming through the tiny crack in the door. His lips curled up, and he approached the study. He pushed open the door to see her all sprawled out on the desk as she slept soundly. There was a drawing sketch pillowing her face, and there was still a pencil in her hand. Suyu Cheng shook his head with a chuckle. He carefully pulled the pen out of her hand, set it aside, then gently pushed the swivel chair away and bent over to swoop her up. Yet, after all this, Anran was still asleep, so, presumably, she really was tired. She shifted around until she found a more comfortable position in his arms, then continued to sleep peacefully. After carrying her back to the bedroom and placing her in bed, Suyu Cheng returned to the study room, gathered up the drawing sketches and materials on the desk, then snuck a few more looks at her nearly finished drawing sketches. The design was unique, and the building appeared modern yet stately. He didn't know if the design was good or bad since, after all, he was a layman in terms of architecture. After he finished organizing everything for her, Suyu Cheng returned to the room and took his pajamas into the bathroom. After he finished taking a shower, he stepped out of the bathroom to see the figure on the bed rubbing her eyes with drowsiness. She stared at him for a long time before finally getting out of her stupor, then yawned and said, "You're back." "Oh." She nodded and staggered to get out of bed. "Where are you going?" Suyu Cheng asked as he watched her with amusement. "To take a shower." She walked toward the closet and randomly grabbed a set of pajamas, then walked toward the bathroom without even looking at what was in her hands. Although she hadn't gotten a clear look, Siya Cheng, who was standing next to her, did see clearly. Glancing at the clothes in her hand, he couldn't help but swallow and ask, "Anran, why you really plan on wearing this later?" At first, Anran was confused by his question and simply stared at him blankly for a while before finally looking down at her hands. As soon as she got a hard look, all her drowsiness instantly vanished, and her cheeks turned bright red. Goodness, how could she have taken out the lingerie that Lin Li had given her? She quickly threw the lingerie back into the closet and grabbed her conservative pajama set. Then, she headed into the bathroom without looking back. She made a mental note to herself that tomorrow, first thing in the morning, she would get rid of that scourge by throwing it into the trash bin. Siya Cheng watched her childish behavior with amusement, then shook his head as he hopped onto the bed and randomly picked up a magazine from the nightstand, flipping through it. At that time, the phone next to him started to ring. Siya Cheng glanced at the caller ID and frowned when he saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He had no idea who would be calling so late, but nonetheless he reached out to pick up the phone. "Hello, who is it?" The person on the other end was silent, and there was no sound for a while. Siya Cheng frowned, then demanded coldly, "Speak." There was still no voice coming over the phone, but unlike the previous dead silence moments before, this time, there was a low sound of weeping, a woman's weeping. Siya Cheng remembered this voice. For a long time, the owner of this voice had been inseparable from him, but this was all in the past now and had nothing to do with the present. Siya Cheng didn't speak again and wanted to hang up, but the moment before he did hang up, the person on the other end responded, as if sensing that he was about to hang up. She said, "Yi Cheng, don't hang up, it's me, what do you want?" Siya Cheng asked impassively, without the slightest hint of warmth or emotion in his tone. "Yi Cheng, I'm back," Ling Yi stammered while sobbing. Siya Cheng replied curtly, and didn't reveal any emotion or thought toward her return because she was irrelevant to him. "Yi Cheng, can we meet?" Ling Yi asked with pleading in her tone. "No need." Siya Cheng refused. Hearing the sound of water in the bathroom stop, he knew that Anran had probably finished her shower, and since he didn't want to give her any unnecessary misunderstandings because of this call, he simply frankly, "Sorry, it's too late, and I don't want your phone call to give my wife any misunderstandings, so that's it. Goodbye." After he finished speaking, he abruptly hung up the phone without bothering to wait for her to answer. Anran came out as she dried her damp hair with a towel, and, seeing that he was still awake, she asked, "Why aren't you sleeping?" Siya Cheng smiled at her and said, "I was waiting for you." Anran's face appeared a little flushed, yet it was unknown whether or not it was because she had just finished taking a shower or because of his words. She turned her head to avoid his eyes and started haphazardly rubbing her hair with the towel, then went to the other side of the bed with her back to him. She closed her eyes and prayed that she would fall asleep quickly. Siya Cheng smiled, then switched off the lamp and lay down beside her. As always, he embraced her from behind and placed her hands into his with their fingers intertwined. He previously thought that he would have trouble getting used to sleeping with someone else since he had grown accustomed to sleeping alone, but it felt so good to hold her in his arms that now he would have trouble getting used to not holding onto her at night. I have a meeting tomorrow morning, so I see can't be late," Anran muttered with her back to him. Siya Cheng buried his head on her shoulders and chuckled. Just how much was she afraid of him? All he wanted to do was simply hug her. I am tired. I'm going to sleep at first." Seeing him simply laugh without answering, Anran quickly made her position clear. She was really afraid of this man now, so she really needed to find a compromise so they could adjust accordingly. Or else, sooner or later, she would be burnt out from exhaustion. After laughing for a while, Siya Cheng whispered, "Go to sleep. I'll hold on to you." Upon hearing this, Anran was relieved. She closed her eyes and slept peacefully in his arms. Siya Cheng watched the moonlight spill through the window, and, in the dark night, the entire room was so quiet that only Anran's breathing could be heard. He lowered his head and gently planted a kiss on the center of her head. Then, he closed his eyes and fell into a heavy sleep. Chapter 60 Inexplicable Provocation. On Monday, Anran was in the office busily sketching the layout of the city government building. The phone on her desk suddenly started ringing without previous warning, so Anran, whose attention had been absorbed in sketching, was caught off guard by the sudden ringing. She grabbed her phone to discover that the number was unknown, but nonetheless, she pressed the phone to answer. "Hello?" Anran clutched the phone between her head and shoulders while she continued to sketch back and forth on the paper. The sketch needed to be handed in by Wednesday, and it was already Monday, yet only 1/3 of the full sketch had been completed. She really needed to catch up on her work during these 2 days. "Is it Miss Gu?" A gentle, feminine voice sounded over the phone. The soft and feathery voice was particularly soothing and was especially relaxing to listen to. Anran stopped twirling the pen in her hand, put the tool ruler aside, and lowered the phone from her ear. Then, looking at the caller ID one more time, Anran once again confirmed that it was indeed an unknown number, so she said into the phone, "Who is this?" The person on the other end of the phone started to chuckle. "Perhaps you might not know who I am, but I know who you are. Would Miss Gu be interested in getting coffee together sometime?" Anran frowned upon hearing this. She was not the type of person that would be open to getting coffee together and chatting with strangers. "Sorry, I don't have the habit of drinking coffee together with strangers." 2 people, who didn't know each other, sitting together sipping coffee. What sort of situation was that? "Perhaps Miss Gu might not know me, but I am certain that Miss Gu knows my husband," the other person said over the phone. Anran's brows wrinkled in bewilderment. The other person's words started to sound more and more unfathomable and mysterious in Anran's ear, so she replied, "I don't quite understand what you mean." "Mo Fear." The person on the other end of the phone spit out 2 words, then said with a smile, "Mo Fear is my husband. My name is Tong Xiaoji." The hand holding the phone stiffened. Anran hadn't expected at all that the person on the other end was Tong Xiaoji. She had always known of her. During their university days, she was known as the most beautiful girl in school. She studied art in college and had a unique, artistic vibe about her. The very definition of gracefulness, she was practically a living goddess with her heavenly looks and her signature flowing white dresses. Besides her stunning looks, she was well known in school for being the daughter of a high-ranking, senior government official. While Tong Xiaoji was still in school, rumor had it that she had an endless supply of suitors. However, despite being plagued by such rumors, in all 4 years of college, never once was there a rumor about her actual relationship. No matter how affluent and well-connected her suitors were, not a single one of them succeeded in his pursuit. For all 4 years, there were never any rumors of her actually dating anyone. To be honest, Anran had only heard of Tong Xiaoji since she was such a legendary figure in school. She had never actually come into personal contact with her. Yet the real reason Tong Xiaoji had left such a strong impression on Anran was because of Mo Fear. Before graduation, there was a rumor in school that Tong Xiaoji had gotten quite close with a boy from the architecture department, and rumor had it that they were even spotted walking hand in hand together as they chatted happily. Since Anran had been busy with internships at that time, she really couldn't have cared less about such trivial gossip. Yet she was also barely seeing Mo Fear during that time due to her internship. Therefore, by the time everyone confirmed that the rumored boyfriend was none other than Mo Fear of the architectural department, Mo Fear and Tong Xiaoji had already established their relationship status as an official couple and started dating exclusively. When Anran finally sought out Mo Fear to demand an explanation, all Mo Fear did was apologize profusely with his head down without offering any explanation. At that time, Anran felt ridiculous and bitter amusement at the absurdity of the situation. They had been dating for 4 whole years, yet his graduation present for her was to end their relationship, not to mention that the reason for their breakup was infidelity. The lofty aspirations and dreams that he had told her as he held onto her in his arms in the past suddenly seemed so quixotic and unrealistic. She asked him why, yet all he did was smile bitterly without offering an excuse. In the end, the 2 of them had sat in a cafe near the school for an entire afternoon without saying anything to each other. Yet, the moment Anran turned her back to him to leave, the tears started flowing down non-stop. From her school to home, during the entire, hour-long journey, the tears never stopped. When she got home, her mother had asked her what was wrong with great worry, yet despite her grievances inside, she had refused to mention a word about the breakup. Anran had simply locked herself in her room, and no matter how much her parents had pleaded with her, she had refused to open the door. Finally, the day before the graduation ceremony, she had heard her classmates saying that Mofir, along with Tong Xiaoji, was going abroad to France. Along with this news, she had also received a letter left by Mofir, which detailed everything that had happened between the two people during those past few years and contained much more detail than Anran remembered. In addition to relating everything about their relationship during those past few years, he had also written about his ambitions and expressed his burning desire to achieve success. He had written about how society was competitive and consisted of harsh realities. Competence was always second to power in terms of success. Although he had had no feelings for Tong Xiaoji, dating her had been a necessary sacrifice he had had to make in order to achieve his greater goal, because behind her had been the power and influence that he had craved so deeply, and such power would have served as a stepping stone for his future success. Therefore, he had chosen to forsake love in the name of career ambition. Although he had no other choice, his choice was still frighteningly realistic. "Miss Jiyu, are you still there?" Since Anran hadn't responded for a while, Tong Xiaoji called out tentatively over the phone. Only then did Anran snap out of dwelling about the past, and the hand holding the phone unconsciously tightened as she replied, "Yes." "So does that mean Miss Jiyu will agree to meet me?" Tong Xiaoji asked, still in a sweet tone. Anran closed her eyes and firmly refused. "I don't think it's necessary. I do know Mofir, indeed, but that's just because we were classmates, nothing else." Tong Xiaoji laughed lightly. "Someone sent me a very interesting photo, then attached your phone number with it." "Photo? What photo?" Anran was puzzled. Where did the photo come from? Who was playing such a prank? "How about this, Miss Jiyu? I really do think there is a need for the two of us to meet, no matter how you feel about Mofir at the moment, because there are some things I want to say to you. Of course, before that, I think I should apologize to you first because, due to my relationship with Mofir back in the day, you and Mofir didn't end up together. For that, I am truly sorry. That would be unnecessary. If there is really anything Miss Tong needs to say to me, Miss Tong should clarify it on the phone now." Anran promptly refused. She had never wanted to meddle in the affairs of Tong Xiaoji and Mofir since she had her own private life. "Is Miss Jiyu scared?" Tong Xiaoji chuckled on the other end of the phone and said, "I promise I won't bite, so there is really nothing for Miss Jiyu to worry about. It's just a cup of coffee. I'm not used to drinking coffee or chatting with people I don't know," Anran said frankly without leaving any room for compromise. Tong Xiaoji chuckled, then said only, "To be honest, it's nothing really. The reason I wanted to meet with Miss Jiyu was just to say that, regarding Mofir, I won't let go of him." Anran wasn't the slightest bit interested in what she had to say, and her stance had always been clear. "It's your marriage, so you don't need my endorsement." "Oh, I just wanted Miss Jiyu to remember what I said today," Tong Xiaoji said, yet her tone was significantly more hostile than before. "Then I'll have to ask Miss Tong to keep an eye on her man because I don't want to be harassed." Anran's tone was also a bit belligerent. What was this? Was Tong Xiaoji insinuating that she was a marriage wrecker? Tong Xiaoji said frostily, "Thank you, Miss Jiyu, for reminding me. I certainly will." After that, she hung up the phone abruptly. Anran threw down the phone on the table in anger. What was this situation? Chapter 61, Cocktail Party, 1. While Anran was still angry over the phone call, someone knocked on the office door. She looked up and saw Xiao standing at the door, looking at her with a smile. "Is there something?" Anran asked in a cold tone. She didn't know when it had started, but she felt that Xiao seemed to be deliberately targeting her, and her words were always sarcastic. "Oh, it's nothing." Xiao shrugged her shoulders indifferently and walked in from outside. She pulled out the chair in front of Anran and sat down, saying, "I just wanted to ask if you had a good time next weekend." Anran glanced at her, lowered her head, and continued to pick up the pen and ruler to draw again. She said indifferently, "It's good." Xiao wasn't annoyed by her cold attitude. She sat there and looked at her hands, which had just trimmed her nails last night. She looked at her drawings and said casually, "I haven't finished the design yet." "Yes," Anran responded simply without looking up. Anran didn't know what she was up to, but ever since she said that she was going to make a move on Mofir, Anran felt like she had to avoid her. It wasn't like they hadn't heard rumors about her in the past, and everyone knew what kind of reputation she had in the industry. As colleagues, Anran had seen all the hard work she had put in, and she had always felt that the rumors outside were unfair to her. However, ever since that time, she suddenly thought of a saying about Xiao, there's no smoke without fire. A fly wouldn't bite a seamless egg. If she didn't do anything, no one would say anything. In fact, there had been rumors in the company that she had an unusual relationship with Huang Dexing, and that many of her works might have been written by Huang Dexing. In the past, she had never thought about the authenticity of these rumors. However, when she went in that day at Yuan Cuisine, she clearly felt that the atmosphere was a little off. Although they covered it up very well, Xiao's removed makeup and Huang Dexing's red lipstick on the corner of her mouth told her what the two of them had done in the private room before she came. Xiao sat in front of Anran, a little bored. She watched her draw the drawing seriously, and the corners of her mouth curled up. After sitting for a while, Xiao finally stood up. When she turned to leave, she suddenly thought of something and turned back to Anran with a smile. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Before I came in, the director asked me to remind you that there's a cocktail party tonight at the Jiang City Hotel. The company's designers must attend. Anran glanced at her and nodded. Okay, I got it. Xiao nodded in understanding. She reached out to open the office door and was about to leave, but the moment she opened the door again, she said without turning her head, Anran, I definitely won't lose to you in the design competition of the City Hall building. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the company intends to determine the position of the chief designer based on the design competition this time. So, in other words, I want to be the chief designer of Cincinnati Construction. After he finished speaking, he opened the door and walked out, leaving Anran with a charming and swaying figure. Anran watched the office door slowly close for a long time before she slowly retracted her gaze. She picked up her pen and tools again to draw her unfinished design. When Anran was about to get off work, she called Su Cheng and told him that she had a cocktail party that night, so she would probably be home late. Su Cheng had asked her to call him to report that he was coming home late this morning. He said that he didn't want to be greeted by darkness when he returned home, so even if he came home late, he should at least give him a call so that he could be prepared. She didn't think he was the kind of man who would act coquettishly, but he was clearly complaining to her this morning. Therefore, she nodded without hesitation and promised to call him before she got off work if she worked overtime or came home late. It just so happened that Su Cheng also had a social gathering that night. After telling her to drink less, he seemed to be quite busy and hung up the phone without saying anything more. River City Hotel is the largest hotel in River City, located on the bank of the Green River. From the top of the hotel, you can see the night view of the entire River City, as well as the night view of the other side of the river. Not far from the Grand Hotel of River City was the Jiangbin Square, which was very lively at night. Some people were playing music and dancing, and some were playing with their children there. Many couples would hold hands and take a walk there after dinner. Then, they would walk along the dam built by the river, enjoy the river wind, and say sweet words. The two cities faced each other across the river. The cross-section of the Qingjiang River was too large, and Jiangcheng and Qingcheng were both located on the southeast coast. Typhoons were common in summer, and once a typhoon struck, the waves on the river would be huge. This had always been a problem in building bridges and roads. Therefore, the bridge connecting the two cities had been delayed for a long time and had not been planned for construction. But now, because there was no bridge connecting the two cities, the only way to connect the two cities was by the ferry on the river. At night, the circle of colorful lights around the ferry was flashing. From a distance, it had a different flavor and was very beautiful. Anran looked at the night view outside the window, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind her. She turned around and saw that it was her colleague from the design department. Anran, the director is looking for you. Hurry up and go. The male colleague said anxiously. Tonight's reception was held by the Real Estate Association of Jiangcheng. In addition to people from the industry, there were also many celebrities and senior officials from the Municipal Party Committee, so Huan Dexing paid special attention to it. Anran nodded at him. Okay, I got it. He took another look at the night view outside the window before turning around and walking towards the venue of the party. Actually, she didn't like these kinds of occasions. Socializing had always been her forte. If she had to choose, she would rather work overtime in the office all night to draw blueprints. In fact, it was not her first time attending such an event. It was just that she had not gotten used to it no matter how many times she had been there. This was because at such an occasion, the people who came were all reputable business celebrities or some so-called government officials. It was too taxing on the brain to talk to such people. Sometimes, those so-called celebrities and high-ranking officials who were full of fat brains could not hide their eyes. Thus, Anran had never been used to such an occasion. However, work was something that only you could adapt to. How could it adapt to you? So, no matter how much she disliked it, she still came. Anran pushed the door open and entered. At that moment, the waltz was playing in the hall. The beautiful melody moved the dance steps of the entire venue. Pairs of men and women were dancing in the center of the venue. Anran was not in the mood to appreciate it. She looked around for her colleagues in the company. Then, on the right side of the venue, near the dance floor, she found Huan Dexing, who was currently chatting and laughing, and Xiao Xiao, who was standing on the side in a black low-cut, bareback dress. Chapter 62, Cocktail Party, 2. Anran walked toward them, and when she was about 10 steps away, Huan Dexing noticed her. He looked at her with a hint of displeasure in his eyes, and Anran knew that he was unhappy with her leaving without permission. Anran walked over to him calmly. When she got closer, she realized that the person standing with his back to her was Tong Wengai. She furrowed her brows slightly. Recently, she seemed to be particularly interested in the Tong family. Seeing her approach, Huan Dexing's displeased expression disappeared. He smiled at Anran and said, "Anran, come here. Chief Tong was just talking about you. He asked why you didn't come." With that, Tong Wengai and Xiao Xiao, who had their backs to her, also turned around. Xiao Xiao still had a half smile on her face, while Tong Wengai seemed to be happy to see him. He smiled and said, "I thought you weren't here. I didn't see you." Anran smiled and made an excuse. "I just went to the bathroom." While they were talking, someone happened to come over to look for Tong Wengai. While Tong Wengai was talking to that person, Huan Dexing took the wine and handed it to Anran. Then, he used this opportunity to whisper to her, "Bureau Chief Tong seems to have a good impression of you. You should be careful tonight." Hearing this, Anran frowned. Just as she was about to say something, she saw that Tong Wengai had already finished talking to that person. He turned around and smiled at them, asking, "Are you interested in bidding for the new City Hall building, Jincheng?" Of course, Anran and Xiao Xiao have been preparing the design for the past few days. The bidding document is also ready. I hope that you will pay more attention to it, Chief Tong. Huan Dexing said with a smile. Tong Wengai didn't express his opinion. He just smiled and raised his hand to take a sip of wine. "Daddy." The few of them stood there, and just as Huan Dexing was giving Anran a meaningful look and saying something, a gentle female voice suddenly came from behind them. Anran found the voice inexplicably familiar. Everyone turned around and saw Mo Fi walking towards them. Beside him, he was holding onto a beautiful woman who was smiling and talking. Unlike Xiao Xiao's gorgeous charm, her beauty was very plain. Her bare makeup accentuated her exquisite facial features, and her simple white dress complemented her beautiful figure. It made her temperament even more ethereal, giving off a feeling that she did not know the world. Anran looked at her in a daze. She naturally recognized her. It was Tong Xiaoji, the one who was once known as the most beautiful campus belle of T University. Tong Xiaoji held Mo Fi's hand and walked over. Her eyes swept across the crowd and stopped on Anran. The smile on her face didn't change, and even her expression didn't change. Compared to the shock and surprise in Anran's eyes, she was much more indifferent. He didn't linger on Anran's upper body for too long. He retracted his gaze and looked at Tong Wengai. "Dad, I was just asking Mo Fi if you were here. I just started talking, and then I saw you talking and laughing here. Xiaoxiao, you're here." Tong Wengai smiled and looked at his daughter, then turned to introduce her. "This is the sincere director Huang, this is designer Xiao, and this is designer Jiyu." I heard from Mo Fear that he's been talking about cooperation with Jing Cheng. I'm sure you'll have a lot of opportunities to get to know each other in the future, so it's good to get to know each other first. Tong Xiaoji smiled and nodded at them. Her expression was not warm, but there was an invisible distance between them. Then, he turned to Mo Fear and said, "You've been returning late these few days. I think you're busy with the cooperation." As she spoke, she reached out to straighten his slightly crooked tie and said, "You've just come back and you're already busy with work. Why are you still the same as when you were in the United States? Aren't you afraid that your body will collapse from exhaustion?" As she said that, her brows furrowed. Mo Fear smiled unnaturally and pulled her hand down, but his eyes were fixed on Anran. Tong Xiaoji followed his gaze and happened to meet Anran's eyes. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly and she smiled at Anran. "This must be Senior Anran. Long time no see. Senior sister has changed so much that I almost can't recognize you." Senior sister. This title was so strange. They were clearly in the same batch. When did she become her senior? Anran only smiled and didn't say anything. Actually, she didn't know what to say. Perhaps they had met in school before, but they weren't even close. Now that she suddenly said this, she really didn't know how to respond. Xiao watched their interaction, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a meaningful smile. She thought that Tong Xiaoji must have received the photo she sent before. Seeing her like this, she thought that Tong Xiaoji was not a kind person. With her understanding of Anran, she was afraid that she was not Tong Xiaoji's match. As he thought about this, the smile on his lips deepened. The atmosphere became a little strange because of Mo Fear and Tong Xiaoji's arrival. Just as Huan Dexing was about to say something to ease the tension, Tong Xiaoji spoke again. "I want to go to the bathroom." Tong Xiaoji turned to Mo Fear and said. Mo Fear nodded. "Go on." Tong Xiaoji turned her head with a smile, but she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she smiled at Anran and said, "Senior sister, come with me. I've just returned and haven't been here before. Can senior sister Anran help lead the way?" Anran was stunned. After the phone call in the afternoon, she knew that it wasn't as simple as just accompanying her to the bathroom. She was about to refuse when Xiao, who was next to her, said, "Anran, you can go with Miss Tong. You just went to the bathroom. It's on the road." Hearing this, Tong Xiaoji turned her head and looked at Xiao with a profound look, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. "Yes, Anran, go with Miss Tong." Huan Dexing, who was standing at the side and didn't understand the situation, also said. Mo Fear was either afraid that Tong Xiaoji would make things difficult for Anran or that Anran would say something to Tong Xiaoji. He suddenly said, "I'll take you there." Tong Xiaoji chuckled softly and turned to look at her husband. She smiled and said, "We're going to the women's washroom. Why would a man like you go? Besides, I haven't seen Senior for so many years. Naturally, I want to have a private conversation with her." Since she said this, it was impossible for Anran to refuse again. She could only nod and say, "Let's go, the washroom is this way." Then, he turned around and walked towards the exit of the venue. Chapter 63, Cocktail Party, 3. After they left the venue, Tong Xiaoji caught up with Anran. "Senior, why are you walking so fast?" Anran looked at her and said, "I thought Miss Tong was in a hurry." And NBSB, Tong Xiaoji smiled and walked side by side with her. "I'm indeed in a hurry, but it's not that urgent. Let's walk slowly. The heels I'm wearing today are a little high, so I can't walk too fast. Just in time, we can also talk. I don't think there's anything to say between Miss Tong and me," Anran said directly. She wasn't a person who knew how to beat around the bush, and she didn't know how to speak. Tong Xiaoji smiled. "Senior, you can just call me Xiao Nuo. You don't have to be so formal." Anran stopped in her tracks, turned to look at her, and said, "I thought today was the first time we've met." Tong Xiaoji still had a smile on her face. "This is the first time we've officially met, but I think we should be familiar with each other. At least, I know you, Anran. I've known you since 6 years ago." Anran looked at her and didn't speak for a long time. She didn't understand what this woman was trying to do. She thought she had already said everything that she needed to say in the afternoon. "Miss Tong, if you have anything to say, we can make it clear in one go." After a long while, Anran looked at her and said firmly. There were some things that she didn't want to talk about again, but if she had to talk about it and wanted a conclusion, then she would let it end in one go. Some wounds looked like they had healed, but it didn't mean that she could touch them again. There was no pain at all. Miss Jiu, don't you want to know the real reason why Mo Fear left you back then? Tong Xiaoji changed the way she addressed her and looked at her with an unusually serious expression. Although she still had a smile on her face, her eyes were obviously no longer smiling. I don't want to. So what if it's automatic? The past can't be changed. No matter how painful it was to live in the past, people don't live for the past. If he felt that his current life was good enough, why should he pursue the past and the history that had made him miserable? Hearing this, Tong Xiaoji was stunned. It was obvious that Anran's answer was beyond her expectations. However, she immediately chuckled and said, "What if I tell you that I've only loved you from the beginning to the end, and that I married you because I was forced to?" Anran was stunned and looked up at her. "What do you mean? What do you mean forced? Did someone force him back then?" Looking at her expression, Tong Xiaoji's lips curled into a disdainful smile. It was as if she had already expected her to react this way. She only said coldly, "You still love him," and Ran frowned. "What do you mean by that?" He. Tong Xiaoji chuckled. "Nothing." When he looked up and saw Mo Fear running out of the venue in a hurry, his eyes turned cold, but the smile on his lips didn't fade. When he looked up at Anran again, his tone was a few degrees gentler than before. "Senior, didn't you say that you were going to take me to the washroom? Can we go now?" Anran looked at her and didn't say anything for a long time. In the end, she turned around and walked toward the bathroom. At the door of the bathroom, Anran turned to her and said, "You may enter." After he finished speaking, he turned around to leave. The moment Anran and Tong Xiaoji brushed shoulders, she heard Tong Xiaoji say, "6 years ago, I could make him leave you. 6 years later, I can also make him not walk towards you again. If I can keep him for 6 years, then I can keep him for 60 years. With that, he walked straight to the bathroom. Anran turned her head in a daze and stared at the bathroom door, which had been opened and closed again. She couldn't come back to her senses for a while. When he returned to the venue, he met a slightly flustered Mo Fear at the entrance. He also saw her and wanted to go forward, but he thought of something and hesitated. Anran looked at the man in front of her. She had once had the sweetest and happiest days with this man. But in the end, they could only look at each other without saying anything. She didn't know why he had left back then, but in the end, it couldn't change the outcome now. Perhaps it was hard to say when he left back then, or perhaps it was just as they said, he only loved himself. But what could all of this do? Looking back at the fact that he was married, and she was married, she could only sigh that their fate was too shallow. Retracting her gaze, Anran looked straight ahead and walked into the hall. Mo Fear clenched his hands tightly and wanted to go up, but he saw Tong Xiaoji from the corner of his eye. He clenched and loosened his hands, loosened them, and clenched them again. This repeated a few times, but in the end, he didn't take a step forward. He turned his head and smiled at the woman who was walking towards him. When he went in again, Xiao was accompanying Huang Dexing and talking to someone. Tong Wengai had already disappeared. Anran felt a little more at ease. She could feel that Tong Wengai treated her in a special way, and she also knew that it was only because he knew her mother. Although she didn't know what they had in the past, she remembered her mother's attitude after seeing him that night. She thought that if necessary, she should avoid him in the future. Anran walked over to Xiao, her eyes looking straight ahead, so much so that she ignored the person who was walking over from the side. "Aya," a female voice cried out. The person walking toward them from the side was in a hurry, and Anran wasn't paying attention, so her shoulder bumped into the hand holding the red wine. The wine in the glass shook, and a lot of it spilled out from the front and back of the glass. Some of it stained the clothes of that person and Anran. Anran had more people, and that person had less. Anran raised her head and saw that the woman in front of her was in her 40s. She was slightly plump, and her white evening dress was stained with wine. Anran immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't see you coming." She really didn't see it, and her appearance was too sudden. She was completely unprepared. The man lowered his head and looked at his white evening gown, which had been splashed with red wine. His face suddenly sank, and he looked up at Anran and scolded, "What's wrong with you? Don't you have eyes? I'm so big, and you can't even see me. Are you blind?" Anran was a little confused by her actions. This collision should be the responsibility of the two of them. She came over, and she came over, too. If it was wrong for her not to see it, wasn't it wrong for her not to see it as well? What are you staring at? What do you want me to do? My clothes are all stained with red wine because of you. What do you think I should do? That person's tone was a little overbearing. Her scolding had also attracted a lot of onlookers. One of them recognized the lady and rushed forward. "Oh my, Madam Jang, what's wrong with you?" The rich lady got angry just thinking about it. Half of the famous people in Jiang City were here today, and now it had become like this. What was she going to do? He glared at Anran and said, "I don't know where this girl came from. She doesn't even look when she walks and is barging around." The music at the venue couldn't cover up the argument. Xiao and Huang Dexing, who weren't far away, also heard the argument. They turned around and saw Anran standing in the crowd. The chest of her light orange dress was blackened, and she looked rather disheveled. Chapter 64:06 For Famous Shrew. What kind of people are in your company? They are so clumsy and clumsy. Do you know how much my dress costs? Can you afford it? The lady who was hit cursed. It turned out that the lady Ann ran into by accident was the wife of the general manager of a real estate company. This person was originally a commoner. Back then, he opened a chicken farm in the countryside. Later, due to the government's construction and development, a new station was built in the original countryside, and the original countryside became the center of the city. Mrs. John's husband was also an economic-minded person. Taking advantage of the current economic development, he decisively closed the original chicken farm and bought a few pieces of land around the station at a low price with the money he earned from raising chickens for a few years. Then, taking advantage of the crazy development of real estate in the next few years, he said, the price of the land around the station skyrocketed, and they took advantage of the high price to sell it. The price increased by tens or even hundreds of times, making their family rich. Then, they used the money to open a real estate company of a considerable scale. Even after she became rich and was promoted to one of the top celebrities in Jiang City, she attended all kinds of cocktail parties and banquets. However, she still had the temper of a village woman, irascible and unforgiving, which made her a famous shrew in Jiang City. Say something. What should I do now? My clothes are all ruined by you. How do you expect me to attend the party? The shrew glared at Anran fiercely, her tone aggressive. Anran closed her eyes. She was really angry. He took a deep breath, looked at her, and said, "Madam, I'm sorry for what happened tonight. How about this? I'll pay for the laundry for this dress. What do you think?" "What do you mean even if you're in the wrong? You were the one who crashed into me. Don't tell me I'm the one who crashed into you. And, the laundry fee. Do you think I'm short of this money?" Anran took a deep breath and said, "Then, madam, what do you want?" "My clothes were airflown from Paris. It costs $100,000. How about this? You pay me for the clothes and apologize to me. Then, we'll call it a day," the fierce woman said matter-of-factly. "You," Anran's eyes widened. $100,000? Was she robbing him? She was really angry. It was both parties' fault to begin with, but she made it seem like it was all her fault. It was enough that she apologized, but she even asked for such a huge amount. $100,000, why didn't she just rob it? Anran was furious, but she wasn't the kind of person to go all out and scold him. In her anger, she could only jump out and say, You're simply unreasonable. I'm being unreasonable. You're the one who bumped into me." The lady's aura was much higher than Anran's. Xiao looked at the person and ran into and couldn't help but feel sad for her, but she was also secretly happy about it. She didn't like Anran. Ever since she had first joined the company, she had always hated this woman. No, I shouldn't say hate, I should say jealousy. She admitted that she was jealous of this woman. She was jealous of everything that God had given her: a beautiful family, peaceful parents, and even her talent in design. These were all things she had always wanted, but she had none. Anran was a little angry, and she spoke rudely. "We all know who hit who. Even if I'm careful, I might not be able to beat you when you ran up here so recklessly. I apologized just now out of courtesy and didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but it doesn't mean that it's my fault. If they really want to pursue the matter, it'll be on both sides. We'll each take half of the responsibility, and no one can escape it. Are you saying that it's still my fault? The lady's eyes widened as she stared at Anran. Her expression was as if she could eat someone up. I've said it before, it's half and half. Both of them are responsible. Anran wasn't someone who grew up in fear. She wasn't someone who would let others bully her. If she wasn't in the wrong, she would fight to the end. The shrew was furious. She pointed at Anran and was about to say something when Huan Dexing came forward. Seeing Anran's sorry state, he couldn't help but frown. Anran, what's going on? Without waiting for Anran to speak, the fierce woman recognized Huan Dexing and went forward to question him. Director Huang, are they from your company? His tone was very aggressive. Huan Dexing turned around and naturally recognized her. He smiled and said, Madam Zhang, what happened? Anran is our company's designer. If there's anything wrong with her, please forgive her. Forgive me, I don't deserve it. The fierce woman sneered and looked at Anran. She gritted her teeth and said, according to her, I should be the one apologizing to her and asking for her forgiveness. Huan Dexing glared at Anran and said with a smile, Madam Zhang, you're being too serious. Anran is still young and inexperienced. Please don't take it to heart. Knowledge, she's really widened my knowledge. I've never seen someone so rude after bumping into someone. The shrew said unyieldingly, today, Director Huang, you can do as you see fit. You have to give me an explanation. Upon hearing this, Anran's chest heaved up and down. It was obvious that she was extremely angry about what had happened today. She glanced at him but did not look at him. Coincidentally, her eyes met Mofir, who was in the crowd. Their eyes met, and Anran could see the concern and worry in his eyes. He turned around and retracted his gaze. Then, how do you want to deal with it, Mrs. Zhang? How about I apologize to you on behalf of Anran? Huan Dexing said. Today, there was a gathering of famous people in the business world. If this matter got out of hand, it would definitely be a joke. In his heart, he cursed Anran for offending this famous shrew of all people. Actually, it wasn't a big deal at first. I'm not the kind of person who likes to fuss over things. If she's in the wrong, she can just apologize to me and this matter will be over. But she's good. Every word she says is sarcastic. Not a single one of them is pleasant to hear. According to her, I have to apologize to her. The fierce woman said without changing her expression, if that's the case, don't say that I'm too calculative. I've flown these clothes over from Paris. Now that it's like this, she must compensate me. Also, she must apologize to me in front of everyone. Hearing this, the crowd of onlookers whispered to each other. In fact, everyone had seen everything that had happened just now. They knew who was wrong, who was right, who was fierce, and who was fierce. However, they were just watching the show. They would not offend the difficult shrew for a nameless little designer. Therefore, they just watched and did not express their opinions. How about this, Mrs. Zhang? Anran is an employee of our company, and I brought her here today, so I'll pay for this dress. I'll ask Anran to apologize to you, and we'll just forget about this. What do you think? Huan Dexing said, trying to negotiate. Chapter 65, Lover. The shrew didn't say anything and just looked straight at Anran. She didn't say yes or no. Seeing her like this, Huan Dexing took it as a silent agreement. He quickly turned his head and gave Anran a look. Anran? Anran looked at him, then at the arrogant shrew. She naturally felt an unspeakable grievance in her heart. She believed that she wasn't the one at fault, and there was no reason for her to feel so aggrieved. As he thought of this, he looked straight into her eyes and said, I won't apologize to you. I don't think I did anything wrong or wrong. Listen to her. This is her attitude. Good, very good. The shrew flew into a rage out of humiliation and said through gritted teeth, Director Huang, don't say that I didn't give you any face. She doesn't want to give you any face at all. Anran. Huan Dexing turned his head and glared at Anran, blaming her for not knowing the severity of the situation. Anran avoided his gaze and turned her head away to avoid looking at him. Mofir, who was in the crowd, couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't bear to see Anran suffer like this. He wanted to step forward, but Tong Xiaoji, who was beside him, grabbed his hand and shook her head at him. Mofir furrowed his brows and looked at Anran worriedly. He turned to Tong Xiaoji and said in a low voice, Xiaoxiao, let me go. Tong Xiaoji glanced at him but didn't say anything. She let go of his hand, but at the same time, she squeezed out of the crowd and walked toward Anran and the fierce woman, Auntie Zhang. With a smile on her face, her voice was soft and gentle. The people in the crowd turned their heads and saw 3 different expressions on her face. Anran looked at her in confusion, not understanding what she was trying to do. On the other hand, Huan Dexing was very happy because he knew that the son of the Zhang family was marrying the second daughter of the Tong family, Tong Xiaoman. They could be considered relatives. In addition, Anran and Tong Xiaoji were university alumni. Judging from their interaction just now, it seemed that their relationship was quite good. If Tong Xiaoji acted as a middleman, then the fierce woman of the Zhang family would definitely give her face. Then, she looked at the shrew of the Zhang family. Her face was a little unnatural. She lowered her head to look at her own sorry state, then looked up at Anran again. Her eyes looked like she wanted to eat someone up. In her opinion, if she showed Tong Xiaoxiao her current sorry state, she would lose all her face. Aunt Zhang, Anran is my senior. You should be magnanimous and give me face. Don't take her seriously. What do you think? Tong Xiaoji held her hand affectionately and said in a flattering tone. The shrew of the Zhang family glanced at Tong Xiaoji. At this point, it was impossible for her to back down. If Tong Xiaoji had pleaded for her first, she would have done it on account of the Tong family's face. However, after Huan Dexing's apologetic smile, this girl still refused to bow down and apologize to her. She even insisted that she was not in the wrong. If she really let it go now, she would be lowering her status. She was the dignified mother dawn of a large company. Could it be that she really couldn't deal with this little designer? If she said it out loud, it would be beneath her. She wouldn't do something like that. She cleared her throat and looked at Tong Xiaoji, who was beside her. The shrew of the Zhang family said, Xiaoxiao, it's not that I don't want to give you face. It's your senior who is too much of a bully. You saw it just now. She didn't respond to any of my words. So, she must give me an explanation for what happened today. Otherwise, your aunt will lose face. This, Tong Xiaoji helplessly turned her head and looked at Mo Fear in the crowd. Her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she was saying that she had tried her best but there was really nothing she could do. There was silence at the scene. Even the music that was playing at the banquet had stopped at some point. More and more people gathered around. Some who did not know what was going on lowered their heads and asked others what had happened. Director Huang, what do you think we should do? The shrew of the Zhang family turned to look at Huang Dexing. Now, all the talk about compensation and apology was put aside. Today, she had to pressure Huang Dexing to hold this ignorant girl and let her know that she could not afford to offend just anyone in this kind of party. Huang Dexing looked at Anran helplessly. He thought to himself, this girl is good at everything. She's talented in design, too, but when it comes to handling people and things, she's nothing like Xiao Xiao. He suddenly regretted bringing her here tonight. If it weren't for Tong Wengai and Mo Fear being interested in her, he really wouldn't have planned on letting her attend the event. At this moment, she had already calmed down. Anran said indifferently, Madam Zhang, you don't have to make things difficult for our director. This is something that we've only seen before. If you really want to get an explanation, I think we should go to the police station directly. We don't want to affect the reception here. As soon as Anran said this, the shrew of the Zhang family was so angry that her face turned red. She roared at Anran and said, Good, we'll go to the police station now. What's going on? What's the fuss about? Behind him, a slightly aged voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads and made way for him when they saw who he was. At this moment, it was not just one person, but 5 men who came together. 4 of them were of similar age, about 50 to 60 years old, with slightly white hair and the vicissitudes of life. These 4 men were Tong Wengai and the chairman of the Real Estate Association, Xiao Yingtian. The other man with a protruding belly and a little fat was the husband of the Zhang family's shrew, Zhang Yuanshan. The leader of the 4 was the one who had just spoken. He looked kind and refined. He was the mayor of Jiang City, Ling Chuanjiang. There was also a young and handsome man with them. He was wearing a dark blue suit, his hair was neatly combed, and his deep eyes were particularly charming. This man was none other than Su Yicheng. Zhang Yuanshan looked at his wife who was standing in the middle. He frowned and cursed in a low voice. He quickly went forward, pulled her over, and asked her in a low voice what was going on. At this time, Anran was staring at Su Cheng with her mouth slightly open. She was too surprised. He said he had a cocktail party, but she didn't expect him to be here. Naturally, Su Cheng also saw her. When he saw the large black patch on the chest of her light orange dress, his brows furrowed slightly, but he didn't say anything. He walked through the crowd toward her, took off his suit jacket, and put it on her. He gently brushed away the stray hair on her forehead and asked, "How did you end up like this?" Anran was a little shocked by his sudden appearance and was dazed for a while. She looked at him in a daze and asked, What are you doing here?" Su Cheng smiled at her gently and said, "Didn't I tell you that we're coming here tonight?" Looking at him, Anran shook her head. He really didn't say anything. Su Cheng smiled and simply said, "Then remember to ask me next time." And NBSB, Yichin. Behind her, the mayor of Jiang City, Ling Chuanjiang's slightly aged voice rang out again. He looked at Anran and asked with some doubt, "This is?" Su Cheng turned his head and said with a faint smile, "My wife, Gu Anran." Chapter 66, Standing Up for Her. As soon as Su Cheng said this, everyone was stunned, and the entire venue fell into an incredible silence. Mo Fear's eyes widened as he looked at Su Cheng. He was surprised to see him here, and he even came with Mayor Ling and the others. What was his identity? Xiao was also stunned. She looked at Su Cheng and Anran in disbelief. At this moment, she was probably thinking the same thing as Mo Fear. She didn't dare to say that she knew all of the real estate industries in Jiangcheng, but she thought she knew all of the famous and well-known ones. However, she really didn't have any impression of Su Cheng. If he wasn't an industry insider, even if he was someone from the municipal party committee, seeing that he came with so many big shots, his status must not be low. She had never thought that he would have such a big background. On the other side, Huang Dexing suddenly realized that he had met Su Cheng at the company's entrance that morning. Now that he thought about it, what a coincidence. He guessed that Su Cheng had sent Anran there that day. Also, he was probably the one who called Anran that day when she asked for leave. No wonder he felt that the ending number was so familiar. It was obviously the municipal party's number. It turned out that he had guessed correctly. Tong Xiaoji, who was standing next to the shrew from the Zhang family, frowned slightly as she looked at the two people in front of her. She had an impression of this man. She had seen a photo of him and her father in the study at home before, but she didn't expect him to be with Gu Anran and even get married. After all, he was used to seeing such big scenes. Although Ling Chuanjiang found it hard to believe, he still recovered his senses first and asked, When did you get married? Why didn't I hear you mention it? When I went to old Su's place last time, your mother didn't mention it either." Su Cheng took Anran's hand and walked toward Ling Chuanjiang. He only smiled and said, "We got married in a hurry. Anran and I were afraid of trouble, so we only registered our marriage and didn't plan to hold a wedding for the time being. Anran, call me Mayor Ling." He turned to Anran. Although Anran was still in a daze and didn't quite understand the situation, she still nodded and smiled at Ling Chuanjiang. She called out softly, "Nice to meet you, Mayor Ling." Ling Chuanjiang nodded, looked at her, and then at Su Cheng. He felt a little emotional in his heart. If that incident hadn't happened back then, perhaps Su Cheng would have long been his son-in-law. However, life was unpredictable, and who would have thought that things would turn out like this in the end? Fate made a fool of people. Fate made a fool of people. Special Assistant Su, your wedding is too low-key. You didn't even give me a glass of wine. You're too mean and stingy, Xiao Yingtian said jokingly, trying to ease the somewhat nervous and awkward atmosphere. "Ha ha, President Xiao, you must be joking." Su Cheng smiled, then turned his head to look at Anran, and then at the Zhang family's shrew and Zhang Yuanshan, who were a little dumbfounded at the moment, and asked, "May I ask what happened to Madame Zhang? Did Anran do something wrong to offend Mrs. Zhang that she has to go to the police station?" "Yeah, what happened just now? Is there any misunderstanding?" Xiao Yingtian, who was standing at the side, also asked. He was the one who had organized the party tonight, and he was considered the host. If something really happened, he would naturally have to show up. The fierce woman of the Zhang family laughed dryly. She hadn't yet recovered from Su Cheng's "my lover," and at this moment, she was even more speechless. She had met Siyu Cheng a few times and understood his background. Putting aside the snobbish Su family in Jiangcheng, just Siyu Cheng alone would probably be promoted once Ling Chuan retired in a few years. He was the number one person in Jiangcheng in a few years' time, someone she couldn't afford to offend. She had originally thought that this girl in front of her was just an unknown designer in a company, but who knew that she had such a powerful background? Thinking about what she had just said, she really regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She wanted to slap herself a few times. Her mouth was too much. Zhang Yuanshan glared at his wife. His wife was famous for her fierceness. Usually, she would be fine, but today was not the occasion. She had met a nameless person and provoked someone she shouldn't have provoked. Just now, when he heard Mayor Ling say that he wanted to hand over the matters of Technology City to Siyu Cheng, he wanted to build a good relationship with Siyu Cheng so that he could participate in any open construction in the future. He didn't expect that this fierce woman would directly offend him. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else and hurriedly stepped forward with an apologetic smile. It must be a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Special Assistant Su, don't take it to heart. Siyu Cheng glanced at him, then turned to the shrew of the Zhang family and said, if there's any misunderstanding, please make it clear, Mrs. Zhang, so that you won't be upset. If it's really Anran's fault, I should apologize on your behalf. The fierce woman of the Zhang family laughed dryly. Her smile was even uglier than her crying. Apologize? How would she dare to ask him to apologize? Seeing that she didn't speak for a long time, Siyu Cheng called out, Madam Zhang. He looked at her in a daze, waiting for her to explain. The Zhang family's shrew laughed dryly and looked at her husband, but he rolled his eyes fiercely. She turned her head resentfully. In fact, she was just a person who bullied the good and feared the evil, bullied the weak and feared the strong. Because she was rich, she usually acted arrogantly everywhere. However, no matter how rich she was, it couldn't compare to power. So once she knew that the other party was stronger than her, she wilted immediately. So, at this moment, she could only force herself to smile stiffly at Siyu Cheng and say, Actually, it's my fault. I accidentally touched Mrs. Su on my way here just now and accidentally spilled Mrs. Su's clothes. Actually, it's embarrassing. Before the shrew of the Zhang family could finish, Zhang Yuanshan quickly took over and turned to Anran. I'm really sorry, but it's inevitable that there will be some friction at this banquet. If you don't mind, Mrs. Su, will be responsible for sending you to the laundry after you change out of your clothes later. Siyu Cheng didn't say anything, but the smile on his face remained. He turned to look at Anran, indicating that he would listen to her and let her do whatever she wanted. Anran wasn't an unforgiving person. It was actually just a small matter. She was the one who had gone too far. However, since things had already come to this, if she still wanted to argue with him, it would be no different from what she had done just now. Besides, there were so many influential people here tonight. Even if she didn't think for herself, she should think for Siyu Cheng. If she stood beside him and wasn't generous enough, she would be embarrassing him. Thinking of this, she shook her head at Zhang Yuanshan and said, there's no need for that. Just like what Mr. Zhang said, there are many people at the party, so it's natural that there will be some bumps. Just now, Mrs. Zhang left in a hurry, and I didn't pay attention, so we bumped into each other. It's hard to say who's right or wrong. It's just a misunderstanding. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. It's fine as long as Mrs. Su doesn't mind. Zhang Yuanshan quickly echoed and climbed down the stairs Anran had given him. Siyu Cheng didn't say anything more. He only turned his head to look at Anran and carefully adjusted her suit for her. Then, he turned his head to Mayor Ling and President Xiao and said, Uncle Ling, President Xiao, with Anran's current condition, I would like to take her back to change her clothes. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. Mayor Ling and President Xiao both nodded and did not object. Anran also nodded at them and smiled apologetically. Taking Anran's hand, Siyu Cheng turned to Huang Dexing, who was standing to the side, and said, Director Huang, I'll take Anran back first. Is there any problem? No problem, Huang Dexing quickly said. Siyu Cheng smiled and glanced around, just in time to see Mo Fear in the crowd. He looked at him in silence for a while without saying anything. Then, he looked away and turned to look at Anran. With a smile on his face, he held Anran's hand and walked toward the door of the venue. Anran let Siyu Cheng lead her out of the venue, ignoring the strange looks from everyone behind her, as well as the whispers behind her. When she passed by Xiao Xiao and Mofir, she noticed their dumbfounded eyes, but she didn't stop and walked straight past them, letting Siyu Cheng take her away. At that moment, she felt like she was a princess from a fairy tale, and Siyu Cheng was her prince, who appeared at her most desperate and helpless moment, and then took her hand and left. This feeling was so wonderful that it was almost unbelievable. Chapter 67, Chapter 067 Crossing the Night. The night was not beautiful. There were no stars, only a crescent moon hanging in the sky, illuminating the dark night. There was a gentle breeze tonight. It wasn't cold, but very comfortable. Anran stopped at the entrance of the hotel and stared at Siyu Cheng. She didn't say anything, but the corners of her mouth were curved into a beautiful smile. Siyu Cheng turned to look at her, and seeing that she wasn't leaving, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong?" Anran only smiled and didn't say anything. Then, when Siyu Cheng was frowning in confusion, she suddenly stepped forward, put her arms around his neck, and took the initiative to kiss him. Siyu Cheng immediately recovered from his shock. Kissing had always been his specialty. With one hand around her waist and the other on the back of her head, he deepened the kiss. By the time Siyu Cheng let go of her again, Anran was already panting and leaning against his chest, and he wasn't any better off. His chest was also heaving up and down because of the kiss just now. The two of them hugged each other for a while, and after their breaths had calmed down, Siyu Cheng whispered in her ear, "Let's go back." Anran leaned against his chest and listened to his heartbeat, which was slowly calming down. She especially enjoyed this quiet moment. Vroom. Not far away, a ferry blew its horn. In the night, a ferry with flashing neon lights slowly sailed toward the center of the river. Anran raised her head from his arms and looked at Yidu, who was not far away. She then turned to look at the man in front of her and said with a smile, "Let's go to the ferry." Siyu Cheng was stunned for a moment, then he immediately smiled, nodded, and said, "All right," he said. The two of them sat on the fence of the ferry. In fact, they were in a very sorry state. Their hair, which they had specially done before getting off work, was now blown into a mess by the river wind. She was wearing Siyu Cheng's suit jacket, and the chest area of the evening gown inside was black because of the red wine, so it probably couldn't be washed off. She turned to look at Siyu Cheng. The river breeze ruffled his neatly combed hair, but it made him look a little unruly. His tie was slightly loose, and the sleeves of his shirt were rolled up. He didn't look as serious as he usually did, but he looked more sunny and forthright. There weren't many people on the ferry at night, and the number of people on the entire ferry could be counted with one hand. The ferry sailed to the center of the river, and when he turned to look at the lights and neon lights on both sides of the river, he had an indescribable feeling. This kind of feeling could not be experienced on an ordinary bridge. "I heard that the government is preparing to build the Qingjiang Bridge," Anran said. She was afraid that there would be fewer and fewer opportunities to take the ferry like this in the future. "Yes, I have the intention." Siyu Cheng nodded. The construction of the bridge was necessary. Not only could it enhance the connection between the two cities, but it could also drive the economic development of the two cities. Anran nodded. She looked at the ripples on the river surface caused by the ferry's passing, then turned to look at the man next to her. She slowed down and rested her head on his shoulder, and he naturally spread out his arms to wrap them around her body. Everything was so natural, as if he had done it 1,000 times. The gentle breeze caressed her face, and Anran could hear the sound of running water under the boat. Her eyelids drooped slightly. It seemed like a long night had passed. It was still early, but it felt like a long time had passed. She was also very tired. All she wanted now was to have a good sleep. In a daze, Anran's eyes closed, and she leaned into Siyu Cheng's arms. She slept peacefully with a smile on her face. Siyu Cheng lowered his head to look at the person in his arms, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a beautiful arc. He shook his head slightly and helped her adjust her position to be more comfortable so that she could sleep more peacefully. Anran didn't know how she fell asleep, nor did she know how Siyu Cheng had carried her home. When she woke up again, it was already midnight. She was lying in her bedroom, and the light at the head of the bed was on, but Suya Cheng was not in the room. She woke up groggily, but she was still very sleepy. She rubbed her eyes with her hands and yawned delicately. She rolled out of bed. She was still wearing the evening dress she had worn that night, but the wine stain on her chest had completely dried. The dark black color had blended into the fabric of the dress, and she was afraid that it really couldn't be washed off. Anran suddenly felt a little regretful. She didn't wear this dress often. Back then, she had bought it for a social event like tonight, and it had cost her a lot of money. Now that it had been scrapped, it wasn't that she didn't feel bad. She sniffed the faint smell of alcohol on her body, opened the closet, took her pajamas from inside, and went into the bathroom. When she came out of the bathroom, Suya Cheng still hadn't returned to his room. She thought that he might still be busy in the study, so Anran grabbed her hair with a towel and opened the door to go out. The light in the living room was on, but no one was there. There was a cup on the coffee table, which was still half filled with water. He turned around and walked to the study. When he pushed the door open, it was dark and silent. There was no one in sight. This time, Anran was confused, and her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Where could Suya Cheng have gone so late at night? With doubts in her mind, she left the study and was about to go to the bedroom to get her phone and call him when the door lock was turned. Suya Cheng opened the door and entered. When he saw Anran, who had already woken up, he was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and asked, "Why are you up?" Anran looked at him. He was still wearing the same shirt he wore at the reception. His tie hung loosely, and the top two buttons of his collar were unbuttoned. His arms were still at the same height as when he was on the ferry. "Did you just go out?" Anran asked with a smile. Suya Cheng tiredly pulled down the tie around his neck and casually threw it on the sofa. As he unbuttoned his shirt, he said, "I met an acquaintance at the entrance of the neighborhood on my way back. We sat together for a while and just sent him down." Anran didn't mind. She went up to pick up the tie on the sofa and took the shirt he had taken off. Seeing how tired he was, she felt a little sorry for him and said, "Hurry up and take a shower. It's getting late and you still have to work tomorrow." Suya Cheng stared at her for a long time, then nodded with a smile and turned to enter the bedroom. Anran watched his back disappear behind the door, and a smile appeared on her lips. She seemed to have vaguely sensed the change in her heart, and it seemed that she really liked him. This thought made her a little dumbfounded. It seemed too fast. They had only known each other for half a month. Anran sat on the sofa and thought back to everything that had happened since she got to know him. It seemed that it was too easy for her to fall in love with him. He was too outstanding, and he was too gentle and too considerate to her. It was too easy and simple for a man like him to fall in love with her, wasn't it? With a faint smile, he put away the tie and clothes in his hands and prepared to put them into the washing machine. Looking at the teacups on the coffee table, he instinctively reached out to collect them. He got up and walked to the kitchen. He poured the extra water out of the sink, but when he was about to wash the cups, he suddenly froze. Anran stared blankly at the red lipstick on the mouth of the glass and forgot what to do. Was that a woman he just met in the neighborhood? Why would a woman come to Suya Cheng so late at night? She couldn't help but think about it, and there was a complicated feeling in her heart. Chapter 68, Trust Him. She washed the cup in her hand and returned to her room with her clothes. When Suya Cheng came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, he happened to see Anran sitting on the bed in a daze. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and she seemed to be thinking about something. As he wiped his hair with a towel, Suya Cheng tried to call her softly, "Anran." Anran didn't seem to hear him. She was holding the clothes in her hand and thinking about something. As if sensing that something was wrong, Suya Cheng put down the towel in his hand, walked over to her, sat down next to her, and reached out to wrap his arms around her shoulders. He buried his head in her shoulder and took a deep breath of the fragrance that was left on her body after the shower, just like his own. Anran was startled by his actions and snapped out of her daze. She didn't know when he had sat down next to her. His warm breath landed on her shoulder, and she couldn't help but feel a little tickled. She twisted her body and said, "Hee, it's so ticklish." Suya Cheng opened his mouth and gently bit her delicate ear. His voice began to sound a little hoarse as he asked, "What were you thinking about just now? You didn't respond when I called you." Anran felt numb from the bite. She pushed him away and said, "No, nothing." She had been thinking about the cup and whether she should ask him who the person who had just come was and why he had come, but she gave up. She believed that the foundation of a husband and wife's relationship was trust. He was 32 years old this year and was such a young noble in Jiang City. With his qualifications, the number of women he loved would definitely not be small. With his age and identity, his past could not be a blank piece of paper. It must be filled with color. Not to mention him, there was still Mo Fear in the past. The last time at Yuan Cuisine, he had brought her home but did not ask her anything. Actually, he had the right to ask her for an explanation, didn't he? Not asking was because he trusted her and respected her past. In fact, she was grateful that he didn't ask because those were not good memories. She was grateful that he just held her and didn't ask anything. If he could do this, why couldn't she? Su Yicheng turned her around with his arms around her and looked at her big, blinking eyes seriously. Then, he pressed his lips against hers and asked, "What exactly happened at the party tonight?" Anran responded to his kiss with a refreshing feeling after washing up. She vaguely answered his question, "No, nothing. It's just a misunderstanding. In fact, there was nothing wrong with it. It was that Mrs. Zhang who was too unreasonable and bullied people, causing a small matter to blow up." However, tonight, he had finally seen the power of power. Such a rude and unreasonable person could only give in the face of power. As she thought about this, Anran withdrew from his arms and reached out to hold his face. She panted slightly and said seriously, "I didn't know that your position is quite high until today." If he hadn't appeared today, she would probably have gone to the police station with that shrew. Su Yicheng chuckled and nibbled the tip of her nose. "So, you only know how high your value is now?" he asked. Anran rolled her eyes, put her arms around his neck, and asked playfully, "Then, can I do whatever I want in the future?" Su Yicheng was stunned for a moment. He understood the meaning behind her words and asked with a smile, "Are you a crab?" Anran smiled and shook her head. "My husband's zodiac is a crab, so I also want to be horizontal." Su Yicheng smiled strangely, and the look in his eyes was a little scary. What do you want to do?" Anran looked into his eyes and struggled out of his arms. She leaned back bit by bit, as if she could sense something, and it was definitely not something good. Su Yicheng's deep eyes stared at him like an elegant cheetah staring at its prey. With a strange smile on his lips, he leaned closer to her and said in a low voice, "Tonight, let me try to walk sideways on you." Her tone was charming. She instinctively wanted to avoid him. She didn't want to get up tomorrow and feel sore as if she had been run over, because she knew that this man was too demanding in this aspect. Anran turned around and tried to escape, but a certain someone, who had already half transformed into a werewolf, would not allow his prey to escape under his eyes. He reached out and grabbed her bare feet, then pounced on her and pressed her under him. He looked at her with a devilish smile. Just as she was about to protest, he possessed her and swallowed all the protest and dissatisfaction that she could not utter. Then, the temperature in the room rose, and the woman's whimpers and the man's gasps filled the room. Yu who was outside the window, seemed to be blushing for the man and woman in the room as she shyly hid behind Yuna. When she woke up the next day, as usual, the person beside her was no longer there. Even the bed was cold without any warmth. Anran dragged her sore body and sat up. The soreness and pain that she felt made her curse Su Yicheng 1,000 times in her heart before she could vent her anger. After washing up and changing her clothes, she went out and saw Su Yicheng baking bread and frying eggs in the kitchen. When he heard her coming out, he turned around and smiled gently, saying, "Have a seat. Breakfast will be ready soon." Hearing this, Anran sat down on the high chair in front of the bar. Seeing him in casual clothes and an apron busy in the kitchen for her, the slight complaints and dissatisfaction in her heart disappeared. After placing the breakfast in front of her, he saw that she was deep in thought and asked, "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" Anran came back to her senses, looked at him, and said, "Don't you think I'm too incompetent?" Suddenly, she felt a little guilty. She seemed to be too incompetent as a wife. Except for the 2 times she cooked tomato noodles and at breakfast, she didn't seem to have officially cooked for him. Although her cooking skills were not satisfactory, she seemed to be more incompetent than he had imagined when it came to the responsibilities and obligations of a wife. Moreover, she did not fulfill almost everything that she had promised before the marriage. According to what she had said, she should be independent in this marriage. She should live an independent life and be financially independent. However, during this period of time, she seemed to have been troubling her more. She had to pick her up in the morning and in the evening and even had to take care of some health products for her parents. This marriage was different from what she had imagined. She thought that they would have nothing to do with each other and even communicate less, but the current situation was completely different from what she had imagined. Not only did they not have little communication with each other, but they were even like a real newlyweds, entangling their necks and making love every night. Although it was different from what she had imagined, she could not deny that she liked this kind of marriage. Suya Cheng raised his eyebrows and asked, for example, "I don't think I've ever cooked for you," and Ran said with a serious face. Suya Cheng laughed and asked again, "What else?" "Just this. I always seem to trouble you to pick me up every day," and Ran said. Suya Cheng nodded his head in an enigmatic manner. "Is there more?" From now on, the first thing I do when I come back is to cook and then clean the room." "Where are your clothes?" "I'll wash them." That seemed to be it. She had no experience and didn't know what married women should do. This was what her mother usually did, so it should be this. Suya Cheng nodded and chuckled, then asked, "What are you going to do?" Anran thought for a while, then looked at him and asked, "Are you busy today? Do you have a business dinner tonight?" Suya Cheng shook his head and said, "No." The opinions from the various inspections at the end of the month were more or less settled. Next up were various meetings in the unit, many of which were to follow the procedures. Then come back earlier tonight. I'll cook tonight, and we'll eat at home." She was embarrassed to say that after being married to him for so long, they basically didn't have a meal at home except for breakfast. It was either because he had a dinner party or because she had social events to attend. "All right," he said. Suya Cheng readily agreed. Then, he pointed to the breakfast on the bar counter and handed her the milk that he had just poured. He raised his hand to look at his watch and said calmly, "It's 8:10 now. If you don't eat now, you might be late for work later." Anran looked at the time and called out to him softly. She quickly pushed away her chair, grabbed her bag from her bedroom, and rushed to work without even eating her breakfast. After all, it was a half an hour's drive from their company to work, and it was rush hour in the morning. If they were stuck in traffic, it would be terrible. Suya Cheng looked at her flustered appearance, shook his head, and laughed. He finished the breakfast in front of him in a few bites, then got up and put the dishes into the sink. He then took out a bag from the cabinet and placed her breakfast on the bar counter into the bag. He also took a box of milk from the refrigerator so that when she came out later, she could take it with her and eat it in the car. Chapter 69, The Beauty. When Suya Cheng sent Anran to Sinsriti Construction, it was exactly 8:55. When he went upstairs to clock in, it was exactly 9 o'clock. He placed his public bag into the cabinet on his desk. As soon as he turned on the computer, the phone on the table rang. It was Lin Li. Anran reached out and took it. As she organized the information, she said, "Your Majesty, you're calling so early in the morning. What do you want?" The person on the other end of the phone wasn't as carefree as usual. Today, Lin Li was a little quiet and only spoke after a long while. "NZ, what?" As if sensing that something was wrong, Anran asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" On the other side of the phone, Lin Li sighed softly, then asked, "Back then, when you found out that Mo Fear betrayed you, how did you feel?" The voice was hollow and lacked spirit. Anran was stunned, and she had a bad feeling in her heart. She frowned slightly and asked tentatively, "Lin Li, what's the problem between you and Chengsheng?" There was silence, so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard. Anran clutched her phone tightly, her brows furrowed. After a long time, so long that Anran thought that she was no longer next to the phone, Lin Li finally opened her mouth and said, "I saw a text message on his phone. It was very intimate and intimate." Anran was stunned. She never thought that Chengsheng would betray her. Or rather, she didn't believe that Chengsheng would betray her. "Are you mistaken? Chengsheng shouldn't be that kind of person." They had known each other for almost 10 years. Chengsheng's character was as gentle and harmless as his appearance. She had seen his kindness and tolerance for Lin Li. To be honest, she really found it hard to believe that Chengsheng would betray her, not to mention that they already had a child. In addition, they were about to get married in a few days. Did you ask him? He admitted it. No, I haven't. He's on a business trip and forgot to bring his phone home. He only saw the message because he didn't bring his phone. She didn't believe that Chengsheng was such a person either, but the text message on the screen was indeed irrefutable. Anran was silent for a while before she said, Lin Li, I think you should wait for him to come back before you ask him about this. I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding. You've been with Chengsheng for 10 years. Don't you know what kind of person he is? You can feel how he treats you. Do you really believe that he would betray you, betray your 10 years of relationship? There was silence again, and after a long while, Anran heard a low voice on the other end of the phone. It seemed like he was forcing a smile and saying, Yes, you're at work, right? You can go back to work. I'm fine. After that, he hung up the phone. Anran held her phone and looked at the screen, which had turned black again. She was a little worried. Just as she was about to make a call, there was a knock on the door. She looked up and saw Huan Dexing standing at the door with a smile. Anran had no choice but to put down the phone again. She stood up and asked, Director, what's the matter? Huan Dexing raised his hand and motioned for her to sit down. He pulled out a chair and sat down in front of her. She smiled and said, Special Assistant Su sent you here in the morning, right? Anran felt a little awkward at his question. She nodded and asked again, What's the matter, Director? It's nothing. Huan Dexing smiled, but suddenly stopped smiling and said with a slightly serious tone, But you shouldn't have told everyone about your marriage. Anran blushed with shame. The speed at which she and Su Yicheng got their marriage certificate was simply amazing. How could she have informed him in time? Moreover, there was no plan to hold a wedding or invite guests after the event, so there was no need to say anything. He laughed awkwardly and said, we are all afraid of trouble. Huan Dexing nodded with a gentle smile on his face. He seemed to be a little emotional as he said, Anran, you've been in the company for more than 6 years. I can be considered half your teacher. Anran looked at him and nodded. It wasn't just half. When she first came out of school, she couldn't even pass the blueprint, but now, she could design a building and a community on her own. All of this, seriously speaking, was indeed inseparable from his guidance. Although he was sometimes very strict and unreasonable with his words, only a strict teacher could produce a good student. She was still grateful for this. Seeing her nod, Huan Dexing quickly smiled and said, Since you're considered half a teacher, then since you're married and are a teacher, you should at least show some appreciation. How about this? I'll treat you and Special Assistant Su to a meal at Kailong tonight. Just take it as wishing you a happy wedding. In fact, this was the purpose of his visit today. Who was Su Yicheng? He would be the head of Jiancheng in a few years' time. In addition, according to the news, he was likely to take over the Technology City case. Before, he had been worried about how to get closer to him, but he never expected him to be Anran's husband. This gave him a reasonable reason to get close to him. Maybe when the Technology City was built, he could get a share. Anran was silent for a while. Although she wasn't smart, she could tell that he meant to eat. Having been in this line of work for 6 years, she had seen many such business dinners. Chinese people seemed to always like to talk about things at the dining table, and this was an indispensable part of it. Wine was always the most likely thing to make people put things wrong and say the wrong things. Seeing that she didn't speak for a long time, Huan Dexing reminded her, Anran. Anran came back to her senses and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, Director. Yicheng is busy today. I'm afraid he won't be able to have this meal, but thank you for your blessings. Thank you. Although she didn't know how many of Su Yicheng's dinner parties she had attended, she wouldn't make any promises on his behalf without asking for his opinion at all. After all, his identity was too special. Huan Dexing didn't give up. I see, he asked again. What about tomorrow? He's been pretty busy these days, Anran said without changing her expression. Huan Dexing looked at her for a while, then suddenly laughed and said, Anran, do you have any concerns? Director, you must be joking. What could I care about? It's just that Yicheng has been really busy recently. He always comes back in the middle of the night. How about this? Anran said apologetically. Next time, when he's free, we can invite the director again. It can be considered as you nurturing and taking care of me over the years. Hearing her say this, Huan Dexing didn't say anything more. He looked at her, smiled, and nodded. Okay, by the way, how's the design plan going? We're going to compare the drafts tomorrow. Anran nodded and replied, it'll be done after one more day. And NBSB, well, show me after you're done. If you have any questions, just ask me directly. Huang Dexing stood up as he spoke. All right, there's nothing else. You can continue working. Anran nodded and walked him out of the office. Just as she watched him leave and was about to close the door, she happened to meet Xiao, who was leaning against the door of her office. She glared at her fiercely and turned around. Bang! He closed the door. Anran only felt that it was strange. She didn't even know how she had offended her. She seemed to want to eat her up every time she saw her. However, she couldn't care less about what other people thought and did. She just treated them as air. Naturally, she didn't want to be angry with air or that illusory thing. She turned around and went straight into the office, sitting back at her desk. After Huang Dexing's interference, Lin Li's phone was already turned off by the time Anran called her back. Frowning, she called Lin Li's home again. A mechanical and cold voice came from the phone, reminding her that the number she dialed was temporarily unavailable. Anran knew that Lin Li had probably pulled out the phone line as well, and she became even more worried. It wasn't easy for her to make it to noon. She originally wanted to go to Lin Li's place because she was still a little worried. Lin Li was usually carefree and didn't think much of it, but when something really happened, her heart was actually quite fragile. Back then, when she had just established her relationship with Chengsheng, not long after, Chengsheng suddenly disappeared for a week without any warning. She didn't know where his family went when she contacted him. That week, Lin Li completely cut off all contact with him. Lin Li lost more than 10 pounds in an instant. She was depressed and didn't even have a human face. Just as she was getting off work at noon, a call from the construction site came in, saying that there was a problem with the design and that she had to go over to take a look immediately. If the design plan didn't work, it would directly affect the progress of the project. He couldn't wait any longer, so he had to pack his bag and leave. He didn't even close the office door when he left. The sun was hanging high up in the sky. It was not the hot season yet, but the sun was still shining brightly. When he came out of the construction site, it was already a little over. He was covered in dust, and his throat seemed to be covered in dust. He felt a little itchy and uncomfortable. Because Siya Cheng had sent her over in the morning, Anran didn't drive today. The construction site was close to the suburbs, so there were already very few cars coming and going, and there were even fewer car rental cars. After walking for a long time, she finally stopped a taxi that was heading back. When the car arrived at the company, it was almost 2 o'clock. She was famished, so she went to the cafe opposite the company to buy coffee and bread, then directly packed them back to the company. Ding! When the elevator arrived, Anran was just about to go in when she saw Ling Lin holding someone's arm and walking out, talking and laughing. He looked up and met Anran's eyes. He called out, Sister Jiyu, you're back from the construction site. Yes, there's a bit of trouble over there. I've been delayed, Anran said. As she spoke, she happened to meet the eyes of the woman standing next to Ling Lin. That person was very beautiful, and if one looked at her carefully, she even looked a little like Ling Lin. The man nodded at Anran with a smile, and out of courtesy, Anran responded with a smile. Sister, let me introduce you. This is our company's designer and my teacher now, Jiyu Anran. Standing between the two of them, Ling Lin gave them a simple introduction. Sister Jiyu, this is my older sister, Ling Lan. She just came back from America and came to see me this afternoon. Anran smiled and reached out her hand. Hello. The beauty looked at her with a faint smile on her lips. She reached out and touched Anran's hand. Hello. He looked at Anran's eyes, which seemed to be searching for something, and there was an indescribable strangeness in them. Anran retracted her hand and said to Ling Lin, all right, you guys continue chatting. I'll go up first. After saying that, he picked up his bag, coffee, and bread and entered the elevator. Ling Lan stared straight at her back until the elevator doors closed, her gaze never once leaving. Sister. Seeing her sister staring straight at the elevator, Ling Lin asked tentatively, Sister, what's wrong? Do you know Sister Jiyu? Ling Lan retracted her gaze and smiled at her sister. It's nothing. Let's go. Ling Lin looked at her sister suspiciously, but didn't say anything more. She turned around and took her sister's hand as they left. Anran returned to her office and was about to open the door with her key, but the door opened before she could push it open. It was only then that she remembered that she had forgotten to close the door when she came out in the afternoon, and that she had been too concerned about it. She went in, put her bag away, and just as she was about to finish her late lunch, she opened the drawing on the table out of habit to see if there were any areas that needed to be modified. However, when she opened the drawing, her eyes suddenly widened, and the coffee in her hand instantly fell out. The black and yellow liquid flowed out of the plastic cup. The white tiles on the ground were stained with a pool of sand. Anran suddenly stood up and looked at the tattered design on the table, her face pale. He pushed his chair and quickly walked out of the office. Standing at the door, he sternly said, "Who entered my office this afternoon?" The people in the hall stopped what they were doing when Anran shouted. They looked at her in a daze, not knowing what had happened. The office girl looked at Anran's livid face and couldn't help but ask, "Sister Gu, what's wrong? What happened?" Anran walked to the middle of the hall, glanced at everyone present, and said sternly, "Who entered my office this afternoon?" This time, she was really angry. She was so angry that she was about to explode. The drawing that she had been drawing for nearly half a month had been torn apart in just a short while in the afternoon. Everyone shook their heads. They seemed to be frightened by Anran's aura, and no one spoke. No one knew what had happened, but judging from Anran's attitude, it was probably a serious matter. Anran's face was cold. No one said anything and no one admitted it. "Right. Okay, then I'll go and check today's surveillance footage." With that said, he turned around to leave, but just so happened to meet Xiao Xiao, who came in from outside. Xiao Xiao looked at everyone and then at her. With a smile, she asked, "What's this for? You made such a big noise and I heard your voice at the door. What? Your status is different now, and your voice is louder." Anran looked at her for a long time before she said, "You came into my office this afternoon." There was no doubt in his tone. It was an affirmative attitude. Xiao Xiao looked at her and swept her big waves. She said indifferently, "Why would I enter your office? You were the one who tore my design." It was still an affirmative sentence. Xiao Xiao had been targeting her all this time, so it wasn't impossible for her to tear up her design. Upon hearing this, the people in the office were in an uproar, and then they began to discuss in low voices. Everyone knew what design Anran was referring to. Tomorrow was the competition, and Anran's design had been torn to pieces today. In this situation, the most favorable one was undoubtedly her number one opponent, Xiao Xiao. "Anran, you can eat this thing, but you can't say it. Don't think that you can slander me just because you have a backer now." Xiao Xiao's face was also stern, and her tone was tough. "Whether I'm slandering you or not, you know very well in your heart." Anran looked back at her. Because of her anger, she couldn't help but clench her hands tightly. "I didn't do it. I have a clear conscience. I'm not afraid even if you check the surveillance cameras," Xiao Xiao said firmly, the corner of her mouth half curved up. "I'll definitely look into it. Don't worry about that. The company has to give me an explanation for this," Anran said with certainty. "Also, I want to give you a piece of advice. When it comes to designing and building, it depends on your brain. It's not something that can be accomplished by dressing up, eating, and drinking. If you have so much time to flatter others, or even sell your body, you might as well read more books and read other people's designs. I think it will be more useful for you." He looked at her with disdain and turned to leave. Xiao Xiao blocked her, her face red and green. She was afraid that she had really been stabbed in the heart. She glared at Anran and said through gritted teeth, "What did you mean by that?" Anran looked at her and said coldly, "I mean what I said. You're so smart, don't you understand? Jiu Anran." Xiao Xiao was so angry that she raised her hand to slap Anran in the face. While everyone was gasping, Anran raised her hand in the air and caught her hand, then flung it away. Xiao Xiao lost her balance and stumbled back a few steps before she could lean against the wall to steady herself. "I have a good temper, but that doesn't mean I'll put up with you. I don't owe you anything. In the future, don't try to pull any cheap tricks behind my back. It's boring." Then, without looking at her again, Anran turned around and went back to her office. Xiao Xiao was unwilling to give up and wanted to rush forward, but she was stopped by Huang Dexing, who appeared at this time. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao turned her head and looked at Huan Dexing with an innocent and aggrieved face. She complained, "Director, Jiu Anran is slandering me." Huan Dexing frowned, looked at her, and said with a cold face, "Come to my office." Xiao Xiao was called into Huan Dexing's office. After closing the door, he directly pulled out a chair and sat down in front of Huan Dexing. "Don't you have a brain? Why did you provoke Jiu Anran? Don't you know her current status? If you make her angry, I'll kick you out." Huan Dexing cursed without restraint. Xiao Xiao looked at him with her lips pursed and her hands clenched tightly. Huan Dexing glanced at her, picked up the tea on the table, and took a sip. His anger dissipated with the tea, and seeing her aggrieved look, he softened his tone and said, "It's not like you don't know that her status is different now. We still need to use her to get closer to Suyu Cheng. If you make her angry, will Suyu Cheng let you off?" Xiao Xiao turned her head away and did not look at him. His expression was still cold and his hands were clenched tightly. Huan Dexing leaned back and said coldly, "Don't think that no one will know that you entered Jiu Anran's office this afternoon just because you removed the surveillance camera. Even if we're talking about the matter at hand, it's still your fault. You're the one in the wrong first." Xiao Xiao suddenly turned her head and stared at him with wide eyes, as if asking him how he knew. In the afternoon, when everyone was out for lunch, she sneaked into Jiu Anran's office. Before that, she turned off the company's surveillance cameras. Huan Dexing saw through her thoughts and only said lightly, "If you don't want people to know, then don't do it." There was nothing to hide if he knew that she was looking at him. She looked at him and sneered, "HMPH, if I don't tear up her design, I'm afraid that tomorrow's competition is just for show. I'm afraid that the director has already decided on it internally." Huan Dexing stood up from his seat, walked around behind her, and put his slightly fat hand on her shoulder. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Even if you tear her blueprint, you still won't have a chance if I want to marry her." Xiao Xiao suddenly turned to look at him, her beautiful eyes filled with anger that could not be hidden. Huan Dexing pursed his lips and patted her on the shoulder, then raised his head, his hand lingering on her big waves. He only said indifferently, "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not having her good fortune. I can't accept this. You promised me before that you would let me win this time. How can you change your mind just like that?" Xiao Xiao growled at him. Huan Dexing let go of her soft hair, turned around, and sat back on the black leather swivel chair. He took out a gold card from the drawer and threw it on the desk, saying, "This is the membership card for the club you like a lot. I've already topped up the money in the card. You can go with it." Huan Dexing, "What do you mean? Are you trying to get rid of me with money?" Xiao Xiao looked at the gold card in front of her with anger. Huan Dexing looked at her and said indifferently without any emotion, "Didn't you follow me for money?" Xiao Xiao bit her lip and glared at him resentfully, unable to say a word. Huan Dexing didn't look at her again. He took another sip of tea, then took the documents on the table and flipped through them seriously, completely treating Xiao Xiao as air. After long time, Xiao Xiao suddenly sneered. Without saying word, she grabbed the gold card on his desk and left his office. When she left, she slammed the door. Bang bang bang. With a sound, he threw it. Huan Dexing wasn't affected at all. He continued to look at the document in his hand with an indifferent expression. In the office, Anran stared at the tattered design for a long time, and the more she thought about it, the more unhappy she became. Then, she grabbed her bag and left the office. On her way out, she happened to run into Xiao Xiao, who was coming out of Huan Dexing's office. The two of them looked at each other, and Xiao Xiao's eyes looked as if she wanted to eat her up. Anran ignored her and turned around to walk toward the company's main entrance. Behind him, he heard the sound of Xiao Xiao's office door opening. It closed with a sound. After leaving the company, Anran called Lin Li, but her phone was still turned off. Thinking of what Lin Li had said on the phone in the morning, she still couldn't feel at ease. She stopped a taxi and went directly to Lin Li's house. After standing at the door and ringing the doorbell for a while, Lin Li opened the door in a daze and came out. When she saw her, her face was full of surprise. "Why are you here?" She looked at her watch. "It's still working hours, right? Did your company close down?" Anran rolled her eyes at her, walked past her, and threw her bag on the sofa. She glared at her. You turned off your phone. Lin Li then remembered and said with a smile, I forgot to open it. I forgot to open it. Anran looked at her and sighed. She pulled her to sit down on the sofa and said, don't think too much. Wait for Chengsheng to come back and ask him properly. Don't think too much. Who knows what's going on? Lin Li looked at her and broke into a big smile. Then, she hugged her and said, Anzi, we must be good friends for life. Anran was a little confused by her hug, but she still hugged her back and nodded with a smile. Of course. Lin Li let her go, then said with a strange expression, Anzi, if I said that I made a mistake before, would you not scold me? Anran was stunned for a moment, then her lips twitched, and her voice came out from between her teeth. No, but I'll pinch you. The corners of Lin Li's mouth twitched. Under her slightly fierce gaze, Lin Li finally told her about what had happened in the morning when she had hung up the phone, turned off the phone, and was ready to be alone for a period of time. It turned out that in the morning, when Lin Li was staring at Chengsheng in a daze, the small theater in her mind was upgrading. The home phone rang. However, she was indifferent. After a long time, the home phone stopped shouting, but the next second, the phone in her hand rang again. It was an unfamiliar landline number. Lin Li numbly pressed the answer button and put the phone to her ear. It was a call from Chengsheng. On the phone, Chengsheng nervously asked her why her phone was turned off and why she didn't pick up. His tone was full of worry. Lin Li's heart ached when she heard this, and in the end, she couldn't help but ask about the text messages on his phone. Chengsheng was only slightly stunned. Almost without thinking, he explained that the night before his business trip, his phone had run out of battery during a company dinner, so he borrowed his phone to send a text message to his girlfriend. In fact, when he came back, he was afraid that she would overthink, so he had already deleted all the text messages. But he didn't know why the woman sent him another text message. After saying that, he told Lin Li to wait for a while and then directly hung up the phone. Not long after, he called back again. This time, it was a strange man's voice. He called Lin Li's sister-in-law and explained that his phone was not turned on in the morning, so his girlfriend could not find him. She thought that the number yesterday was his other phone number, so she sent it directly. In the end, she was full of apologies and asked for his forgiveness. In the end, Chengsheng took the phone and asked her with a half-smile if she was jealous or overthinking things. Lin Li was holding her phone, crying and laughing at the same time. She couldn't say a word. In the end, Cheng Xiang sighed softly and asked, Lin Li, am I that untrustworthy for you to trust? Hearing this, Lin Li quickly shook her head. Even though she knew that he couldn't see it, she still raised her hand very seriously and vowed that she would never suspect him again in the future. In the end, Chengsheng only quietly scolded her for being silly, and then asked if she had eaten and if the child was good. After hearing this, Anran glared at her. I told you. What are you thinking about? Lin Li smiled and nodded. She smiled and quickly admitted her mistake, saying, I'm sorry. I always say that pregnant women tend to overthink things. It turns out that it's true. Anran lay on the sofa. Knowing that she was fine and that it was just a false alarm, she was finally relieved. She closed her eyes and said, Chengsheng is such a good man. You've been with him for 10 years, but you still don't know his character. This time, even I feel that Chengsheng isn't worth it. If it were me, I would definitely give you the cold shoulder for a few days and see if you still dare to do it in the future. Lin Li knew that she was in the wrong, so she stuck out her tongue playfully. Afraid that Anran would continue to scold her, she quickly changed the topic. You didn't go to work this afternoon, or did you come to see me? Anran turned her head to look at her, sighed, and then roughly told her what had happened that afternoon. Damn, this woman is too cheap. How can she be like this? Lin Li said excitedly. The first time I saw her, I felt that she wasn't a good person. With that dress and attire, she was here for work. She was out for sale. She looked like a fox and had a foul smell. Anran let out a long sigh. I don't even understand when I offended her. I didn't owe her anything or take anything from her. She always speaks harshly when she sees me. It's so strange. Some people are just that twisted. You can't expect all of them to be normal people. As the saying goes, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. You can't allow a few of them to grow old. Lin Li said sarcastically, and Rant's lips twitched. but there was no smile on her face. You can't just let this matter go like this. Otherwise, she'll definitely take advantage of you. You have to investigate it to the end and get the company to give you an explanation. Lin Li continued to speak, looking even more excited than Anran. Investigating was easier said than done. With her relationship with Huang Dexing, he would probably cover up for her. This kind of person must be taught a good lesson and let her know that we're not easy to bully. Let's see if she still dares to mess with us in the future. As Lin Li spoke, she turned her head and looked at Anran's indifferent expression. She was a little resentful and said, "Jiu Anran, don't be soft-hearted again. Being kind to your enemy is being cruel to yourself. She saw you being like this, so she's riding on your head." Anran glanced at her and smiled bitterly. "How can I pursue this? I don't have any evidence, and no one saw her enter my office and tear up the drawings. Even if I know that the person is definitely her, what can I do?" Lin Li's eyes widened, and she said after a while, "If we can't do it in the open, then we'll do it in the dark. Why don't you give me her phone number? I'll give her a call and warn her. I'll let her know that we're not without people here." Anran looked at Lin Li unhappily, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She asked, "How come I didn't know that you joined the underworld? You even called to warn and threaten me." Lin Li looked at her smugly and said, "You don't say. I still have the aura of a domineering elder sister. I might really be able to scare her." Anran politely declined and only said, "Just take care of the baby. It's good enough that you don't let your thoughts run wild. Also, when you have time, read more books and programs that are helpful for prenatal education. Watch less idle dramas. They're not nutritious, and don't poison my future goddaughter. It's a son, Jiu Anran. How many times do you want me to say it? It's definitely a son in my stomach." Lin Li emphasized again, her expression very serious. Anran smiled weakly, but since pregnant women shouldn't get angry, she could only go along with her and say, all right, whatever you say, all right." Lin Li proudly raised her head and said, "Let's go. To celebrate the fact that my marriage is still a happy one and to comfort you for being disgusted by the B*****s in the company, let's go out for a big meal." Anran looked at her and shook her head. She didn't have any appetite now. Even though she hadn't eaten lunch, she didn't feel hungry anymore. She was really full from anger. "Hey, don't be so negative. Eating can make people excited. Why don't you just treat it as accompanying me? Without Chengsheng here, I don't know what to eat for dinner." At night, Anran suddenly remembered that she had promised in the morning that she would cook at home that night and had specifically asked Su Yicheng to get off work and come home earlier. She raised her hand to look at the time and saw that it was already past 4 o'clock. It was probably about time to go to the supermarket to buy some groceries and then go home. She suddenly turned her head and asked Lin Li, "Do you have any recipes at home?" Lin Li was stunned for a moment before nodding. Chengsheng bought it before. She was a glutton, and Chengsheng doted on her. In order to satisfy her invincible stomach, he had even gone to the bookstore to buy basic recipes and follow them. "Lend me your capital first. Make it simple, don't make it too difficult." Anran said. What are you doing?" Lin Li's taste. "You can't always let people eat my tomato dongmian. Do you think everyone treats you like Chengsheng? Don't let your imagination run wild and don't know how lucky you are." Lin Li stuck out her tongue, went into the study, took out the recipe, and handed it to Anran. She winked at Anran suggestively and said, "It seems like the two of them have a good relationship. They're even willing to wash their hands and make soup for him." Anran glanced at her and took the recipe, a faint smile on her lips. Then, she took the bag on the sofa and put the recipe into it. She got up and said, "Just make do with it tonight. I have something on tonight, so I won't be accompanying you." If you're going home to cultivate your feelings, then we won't delay any further," Lin Li said. She suddenly thought of something and continued, "By the way, Xian, you should get ready to have one too. It's said that the older a woman is, the greater the risk of having a child. Besides, if you get pregnant now, we can be in-laws after you have a daughter. We can be even closer, and we won't have to worry about the problems of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. How good is that?" Anran blushed slightly and said in an unpleasant tone, "I don't want to be closer to you. You're definitely not a good mother-in-law. You're gluttonous and lazy." After she finished speaking, she smiled coyly and left under Lin Li's protest. He hailed a taxi and went straight to the nearby supermarket. In the car, he flipped through the menu in preparation for what he needed to buy later. Finally, he decided on a few dishes that didn't look too complicated and wrote down the ingredients he needed to prepare later. As soon as he got off the car, he went to the fruit and vegetable area of the supermarket. She pushed the shopping cart and put the ingredients into it one by one. When she reached out to the big eggplant in the box, another hand suddenly reached out to the eggplant. The two of them held the two ends of the eggplant at the same time and were slightly stunned. They looked up at the same time. Anran looked at the person in front of her and was stunned. The man looked at Anran and couldn't help but be stunned. Then he smiled and said softly, "Miss Gu, we meet again." Anran came back to her senses and smiled at the man. What a coincidence. Does Miss Ling live nearby? The person she met was none other than Ling Lan, whom she had met in front of the company elevator earlier in the afternoon. Anran's little head thought quickly. She had read Ling Lin's information and remembered that Ling Lin didn't live in this area. Yup, Ling Lan nodded. She seemed to see Anran's confusion and said, "I moved out alone, so I don't have a home." Oh. Anran nodded with a smile and handed her the eggplant she had just taken. She asked politely, "Do you want to buy some groceries for dinner?" Ling Lan smiled and nodded, then said teasingly, "Yes, I'm living alone. If I don't do it myself, I'm afraid I'll really starve." Hee hee. Anran smiled and picked up an eggplant from the basket that looked pretty good and put it in the shopping cart. "It's like this when you live alone." Ling Lan smiled as well. The two of them pushed the cart and walked side by side. Ling Lin is still young. If there's anything wrong with the way she does things, please forgive her, Miss Gu, Ling Lan said gently. Anran only smiled politely. Ling Lin is very smart. She didn't say anything else, but the more she looked at Ling Lan, the more familiar she felt. It was as if she had seen her before, but she couldn't remember where. The two of them left the supermarket with large shopping bags. Anran originally wanted to say goodbye to her at the entrance of the supermarket, but she didn't expect to find out that she actually lived in the same neighborhood as her, and in the same building as her. However, she lived on the 18th floor, while she and Suyu Cheng lived on the 10th floor. The two of them walked toward the neighborhood hand in hand. On the way, Anran smiled and said with some emotion, "What a coincidence, I didn't expect us to live so close. Hee hee, I think Miss Jiu and I are fated to meet." Ling Lan turned to look at Anran and said, "Do you remember that we've actually met before?" Anran was stunned. Have you really seen him before? She couldn't remember, but she felt that her face was very familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. It was in front of a washroom in a shopping mall. I went in and you came out. We accidentally bumped into each other. Ling Lan smiled gently. After she said this, Anran suddenly remembered that afternoon when she went to the courtyard to meet her in-laws. She had gone to the mall to buy a scarf and had indeed run into a classical beauty. So it's you. Jiangcheng is really small. To be able to meet like this, it was really fate. Yeah, it's really small. Ling Lan looked at her and smiled meaningfully. The two of them entered the building at the same time, and while they were waiting for the elevator, it happened to ring. It was a call from Suyu Cheng. "Are you off work? Do you need me to pick you up?" Suyu Cheng's voice was gentle and soothing to the ear. Anran smiled faintly. "No need. I came back earlier today. I'm almost at the door now. Does that mean I'll have food to eat once I get home?" Suyu Cheng chuckled on the other end of the phone. Then you can drive slower. I'm a newbie, so I probably won't be able to move fast. Then I'd better drive faster, maybe I can help you," Suyu Cheng said in a relaxed manner. "Drive slowly and be careful on the road. You'll have a chance to help out when we get back." And Ran reminded him, when driving, the most important thing was to pay attention to traffic safety. "Wait for me." After that, Suyu Cheng hung up, and Ran held the phone with a smile that she didn't even notice. "Is he your boyfriend?" Ling Lan asked. "My husband," Anran said, nodding. Ling Lan nodded in understanding. She smiled and didn't say much. The two of them entered the elevator together. As the elevator slowly rose, Ling Lan suddenly turned her head and said to Anran, "Anran, can I call you Anran from now on?" Anran was stunned. Although she found her words a little strange, she eventually nodded and said, "Of course you can. Then you can call me Ling Lan in the future. We all live in the same building. If you need anything, you can come and find me." Ling Lan said with a smile. Yes, sure. And Ran nodded. Ding, ding. The elevator arrived at this time. Ayn Rand smiled at her and walked out. She didn't notice that the smile on Ling Lan's face disappeared the moment the elevator door closed. When Su Cheng returned, he saw that the kitchen was in a mess. Vegetables, cracked eggs, fresh meat, and many other ingredients filled the entire azure countertop. A recipe book was placed flat on the bar counter, and there were some unwashed vegetables in the sink. Ayn Rand stood in the middle of the kitchen with a knife in her hand. Her eyes were fixed on the carp on the anvil, which still had its mouth open and was jumping down from time to time. Su Cheng couldn't help but feel amused by this scene, but he also felt an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. Ayn Rand, he called in a low voice. Only then did Ayn Rand snap out of her daze. She turned her head and saw his half-smiling face. She was a little stunned, not knowing when he had come in. You're back. Do you need any help? Su Cheng took the initiative to ask when he saw that the kitchen wasn't ideal. Ayn Rand smiled, a little embarrassed, and nodded. The situation was beyond her expectations, and it seemed that she really couldn't handle it. Su Cheng smiled as he placed his briefcase on the low table in the living room, took off his suit jacket, and placed it on the sofa. He tugged at his tie with one hand and unbuttoned the cuffs of his shirt with the other, then walked toward the kitchen as he undid it. He looked at the menu on the bar counter and smiled helplessly. Ayn Rand was a little embarrassed by his smile. I haven't really cooked before. Su Cheng smiled and didn't say anything. He walked toward her, step by step. Ayn Rand didn't know what he wanted to do, so she backed away step by step. In the end, she was forced to the corner where the refrigerator was. Behind her was the refrigerator, and in front of her was him. Ayn Rand had nowhere to retreat to. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva and say, "WW, what do you want to do? Why don't you just go out? I should be able to handle it by myself. Although it's a little slow, you can go to the study to read some documents first, or watch TV in the living room. I'll try to be as fast as possible." And Rand's voice trembled as she spoke, and even her words were incoherent. Su Cheng didn't say anything, but he smiled and moved closer to her. Ayn Rand thought that something was going to happen, and after her resistance failed, she closed her eyes and prepared to accept reality. Ayn Rand closed her eyes tightly for a long time, but the kiss she expected didn't come. Instead, she heard Su Cheng's low sneer. Someone reached over to her waist and undid something behind her, then removed something from her neck. Ayn Rand suddenly opened her eyes and saw Su Cheng looking at her, trying to hold back his laughter. He looked like he had internal injuries, and he was holding the apron that had been tied to her just now. Ayn Rand's small face blushed slightly, and she was shocked to realize that she had been played. She was a little angry from embarrassment and reached out to push him away, but he stopped her. Su Cheng leaned over her and pressed his entire body against hers. With a smile on his lips, he deliberately asked, "What were you looking forward to? Are you looking forward to my kiss?" Ayn Rand's little face blushed even redder, and she secretly scolded him for being cunning. She would never admit it, and she said stubbornly, No, you're overthinking it." Su Cheng laughed even more wildly, reached out, and wrapped his arm around her waist, pressing them closer together. He smiled slyly and said, "Am I overthinking? Weren't you waiting for me to kiss you just now?" And Rand turned her head in a fit of pique. No. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. Su Cheng chuckled. He found her stubborn and awkward look rather adorable. Ayn Rand felt very uncomfortable in his embrace. She turned her head and was about to ask him to let go of her, but as soon as she turned her head, his face pressed down on her, and he accurately kissed her lips. All the words of protest and dissatisfaction were swallowed by him. His hands caressed her back, and his lips sucked on hers. He kissed her very quickly and passionately, without the usual gentleness, and Ran was a little moved by the kiss. She slowly raised her hands and wrapped them around his neck. Ding, ding, ding. The doorbell rang at this moment, disturbing the couple who were hugging and kissing. Ayn Rand suddenly came back to her senses and pushed Su Cheng away. Her face was so red that it was almost bleeding. She gave him a reproachful look, then turned around and tidied up her clothes that had been messed up by Su Cheng. Su Cheng chuckled, his mood becoming very happy because of the kiss just now. Ding, clang clang. The people outside obviously didn't know what had just happened inside. The doorbell continued to ring. Anran was even more annoyed by his laughter. She rolled her eyes at him and rebuked, "Hurry up and open the door." Siya Cheng nodded happily and walked toward the door with his apron in hand. He didn't even care that his shirt was a little wrinkled from the passionate kiss just now and reached out to open the door. The smile on his face disappeared the next second when he saw the person outside the door. He looked at the person outside the door coldly, and the coldness instantly replaced the joy. Outside the door, Ling Lan was dressed in casual home clothes. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, and she stood there with a smile on her face. She looked at Siya Cheng, her eyes unblinking. Anran tidied up her clothes in the kitchen, patted her still hot face, and listened to the movements outside. At first, she was afraid that someone would come in and see her in this state, which would make her feel awkward and at a loss. However, after hearing no movement for a long time, she couldn't help but feel a little confused. She shouted at the door, "Yi Cheng, who is it?" Upon hearing this, Siya Cheng, who was outside the door, finally came back to his senses. He looked at Ling Lan, who was standing at the door, and raised his voice to say to Anran, who was inside, "Oh, I've got the wrong person." After he finished speaking, he reached out to close the door. Just as Siya Cheng reached out to close the door, Ling Lan, who was outside the door, used one hand to block the door from closing. Siya Cheng stared at the woman in front of him. He didn't understand what this woman was trying to do, but in order to not cause Anran any more trouble, Siya Cheng didn't intend to let her in. He was about to ask her to leave. As if Ling Lan had predicted his intentions, she was one step ahead of him and entered the room, shouting, "Anran, are you there?" Hearing this, Siya Cheng's eyes suddenly widened and he stared at her in a daze. As if she felt his gaze, Ling Lan turned around and looked at Siya Cheng. The corners of her mouth curled up into a faint smile, and that smile seemed to be provoking him. Anran heard this and came out of the kitchen. She saw Ling Lan and Siya Cheng standing at the entrance, looking at each other. Anran was a little surprised as to why she had come to her door at this moment. They weren't really friends, so Anran felt that it was a little too fast for them to enter the house like this. "Ling Lan?" Anran wiped her hands and walked toward her. Ling Lan turned to look at Siya Cheng, then turned to look at Anran. She smiled and walked over to Anran, saying jokingly, "Hee, your husband thought I was a bad person just now." Anran smiled apologetically at her, then turned to look at Siya Cheng and introduced him to her. "Yi Chin, this is our colleague's older sister, Ling Lan. Ling Lan, this is my husband, Siya Cheng." Ling Lan turned her head to look at Siya Cheng and said, "Anran and I just met at their company today. I didn't expect to see you again at the entrance of the community. I also didn't expect you to live in the same community as me. Jiangcheng is really small." As she spoke, she reached out to Siya Cheng and said, "We're all neighbors from now on, so please take care of me." Siya Cheng stared at her for a long time, and in the end, he only nodded at her. He reached out and touched her hand gently. Without saying a word, he walked directly back to Anran's side. He reached out to hold Anran's waist. Siya Cheng's sudden action made Anran feel a little uncomfortable, and her face turned a little red. She glanced at Siya Cheng, then smiled at Ling Lan and asked, "Ling Lan, what's the matter?" Ling Lan smiled and stuck out her tongue at her playfully. "I was just about to make dinner when I remembered that I ran out of soy sauce at home. I didn't want to go to the supermarket downstairs, so I thought I'd come to borrow some from you." Anran nodded in understanding. "Wait a minute, I'll get it for you." Then, she turned around and went into the kitchen. At the entrance of the living room, Ling Lan and Siya Cheng were standing face to face. Siya Cheng's brows furrowed slightly, and he looked very displeased. In a voice that only she and he could hear, he asked in a low voice, "Why are you so conflicted? I thought I'd already made myself clear last night." Ling Lan smiled and turned to look at him. Using the same volume, she said, "If I say that all of this is just a coincidence, would you believe me?" Siya Cheng looked at him, clearly not believing what she had just said. "All right," Ling Lan said with a smile. "I just wanted to give both of us another chance." "Impossible." Siya Cheng rejected her immediately. "Ling Lan, don't force us to stop being friends." Ling Lan was stunned. She looked at him and was about to say something when she saw Anran come over with a bottle of soy sauce. She smiled again as if nothing had changed before Anran left. "Here, for you." and Ran handed her the soy sauce. Ling Lan took it and smiled apologetically at her. If you give me the entire bottle, what will happen to your family? It's fine, we still have some. You can use them first, and Ran said. Ling Lan nodded and thanked him. Before she left, she smiled at Su Yicheng, nodded, and then turned to leave. Ran sent her out, and when she closed the door and turned around, she saw Su Yicheng sitting on the sofa in the living room in daze. A cigarette had appeared in his hand, and he was taking out lighter from his pocket. Bang bang, the spark in his hand flickered slightly, and white smoke filled the air around him. What's wrong? And Ran walked over to him and asked, What's wrong? Su Yicheng shook his head, smiled at him, and simply said, I'm suddenly addicted to smoking. With that, he took another deep breath. Ran looked at him and felt sad. After a while, she said, I'll go wash the vegetables first. Then, he turned around and walked toward the kitchen. She knew that he was lying. He was not addicted to smoking. How could a person who usually did not even have the smell of cigarettes be addicted to smoking? She didn't know what relationship he had with Ling Lan, but he thought that they should know each other, even if they wanted to pretend not to know each other. Su Yicheng watched as she walked into the kitchen and then got busy on the glass counter. He took another deep puff of the cigarette to let the nicotine numb his nerves. In fact, he hated cigarettes and even hated the smell of smoke on his body. But at this moment, he was unusually eager for the pleasure brought by cigarettes. It was like a person in a dry desert without a drop of water. His lips were so thirsty that they cracked. At this time, in the sand in front of him, he found a kettle left or abandoned by predecessors. There was not much water in it, but even if it was a drop, it was what he wanted at this moment. Pa, pa pa pa. The kitchen knife fell to the ground, and then Ran gasped. F***ck. She stood there with her hands clasped, her brows tightly furrowed. Damn it, he shouted. Su Yicheng cursed in a low voice, then abruptly threw the half-finished cigarette in his hand into the ashtray on the low table, got up, and walked toward the kitchen. He quickly pulled Ran's hand over and saw that Ran's index finger had been cut a big way. At this moment, fresh red blood was gushing out, and it was a shocking sight. How could you be so careless? His eyes were full of worry, and his tone was reproachful. He pulled her to the living room, found the first aid box under the TV cabinet in the living room, and disinfected the wound with iodine. The tweezers accidentally touched Ran, and she gasped. Su Yicheng glanced at her and asked, Does it hurt? Ran pursed her lips tightly, endured the pain, and shook her head without saying a word. Su Yicheng continued to dip the cotton ball in iodine and disinfected her wound again, but this time, his movements were obviously much gentler. Su Yicheng was very professional in bandaging the wound. He disinfected it, applied medicine, and wrapped it with gauze. Every step was on point, and even the final gauze was wrapped beautifully, just like the professional nurses in the hospital. Ran watched as he helped her bandage her wound and then tied the gauze into a beautiful knot. She couldn't help but ask, Did you often help others bandage their wounds? Su Yicheng glanced at her, then put the iodine and other things back into the first aid kit as he said, My mother used to be a nurse in the military hospital. My father used to get injured during exercises, and my mother treated his wounds. At that time, I would stand beside him with the first aid kit. After watching for a long time, I learned how to do it. Ran nodded in understanding, then stood up and prepared to return to the kitchen. Where are you going? Su Yicheng called out to her. Ran turned her head and innocently said, Prepare dinner. Su Yicheng sighed. She really dared to say it, and his tone was a little serious as he said, Are you going to cut your own meat for me to eat for dinner? I was just careless, Ran argued, blushing. Su Yicheng shook his head helplessly, then stepped forward and pulled her back to the sofa in the living room. He said seriously, Sit here. I'll call you when dinner is ready. I'm sorry. Ran stood up and wanted to say something, but Su Yicheng pressed her down heavily. With a stern face, he said, Sit. After saying that, she took the apron and put it on. Then, she turned around and went into the kitchen. Ran looked at him as he busied himself in the kitchen with his back to her. What was his relationship with Ling Lan? Ling Lan, wait, as if she had recalled something, she suddenly remembered that she had received a call at noon a few days ago. The woman's voice on the phone was also so soft and gentle, and she had asked her to pass on a message to Su Cheng. She still remembered that the message was like this: "My surname is Ling. Please tell him that I'm back." She also said that she wanted to see him. Then, was Ling Lan the girl with the surname Ling who had called a few days ago? Anran sat on the sofa, her thoughts drifting away. Just as Anran was thinking about it, she suddenly heard someone call out to her, "Anran! Anran!" When she came back to her senses, Su Cheng had already rushed out of the kitchen, made dinner, and was calling her over to eat. "What were you thinking about just now?" "I called him a few times, but he didn't respond," Su Cheng asked. Anran didn't know what to say. She just smiled at him, shook her head, and said, "Nothing. I was thinking about work." "Do you have any problems with your work?" Su Cheng asked casually. He went into the kitchen, took 2 bowls of rice from the rice cooker, and placed them on the bar counter. Anran shook her head and didn't tell him what had happened in the office that afternoon. "I can solve it myself." Then, he sat down on the high chair in front of the bar. There were a few dishes on the bar counter that looked and smelled good. There were braised eggplant, braised carp, stir-fried water spinach, steamed meat with eggs, and 2 bowls of white rice. It looked very homely, but it was also very appetizing. Anran looked at him in surprise and disbelief. You made all of this?" Anran didn't expect him to know how to cook. Although she hadn't tried it yet, it looked good, so the taste shouldn't be too bad. Su Cheng handed her the chopsticks in his hand, then turned around and poured the corn spareribs soup out of the pot. He used a spoon to scoop a bowl for Anran and handed it to her, saying, "Drink the soup before you eat." Anran nodded in a daze. She held the soup and sipped it with the spoon. The sweet corn and the meaty pork ribs gave the soup its unique taste. It was light and not greasy. It's very good. Your cooking skills are very good." Anran was not stingy with her praise. Su Cheng smiled faintly, but then he suddenly thought of something, and the smile on his face froze. In the end, he only said lightly, "Eat." Then, without looking at her, he lowered his head and continued eating. Anran noticed the change in his attitude. She glanced at him and didn't say anything else. She lowered her head and ate quietly. Chapter 70: Stomach Disease. The next morning, Su Cheng still insisted on sending her to work. When the 2 of them were in the parking lot, they happened to meet Ling Lan, who was coming down from another elevator. When Ling Lan saw them, she walked over to them with a smile on her face. Anran glanced at Su Cheng beside her and saw that he was frowning slightly in displeasure. He didn't even look at Ling Lan, turning around and walking straight towards the car. The moment Su Cheng turned around to leave, Anran saw that the smile on Ling Lan's face had obviously faded. However, it was only for a moment, and she quickly smiled again. She looked at Anran and asked politely, "Are you going to work now?" Anran would smile and nod slightly. "Yes, Miss Ling, you too, right?" "Yes, I opened a boutique on the pedestrian street." "Anran, if you have time, you can come to my place to have a look." As he spoke, he took out his business card from his bag and handed it to Anran. Anran took it with a smile, then turned to look at Su Cheng, who was in the car, and smiled apologetically at Ling Lan. She only said, "I'm sorry, I have to go to work. Let's talk when we have time." Ling Lan smiled and nodded. She turned to look at Su Cheng, who was in the car, and there was an indescribable emotion in her eyes. Anran opened the door and sat in the front passenger seat. As soon as she sat in the car, Su Cheng, who was next to her, suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and the car directly sped out. Fortunately, Anran reacted quickly and reached out to grab the door handle, so she didn't hit the car. Su Cheng let go of the accelerator and looked at her apologetically. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say for a moment. Coincidentally, Su Cheng's phone rang at this time, and it was the landline in the courtyard. Without a doubt, it was Chin Yoon. Su Cheng turned on his Bluetooth and focused on driving as he said, "Hello," he said. "Arjun, the time you told your in-laws is tomorrow, right?" Chin Yoon asked. Although Anran was already the Su family's daughter-in-law, the parents of the 2 families had yet to meet. Only then did Su Cheng remember that the parents of both families had set a time to have a meal together tomorrow night, so he said, "Yes, it's tomorrow. I told you it would be tomorrow, but your dad insisted on today. I think he's really senile." Chin Yoon chuckled on the other end of the phone. Suddenly, She thought of something and her tone turned serious. Chen, Ling Lan is back. Ling Lan came to our house a few days ago. Siya Cheng was stunned. He didn't expect Ling Lan to have already gone to her parents' place. He didn't understand what she was trying to do. "Ah Luo, are you listening?" Qin Yun couldn't help but ask when she didn't hear any response. Siya Chen returned to his senses and replied indifferently, "Yes. She went to look for you." "Yes." Siya Chen still responded indifferently. He turned to look at Anran, who was next to him, and saw that she had turned her head to look outside. On the other end of the phone, Qin Yun was silent for a while before she asked tentatively, Anran also knows." "I'm not sure." He didn't know if Anran knew. He didn't ask, and she didn't ask. On the other end of the phone, Qin Yun sighed and finally said, "There are some things that are better for you to tell her personally than for her to ask you." He hung up the phone and turned to look at Anran. She was still in the same position as before, with one hand leaning against the window and looking out. She was unusually serious, as if there was a view outside that couldn't be missed. "Mom just called to ask about tomorrow's dinner. Have you told Mom and Dad?" Siya Cheng asked indifferently. Anran came back to her senses and nodded. "I did. I already informed Mom and Dad 2 days ago." Siya Cheng nodded and focused on the road ahead, while Anran turned her head again to look outside. When the car slowly stopped in front of Jingcheng Construction, Anran opened the door and was about to get out of the car. Suddenly, she heard Siya Cheng say, "I know Ling Lan." Anran turned around and stared at him for a long time before asking, "The friend you mentioned before?" Siya Cheng nodded and simply said, "We haven't been in contact for a long time. She just came back from abroad." After a moment of silence, Anran nodded, smiled at him, and said, "I know." After that, he opened the door and got out of the car. There was a faint smile on her lips. Although she didn't know the real relationship between him and Ling Lan, she was still happy that he was honest with her. At least he didn't hide anything from her like she was worried about. Siya Cheng watched her enter the building and then disappear from his sight. He didn't start the car immediately. Instead, he picked up his phone again, searched for the phone number, and directly answered the call. The phone rang for a long time before someone picked it up. "Hello, who's?" "Tilda." She heard Yi Ziwen's lazy reply on the other end of the phone, and then he started yawning. "It's me, yes," Siyu replied, waiting for her to wake up. Not long after, Yi Ziwen on the other end of the phone was clearly more awake. His voice was no longer as ethereal as before as he said, "Special Assistant Su, do you know that it's very immoral to disturb someone's sleep early in the morning?" "I don't know," Siya Cheng simply said. "How's the renovation of the house going?" "Not yet. I think it'll take more than a month." Siya Cheng furrowed his brows and said, "Can it be done in a week?" Yi Ziwen seemed to be drinking water. With a pfut sound, he suddenly coughed violently on the other side of the phone and only stopped after a while. He shouted at the phone, "Siya Cheng, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Do you think I can fly? Don't tell me you've forgotten that your house is 200 square meters. How can it be done in a week? Didn't I already give you a week?" Siya Cheng said, his tone very nonchalant. Actually, he wasn't in a hurry at first. However, he didn't want Anran to be troubled by Ling Lan's presence and cause unnecessary trouble. "The earliest will be 20 days. I'll give you 10 more days." Siya Cheng compromised. Sensing something strange, Yi Ziwen asked, "Why are you in such a hurry?" They had lived in the current house for several years. Even if there was an extra person now, it should not be too crowded. Moreover, the extra person was a woman. They just had to share half a bed. There was no need to share a room. Siya Cheng was silent for a while, then finally said, "Ling Lan is now living in the same district as me." On the other end of the phone, Yi Ziwen fell silent. He knew Ling Lan. In fact, he, Siya Cheng, Juhan, and Ling Lan had grown up together. He and Siya Cheng were from the military compound, while Ling Lan and Juhan were from the government compound. The government compound and the military compound were only 2 streets apart. At that time, the children were always noisy, and the military compound and the government compound were divided into 2 factions. No one looked down on the other. One day, on the way back from school, Siya Cheng accidentally hit a little girl walking in front of him with his bike. Juhan happened to pass by and saw a child from his institution compound being bullied. Without saying a word, he stepped forward and showed his fist. It could be said that no fight, no friendship. It was also at that time that Si Yucheng and Juhan became good friends because of that fight. The relationship between the children from the two compounds also became harmonious. The little girl who was accidentally bumped into by Si Yucheng that year was no other than Ling Lan. Later on, the men grew up together to play, such as hiking, football, and so on. From then on, Ling Lan became Si Yucheng's little follower. Wherever Si Yucheng was, she would be there. Later, the two of them got together very naturally. After a few years of dating, even the parents of the two families decided that the two children were their daughter-in-law and son-in-law. On that day, Si Yucheng dragged the two men to all the jewelry stores in Jiangcheng to buy a ring to propose to Ling Lan. That incident happened. In the end, Si Yucheng threw the ring into Qingjiang, and the Ling family did not hesitate to sever ties with Ling Lan. In the end, Ling Lan was dragged out of the country by Juhan. Si Yi, on the other hand, had not been in a relationship for a few years, and no other woman had appeared by his side. After a long while, Yi Ziwen said, "Oh, I'll try my best." "Thank you," he said. Si Yucheng thanked her and then hung up. He turned around to look at the building of Jingcheng Construction, turned around, started the car, and left. As soon as Anran got to her office and put down her bag, there was a knock on the door. Huan Dexing pushed the door open and came in, looking at her with a smile. Anran stood up. "Director, what's the matter?" Huan Dexing smiled and gestured for her to sit down. He pulled out a chair and sat down in front of her. "I've already heard about what happened yesterday. Regarding the person who tore up your design, the company will definitely investigate this matter and give you an explanation. You can rest assured about that," Huan Dexing said. "Is that so?" Anran looked at him and replied indifferently. She knew that he was just playing with her. The investigation would be carried out, but the results were another matter. "Then I'll wait for the company's news." Huan Dexing nodded in satisfaction and said, "Actually, everyone knows your strength. The company organized this contest just to make those who were unwilling to admit defeat. We didn't expect that someone would be so petty and cause such a scene." Anran just looked at him without smiling or answering his question. "I'll cancel the manuscript competition this afternoon. As for the design of the municipal government building, I'm afraid that your design won't be able to make it in time. I'll have to use Xiao's to try it out first." Huan Dexing observed Anran's expression as he spoke. Anran's mouth twitched, but she didn't smile. She only said, "I have no objections to the company's arrangements." She was already prepared for his favoritism towards Xiao, so she was not surprised. Hearing this, Huan Dexing nodded. He was obviously satisfied with her answer. Then, he stood up and said before he left, "When can I invite Special Assistant Su to have a meal together?" Anran nodded with a faint smile. There will be a chance. When she returned to the bathroom after lunch, she happened to see Xiao touching up her makeup in front of the mirror with a powder box. When he saw her come in, he glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and took a powder puff to pat his face. Anran simply treated her like air. She walked past her and went straight in. When she took a shower and came out again, Xiao was still there. At that moment, she was applying lipstick to her mouth in front of the mirror. The bright red color was a little dazzling. Coupled with her overly white face from the powder, and her black suit today, Anran couldn't help but think of some kind of gory and strange movie. She really didn't dare to compliment her makeup like this. His eyes did not stay on her face. He washed his hands at the sink, took the tissue paper, and turned to leave. In the afternoon, Lin Xiaofen also called to confirm tomorrow's dinner. Lin Xiaofen was still a little nervous about the parents' meeting. Over the phone, she asked how the Su family was doing and whether they should prepare any meeting gifts. Anran comforted her and said that the elders of the Su family were all very nice people and were easy to get close to. She didn't put on any airs at all. Hearing her daughter say this, Lin Xiaofen felt relieved. However, she still couldn't help but ask how she and Su Yucheng had been recently, and whether Su Yucheng had treated her well. She also told her that she would go back with Su Yucheng at least once a week. Anran agreed readily and then told her mother some things about her life and work. Of course, she only told her mother the good things. Then, she told her mother that she and Su Yucheng would pick them up tomorrow night, and that they could just wait at home. After ending the call, She sat in her seat in a daze for a while. Just as she was in a daze, Ling Ling came in with the design plan. It was the homework Anran had given her. Before Anran could finish reading it, Ling Lin's phone rang. It was a call from Ling Lan, saying that she wanted to have dinner with her that night. Ling Lan happily agreed. Then, Ling Lan said something on the other end of the phone, and Ling Lin looked at Anran and asked, "Sister Jiyu, let's have dinner together tonight. My sister wants to thank you for taking care of her during this period of time." Hearing this, Anran frowned, then raised her head and smiled at Ling Lin. She refused. "No need, I already have an appointment tonight. Maybe next time." Ling Lin didn't think much about it and directly conveyed Anran's words. Then, the two sisters talked about something else before hanging up the phone. Anran handed her design drawings back to her and only told her to draw them again. She said that she didn't ask for anything new, but at least it had to be reasonable. In addition, she took 2 books from the drawer and handed them to her, telling her to read more when she had time. Ling Lin stuck out her tongue and went out, blushing. Anran, on the other hand, leaned back in her swivel chair, exhausted. She didn't know what the relationship between Ling Lan and Suyu Cheng was before, but Ling Lan's purpose of using this opportunity to get close to her was probably for Suyu Cheng's sake. However, from Suyu Cheng's attitude this morning and yesterday, she thought it would be better for her to avoid Ling Lan. A few minutes before she got off work, Suyu Cheng called her and said that he was conducting a research today, and he probably had a dinner party in the evening, so he couldn't pick her up and asked her to go back by herself. Anran nodded and told him to come back early. That night, Anran made herself a bowl of noodles. After eating, she went straight to the study and drew the torn design on the paper with her memory. After an unknown amount of time, Anran finally finished drawing the rough outline of the blueprint. She subconsciously reached out to the side and felt a little thirsty. She wanted to take a cup of tea, but then she realized that she wasn't in her office, but in the study of her apartment. He got up and left the study, preparing to go to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. Bang bang bang, there was the sound of something falling in the living room, so she turned around and walked toward the living room. Only then did she realize that Suyu Cheng had already returned. At this moment, his brows were tightly furrowed, and he was holding his stomach with one hand and trying to grab the medicine bottle on the low table with the other. His forehead was slightly covered in cold sweat, and he looked like he was in great pain. Upon seeing this, Anran quickly stepped forward. "Suyu Cheng, what's wrong?" Just as she was about to step forward, she realized that the floor of the living room was covered in broken glass, and the water in the cup was all over the floor. He must have knocked over the cup by accident. "Suyu Cheng, what's wrong with you?" Anran was a little frightened by his pale face. She helped him take the medicine bottle from the low table and opened it, but it was empty, without a single pill. Looking at his pale face and how he was enduring the pain, Anran was a little frightened, and her voice began to tremble. No. What should I do? Do you still want a backup? Tell me where it is and I'll get it for you." Suyu Cheng shook his head. No. She clutched her stomach tightly and her body was bent from the pain. Then what should we do? Anran was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. Seeing him in so much pain, she really didn't know what to do. Suyu Cheng endured the pain and saw that she was so anxious that she was about to cry. He freed his hand to hold her and said with great difficulty, "Don't worry, it's nothing. It's just some old problems. Go change your clothes and take my medical card and medical records from the drawer by the bedside table. Then, send me to the hospital." Anran quickly nodded and went in to change as he said. Then, she took the medical records and medical card from the drawer by the bedside table, took the money, took the key, and helped him out. Because of the pain, Suyu Cheng's entire body was almost leaning on Anran. Anran struggled to help him into the car, then went around to the other side of the car and got into the car herself. Suyu Cheng's eyebrows were tightly furrowed as he lay in the front passenger seat with his eyes closed. Anran looked at his painful expression and couldn't help but feel her heart ache. She adjusted his seat back so that he could lie on the car with a little balance, then started the car and rushed to the hospital. On the way, Anran ran through a few red lights. Fortunately, it was late, and there weren't many cars on the street, so there were no accidents. Suyu Cheng was sent to the emergency room, and only after he was given an injection and took some medicine did Su Yicheng's complexion finally ease up a little. Although his brows were still tightly furrowed, his face was no longer as pale as before, which was frightening. When Su Yicheng was on a drip, Anran asked the doctor on duty out of worry, and he said that his stomach ulcer had relapsed. It was probably due to the stimulation of alcohol or spicy food, so it wasn't too serious. Although he didn't need surgery, he still had to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation. After hearing the doctor's words, Anran was relieved. She glanced at the man on the bed who was asleep but still frowning slightly. Then, she stood up with the documents and forms and went to help him with the hospitalization procedures. When he came back, Su Yicheng woke up in a daze. He glanced at Anran, who was sitting next to him, and then closed his eyes in a daze. Because she had come out in a hurry, she had not bought any daily necessities. She knew that there was a supermarket in front of the hospital, so she wanted to go to the supermarket to buy some disposable towels, toothbrushes, and wash basins while he was asleep. Before leaving the hospital, Anran even went around to ask the doctor. The doctor said that he had to take care of his stomach for a while and that he should try to eat the things on the list in the future. Because she was afraid that he would wake up in the middle of the night and be hungry, Anran bought a bowl of plain porridge on her way back. This way, if he woke up in the middle of the night, he could eat it. In the middle of the night, Su Yicheng really did wake up, but it was because he was thirsty. As he lay in bed, he vaguely saw that this was not his home but the hospital. His mouth was extremely dry, and he turned his head to get up, but he saw Anran sleeping on the edge of the bed with one hand still on his lap. Because he was afraid of waking her up, Su Yicheng didn't get up. He turned his head and saw that there was half a glass of water on the cabinet next to the bed, and he reached out to grab it. Even though he was very careful and his movements were very light, he still woke up Anran, who was in a light sleep. Seeing him wake up, Anran quickly went up to him and asked, "You're awake? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Does your stomach still hurt? Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Su Yicheng saw that the corners of her mouth had curled up slightly, and he shook his head. She had probably been frightened by him. He wanted to open his mouth to comfort her and tell her that he was fine, but just as he opened his mouth, his voice was stuck in his throat. I'm fine. Don't worry." His voice was hoarse, and his throat was dry and painful. Seeing this, Anran quickly poured him a glass of water and helped him drink it. Su Yicheng drank more than half of the water in one go, and only then did his throat feel a little better from the burning fire. Anran put the cup back on the bedside cabinet and asked him again, "Are you hungry? I just bought some porridge, do you want me to heat it up for you?" Su Yicheng shook his head. At the moment, he didn't have any appetite, so he lay on the bed and closed his eyes in a daze before falling asleep again. The next day, when he woke up groggily, he could vaguely hear Anran calling Huang Dexing to ask for leave. When he was fully awake, she had already hung up the phone and returned. Seeing that he was awake, she asked him if he was hungry and went to buy him porridge. Su Yicheng looked at her and only nodded after a long while. He was indeed a little hungry. He had drunk too much last night and barely ate anything. He drank a mix of red, yellow, and white, and his stomach felt terrible on the way back. He knew it was a stomach ulcer, but he still insisted that the driver go home quickly. He thought that he would be fine after eating a few slices of waste, but he didn't expect that even God wouldn't help him. The medicine bottle was empty, and the medicine had been used up last time. And because he hadn't had many social events recently, perhaps this old illness hadn't come back in a long time, and he had forgotten about it since the medicine at home had stopped. When Anran went down to buy the porridge, Su Yicheng called Secretary Zheng and told him that he couldn't enter the office today. If there were any urgent documents, he would send them directly to the hospital. Secretary Zheng was a little frightened by his hoarse and broken voice and hurriedly asked him what was the matter. Su Yicheng briefly explained the situation to him, and Secretary Zheng didn't wait for him to finish. He asked for the address and wanted to come over. Anran came up with the plain porridge, ordered a few light side dishes, and set them up for him. The nurse came over to take his temperature. He didn't have a high fever, but he still needed to be put on a drip today. She reminded him to pay attention to his diet during this period and to remember not to touch spicy food, cigarettes, or alcohol. Anran took note of all this. Su Yijiao's phone call was made when Secretary Zheng arrived. At that time, Su Yicheng and Secretary Zheng were discussing work matters, and the phone was placed aside. When the phone rang, Su Yicheng only glanced at it, then handed the phone to Anran and told her to pick it up. Anran took the call, puzzled. She looked at the caller ID and realized it was Su Yijiao. She had met her twice, and she was a lively girl. Anran wasn't too depressed and picked up the call. In fact, Su Yijiao had called to ask about the dinner meeting between the two families. She wanted to ask him if Jiyu Hengwen and Lin Xiaofen had any taboos. If they did, she could ask the kitchen to avoid them. After all, it was a meeting between the parents of the two families, and it was more formal and important. Su Yijiao said a lot, but Anran didn't have a chance to interrupt. When she finished, she didn't hear Su Yicheng's answer for a long time, so she couldn't help but call out, "Brother, are you listening? Give me a reaction." Anran finally had the chance to speak. Yijiao, this is Anran. Your brother is busy right now, so it's not convenient for him to answer the phone. On the other end of the phone, Su Yijiao seemed to be a little surprised, but it only took a few seconds before she quickly reacted and called out enthusiastically, "Sister-in-law, you're with my brother now. Aren't you at work?" Anran then realized that Su Yicheng had been admitted to the hospital. Although there were no major problems, he still had to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation, so dinner at night was definitely impossible. She quickly said to Su Yijiao, "Yijiao, why don't we cancel the dinner tonight?" Why? Su Yijiao didn't understand. In the morning, her mother had specifically called her to ask her to arrange for the best chef and reserve the best private room for the evening, but she didn't say anything about cancelling it. "Your brother's stomach ulcer is acting up. The doctor said that he needs to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation, so why don't you wait a few days for dinner?" Anran said honestly. "Arg, how did this happen? Is he alright? Is he okay? Did he mix a few other types of wine? He'll get sick easily if he drinks it together." Su Yijiao mumbled. His stomach had already been spoiled by his drinking. Once, it was especially serious, and he drank so much that his stomach bled. He even vomited blood, which scared his mother so much that she almost fainted. "I had a dinner party last night, so I probably had too much to drink," Anran said. "Sister-in-law, which hospital are you in? I'll go over and take a look." Anran gave him the name and address of the hospital before hanging up. After hanging up the phone, he called Lin Xiaofen and briefly explained the situation. Then, he said that the dinner was cancelled and that they could meet another time. "Is Yicheng alright?" Lin Xiaofen asked with concern, and then she chided Anran, "Look at you, why didn't you take good care of her? You've only been married for a few days and you've already sent her to the hospital." Anran blushed with shame and said in a low voice, "He drank too much during the business meeting. No matter how important work is, nothing is more important than health. Where are you now?" Lin Xiaofen reprimanded, "I'll go over and take a look." By the time she hung up, Su Yicheng and Secretary Zheng had already finished their discussion. Secretary Zheng looked at her with a smile and nodded, then turned to Su Yicheng and said, "Then I'll go back to the municipal party committee first and pass down the orders you gave me." Su Yicheng nodded and had no objections. Seeing that he was about to leave, Anran got up to see him out. When she came back, Su Yicheng was sitting on the bed. Although he looked haggard, it didn't hinder his handsomeness and charm in the slightest. Every morning, different nurses would make ward rounds, put him on a drip, and deliver medicine. Even if there was nothing much to do, there would always be nurses who would flip through the medical records hanging at the head of the bed and then remind him to try to eat light food for the next few days. After the nurse on duty left, Su Yicheng waved at Anran and asked her to come over. He said, "It was hard on you last night." Anran shook her head and asked with a faint smile, "Are you thirsty? Do you want me to pour you a glass of water?" He had just spoken to Secretary Zheng for a long time, but his throat was dry and uncomfortable at the moment. He nodded and did not refuse. He took the water and Ran handed him and asked casually, "What did Yijiao say when she called?" "I wanted to discuss dinner with you, but I've asked her to cancel it," and Ran said honestly. Su Yicheng looked at the drip in his hand and smiled helplessly. After a moment of silence, Anran asked, "Why did you drink so much last night?" She wasn't sure if his drinking last night had anything to do with Ling Lan. Suya Cheng looked into her eyes with a faint smile on his lips and said, I was with the planning bureau yesterday. I couldn't turn them down, so I had a few more drinks. Your stomach isn't good, so try to drink less in the future, Anran said with a frown. Suya Cheng smiled and reached out to take her hand. Did I scare you yesterday? He rubbed her small hand with his large palm. He knew that she must have been frightened yesterday and was so anxious that she cried. Anran glanced at him, turned her head away, and didn't say anything. Her hand was a little hot from his grasp, and it was sweating slightly, but she didn't take it back, for she was afraid that she would pull on his wound, which was still on a drip. In fact, she was really frightened by him yesterday. However, who wouldn't be shocked? The moment she came out, she saw him holding his stomach with a pale face and not being able to speak clearly. Fortunately, he was fine now. I'm sorry, she said. Anran turned her head and saw Suya Cheng staring at her with a guilty look on his face. His hand was still holding onto hers, gently rubbing and pressing it, and then he said apologetically, I made you worry last night. Seeing him so calm, she didn't know what to say. She just looked at him blankly for a while before she said in a low voice, in the future, don't drink anymore. Suya Cheng chuckled, his eyebrows curved, and his faint dimples appeared on his face. He nodded and said, okay, I'll listen to my wife. Anran was a little embarrassed by him calling her wife. She blushed and pulled her hand back. She said something in a low voice and went to the bathroom. In fact, Anran didn't want to go to the bathroom. She just wanted to hide out of embarrassment. After walking in the corridor for a while, just as he was about to go back, he really felt like going to the toilet. He turned around and walked to the end of the corridor. At the corner of the bathroom, Anran was about to go in when she saw a man standing at the door of the women's bathroom. He was probably waiting for his girlfriend or wife. She didn't care. She walked past him and was about to enter, but before she entered, she turned her head slightly to look at the man. It was this one look that made Anran suddenly stop. She stared at the man standing next to her in a daze. She was a little startled and in disbelief,